Let's say that I want to approach you during the day. How should I come over and start a conversation with you?
Just be polite. They just have to be polite.
They just have to be polite. That's your only criteria. So they just need to be polite.
They just need to
That's all you're looking for. Nothing else.
Nothing else.
Let's be real. Approaching women and building powerful attraction takes more than just being polite. Now here's the problem. Too many guys think success with women is all about flashy cars, designer clothes, and big bank accounts. Others believe it's all about memorizing lines or learning routines to trick any woman into bed. But here's the truth. Success with women is not about the things you own or the lines you learn. It's about the person you are and the way you perceive yourself. My name's Kristian, and I help high-achieving men create fulfilling dating lives through mastering the art of daytime cold approach. If you're like the ambitious men I work with, you're likely done with dating apps, tired of noisy nightclubs, and sick of relying on your social circle to meet women. And so you're probably in the same position as my clients right now, where mastering the art of daytime cold approach becomes the only viable option. Yet here's the problem. Most of the cold approach advice out there is shit. Many of these supposed coaches online will have you obsessing over unnecessary techniques like push-pull dynamics or, oh, has she hooked yet? But after coaching hundreds of high-achieving men worldwide, I've learned that when it comes to attracting a high-quality woman, it's 93% inner game. You can have the luxury car, you can have the penthouse, you can have the watches and the status and all of those materialistic trophies, but if your internal hasn't caught up with your external, you'll stay stuck on the sidelines, always feeling too intimidated to approach the women who you're drawn to. An analogy that I always use is that is like working your bollocks off to buy a Lamborghini and then being too scared to drive it. And that's why I've put this video together. In this video, I've handpicked my best content to help you build the rockstar confidence that makes attracting women feel as effortless as drinking water. It's a long video and it's gonna take you a long time to get through, but once you've watched this video all the way through, you are gonna have everything you need to unlock the same rockstar dating life as my private coaching clients.
The whole experience was just mind-blowing. It was sensational. It was just incredible. Kristian is a phenomenal coach, and the best compliment I can pay him is he is legit. He is the real deal.
Hello, where are you all going?
He's
What?
kissing tonight. What? Yes!
Hers. I thought that was the right decision. Oh, excuse me. Hi, do you both speak English?
Yes.
But very quickly, are you all together?
Yes.
Oh, even better. You look beautiful. You look beautiful. You look beautiful. You look fantastic.
Bro, I always felt uncomfortable around people, whether that was making friends at school or meeting girls at university. I always felt like a bit of a social outcast. I'd always see other guys who had loads of friends or got loads of girls, and I always wondered what they had that I didn't. And after a lot of trial and error, I've gone from a scared, lost little boy who was dangerously low on self-confidence to a more attractive, magnetic, successful version of myself who now travels the world teaching high achievers how they can create powerful connections with beautiful people.
He's changed my entire life completely, and I've known him for a week.
So bro, if you're sick of feeling irrelevant and you want to be able to approach anybody that you want and have that person become immediately obsessed with you, then watch this video all the way through. When it comes to approaching people, it's not about what you say, it's about who you are. If you want to have unshakable confidence where you can walk over to anybody who you don't know and within a couple of minutes have created a powerful connection with that person, then it's not about stacking skills, but investing into an identity. Most people, when they try and learn social skills, waste their time focusing on the wrong things. You know, they'll learn lines or memorize scripts or regurgitate something that they heard someone else say, which worked for that person, but when they try it, it has zero impact.
What do you think I'm called, by the way? If you get it right, I'll give you a bag of cocaine.
It's like they're collecting tools, but they have no idea how to actually build a house. Yeah, it's like, oh, I've got the shiny spanner, I've got some bricks, there's some cement out back, but I've got no idea how to actually use this stuff. And rather than learning how to build, they just go searching for that next tool. It's not about collecting tools, but becoming the person who knows how to use them. And the way that we become that person, and this is the thing, right? This is the thing right here, which if you actually apply what I'm about to teach you, it is going to change your entire life, okay? The way that we become that person is by imagining what would the most attractive, abundant, successful version of ourselves actually look like. How does he move? How does he think about himself? How does he interact with the world? How does he dress? What people does he surround himself with? What actions does he take on a daily basis? So what we're gonna do is write down what I call our Renaissance vision. Really simple. You are going to write down in as much detail as possible who it is that you actually want to become, and you're going to write about yourself in the third person. I found that referring to yourself in the third person, so it sounds as though someone else is saying it, allows the affirmation to carry greater emotional weight. Example, right? I'm gonna read you out my Renaissance vision. Kristian is the most socially magnetic man on the planet. His confidence unmatched, his self-belief bulletproof, his opinion of himself king. He's the best in the world at daytime cold approach, and high achievers from all around the globe are desperate to work with him. Kristian has a certain aura about him. He compels people without needing to say a word. As soon as Kristian walks into a room, people can't help but be attracted. Kristian fears nothing. There are no limitations on what Kristian can achieve. Kristian is the best to have ever done it. Now bro, if any part of what I just need to get back into frame. If any part of what I just said triggered you in some way, if any part of what I just read made you think, oh, who does this guy think he is, then this is shining a spotlight onto the self-limiting beliefs that you currently hold about yourself. If you get triggered by somebody who has unconditional self-adoration, who has irrational self-confidence in their own abilities, if you get triggered by someone who has obnoxious empire visions and isn't scared of declaring his dreams to the world, then you're the problem. It's the way that you're thinking. It's the identity which you are currently living, which is castrating you of your confidence. Because bro, people talk about the Matrix. Yo, the Matrix, the world's out to get me, but the real Matrix is in our minds, yeah? And to quote Henry Ford, whether you think you can or you can't, you're right either way. If you want to be able to approach people and create cosmic connections which change the course of your life forever, then the only way to do this is to change the way that you think about yourself. So what I want you to do after you've watched this video is write up your own Renaissance vision. Ask yourself, what does the most abundant, successful, magnetic version of myself look like? Write it down, get specific, feel what it feels like to actually be that person, and then ask yourself, what do I need to do to actually become that person? And bro, this is not some law of attraction woo-woo bullshit, right? This is what happens when you have a clear idea of who you want to be and you have irrational faith in becoming that person. Yeah, I'm living proof of this, right? When I was living in that grotty apartment in Central Leeds, I had £24.82 of universal credit in my bank account. This is the exact exercise that I did. Right, I fast forwarded into the future, I met my ideal self, and then I reverse engineered from there. I set the intention to become the best in the world at daytime cold approach. I set the intention to become the most fuckable version of myself. I set the intention to be living a fully independent international lifestyle, and guess what? All of this came true. Everything that I said would happen has happened. Everything that I believed to be true about myself, this is the reality that I'm now living. Like, this is the power of belief. This is the power of thinking big. Like, bro, when you're writing down your Renaissance vision, if your visions don't scare you, if when you're writing down whatever it is that you want to be, if it doesn't terrify you in some way, if it doesn't want to make you undo what you wrote because you think, oh, I can't achieve that. Like, if your dreams do not petrify you, then you're not thinking big enough. We attract what we are, and if you want the best for yourself, then you need to become the version of yourself which attracts the best. Now, once you have a clear vision about the person who you want to be, then it's simply a case of making sure that your actions match your ambitions. Imagine you walk into the grocery store and you are the most socially magnetic version of yourself. How would you act? Yeah, well, on the way to the store, you would most likely smile and make eye contact with people as they walk past you. Maybe you would make some remarks about a situation or something interesting that you've noticed about them. If you see a girl who you find interesting, then you'll go over, you'll approach her, you'll tell her she looks amazing, find out who she is, what she's doing. Or when you're actually inside the grocery store and you're struggling to find that pack of peanuts, you would just ask the shop assistant, oh, where are the peanuts? Rather than suffocating in your own silence and being all introverted and just like crawled up into a little hamster ball, like your energy would be open. Yeah, you would be feeling abundant. You would go through life with this invitational, I want you, but I don't need you type of energy, right? This is how we make our actions match our ambitions. And the crazy part is, you already know what to say. You already know. And this is why I always say that this process, becoming the most socially magnetic version of ourselves, it's not so much a process of learning anything new, but relearning that which we already know. Yes, stripping back those layers of social conditioning so we can connect with our most authentic selves.
So I worked with Kristian in 2020, and since then I've just become so much more confident, being able to talk to girls, going on dates. I found like a long-term partner now, which has kind of like transformed my life, and I've kind of used those kind of social skills, those kind of skills of understanding the self to kind of really springboard the rest of my life as well. So it's been entirely worth it and kind of radically transformative to my general well-being and life too. So yeah, thanks Kristian, thanks very much. Without you, I would probably still be just looking at American YouTubers doing pickup with my dick in my hand. So yeah, thanks very much.
Get the work in first. Everything else feels like a reward after that.
Yes, Kasanovians. So you probably heard about dopamine. Dopamine is the thing that makes us feel good, because that's what we all want, right? We all just want to feel good. But when I was younger, I would try and shortcut my way to this feel-good state. I'd be engaging in low-frequency, mindless consumption. I'd be scrolling social media, wanking off to porn, stuffing my face with fatty, processed foods. And all these low-frequency activities, they would dilute my desire to dominate the day. So if you've clicked on this video, it's because you want to become the most fuckable, charismatic, abundant version of yourself. You want to get more girls, make more money, and live a fully independent international lifestyle. And the way we do this is by removing the mindless consumption, getting rid of the scrolling, the wanking, the eating processed foods, and creating our own dopamine. The way that we're going to create our own dopamine is by having what I call a Renaissance day. A Renaissance day is where we stack at least 3 difficult activities back to back. By the end of the Renaissance day, as long as you actually do the 3 things that I'm going to lay out in this video, you're going to feel invincible. Yeah, you are going to feel unstoppable. You're going to have stacked so many wins that you'll get to the end of the day exhausted with accomplishment. This is how we create our own dopamine. It's by doing difficult shit. So the first difficult thing we're going to do is we're going to do sprints. Okay, so sprint field over there, Efrem's already there. We're going to do around 10 sets of sprints. Okay, and by doing these sprints first thing in the morning, we're going to release oxygen in our brain. I don't know about you, but when I wake up in the morning, I'm not on it. Yeah, I'm not at it yet. It's like I'm getting bombarded by my own bullshit. I'm being attacked by the avalanche of anxiety. I don't think anyone wakes up in the morning laughing their tits off. It's just not realistic. So the way that I'm going to get myself into this high frequency state so I'm ready to dominate the day is by doing sprints. Okay, and this is what I recommend that you do as well. And before you're like, oh well, I've got work in the morning, you can schedule a Renaissance day on your day off. Yeah, so I'm going to start off with the sprints. Efrem's already engaged in them, and then once I've done the sprints, we're going to go on to the next thing. Dude, this is what I do for a Renaissance day. Muddy as shit. Tell the people why you should start off your day with sprints.
The reason is, this is most likely the hardest thing you'll do all day. Honestly, day game is hard, but physically exhausting yourself to this point is, I think, much harder. You'll feel what we're talking about. There's like a rush of endorphins. Like, don't get me wrong, right now, I feel like absolute shit. I'm only 2 sprints in. But by the end, after our final sprint, when I'm chugging that water's gonna taste so much better. When I make myself that breakfast, it's gonna satisfy me way more than if I were to just roll out of bed and cook it without working. Get the work in first. Everything else feels like a reward after that. So that's my 2 cents. That's why you should start off with sprints.
20 minutes later.
So you can probably see, annihilated by the sprints, bro. Honestly, it's just a solid way of starting your Renaissance day. So like 1 length of the field and then back, that's 1 set. But I started doing these cluster sets where I'm basically doing like 2 sets in 1. And yeah, this is what it's about, like creating your own dopamine, like forging a new identity through the fires of adversity, finding things that you really don't want to do, making yourself viciously uncomfortable. Have your Renaissance day scheduled, 10 sets of sprints, find somewhere to do it. It could be a field, it could just be a random street. That's what I used to do when I lived in Leeds. There's a street nearby my apartment. I just went there. You mix in social freedom as well. People can see you outside with your shirt off, not really giving a fuck. People won't give a fuck either. Sprint's done. That's the first chapter of the Renaissance Day. Second chapter is doing a social freedom exercise. So the point of the Renaissance Day is to do things back to backs, okay? So limit the time in between activities. So just come back from the sprint field. I'm gonna go to a cafe, and basically what I'm gonna do is just record myself out in public. That's what I want you to do as well. After you finish the sprints, go straight to a public area. It doesn't have to be a cafe. It could just be a busy street in your city, and just record yourself out in public. What this is gonna do is it's gonna shine a spotlight onto you. The reason why you've got a lot of resistance to going over and speaking to people that you like is because you're caring too much about the spotlight. So the best way to overcome that, what I say to my guys, is don't avoid the spotlight, embrace the spotlight. So really put that spotlight onto yourself. So if you're watching this, you've got a phone, get your phone, find a busy area, and then marinate in that moment. By stacking these wins, by stacking these difficult things, you are going to start to feel more unstoppable. So yeah, I'm going to find the cafe, sit down there, and then we'll continue from there. Thank you. Yes, boys. So there wasn't that much activity going on outside. It was pretty quiet, so I thought I'm gonna bypass my own bullshit and come inside instead. So yeah, you can see it's relatively busy. I could have pussied out and just like sat outside, but I thought, you know what, I'm gonna push myself because that's what I want you to do as well. So yeah, just find somewhere busy. If you do want to push yourself, then why not put yourself inside the actual cafe and just see how long you can actually marinate in here for. And you'll find that, I think it was Alfred Hitchcock who said there's no terror in the van, only in the anticipation of it. Yeah, we suffer more in imagination than in reality. And you can see, like inside, like there's like a 12-year-old boy inside of me who's absolutely bricking it and who just wants me to get outside, retreat. But the longer you can actually train yourself to just marinate in here, realize that no one really cares about what you're doing. Like there's not even any music playing right now in the cafe, so really my voice is being projected a lot more. But yeah, if you can just train yourself to stay in there, like whether it's staying in the conversation, staying in the environment, staying in the situation, just 30 seconds more than you feel comfortable, it's not going to be an issue anymore. So yeah, this is the second phase, the social freedom, and this has been made a lot easier by the fact that I already broke the ice for myself this morning by doing the sprints. Little kid over there absolutely screaming. But yeah, hopefully this inspires you. This is phase 2. The third phase is a cold approach phase. So I'm gonna link back up with Efrem and get that going for you. All right, love you. Happy Halloween.
I just chugged my vitamins and did the dishes before you got back.
The social freedom was good.
What was it like?
So I was expecting to just be sat outside, yeah, but outside was dead and inside was super busy.
I like the way
So I was like, fuck this, I'm gonna go straight inside. Yeah. I'm gonna sit on a table in the center and I'm just gonna basically document how I'm feeling in the moment. It was so good because I went in there with full conviction, didn't even hesitate, just sat straight down. Yeah, it was just like people just assumed it was normal. So yeah, I think the moral of the story is just be confident as fuck going into anything and people don't really care. Excuse me. Hi. Do you speak English?
A little bit.
Amazing. Two things. First of all, what's the fastest way to get to the harbour? Like, do we need to take a bus or can we walk there?
How much time you have? You can go buy your food.
Oh, we're here for a month, so we've got a lot of time.
To harbor, ну я бы не выбирала. Ну почему нет? I wouldn't choose by. Слушай, он может дойти до моря.
You wouldn't choose war?
Yeah.
Why? Do you not think I'm fit enough? I could handle the war. I could handle it.
I think it's better to go for a walk.
You call me fat now? She's like, yeah, you need to walk. Are you two going to the harbour as well?
No, sorry.
We're not going to the harbour. Oh,
no.
That's sad. Yeah, now, yeah. Yeah, I thought that could be the second date. We could all go to the harbour together. Wait, are you together? Are you like in a relationship?
No.
Oh, alright, fine.
No. Oh, do we should
Not yet anyway. I
We're on
understand.
the fence. We have a.
You're on the fence?
Yes, we have a working meeting today.
Are you Russian?
Russian.
I can say Privyet.
Привет.
Privyet. Меня зовут Kristian.
Where are you from?
UK.
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 Как вас зовут?
Какой? Вау. Меня зовут Алена.
Приятно с вами познакомиться.
Вау.
Hey, smash out. Как вас зовут?
Ксения.
Kenya.
We are dreaming to move to UK.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Hey, well when you come to the UK, let me know. I've got accommodation, I've got friends, I've got people. Yeah, if you go to London, just say
In London.
arrive in London, the first person you speak to, say, we met Kristian in Paphos, and they'll be able to sort you out. Basically, we just sat here. Efrem's ordered a cheeseburger, like a true American, and
Unfortunately, not McDonald's.
we were just sat here. I saw someone walk past, and I was like, fuck it, I'll go in for it. Went really well. She was from America. Exchanged details. This guy's been going on instant dates. He's been getting number after number. How's it been for you today?
It's been great. So, like you mentioned, we stacked the hardest parts of the day first. Like we front loaded the difficulty of the day, and that really set the tone. Because once I came out here, I mean, it's funny because firstly I was getting blown out like time after time after time, but I felt so at peace. I think I even said it to the camera. I was like, I mean, those were blowouts, yeah, but having a friend with me and having gone through those difficult things with the friend, like it really made me feel okay with those blowouts. Whereas in the past, especially yesterday being on my own, like, yeah, it was tough. It was tough going through blowouts yesterday, and yesterday was actually a pretty good day for me. So, but anyways, point being, we stacked the hardest part of the day in the beginning, and that really set the tone for when we came out here. So immediately after getting blown out 3 in a row, I go in for one, and there happened to be a common thread there. She was from Poland. I went to Warsaw, so it was cool. And then yeah, immediately after I went in for another. So just having somebody with me really allowed me to be okay with getting blown out and be at peace with it, because at the very next one, like we talk about, you never know which one will be into you. So the very next one went great. I mean, it was a fucking instant date, so it's been great for me.
The time that we've been together in Cyprus so far, it's just underscored the importance of having that network around you, like having that positive influence in your life, people you can bounce off, people who can give you the kick up the ass accountability. I feel a lot more socially free as well, like knowing that I've got someone with me who gets it, who's on the same frequency, someone that I can connect with. Even when we're not together, I know he's only like a voice message away. I know I can go around to his place. Like, it's all about that, you know. I think when it comes to creating your own dopamine, it's much better when you do have that network around you, because we all have our low days, like we all have those days when we're just not feeling it, where it's easier to bail on your mission. But if you've got other people who are as radically ambitious as you, then you don't really have an opportunity, right? You don't have time to be scrolling your life away or just mindlessly consume it. It's like, you just got to get at it. So go out and have your own Renaissance day, transmute information into implementation. Like, don't just watch these videos for entertainment. I want you to go out, I want you to have your own Renaissance day. If you resonate with me, you like what I do, and you're thinking to yourself, you know what, I actually want this opportunity, I want to be able to travel the world with Kristian, then click the first link in the comments, book in a free 30-minute consultation call, and we'll see if you're the right fit for the program. And I think everyone wants to do an outro.
Stay sexy, my friend.
You stay sexy, okay? Genuinely, I just told Kristian I had one of the best months of my life. I just recently had one of the best months of my life, and I'm like, I know for a fact, if I hadn't spent that money, I wouldn't have turned around physically and metaphorically and took the action I've recently took that has had such a ripple effect in my life that I called you the other day, and I left you a message, and I said, mate, I'm sat here and I could cry. I literally, I'm so happy, because I'm like, and I know some stuff, you know, And I've done some pretty cool stuff, but I'm like, I feel like I'm awake because it hurt. I was forced into action to push past this self-imprisonment.
Yes, the Kasanovians. All right, boys. I wanted to really dedicate this one to, let's just say, the beginners, right? The guys who are at the start of their cold approach odyssey. Maybe you've seen a few videos online and it's planted the seed of possibility. Yeah, you're thinking about giving it a go. Maybe you feel frustrated with your dating life at the moment. You're sick of settling for mediocrity. You know in yourself, you've got more to offer. You've got more to give. And you know you should be crushing it more than you currently are crushing it. And you're probably exhausted all other options at this point in your life. You've probably done the dating apps, you've done the nightclubs, you've done the social circle, you've done the DMing women on Instagram like a little simp, and you've come to the logical conclusion that the only viable option, realistically, is to get outside and start meeting women face to face, IRL, right? But the problem that most guys experience is this perceived lack of self-worth. Yeah, projecting failure into the future, thinking too many steps ahead, rejecting themselves on behalf of the women. Then they consume way too much content. Then they go down the red pill rabbit hole, the black pill rabbit hole. Then they think, oh, complimenting women is beta. I need to become a high value man. I need to make lots of money. I need to get ripped. I need to buy a penthouse. I need to buy a Rolex. And then beautiful women are magically going to be knocking on my door, being like, hey, I've heard you're a high value man, want to procreate? So a lot of the garbage that you do read online is from people who are just trying to funnel you into some bullshit $997 course. Most of the information in those courses can be found for free on YouTube. I give away all of my information, right? I ain't trying to funnel you into a $99 a month school community, and I'm not trying to sell you some bullshit $997 course. I run a private network. It's called The Entourage. It's a private community for high achievers. It's really fucking expensive. I don't expect you to join it. I make these videos free because I want to give you all the things that you could possibly need to lay those foundations, to get you to a point where you actually like yourself, you've got some skin in the game, you've got your social skills on point, you become the most fuckable version of yourself, so your fitness, your fashion, your finances. You got to a point in your life where you actually feel good in yourself. And then when you're ready to elevate things to the next level, when you're ready to network with millionaires, 6-7-figure entrepreneurs, business owners, digital nomads, investors, when you're ready to connect with me and the rest of my network personally, travel the world with us, learn from us, just do life with us, that's what the Entourage is for. You don't have to buy anything from me. So how do we actually eliminate our social anxiety at the start, right? Because maybe you've gone out there, you've tried doing it, but your thoughts and your hashtag feelings are getting the better of you. First of all, I think it's important to stop labeling ourselves as having social anxiety, right? What I've learned after spending a lot of time recently with very wealthy individuals is the importance of language, the importance of NLP, so neuro-linguistic programming. Like, our words directly correlate to the life that we're living, right? So it's as soon as we start to attach labels to ourselves, that's the reality that we experience. So by us labeling ourselves as having social anxiety, we're almost prescribing ourselves with an illness. It's like, oh my God, I've got social anxiety. No, you don't have social anxiety. Social anxiety is not some illness. It's not some disease. It's not some incurable thing, right? You just lack practice, right? You just lack practice. If I stayed in this apartment for the next year of my life and spoke to nobody, didn't even do a live stream, I would start to develop symptoms synonymous with social anxiety. But it doesn't mean that I have social anxiety. I just lack practice. In the same way that if I didn't go to the gym for a year, I would start to lose definition. It doesn't mean that I'm unhealthy. It doesn't mean that I'm unfit. It's just I'm out of condition. Yeah, I'm just out of practice. So we become what we practice, and the thoughts and the language that we're using directly correlate to the reality that we're able to experience. So first and foremost, stop self-prescribing yourself as having social anxiety, right? Like, when I was 13 years old, I would elicit symptoms of social anxiety, right? I used to break out into these sweating fits at school whenever I got put on the spot to answer questions. I would run upstairs when my family came to visit because I was so resistant to the social spotlight because I hadn't exposed myself to that fear enough times, right? So then at 13 years old, I made the decision to become a magician. I spent a decade of my life approaching people for the purpose of performing magic. Like, hi, excuse me, can I show you some magic? Nah, mate, fuck off, right? So like I was getting my social reps in early, but that's the way that I've always overcame any vicissitude in my life. The way that I get through it is by going through it, right? Exposure therapy, doing something an ungodly amount of time so it becomes my new normal. It's like I make the unusual my usual, right? So you don't have social anxiety, you just lack practice. If you can just do that one thing, if you can become more mindful about the language that you're using in your everyday life, your reality will start to flourish. I don't think people understand how powerful our thoughts, our actions, and especially our words are when it comes to concocting the reality we want to live. So stop labeling yourself as having social anxiety. You just lack practice, okay? So the next thing that we want to start doing is just getting outside more, okay? A mantra that I always use is never be at home. If you're someone who's saying that I have social anxiety and then your actions match your ambitions, meaning you're just spending all of your time on your own. Maybe you work a hectic job, maybe you've got a busy lifestyle, maybe you think in your mind you don't actually have the time to get outside and meet people. I guarantee that you do, right? I guarantee there are parts of your day, it might be 20 minutes here, 10 minutes there, 30-minute block there. I guarantee you actually do have more time than you think. Yeah, maybe if you're commuting to work, right, you're probably going to pass people maybe on the train or as you walk to the train station or, I don't know, as you get off or get out the Uber to walk to your office. Like, there's always social opportunities, right? There's always social opportunities and there's always time to make for something such as your social skills, right? Because the thing that the guys in my network, the entourage, the thing that they say, especially guys who are in their 40s and their 50s, is, I wish I'd have started sooner, right? I wish I'd have started investing into my social skills sooner. It's great to have money, right? It's amazing to have money, but we can always make more money and we're never going to get our time back, right? Something that I always do is I imagine myself 20 years older than I currently am, right? I imagine myself 20 years older and I think, okay, in 20 years time, I'm going to have more money than I do now, but I'm not going to have the same amount of time, right? And I would give any financial price to return back to this place in this apartment in Stockholm, making a live stream for like 2 people. I would give anything to be back in this moment, right? Because time is our most valuable resource. So you do have time, right? You've got time. And if you don't feel as though you have time, then make time, right? I guarantee that 1 hour that you spend in binge watching some bullshit series on Netflix, you could instead just go to a cafe and sit outside, just putting yourself in an environment where at least social interaction is possible, yeah? Never be at home. Spend as much time outside as possible. But actually become an active player in the game of life rather than a static spectator. Now, obviously, when I say never be at home, it's a deliberately hyperbolic statement, right? Obviously, we need to go home to make love, watch Kristian Kasanova live streams and, I don't know, paint the walls. But it's just getting you into the mindset of putting yourself out there more, right? Just getting stuck in. And I think this is one overconsumption of content. This is why it castrates so many guys of their confidence, because it's like, oh, be this sigma male, like sacrifice your 20s, sacrifice your 30s, like keep grinding, king, and then you're going to get that great woman at the end of it. No, that's not how it works, right? That's not how it works. If I want to train and compete in Mr. Olympia, I need to show up at the gym. I need to train like a savage. I need to learn how to lose, right? I need to go through the pain. I need to have my ups, I have my downs. Like, it's not just by staying in my room and watching some like Mr. Olympia content. It's getting skin in the game, right? So by getting ourselves out into the real world more, then we're gonna feel more connected to the world around us, right? So first of all, stop telling ourselves that we have social anxiety. We don't, we just lack practice. That's amazing. Now we're starting to put ourselves outside more, right? So it might just be walking, just having like a 10-minute walk at the end of the day, or as you're on your way to work. Now you're outside. Now you can actually see people. When you're outside, just start to breathe, right? Just calm everything down. Like when you've seen these videos online, it's like cold approach videos, right? I think it's easy to compare your first chapter to somebody else's 30th, right? Don't watch my videos, don't watch the conversations that I have and think you need to replicate those right off the rip. And if you don't, you're a failure. No, like I've been at this social game for the best part of almost 15 years, right? So it's unrealistic that you're going to be going out there and having these poetic masterpiece conversations. It's unlikely that your first 100 cold approaches are even going to yield anything if you don't have the same level of social experience as me, if you don't have any accountability, if you don't have a masculine support network, if you're not getting feedback after every approach. It's going to take you a long time. It's like if you go to the gym without a personal trainer, sure, you could work it out on your own, but it's probably going to take you a long time. You can speed up the entire process by just learning from people who are better than you, right? That's a hack. Well, it's not really a hack. It's just a thing that I've done. Like since I started embarking on this process of personal renaissance, I've invested tens of thousands of dollars into my own self-education. I spent 14,000, right? 14,000 Great British pounds last month on business mentoring. The reason why I'm prepared to invest so heavily into myself, because I know I'm my biggest asset. The more money I invest, the more committed I become to getting the results that I want. Does that make sense? So get outside more. And when you are outside, don't put an unnecessary amount of pressure on yourself to be this legendary Lothario, right? All I need you to do when you first get out there is, first of all, congratulate yourself for getting out there, because most guys don't even get to that place. Most guys think, it's kind of cloudy. I'm kind of tired. There's some Doritos in the cupboard, so I'll do it tomorrow. I'll do it tomorrow. So the fact that you've actually got outside and you're leaving the house with intention is already amazing. It's already amazing because like you've already said to the universe, this is what I want, right? By you stepping out the door today with an intention to just find one woman and tell her that she looks amazing, dude. That's the glitch in the matrix. You're already evolving. You're already separating yourself from 99% of guys who would never even watch this content, who would never even entertain the thought of trying. They would never even entertain the thought of attempting because they're asleep. They're sleepwalking their way through life and they're going to wake up when their best years are behind them. So the very fact that you're tuning into these live streams, the very fact you're following my content, the very fact that you're considering putting yourself through the social fire, you're already in the top 1%. Now, your actions just need to match your ambitions, right? Don't get stuck there. For fuck's sake, don't start wanking in the wind, being like, yeah, I'm top 1% now, dude. I'm top 1%. I'm top 1%. I'm just thinking about doing things, but hey, that's good. I mean, that is good, but now we need to actually like take massive action. So now, once you're outside and you're starting to breathe, you're starting to just get more locked in to the moment, noticing things around you. All I need you to do is just start observing the world, right? When beautiful women walk past you, just start making eye contact with them. They don't even have to be beautiful women. Just start making eye contact with everybody, right? Just start making eye contact with people. Go outside with a smile on your face. Just start waltzing through the world, being like, hey, how you doing? Hey, good morning. Hey, dude, nice shoes. Yeah, you're allowed to talk to guys as well. Like, hey, dude, like, nice shoes. Hey, where's the post office? Maybe there's an old lady walking past you. Like, oh my God, you look amazing. Like, you don't need to worry about that right now, but if you want to compliment somebody nice, get outside, stop telling yourself that you've got social anxiety, start moving through the world, start making eye contact, and remember to breathe. Right, it's a good day today, right? Eternity is a long time, we're too long dead, right? We get a finite amount of time on this stage of life, right? What's the quote from Macbeth? Life is but a walking shadow, a poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage, then is heard no more. It's a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Right? That's from Macbeth, I believe Act 5, Scene 3. The point of that quote is to remind us of the folly of existence, right? We get this hour upon the stage. It's a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. And it's like that quote doesn't depress me. It motivates me. I first came across that quote at 18 years old. It completely changed my life. I was like, really, what have we got to stress about? Like, in 100 years, none of this is going to matter. We're all going to be forgotten. It's just going to be space dust and ashes. When we have that zoomed out perspective, where these little blips in the history of the world floating on this crater in the middle of fucking nowhere, it is kind of funny. And like, I think that's the way that I've always approached this game. It's like just laughing my way through life, enjoying it, like enjoying this ride, enjoying my hour upon the stage, and hopefully inspiring people on the process. But it's like when we're going out there, I think just reminding ourselves of these things, like embracing our own mortality, liberated nihilism, understanding that nothing really matters in the most liberating way possible. But this gives us a blank canvas every single day to imprint our signature onto the world. So anyway, let's go pragmatic. Get outside, start making eye contact with people, say hiya, say good morning, say, hey, how are you doing? And then, once you're starting to hashtag feeling yourself, once you've gone through this step-by-step process, I don't have social anxiety, now I'm outside, now I'm observing people, just purely to see if you can go over to one woman and just give her a compliment, yeah? Remind yourself, nobody's allergic to a compliment, right? No one's allergic to a compliment. If you have got a lot of resistance right now towards going over to a woman, you're starting to get the sweaty palms, you're starting to get the heart palpitations, your mind is giving you all these reasons in the world not to do it, just allow your legs to start walking over to her, right? It's like Alfred Hitchcock said, there's no terror in the bang, only in the anticipation of it. We suffer more in imagination than in reality. Once you've done that first approach, you'll realize your limitations were hallucinations. And if you can do it once, you can do it 10 times. If you can do it 10 times, you can do it 100 times. Once you've done it 100 times, it won't feel as scary anymore. It'll almost start to feel quite normal, actually. Yeah? It's like if I've never squatted at the gym before, I'm like, fucking hell, that barbell looks intimidating. But then after I've done 100 reps of squats at a fairly moderate weight, then I'm just going in there, I'm crushing it. I'm being like, fuck yes, I feel like I can actually train now. I feel like a savage. How much more weight can I add? And then it gets exciting. Then we get that obsession with progression. It's like, it's fun, right? It's fun to watch that growth. Just see if you can do one, right? Just see. It doesn't have to be a woman who like intimidates you. Like if you see like that absolute straight 10 Swedish model strutting down the street and you're like, nope, then that's fine. Like just set the bar low to begin with. Like when I started 4 years ago, I was just approaching the hashtag MILF shakes, like the older women, because that just felt more comfortable to me. And don't forget, sorry, my nose is weird. Don't forget as well, I had a decade of performing magic. So I was already accustomed to the whole approaching thing, but even I struggled at the start. Even I had those self-limiting beliefs. Even I was doubting myself. Because it's like, when I was doing magic, I had props to hide behind. It was like, I had my deck of cards, I had, my tricks and stuff. But then the removal of the props meant when I was going over to women and they said no thank you, they were no longer rejecting my magic, they were rejecting me. That's just the way that I was perceiving it when I first started. Like, that's like the deeper stuff. But perception's reality. Let's just leave it there. Perception is reality. You didn't get rejected. She just politely declined an invitation, right? There's 1,000,001 reasons why she said no thank you. Maybe you just weren't her type. Maybe she's had a really bad day. Maybe she's just stressed. Maybe she just doesn't like you. But you're never really gonna know, right? But it doesn't really fucking matter because nothing's real. We attach interpretation. Again, perception is reality. If you can actually absorb that, this perception is reality. Nothing's real. What is it? Nothing is good nor bad. It's the thinking that makes it so. Perception is reality. It's just as easy to go over to a woman, have her say no thank you. You can attach any interpretation to that. You could be like, oh yeah, see, I knew it. She thinks I'm a piece of shit. Oh, it's because I'm bald. It's because I'm 5'7". It's because I've got a tank top on, whatever your insecurity is. When you could instead just err on the side of optimism. You could be like, well, first of all, I did it. I'm so happy in myself that I did it. Maybe she felt intimidated by me. Maybe it just was right girl, wrong time. Maybe the universe just didn't want me to have this quick win. Rejection is God's protection. And God's delay is not God's denial. Oh, that's so good. I really love that. Rejection is God's protection. God's delay is not God's denial, right? God's delay is not God's denial. So one of the best mindsets that I can give you boys is when you're first starting, don't expect this to be an easy ride, right? But I need you to like view all of the undesirable outcomes as stepping stones, right? It's allowing you to become the version of you who you need to become that version of you who cold approach can work for, right? It's not like, I'm not teaching you how cold approach works. I'm teaching you how you can become the person who makes cold approach work for him, right? So perception's reality, right? Just start attaching your own interpretation. Whenever any undesirable things happen to you, say thank you, be grateful for them, because there's a really great book. It's called Reality Transurfing. Read it. It'll change your fucking life. Reality Transurfing. I don't get commission. I don't get 20 pence for a fucking affiliate link. It's a great book. It's quite heavy. Not all of you are going to read it, but the ones who do, boom, your life's going to change. But perception's reality. So let's just say, right, you don't have social anxiety. You just lack practice. Get outside. Stop wanking off. Stop eating like fucking Doritos. Stop binge watching series on Netflix, which don't add any value into your life whatsoever. Then get outside, just start making eye contact with people, have a smile on your face, and just set the intention to just do one approach. And all you need to focus on is the open, right? Just focus on the first 3 seconds of your approach, right? So all you need to do is go over to a woman, be like, hi, excuse me, I just wanted to say, you look amazing. Have a good day, right? You can just literally do that. And if you've done that, that is a massive win, right? If you're someone, you clicked on this live stream, you felt as though you had a lot of social anxiety, that's all you need to do after watching this piece of content, right? Go outside, find one moderately attractive woman. She could be a milkshake, she could be a hashtag gilfshake, she just could be like just a regular woman. Go over to her and just make her day, right? Just make her feel beautiful. Be the reason why she smiles. Be the reason why she has a better day. If you can go out there with the mindset of, I'm going to make every single woman who I see feel beautiful, desired, and sexy, a rising tide lifts all the boats. And it's actually going to severely destroy those anxious feelings, because now you're going out to give rather than, oh, I need to get something out of this. It's, dude, I'm just going to go out to give today. I'm just going to go out. I'm going to make one woman feel great about herself, right? So if you can do that, you're already on the trajectory. You're already on the trajectory. And then it's just about consistency. Then it's just about making sure that you actually continue to do the thing. Yeah, don't just like watch one gym video and do like one set of squats and then go home and being like, right, I've crushed it. I don't need to do that now for another month. No. It's the consistent exposure over a prolonged period. And the final thing, which is massively going to help, is just talk to everybody, right? Just start getting into the habit of talking to people. You can do what I do, where I go out into busy areas in public and make videos like where I'm talking to camera. You don't need to make live streams. You don't need to create content that's going to get posted on social media. You can just make them for yourself. This is what guys in the entourage do. Guys in my private network, the entourage, they got inspired by me walking through all of these cities from all across the world, recording myself in public, inviting the social spotlight onto me. That in our private WhatsApp group, guys are doing that. They're just pinging videos into the group wherever they are in the world, being like, all right, boys, I'm out today, want to get the vocal cords firing. It's like having wingmen in your pocket in our private WhatsApp group. That gets the vocal cords firing. That invites a social spotlight. We've had a few guys have had the experience where they've been out, like say in Latin America, they've been making videos of themselves, and then girls have actually approached them out of curiosity, like, oh, what are you doing? What are you making? Can I be in your video? So it's like a babe magnet, right? Like, you know, girls love cameras, right? It's like, get a camera out. It's like people just start performing, right? So just start recording yourself in public. You don't need to share these videos with anybody. If you don't have a community, if you don't have a network, you can just like, we transfer them to yourself. Just rather than watching Netflix, you can watch your own mini expostulation in Fields. Just start recording yourself in public more. Even that is going to cause a lot of resistance to a lot of you guys, and I get that. Like, I was the same at 13 years old. I hated the social spotlight. I was just like an absolute snivelling mess. But again, like we said at the start, we become what we practice, and the way we start is not the way that we finish, right? At 13 years old, I was bottom of the barrel, social misfit, right? Even 4 years ago, looked like a turnip, dressed like a moron. I was a porn addict. I had erectile dysfunction. I had people telling me on the regular how ugly I was, how I looked physically disadvantaged, how I looked between a mix of Patrick from SpongeBob and Mr. Bean. I've never understood that comparison. But point being, I've been through the mud with this. This is 14 years in the making, and I've only just started, right? So be kind to yourself, right? As long as you're falling forwards, you're falling forwards. Give yourself permission to suck. Give yourself permission not to be perfect. Fuck perfection, just show up, right? The pleasure is in the pursuit. The achievement is in the attempt, and the success is in the showing up, yeah? Get outside, smile, just start talking to people, right? Even when I'm smiling, talking to the camera, I feel better. I feel happier. I feel like, yeah, cool. I want to go out there and crush it today. So just having that mindset of seducing the world, right? Seducing the world, leaving every single person better than you found them. It could be the barista, the woman at the bus stop, the person on your private jet because you're an absolute baller. But like, just like the way you, it's like the way that I interact with the cleaner in the hotel, right? It's like I'm still giving her attention. You know what I mean? It's like I'm not just saving my attention and my energy for the hot girl at the bar, right? It's like I'm just treating everybody the same. Oh, there's a hot girl. Oh, there's a cleaner. Oh, there's a guy sweeping the streets. Hey, dude, morning, how are you, bro? You never know where one simple hello is going to take you. Just focus on the open. Just focus on opening people. Just focus on speaking to more people who you don't know more often. You can go to clubs as well. You can go to like improv class. You can go to meetups. You can go to dance classes like salsa, bachata, kazumba. Having that, being in that social flow state, right? You only get there by putting the reps in. Yeah, being consistent with it. So if you're someone and you do have a lot of like social anxiety, I've made this video for you to make you aware that you don't have social anxiety, you just lack practice. We become what we practice. Get outside, start talking to more people who you don't know more often. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Keep it simple. You don't need to be going after the straight 10s right now. Just find a few older women, go over, make their day. That's going to fill you with belief. It's going to give you positive reference experience. It's going to fill you with positive social momentum. And then you transfer this feel-good energy onto your successive conversations. Let's say you go out today, you make a little video to yourself in public, like, hey, future me, I'm out right now, and I'm making a video to myself to overcome my, what I thought to be social anxiety. But after watching Kristian's live stream, I realized I don't actually have social anxiety. I just lack practice. So I'm out today, swap hands. I'm out today to conquer this bullshit feeling because I don't want to get to the end of my life thinking that I could have done more, you know? I don't want to get to the end of my life thinking, fuck, I really did settle. I settled for a life of mediocrity. I settled for what I thought I could get rather than going after what I actually wanted. I allowed other people's opinions to get the better of me. Dude, you don't want to get to that stage in your life where you've got to 70 years old. You're looking back at the dusty recesses of your existence and you're saddled with regrets. Yeah, rejection is better than regret, but it's not even rejection. Right? You'll realize once you start doing this thing, once you actually start approaching women who you find attractive, dude, the worst you're going to get is, oh, that's really nice, but I've got a boyfriend. Actually, no, the worst that you get is where you go over a woman and she just blanks you. She just keeps walking. Right? It's like, oh, cool. That's the process of ego death. I think that's what this process is actually about. Just learn not to take ourselves so seriously. Having fun, right? Having as much fun as possible. So that's what these live streams are for. They're here to motivate you every single day. I'm here to hold your hand through the entire process. I'm giving you the keys to the kingdom. All you need to do is take the keys and unlock the palace of your fucking dreams. It's not easy. It's not easy, but it is worth it. okay? Because the final thing that I'll say is like, what's your other option, right? It's like your other option is stagnating in mediocrity, right? This is not for the faint-hearted. This is for the pirates, the mavericks, the renegades, the guys who have this masochistic adoration for discomfort. You know, guys who actually want to evolve and just level up and get stuck in and become the most fuckable versions of themselves, leave the rest of the world behind. Because your competition, 99% of guys, they're not even trying. They've already clocked out, right? So you're watching this content, right? This is a sign from the universe that you're on the right path. If you're watching my content, if you resonate with me, you like what I do, and you can see what I'm doing, you can see how that fits in to your life, then that's a gift from the universe. So express gratitude for that. Like, be grateful that my videos have popped up. Like, I think the YouTube algorithm is essentially God working in disguise, right? God in disguise, right? So we're here for a reason. And I sound like French Marge from The Simpsons. I don't know if you ever watched The Simpsons in French, but Marge sounds as though she smoked like 40 packs a day. She's like, homie. Anyway, yeah. Social anxiety is not real. You just lack practice. I can say that because I used to be in the position that you were in, where I hated myself, I hated the world, I hated people, I hated the social spotlight. I was disgusted with myself. I was a low-life loser. It didn't have much going for me, looking like a turnip, dressing like a moron, porn addict, couldn't get a boner. And now I've got to the place where I'm at, which is probably the best place I've ever been in my life. And you can do it as well. We're all operating on our own timeline, so don't compare your first chapter to my 45th. I'm just aiming to get 1% better every single day. We can walk together to your house, then we can get some wine, and then you can tell me all about the history of Amsterdam.
The Dutchies are very pretty as well.
They're very tall though. They're a bit too tall.
They're very blonde and pretty.
Well, I prefer brunettes. But anyway, keep looking good, yeah? Bye.
I don't know England.
No?
No.
Wow.
You're gonna show me around.
I will. Okay, what we'll do? you have to show me around Bogota.
Okay.
I will show you around Manchester. Excuse me. Hi. Do you speak English?
Yes.
Are you from here?
No.
Oh, are you just traveling?
No.
Oh, okay, fine. You look really nice.
Thank you.
You look really attractive. You were walking past me. I was like, you look good. So
you.
I was feeling slightly hungover today.
No,
so I didn't think
do you have a party yesterday?
Yesterday.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
so I wasn't feeling very like social. But then
Where are you from?
I'm from England. Yeah, but I don't live in England anymore.
No?
No.
Where do you live?
Well, I don't have permanent address. So I travel from different places.
Yeah.
So I was in Barcelona, then I was in Lisbon, I was in Malaga. Now I'm here for the next 3 days, and then I go to different places. What about you? What are you doing here?
I'm from Colombia.
Colombia?
Yeah, I'm living here, but in The Hague.
Oh, you're staying in The Hague.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're actually living here
Yes, for a little bit.
temporarily.
I kind of traveling a little bit between Colombia, Italy, and here. A little bit around.
Okay, I've not been to Colombia yet.
You haven't been?
Not yet, no. Because I haven't known any attractive Colombian women who could show me around. But now,
You should go.
yeah, are you gonna take me?
Yeah.
Where in Colombia?
Bogota.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and where from England are you from?
Have you heard of Manchester?
Are you going back there? I don't know England either.
No?
No.
Wow.
You're gonna show me around.
I will. Okay, what we'll do? you have to show me around Bogota.
Okay.
I will show you around Manchester.
Okay.
I actually think Manchester is slightly more dangerous than Bogota.
Really?
Yeah, I think so. If you go around Manchester at like 1 a.m. in the morning,
Yeah?
it's like deadly.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh wow. Well, I'm used
You can
to
handle it. You can
I can handle
you can handle Manchester. I believe you. Did you say you were planning on going to England?
Well,
You are now. You are now. You are now. I got you.
Now I will.
Right, we have to make a deal. What's your name?
Okay.
Kristian.
Kristian, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. So you're living in The Hague.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you use Instagram?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I take your Instagram? And then if you come to England, let me know.
Of course.
I'll show you around Manchester, and then when I go
When are you
to
living in the Netherlands?
Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Yeah. So I still have time left here. So if you wanted to do something whilst I'm here, then there you go.
Where are you staying?
I'm staying near Vondel Park.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So maybe we can have a second date in the park. A second date. This is the first date. Yeah. It's going really well. Thanks. So what are you doing?
Okay.
What are you doing now? You're gonna go for a walk.
I'm doing photography here, so
yeah?
I'm gonna do a photo shoot in a boat. Over there.
Nice. Well.
And then I'm gonna meet up with some friends.
Yeah.
Afterwards.
Okay. Well, I hope that you have a good photo shoot on the boat.
Thank you.
And yeah.
Yeah. Let's keep in touch.
We will do.
Okay.
All right. All right. Bye. Yeah. So that was the first approach of the day today. We came out the train station. We just finished getting set up with the camera equipment. Colombian girl walks past, and I'm just like, might as well get the momentum going. It actually turned out into a good conversation. I think the conversations which I have now, they do demonstrate you don't need to be that special conversation-wise. Most of the time, it's just a case of you showing up, delivering yourself with conviction, meaning that you don't just fuck off after you've landed the compliment, and then just marinating that in that conversation, just being a normal guy, having a chill conversation, not being some like pick-up weirdo, being like, oh, when I think about Colombia, I think about you with some like whatever. So yeah, just chill conversation is the way to go, especially if that is your first conversation of the day. Maybe your energy is low, like my energy is low right now. Just use that state to your advantage. You'll notice it's very controlled, it's very still, and in that stillness, it actually becomes more seductive. It's when I'm super erratic and high energy, that's when I find my conversations are a bit shit. Because I come across too much like entertainer vibes, which is fine for sometimes. Like, it's fun to make those videos for camera, but these are typical conversations that I have when I actually come out and cold approach. Low energy, chilled, I want ya, but I don't need ya. And now we're gonna go do some more. Excuse me, hi. Do you two speak English?
Yes.
Are you Russian?
Ukraine.
Ty krasiva.
Oh, definitely.
You look really good. I was like, I'm here for one more day. So I saw you both and I was like, I'm gonna make them feel beautiful. You look really good. What are you here for? Travel?
Yes.
Or do you live here?
I'm here in Stuttgart. Stuttgart, Germany.
Oh, you live in Stuttgart? Okay, so it's like a friends reunion. Yeah, you're showing her around the city? You're showing her around the city?
Yes, we was in Utrecht.
Oh yeah?
Tomorrow we will go to the Den Haag.
Yeah?
Today we're here.
Nice, good. Well, keep enjoying the city. Keep looking beautiful. And I hope you have a good day. Okay, bye. Excuse me. Hi, you speak English?
Yes.
Are you from here?
No.
Oh, where are you from?
Georgia.
Tbilisi?
Yes.
Ah, now it all makes sense.
Why?
Now it all makes sense. You look amazing.
Oh, thank
You look so good. I was like, 'cause I just arrived in Amsterdam. I was like, do all of the women look this good in Amsterdam? I think the answer might be yeah.
The Dutchies are very pretty as well.
They're very tall though. They're a bit too tall.
They're very blonde and pretty.
Well, I prefer brunettes. But anyway, keep looking good, yeah? Bye. Excuse me. Hi, do you speak English?
Yes.
I appreciate you're carrying a lot of things.
Yeah.
You look really, really nice.
Thank you.
You look great.
Thank you.
You live here?
I do.
Yeah?
Yes.
What's the...
I'm moving out.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, well, you look lovely.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Is there
It's a bit heavy.
Is there, are you French?
Yes.
Ah, je ne parle pas français. I'm from England.
Okay. Nice
Yeah.
to meet you.
What's your name?
And you?
Kristian.
Kristian, nice.
I don't usually shake with my left hand, but you
yes,
you didn't
sorry.
have that hand. I didn't. I was it's an absolute mess. But
You're living here too?
no, I'm just passing through.
Okay.
So I travel to different cities in the world. So this was just the next place on my radar.
Okay.
So I'm here for the next 72 hours.
Okay.
Yes. So a temporary visit, but I'll most likely come back here. I'll be a recurring crossover character. in the
Where do you come from in England? London?
No, not London. No, have you heard of Manchester?
Okay.
Yeah, so like 2 hours away from Manchester. Why are you here though? Because if you're French.
I'm leaving.
Yeah, but what? Oh, you're working.
Yeah.
What do you do?
I'm working in a real estate company.
Real estate.
Yeah, kind of real estate. It's
What do you mean, kind of real estate?
It's last mile.
Are you a spy?
Like we are just renting warehouse to logistic company.
Okay. Is that as exciting as it sounds?
Yeah, I'm working in sustainability in this company. So it's nice.
But you get to live in Amsterdam though.
What?
You get to live in Amsterdam.
Yeah, I'm living here.
So
it's nice.
Better than, I assume you're from Paris.
Yeah, it's smaller and nicer.
Okay.
Just as you see when you move out, you need to walk with your stuff, but it's fine.
Yeah, why did you not get the public transport?
Oh, because I'm like 10 minutes.
Oh, you're living down that way?
Yeah. So.
Oh, okay. Well, this is perfect logistics.
Yes,
so we
it's
can
tiring.
we can walk together to your house,
Yeah.
then we can get some wine, and then you can tell me all about the history of Amsterdam.
I'm sorry, I really don't have the time today.
Sad.
I have a lot of things to do.
I believe you. I believe you.
And
But
you can believe me as I have everything on my hands.
and you've got everything. Well, listen, I hope you have a good day.
You too,
And
have
it
a
was
good
really
day.
good speaking with you.
Yes.
Bye. Yeah, so with that one there, it was an interesting one because you probably could hear from that conversation, I wasn't really getting that like fuck yes type of vibe, which is the sort of vibe that I'm looking for when I come out here. Like I'm really coming out here to find my women, meaning that when I go over to those women, they just light up, they want to know a lot about me. For me, the place that I've got to now, I'm operating in that place of abundance, so I can actually choose to be picky, right? So the way that I'm operating, my mindset is, okay, I'm gonna go over to these women to see if we can get along, right? To see if she's interesting enough to invite into my reality, because at this point in my life, my time is valuable. I don't really want to be wasting my time with these maybe girls. But I would say that for you, if you are a beginner with this and you have a conversation like that, I do think it's worth your time going for the close, because what you'll most likely find happen is you might get really good at opening and you get rid of that initial approach anxiety, but then your next problem is most likely going to be closing anxiety. So you know how to open, you know how to carry a conversation, but you're not going for the close. So I would recommend in your conversations, if you're completely new to this and you've not yet developed that abundance mentality where you can actually say no once you've opened, you can be like, you know what, you're a nice person, but I don't really feel as though we vibe. If you've not got to that point yet, and you've had a conversation like that, just go for the close anyway, all right? The more you open, the more you close. That's gonna help you get points on the board. It's gonna fill you with belief because, look, even though phone numbers don't really mean that much unless you've got that girl out on a date, it's still a vanity metric. It's still nice to have. It's still nice for the beginner mind to know that he's elevated to that next level.
I just got here yesterday night.
How old are you?
I'm about to turn 21, I'm 20.
Oh, congratulations.
How old are you?
27.
27.
Yes.
But you got a nice career.
Huh?
You're pretty handsome, so nice for 27.
Thank you.
Can I have your Instagram?
Yes.
You're pretty good at your job.
I try and practice what I preach. Yes, boys, so this is day number 2 in Lisbon. So we had a really productive day yesterday. The aim was to do 20 infield approaches in 3 hours, and we hit that. I think we did about 22 approaches in 3 hours, which is really good. But today I'm feeling a lot more low energy. I think that's something that needs to be taken into consideration when you are cold approaching and you are doing high numbers. You will feel it the next day, or certainly I'm feeling it right now. It's very much, it always feels like emotional gambling to me. So I woke up this morning and I felt so energetically hungover because I really gave everything to the filming session yesterday, and I really did throw myself into every single approach. I was playing to win rather than playing not to lose, and I was like treating yesterday as if it was like the last day ever on earth, and then for some unknown reason I was just going to perish. So I think that's a good mindset to have, like just going all in with your cold approach sessions. So what my plan is for today, I want to get another 20 filmed today in 3 hours. Now, because I am feeling more low energy, I think in my experience after coaching a lot of guys how to actually do this, like how to actually cold approach women who they find attractive, I've often found that guys will make an excuse depending on where their state is. So like if they're feeling low energy, they'll use that as a reason why they can't talk to anybody. But what I like to do is I actually like to lean in to whatever state I'm feeling. So for example, today, I feel more low energy. So I'm actually gonna optimize that low energy state, because when I feel more low energy, oftentimes my conversations feel more grounded, more seductive, and more relaxed. Like even the way that I'm talking to you on the camera right now, I feel a lot more present and a lot more grounded. I felt as though I had a lot of excitable energy inside of me yesterday, which is normal. It was like day one of a big filming session. But yeah, just keep that in mind. There is no ideal state when it comes to meeting people. I just like to do the best with whatever state that I've got. So yeah, I've not done any approaches today yet, so I'll find somebody who I like. I don't know how long it'll take to find somebody in this city, probably not long. And then yeah, just same thing, like just get stuck in, just get on with it. Yeah, it doesn't, I do my best to sort of separate actions from feelings. Oh, I might not be in the mood. Oh, I might be feeling more socially lethargic. Oh, I feel energetically hungover because I spoke to so many people yesterday. But rather than crying about it, rather than complain about it, rather than using it as a reason not to take action, I'm gonna act in spite of the way that I feel and optimize the state that I'm currently in. So yeah, we'll find the first one to do and then we'll take it from there. Excuse me, hi, do you speak English?
I'm American.
Oh yeah? Whereabouts?
Huh?
Whereabouts in America?
Texas.
Is that Austin, Dallas?
Dallas.
Yeah? You look really beautiful. I was like, you've got a very elegant walk. Nice.
It's because this is tight and I can't move my legs further.
It's what, it's tight?
Yeah.
Oh right, look, it didn't look tight. It was very flexible. What are you doing here?
I'm just on vacation.
Oh yeah? For how long?
Well, I'm in Lisbon until Sunday, then I'm going to Faro for a couple days. Then I'm going home after that.
Go to Faro. Faro's nice.
What are you doing here?
Well, it's part of my job.
What's your job?
So I run a coaching company.
Ooh,
so I
coaching
teach. I basically teach men how to speak to women. Yeah. That's what
You're
I do.
lying.
No, that's what I do.
That's funny. Not funny, that's a good living.
It's a great living. I like it. But yeah, I go to different parts of the world.
That's awesome. Where have you been?
I just come back from Thailand. Yeah.
My friend's going to Thailand on Wednesday.
Yeah? Which part?
I have no idea. But I'll get a million pictures sent to me and then I'll know then.
Alright, well whoever the friend is, tell them to avoid a place called Hua Hin. It's H-U-A. H-I-N. Hua Hin.
Wait. I'm actually going to tell them.
Okay.
Why do they need to avoid that? It's a man, so...
Oh, in that case, time to go there.
Sick.
Absolutely flooded with just prostitutes who just try and grab you.
God.
So like, it depends on what he's looking to get out of his trip.
I hope it's not that.
Well, Bangkok is really nice. Bangkok, Koh Samui, Koh Phangan, nice places.
Where are you going right now?
I need to go meet. I've got a meeting that I need to go to.
With a client?
Yeah, with a client, busy.
What's your name?
Have a guess. What do I
Have
look?
a guess?
Yeah, what do I look like?
Do a little spin?
A what?
Give me a spin.
I'm not spinning.
I'm not guessing.
Fine, my name's Kristian.
Tristan?
Kristian.
Kristen.
No, Kristian.
Christian.
Yeah.
Oh, Christian.
Kristian, yeah, with a K.
I'm with a K.
Oh, it's meant to be.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. So what are you doing now?
I'm going back to my hostel.
Oh, you're doing the hostel life?
Yes. I
Yeah.
need to make friends. It's fun.
Yeah?
I just got from Porto. I had so much fun in Porto. I just got here yesterday night.
How old are you?
I'm about to turn 21. I'm 20.
Oh, congratulations.
How old are you?
27.
27.
Yes.
But you got a nice career.
Huh?
You're pretty handsome, so nice for 27.
Thank you.
Can I have your Instagram?
Yes.
You're pretty good at your job.
I try and practice what I preach.
Oh wow.
Yeah. It's Kristian, so you can type my name. Kristian with a K, so KR. So it's Kristian Magician. That used to be my former job.
You were a magician?
Yes.
Like dead ass.
Yeah.
Do you have to do the trick?
That's for the second date. Second date.
Yeah.
Have you found me?
Huh?
Have you found me? Yeah.
Magician?
That's the one,
Is there
yeah.
videos of you doing tricks on?
Yeah, I think there's still some. There might be. I think
Are
there's
you
like.
talking to women?
Yeah. Bit of social proof. What are you gonna say?
I was gonna say I'm about to head back, but you can text me later.
I will message you. How long do you say you're here for?
Until Sunday.
What day is it today?
Today is
Friday. Oh, we've got some time. Okay. Enjoy your hostel life. Do your best making friends.
Okay.
Yeah?
Nice.
Alright. We good? Yeah. If not, it'll just be me, my voice, and just like some like massive fucking white blob. Oh, it's getting a little bit shady. Slim Shady.
No, you should be alright.
Yeah, good?
Yeah, okay.
Alright, cool. So yeah, that was the first approach that we've done today. So we went from me talking to the camera, being like, yeah, I'm low energy. That's the first girl that caught my attention today. And I'm actually really happy with how that conversation went. I think I was able to cultivate that low energy type of vibe that I was speaking to you boys about. Not being excitable, not being subservient. Like at one point she's like spin around. I'm like, I can't even be asked spinning around, to be honest. So I actually think that this is me at my best when I'm in this type of vibe, when I am more low energy. So it just reiterates the point that I was making to you. There is no ideal state. I used to think that the best state was when I was feeling really social. Like, oh, I feel so gregarious, I can't wait to talk to people. I actually feel as though I have my best conversations when I am more low energy because I'm more grounded, I'm more seductive. So yeah, I mean, in terms of actually tapping into that state, the way I've tapped into it is by doing a shit ton of volume yesterday. Yeah, I basically fatigued myself emotionally, woke up this morning, wasn't really in the mood to talk to people, but I was like, come on Kristian, we've been in this position so many times before, we know that we just have to own whatever state that we're in. So yeah, if you are more of a low energy guy, I actually think you've got an advantage when it comes to call approach, because if you can learn to lean in to your natural energy, which is more low energy, most of the guys who I work with are low energy anyway, like more introverted, serious, logical thinkers. I do actually think you've got an advantage when it comes to cold approach, because you'll find, unlike how I used to be when I first started, your conversations will feel more seductive and more grounded, and I think that's a superpower. So yeah, hopefully that first conversation demonstrated what I'm talking about. Lean into the energy.
I would say the thing that really drew me to wanting to work with Kristian was his banter. His banter with the girls. I want to see the coach actually doing it for real. Not just a coach sitting in a room talking about it. I actually want to see them actually approach girls and get numbers and stuff. But I'd say the banter, definitely. It's just better than any other coach I've seen, to be honest with you.
I actually think this is going to be the most valuable video that I've ever made. So I'm gonna make this live stream, and it's gonna be a complete step-by-step guide to show you how even the most socially anxious of guys can quickly overcome their social anxiety, live a life free from bullshit. And I do believe this is at the heart of everything. Like, my mantra is freedom from bullshit. And I think when we're able to tap into this freedom from bullshit frequency, to do what we want, when we want, with who we want, to be able to live life on our terms, to be able to go after the things that we want rather than settling for the things we think we can get, I think this is what creates a truly remarkable life. And people oftentimes talk about the Matrix. Oh, the Matrix is coming to get me. For me, the real Matrix is inside our minds, right? Like, as a man thinketh, so is he. Perception is very much reality, and internal state equals external reality. So if you've got no idea who I am, my name's Kristian. I used to be a porn addict who had erectile dysfunction. I used to suck, like severely suck socially. I used to break out into these sweating fits at school whenever I got put on the spot to answer questions. I hated my life. I hated the person that I'd become. I was living in this grotty apartment in central Leeds. I had £24.82 a universal credit. That was me about 4 years ago. And now I'm traveling the world and I'm teaching high achievers how they can also live a life free from bullshit, so they can get more girls, make more money, and ultimately live in a place of self-adoration rather than self-deprecation. So yeah, I'm 27 years old. I probably know nothing, but this is just my attempt to learn out loud and hopefully inspire you along the way as well. So yeah, what we're going to do today, boys, is we're just going to create a truly unfiltered, no bullshit live demonstration on how how I'm going to overcome social anxiety to get myself into this freedom from bullshit frequency. And yeah, I'm just going to take you along for the journey. And I think it's just going to be cool. So this is like, because this is probably like where you're starting off right now. Like you're probably in your home right now and like the world seems really scary. You might want to approach girls. You might want to go for a promotion. You might want to make a new social connection, but you're thinking too many steps ahead. You're experiencing failure in advance and you never get anything done. So we're going to go from the home outside. We're gonna do demonstrations and it's like you can follow along with me. Like you can literally do the steps that I do in this video to annihilate your social anxiety. The first thing I want to say before we go outside is you don't have social anxiety, right? Social anxiety is not real. You simply lack practice. That's it. Right? Anxiety is not an illness, it's an emotion. And like all emotions, it can be channeled, it can be improved upon, and it can be eventually internalized so it's not an issue anymore. I think exposure therapy is the best way forward. So yeah, boys, we're gonna go outside because I refuse to be another one of those talking head videos who just stays at home. Like, oh, I'll show you how to overcome your social anxiety. It's like, shut the fuck up, you knob. You're not even doing anything. You're just staying in your mum's basement telling me how to be confident. It's like, dude, you don't even butter your own bread. Shut the fuck up. So anyway, I'm gonna stick on this bucket hat because it makes me look even more like a knob. And that's essentially the purpose of this video. It's just giving yourself permission to look like a bit of a knob in public. Yeah, giving yourself permission to suck, inviting the social spotlight onto yourself. Oh, people are looking at me. People might think I'm weird. People might think I look like a knob. Who gives a flying fuck? The reason why you've got this social anxiety is because your ego's too big, right? You're just being a pussy. You care too much about the opinion of strangers. In 100 years, none of this is going to matter. It's all going to be space, dust and ashes. So while we're here, let's live fast, let's enjoy ourselves, and let's live a life that we're actually proud of. So right, I need to make sure I've got the key. Right, come on. Let's go. So, yeah, this is like just raw authenticity. I think this is actually as raw as it gets. Oh my God, look at this. We're passing the threshold. You won't see this on YouTube most days. Look, that's we leave. Oh my God. We've actually left. This is actually the first step. Is just to get outside, right? Get outside, leave your house. So it's very echoey in here. Never be at home, okay? That's like the first piece of advice. If you're someone who considers themselves as a socially anxious misfit right now, you're probably spending too much time on your own, and you're probably spending too much time inside your house. So the first thing you want to do is just get outside, right? Get outside, remind ourselves the world's a big place. You're never going to meet anybody. You're never going to overcome social anxiety if you just stay inside all day. So we're just going to get outside. Look, it's a nice day out here. Hi. And oh my God, look at this, we're outside. Okay, so that's step one. Step one is to leave your house and come outside. What a beautiful day in Bangkok. I've got a bucket hat on my head. I look like a knob. Actually, to be fair, the outfit is actually looking pretty tidy today, if I do say so myself. Let me know in the comments what you think about the elephant drip. So, once you've come outside, what I would really love you to do, I know not everyone's going to do this, but if you do actually want to overcome social anxiety, then you're going to have to do everything that I say in this video. I mean, look, this is how I, and not how to, but as someone who used to be a snivelling social mess, you know, I've been at this social game for like 14 years. At 13 years old, I made the decision to become a magician, take a sledgehammer to my social anxiety. So I do actually know what I'm talking about when it comes to this shit, but I appreciate we're all operating on our own timeline. That's another thing you can do as well. As soon as you come outside, just force yourself to say hello to the first person that you see. That's going to get you out your head, into the moment. Oh look, that's nice. And you don't need to expect anything from the world either. It's like you're just putting invitations out there. Hi, how are you? How's your day going? That's nice. Return back to source, which is me enjoying myself, you know, enjoying the day. So anyway, yeah, come outside and then record yourself. Actually record yourself outside in public. If you can do these things, right? Leave your house, say hello to somebody, like say hello to the first person that you see,
and then get your phone out your pocket, right, and then just start recording yourself, because what this is going to do is it's going to get you used to being seen, right? This is an exercise that I get my guys to do inside my private network, the Entourage. So if you don't know what the Entourage is, it's my global network for radically ambitious guys who want to connect with me on a personal level, who want to conquer the world with me, who want to work with me personally and just explode their entire lives. Yeah, just live that freedom from bullshit life of excellence. If you really want to hit that upper echelon, then good fucking luck trying to do it all on your own. You ain't gonna do it all on your own. You're wasting your time. You need to be surrounded by winners. Yeah, if you want to win, you surround yourself with winners. You probably heard you're the average of the 5 people you spend the most time with. So if all the people you're spending time with at the moment are socially anxious misfits, losers, who are on the fucking dole, getting pissed every Saturday night because they've got nothing to look forward to, guess how you're gonna end up? Yeah, the guys who I'm connected with, we're dominating the world. Why? Because we're all connected with each other, we're all pushing each other. You've got that masculine support network. There's no time to be a pussy when you're with me. There's no time for that shit. I don't give a fuck who you've been in a previous life. I don't give a fuck what your childhood was like. I don't give a fuck if you got bullied at school. Let's stop ruminating on the past. Let's focus on who we actually want to become. Yeah, like that's what therapy's for. Therapy's about talking about the past. Oh, keep talking about your problems so you have to pay me more money. Coaching is focused on the future. And that's what we need to be focused on. Fuck who you've been, let's focus on who you want to become. So yeah, step by step, leave your house, come outside, say hello to somebody, and then start recording yourself in public, right? If you've done those things, then you will start to feel more socially free. You'll start to feel more on this freedom from bullshit frequency. A friend of mine, Joseph, who is a member of the Entourage, he made a video recently where he recorded himself inside of a supermarket, and he was just walking around the supermarket. He was recording himself in the supermarket. He was just taking the piss out of life. And he was saying to us, like, it felt as though he'd already done 5 or 6 approaches just by recording himself. I do think this is a cheat code. If you want to be able to go out there, approach people, make things happen, then it's about breaking the ice with yourself first. Yeah, seducing yourself, seducing the world, and then when we said before, internal state equals external reality, that's what it's about. It's like you come outside, talk to a couple of people, record yourself in public, stick a bucket out on your head, give yourself permission to look like a knob, and then it's cool. And I guarantee just by doing this, you're going to start to feel a lot more socially free. So, yeah, what we're going to do now is let's go ask somebody for something. So a really great exercise that you can do next is have the intention of getting rejected, right? Just find somebody and then try and get a no ASAP. So just ask somebody like a ludicrous question. So let's go and ask somebody, oh, where can I find an inflatable unicorn? And just give yourself permission to just look like a knob, right? And let's just do that. Oh yeah. Do you know where I can find an inflatable unicorn? Unicorn. Yeah, unicorn. Yeah, like an inflatable one, like inflatable unicorn. Nah. I don't know. You don't know? Oh, okay. All right. Have a good day. Yeah, just like that. Excuse me. Oh yeah. Where can I find an inflatable unicorn? I mean, who the fuck knows where we can find an inflatable unicorn? But you know what? We might actually find an inflatable unicorn. But do you see why I'm doing this? Like, understand the point of why I'm doing this. I'm doing it because I just want to break the social ice with myself. Yeah, like I'm asking the question, hi, do you know where I can find an inflatable unicorn? No? No? Okay. They don't know either. And look, just by doing this, because remember, the purpose of this is simply to just get rejected. To give yourself permission to look like a bit of a knob in public. It's okay. Hello, do you know where I can find an inflatable unicorn? Inflatable unicorn? No? Okay. Just like that. Like, if you can do these things, you know, you can come outside. I have another one of my Entourage members. He's called Mark. You probably watch videos that I've made with Mark. Just type in Kristian Kasanova Mark and you'll be able to see our videos. he just walks up to people and he's like, hi, can I have a conversation? Most people are going to say no to that, right? Most people are going to be like, no, you can't have a conversation, I'm busy. But when you've made peace with the worst case scenario, right? When you've made peace with, oh, people are going to say no, you quickly realize that rejection is not going to ruin you. And if you can actively dive bomb into discomfort, meaning you actually go out with the mindset of getting rejected as quickly as possible, then, alright, do you know where I can find an inflatable unicorn? No? Okay. She didn't know where I could find an inflatable unicorn either. And like, look, dude, it's literally just that, right? Everything's forgettable. Nothing matters in the most liberating way possible. And once you've made peace with that worst case scenario, you realize that, oh, hello. You realize that, oh, okay, it's actually not as bad as I thought it would be. Like, getting rejected by strangers is actually quite therapeutic. And it holds a magnifying glass up to your own bullshit, right? It holds a magnifying glass up to things that, yeah, right, the next thing we're gonna do, let's just put the camera here, and cool. We're just gonna do 10 of these and what this is doing is it's inviting the spotlight onto us, yeah? If you can just come outside, talk to a few people, never be at home, do some push-ups in public. I don't know how many we've done. Let's just keep going for a little bit longer, just to show you boys that I actually practice what I preach. Like, I'm not just another one of those talking head, quote-unquote gurus who tells you, oh, you know, don't worry what people think of you, it's okay. But like, they're just in the grandma's basement and they don't actually do anything. So I've literally provided you with here, hello, I've literally provided you here a step-by-step walkthrough guide, live, in real time, of how you can actually overcome your social anxiety. Like, I don't think it gets any more authentic than that. Like, you've seen me go from the home, yeah, we've gone from the home, outside, said hello to some people, recorded ourselves in public, started conversations with strangers with the intention of getting rejected, and then we've done some push-ups in public. And dude, after doing this sequence of social activities, after stacking these wins, my aura is now off the scale. Yeah, we talk a lot about aura on this channel. Aura is how compelling we feel in the current moment. Yeah, the way that you make approaching girls feel as effortless as drinking water, the way that you dominate reality, the way that you conquer every kingdom that you visit is by operating from this place of wholeness rather than from this place of lack, right? It's stacking these wins. Like, when I first started making this video, however long it was, dude, I wasn't really in the mood to do any of the things that I've done. Yeah, you don't just get to this Shangri-La state where all of a sudden everything's perfect. It's like every day is like a blank canvas where you just need to break the ice with yourself again. You need to stop being bombarded by your own BS. Stop being attacked by the avalanche anxiety. Oh, yeah, I'll dedicate this to Joseph. Let's go in a supermarket to finish off. Hello. There you go, Joseph. Shout out to you, bro. You've definitely inspired this video. But yeah, just being like, dude, I think being able to come inside a supermarket, like a closed environment, record yourself in public whilst you're in a supermarket, that's gonna intensify the social spotlight that you feel. Yeah, and just marinate in it. Like, you don't even need to talk to the camera at first. You could just get your phone out and just start recording yourself as you're browsing the goods. And then it's just like exposure therapy. Yeah, just aiming to do something that scares you every single day. That might be walking into a supermarket, recording yourself, and then just saying hello to somebody. Or it might just be recording yourself in public and not coming into a supermarket. It might be going over to somebody and saying, hi, do you have, you know, where we can find inflatable unicorns? Just something that you wouldn't usually do, yeah? Because if you are, that's this lady. Excuse me, hi. Do you sell inflatable unicorns? Unicorns? Like a inflatable unicorn? No? Oh, okay. No problem, thank you. Bye. They don't sell inflatable unicorns either. But like, look, dude, I would say the version of me at 13 years old, I would have never been able to do any of these things. And look, there are going to be people who come across this video and they just don't understand it. Or maybe they do understand it. Like maybe they do understand the point of it, but they'll say, oh, this is so cringe. Oh, what are you doing? And really, all that translates into is, I'm scared of doing this. Because the point of these activities is not the exercises themselves. It's what the exercises represent. It's your ability to just do what you want rather than settling for what you think you should do. Because I think within all of us, there is this conflict. There is a conflict between the person we think we should be, the person who we want to be, and the person who we've always been. Yeah, that version of you who you've always been, nothing will change if nothing changes. So if you do actually want to live a life free from bullshit, if you do actually want to explode your dating life, explode your income, and live a life that 99.9% of people are never going to live, then I believe you need to metaphorically crucify this current version of yourself and elevate to a version of yourself who can do these things, okay? Because if you always do what you've always done, you'll always get what you've always got. And I'm a living, breathing example of what happens when you take radical action every single day over a 14-year time horizon. I've been at this shit for 14 years. The people who I went to school with, I would be unrecognizable to those people. I was a kid who just walked around on his own at the playground. I had no friends. I had no romantic interests. I was a loser for the majority of my life. You can go back to the oldest videos on this channel. You can see me 4 years ago. You can literally see the person who I was becoming the person who I am today. Like, it's all documented. And that's why that there's nothing anybody can say to me which is going to dilute my credibility. It's like, oh, Kristian, you're full of shit, you're fake, you're whatever, you're a charlatan, you don't get it's like, dude, it's undeniable how fucking good I am at what I do. You can go onto my Instagram page at Kasanova Dating. You can see all of the testimonials. You can listen to all of the people whose lives I've actually changed. Like, I'm not fucking around with this shit. Like, this is what I do. Like, this is what I live and breathe for. Right? It's like, this is my true calling. This is my true passion. People talk about the meaning of life. Yeah, for me, the meaning of life is a fulfillment of a promise. I believe I was put on this earth for a reason. I believe I'm special. I believe that I made a promise with God before I entered this world, that I would inspire a generation of men to live a life free from bullshit. Like, that's what I'm about. That's what I do with this shit. And I really do hope that this demonstration and all of the videos that I create, I really hope that it inspires you to just get out there, to just go after it. I feel as though there's just so much nonsense on the internet these days. There's so many people who don't know what they're talking about. It's like the blind leading the blind. If you look at all the content produced by the red pill community, the manosphere, dude, it's all just talking head commentators. How to approach girls, how to create attraction, how to become confident. Every single video is made in a bedroom, in the comfort of their home. You should not be taking advice from people who don't have evidence of what they're actually doing, right? Evidence has got the loudest voice. So this entire demonstration has been put together spontaneously to just give you a living, breathing example of what happens when you actually take massive action. Yeah, this is a step-by-step walkthrough guide, completely unedited, completely no BS. We start off in the house. I'll just give you the practical blueprint one more time. Leave the house, say hello to the first person that you see, record yourself in public, get rejected as early as possible, do some push-ups in public, and then why not finish off in a supermarket by asking people where you can find an inflatable unicorn. And the final thing that I'll say, everyone's already forgotten it. Like, everyone is too wrapped up in their own lives to give a flying fuck about what you're doing, right? The world is motivated by self-interest. We all just want the best deal for ourselves. You don't matter, right? You don't matter as much as you think you matter. Like, no one gives a fuck about you as much as you need to give a fuck about you, right? Liberated nihilism. Yeah, the understanding that nothing matters in the most liberating way possible. So whilst we're here, let's not be another one of the mindless masses who sleepwalks his way through life and wakes up when his best years are behind him. So yeah, listen, if you've enjoyed this, if you've appreciated the content, drop this live stream a like. Yeah, drop this live stream a like to show your appreciation. Find me someone else who's doing what I'm doing to the level that I'm doing at. Like, I'm out here in the field, leading by example. Yes, Kasanovians. So I wasn't actually in the mood to do this live stream, and I thought that's the perfect reason why I should do it, because I feel as though my current state, so the way that I'm currently feeling, is a relatable feeling to you, because inevitably when you start your whole cold approach odyssey, you're gonna have days where you're just not in the mood to talk to anybody. I get this a lot with the guys who I'm working with. So traditionally, the guys who I work with, they're more of a low energy type of guy. Yeah, they work busy jobs, they have stressful lifestyles. The last thing that they usually want to do after a busy day at the office is come outside and talk to people. And it was good for me today because I was working, I was at my desk, I was there for about 3.5 hours, I was writing emails, I was planning future videos, I was responding to clients and emails and looking over Entourage application forms. It was very mind heavy work. And I noticed in myself, I hit the point about the 3-hour mark where I felt detached from myself. I didn't feel properly connected to the world. I almost started to feel a bit numb. And that's when I know I need to get outside, or at least I need to do something different. Yeah, a change of behavior equates to a change of mind. Yeah, so I was like, okay, I could do another 2 hours of work, but I've got a date lined up for tonight. I want to be feeling social. I want to feel connected to my most authentic self. So I'm just going to walk you through in this video how I get myself into the zone and what I would advise that you do if you're not feeling social at the moment, but you want to be social, you want to go out there, you want to meet people, but your mind is getting in the way at the moment. So honestly, dude, the best thing I can give you is do exactly what I'm doing right now. Just force yourself to come outside 10 minutes. You don't need to do any longer than that, and just record yourself in public, walking down a street. People are going to look at you. That's great, because it's getting you used to being seen. Yeah, that's called the spotlight effect. If people are looking at you, people are thinking, what's this guy doing? Is he famous? Why is he recording himself? And then you're training yourself to not avoid the spotlight, but embrace the spotlight. And that's gonna make you feel more socially free. Because it's like, oh, I feel like an active player rather than a static spectator. And it's like a cold, hard slap in the face as well. Because if your behaviors don't change, then your mindset won't change. So get outside, record yourself in public. It may feel violently uncomfortable if you're somebody who spends a lot of time at home, but that's the other thing that I would suggest for you as well. We've got a mantra on this channel, which is never be at home. I find that with a lot of the high achievers that I work with, many of them can do their job. Like their home also functions as their office. So oftentimes they've got no reason to actually leave their house. But you're not going to meet those wife-worthy women by staying at home all the time. And obviously, that mantra is deliberately hyperbolic. Obviously, we need to be at home for the important things, like watching Kristian Kasanova videos, watching Antique Roadshow, making love. Like, obviously, we need to be at home for those things. But the more time you spend outside, the more you're giving yourself opportunities to act on opportunities. So, yeah, never be at home. Come outside. Record yourself in public, and then once you've started to get your vocal cords firing by warming up on yourself first, you will start to feel you'll have broken the seal with yourself, like broken the social seal with yourself, and it'll be like, oh, I'm starting to feel it more now. I'm starting to get that social flow state, and then you don't want to think too many steps ahead. Now that you're starting to feel social, the best advice that I can give you is, okay, let's just do one approach, okay? So you've come outside, you've warmed up on yourself, you're starting to feel less in your head, more in your body. Now your vocal cords are firing, so you've verbally lubricated yourself, right? So now you can actually talk to people. It's going to feel a lot more effortless. Just do one direct call approach. And it doesn't even need to be anything heavy either. Like, there could just be a woman who's walking past you on the street. Just say, hi, you look amazing, have a good day. She doesn't even need to respond to you. She doesn't even need to acknowledge your presence fully. It's just forcing yourself to take that next difficult action. I think when it comes to call approach, guys try and do too much too soon. If you're feeling really socially resistant right now, and the thought of going over to a gobsmackingly gorgeous girl paralyzes you with fear, it's probably because you're putting too much pressure on yourself to be perfect, and you're thinking too many steps ahead. Oh, I need to approach, I need to get her to stop, I need to carry a 10-minute conversation, I need to build bulletproof investment, and then that's castrating you of your confidence, and you fail before you've even started. So just focus on doing one, yeah? Just focus on the open. Just focus on those first few seconds where you just, hello, you look lovely. There you go, just like that. I don't know if you saw her. She actually did look lovely, to be fair. Just like that. Like, all you need to do is exactly what I've just done there. Like, girl just zips past you, she's coming towards you. Just be like, hi, you look lovely, have a good day. Doesn't even matter if she doesn't speak English. Actually, she was super receptive. She was fit as well. But that's just a gift from God right there, right? God is watching me right now, and he's like, right, Kristian, you weren't feeling that social today, so come outside, practice what you preach. Get your vocal cords firing, record yourself in public, speak to the Casanovians, deliver optimism through the camera, and then just do one. Boys, I really just want you to do exactly what I've done there. Like, just do one. Just do one direct approach, right? You're not feeling social right now. The last thing you want to do is speak to women. That's okay, but nothing changes if nothing changes. Force yourself to come outside, record yourself in public, and then the first woman, right? The first woman who walks past you, just say you look amazing. That's all you need to do. You don't need to stop her. You don't need to have a poetic masterpiece. All you need to do is just say, excuse me, you look amazing. Have a smile on your face as well, so you're not coming across as a serial killer. Dude, that's all you need to do. And I promise you, after doing that, you'll start to develop belief, right? Because belief follows action. Belief follows action. You can't think your way into solving problems. It has to be penetrated through radical action, right? It's the avoidance that amplifies your anxiety. action alleviates it. And the really cool thing about this as well, change happens fast, right? Change happens so fast. You could have told yourself so many bullshit stories your entire life that, oh, I can't approach girls because I'm short, because I'm bald, because of my race, because of my childhood. And then you do one great approach, right? You do one great approach, everything changes. You only ever need one great approach for the whole game to change. One great approach. That's all it takes. So if you can come outside, force yourself to record yourself in public, give a compliment to the first woman who you've seen, and then celebrate that victory. And I would love as well if you just leave a comment below when you've actually gone out and done this, right? That's some accountability for yourself, right? Go outside, do the exercise that I've just displayed in this video. Walk outside, record yourself in public, start talking loud, and then the first person that you see, just say hi, excuse me, you look amazing, have a good day, and then you'll start to feel social. The final thing that I'll say to you, because I think this is actually an important point, is some days it's actually not conducive to do any cold approaching, right? I'm not one of those mind-dead morons who's like, oh, just take action regardless of the way that you feel. Like, some days you're just not in the mood to do it. You might have just got some really bad news, right? You might be going through some personal shit at the moment. You actually might be feeling super depressed. And for you, just putting yourself through the social fire and doing cold approaching, that's probably the last thing that you actually need to do. Instead, what would most likely be effective for you is just doing an alternative activity that makes you feel good. Yeah, like I find that the more fulfilled that we feel throughout our daily life, the easier cold approach becomes. Like, cold approach really, it just is an extension of who we are as a person. It's when I'm winning in life, I win with cold approach. So if you're in a bit of a shit headspace at the moment, cold approach might not actually be the thing you need to do right now. Maybe you should go to the gym. Maybe you should just come out on a walk. Maybe you should phone a friend, like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Maybe you should just phone a friend to get some healthy social interactivity. Maybe you should do some sprints up a hill. Maybe you should get a cold shower. The point I'm making is, if nothing changes, nothing changes. And there's usually one thing that you can do. One thing that you can do to snap you out of your current mental lethargy. Sometimes it's not cold approach. Like, I don't think cold approach should be used as the answer to everything. It's like, oh, I'm not feeling too good right now. I just got some bad news. Maybe you just need to meditate for 10 minutes. Maybe you need to go on a walk, get a cold shower. Just doing one thing. Yeah, like I don't know you personally, so I can't prescribe you a individually tailored remedy, but I don't want you to think that it has to be, oh, do it even when I'm really not in the mood to do it. Usually there's something else you can do before you do the cold approach, and then that'll make it a lot better. Does that make sense? I hope it makes sense. That's not me giving you license to be lazy. It's giving you permission to be a critical thinker and be like, right, what do I need right now? What does the moment want? What's the best thing that I could do to get me to the place that I want to be? Because this is the final thing that I'll say. Usually, there is this gap. There is a gap between our current state and our desired states, right? So, example, if you're feeling really hungry right now, your current state is hunger. Your desired state is satiated. In order to bridge that gap, you need to eat something. The same way that if you feel socially lethargic right now and you want to feel socially electric, to bridge that gap, you do what I've outlined in this video. You come outside, you record yourself in public, you give one beautiful woman a direct compliment as you're walking past her, and then life is good, right? It's like cause and effect. Take the action that you need to take. Not the action what someone else has told you that you need to take, but the action that you need to take. So yeah, I would love you to try this exercise for yourself. I've demonstrated it with just an iPhone and a mouth and a big set of balls. All right, so yeah, none of this happens by luck, it happens by design. Don't be another one of those mind-dead morons who sleepwalks his way through life and wakes up when his best years behind him. So yeah, if you're new to the channel, my name's Kristian and I travel the world coaching high-achieving, busy city workers how I bring beautiful women into their lives through my no bullshit coaching program. I am the best in the world at what I do and I've got the best client results in the industry. You can see those for yourself on my Instagram page at Kasanova Dating. My program is really fucking expensive and I don't expect you to join it. It really is just for that 1% of my audience who resonate with me, they like what I do, and they're just ready to explode their lives. Yeah, they're ready to crush it, they're ready to dominate, they're ready to just leave everybody else behind. So if that's you, if you feel as though you've got value to give, and you feel as though you're the right fit to join us, then there's an application form, link below, that'll take you to my website. Fill out an application form, it only takes a couple of minutes. Set that intention out there into the universe. Just by filling out that application form, you're telling the world what you want. Yeah, you're telling the world, right, I'm serious about undergoing this process of personal renaissance. I'm serious about becoming the version of me that I want to be, rather than settling for the version of me I've always been. So yeah, if that's you, fill out an application form. For the rest of yous, you can download my free courses. So all my courses are free. I give away information and I charge for implementation. The reason why I get the best results in the industry is because I am the best at what I do. And because unlike most of these mind-dead morons, I actually practice what I preach. I live and breathe this shit. You can't fake this. You can tell it from the way that I deliver myself, the way that I show up every single day on these live streams. The goal is simple, to change your fucking life more than you ever thought possible. You're not gonna be able to do it all on your own. I've not been able to do it on my own. I've had coaches, mentors, networks, masterminds. I've invested tens of thousands of dollars into my own personal education. So you're gonna have to take these actions anyway. You might as well do it with people who are gonna get you there faster and save yourself years of wasted time and missed opportunities. But look, it's your life, do what you wanna do.
Will you marry me?
She said yes!
What do you think I'm called, by the way? If you get it right, I'll give you a bag of cocaine.
4, 5, any more? Should we do 10? 6.
I'm like in the look, I've even got like some kind of egg stain.
That was like jizz. It's like someone's just jizzed all over your pants. It's probably the last victim you smothered.
It could have been.
I used to care too much about what other people thought of me. I'd care too much about being liked by women. I'd care too much about getting the approval of strangers. I'd care too much about getting the respect of other men. And for years, this kept me stuck in a cycle of self-limiting beliefs and negative thought patterns. And you're probably in a similar position right now where you just care too much about what other people think of you, and it's draining you of your confidence. So in this video, I'm going to share the 4 principles which have allowed me to break free from my own bullshit and develop a ZFG, or zero fucks given, mentality. 1. Become high frequency. When I first wake up in the morning, my internal dialogue is usually negative. And I think this is true for most people because when we first wake up in the morning, our brains are depleted of oxygen. Now in the past, whenever I woke up in this suboptimal state, I would grab my phone, I'd scroll social media, usually I'd come across a piece of negative news, get depressed, feel sorry for myself, and then probably wank myself off into a sock. And then this would put me into a reactive, low frequency state where I was then even more susceptible to those self-limiting beliefs and negative thought patterns. So now what I like to do when I first wake up in the morning is, rather than submerging in hedonistic escapism, I will engage in intense physical exercise. Starting my day in this way floods my internal system with those feel-good endorphins and immediately propels me into a high frequency state. Out here in Bangkok, I'll usually do 90 minutes of brutal Muay Thai training, or if I don't have class that day, I'll go to the gym, I'll lift some heavy weights, or I'll go to a nearby park and just do some sprints. If I haven't done any intense physical activity that day, I can feel it mentally. I can feel myself giving more of a fuck about trivial things which I would be able to laugh off and brush aside if I was in a high frequency state. And even if, like the majority of my clients, you are a busy professional who doesn't have the time to engage in intense physical exercise at the start of your day, then super easy. When you first wake up in the morning, jump out of bed. Don't be doing any of that scrolling bollocks, like going on social media, getting flooded with the airbrushed images and the filtered facades. Get out of bed. Ideally put your phone in another room so you're not tempted to just start doom scrolling. Do 50 push-ups. You don't have to do them all together, but 50 push-ups, maybe you do them in like 2 sets of 25, and then immediately get a cold shower. This is gonna put you into that high frequency state. 2, social bungee jumping. Understand, anxiety is simply a measure of fucks given. Whenever I'm working with my guys one-on-one and I'm helping them get better at attracting women, what I often find is their personal problems will manifest themselves into dating problems. Many of the guys who I work with are chronic overthinkers who work cognitive jobs in high pressure environments. So when it comes to meeting women, they will oftentimes think too many steps ahead. Not only will they give too many fucks about being rejected and losing value in the eyes of the feminine, but they will also give too many fucks about what other people might think of them if they see them getting rejected. And all of this overthinking means they get stuck in this analysis paralysis. So the way that I help them break free from these self-limiting thought patterns, and something which I've done for myself, is doing what I call social bungee jumping. This means deliberately putting ourselves into social situations which make us feel momentarily uncomfortable in order to trigger massive personal growth.
Thank you. Yes, boys. So, wasn't that much activity going on outside. It was pretty quiet, so I thought I'm gonna bypass my own bullshit and come inside instead. So yeah, you can see it's relatively busy. I could have pussied out and just like sat outside, but I thought, you know what, I'm gonna push myself because that's what I want you to do as well. So yeah, just find somewhere busy. If you do want to push yourself, then why not put yourself inside the actual cafe and just see how long you can actually marinate in here for. And you'll find that, I think it was Alfred Hitchcock who said there's no terror in the bang, only in the anticipation of it. Yeah, we suffer more in imagination than in reality. And you can see, like inside, like there's like a 12-year-old boy inside of me who's absolutely bricking it and who just wants me to get outside, retreat. But the longer you can actually train yourself to just marinate in here, realize that no one really cares about what you're doing. Like there's not even any music playing right now in the cafe, so really my voice is being projected a lot more. But yeah, if you can just train yourself to stay in there, like whether it's staying in the conversation, staying in the environment, staying in the situation, just 30 seconds more than you feel comfortable, it's not going to be an issue anymore.
Now, if recording yourself in a cafe feels like too much for you right now, then you can just record yourself in public outside, just like a 30-second video. I've been doing these like live streams since the start of this year in different cities across the world. It's an exercise that I get my guys inside of our private community, the Entourage, to do. So we've got guys situated in cities all across the world, and before they go out to do some hashtag call approaching, they'll just send a video of themselves outside in public, just to get them in that socially lubricated, zero fucks given mentality. 3, detach through osmosis. The reason why I'm becoming a proficient Muay Thai fighter is because I train at least 4 times a week with professional Muay Thai fighters. Similarly, one of our Entourage members, Joseph, was living in Salvador de Bahia, Brazil last year, and whilst he was in Salvador, Joseph got into the best physical condition of his life. The reason for this was the accountability which was attached to his environment. He explained to us that in Salvador, all the guys at the beach were in elite physical condition. Even guys in their 60s were absolutely shredded, and because he was surrounded by savages, it forced him to push harder and level up his game. Understand, proximity is power, and we become what we surround ourselves with. The same is true if you want to start giving less of a fuck. Spend time around people whose approach to life you want to emulate and allow their approach to life to rub off on you. I remember one of our guys in the entourage who I worked with in Krakow last year, we'll call him Simon. At the time of us working together, Simon was 50 years old. He'd never had a serious relationship in his life, and he was terrified of talking to women. Before we started working together, Simon gave a lot of fucks. Simon gave a lot of fucks about getting the approval of women. He gave a lot of fucks about getting the validation of strangers. And he was at a point in his life where he was worried that it was going to be too late to change. But within a week of us working together, Simon went back home. He approached a 25-year-old woman. They instantly hit it off, and the two of them are still together. Like, she is now his girlfriend. Simon didn't get this result because of the technicalities that I taught him. Like, sure, those helped to a degree, but Simon's success was more down to the new way of being that he learned through being associated with me. The time that we spent together in Krakow opened his eyes to a new way of being. Every day that he spent with me, he could see how socially liberated I was. He could see how little of a fuck I actually gave. And this then gave him the permission to act in a way he's always wanted to act, but had been too scared to try. He actually told us at our most recent entourage group coaching call that he had a conversation with his girlfriend, and he was like, what was it about me that got you attracted in the first place? And she said to him, and this is a direct quote from her, she said to Simon, when you approached me, you just gave off big dick energy. In other words, he just no longer gave a fuck. He approached her with full conviction, playing to win rather than playing not to lose. After working with me, he adopted this devil-may-care attitude. He realized that he wasn't getting any younger. He was pissed off at the fact that he'd wasted so many years stuck in that analysis paralysis. So when he saw her, he was like, fuck it. What have I got to lose? ZFG mindset. And in that single approach, 50 years of dating problems disappeared in an instant. And this is why when guys work with me, they get the results that they do. It's because my ZFG approach to life rubs off on them. Like, the way I show up in life gives them permission to show up as their most authentic selves. And then this sense of permission is then intensified when they get connected with other like-minded action takers in our private WhatsApp community who refuse to settle for a life of mediocrity and are pushing every single day to become all they can be. And finally, liberated nihilism. I believe we are spiritual beings enjoying a human experience. I think it's so easy to get caught up in the daily grind that we forget our human existence on this earth does have an expiry date attached to it. The quote which really brought this home to me was the following passage from Shakespeare's Macbeth. Life's but a walking shadow, a poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage and then is heard no more. It's a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. As soon as I read this quote, I became obsessed with the philosophy which I termed liberated nihilism. I was like, whoa, nothing matters in the most liberating way possible. Like, we get an hour upon this stage. So rather than strutting and fretting our time away, getting carried away in the cascade of catastrophes, why not live life? Like, truly live life to full capacity. I don't know about you, but I refuse to get to the end of my life saddled with regret, thinking I could have done more, thinking I wish I hadn't have played it so safe, thinking I wish I'd have put myself out there more, took more bold risk. I wish I hadn't have paid so much attention to the opinion of random strangers. As Marcus Aurelius once wrote, it is not death that a man should fear, but rather he should fear never beginning to live. When you embrace death, you learn to live. You let go of the meaningless, you let go of the fear, you start to truly enjoy life because you realize you never get the same moment twice. So live authentically, love ferociously, make mistakes, give yourself permission to suck at new things, pause, Take a breath, be grateful for what you've got, speak without shame, experiment without ego, and for fuck's sake, do not die with your music still inside of you. 4 years ago, I was a porn addict who had erectile dysfunction. I was living in a grotty apartment in central Leeds, working a dead-end job for minimum wage. And I hit a point in mid-2020 where I was disgusted with myself. I was disgusted with the life I was living, the money I was making, and the man who I'd become. So I embarked on a process of what I call personal renaissance. I committed to doing whatever it took to turn my life around. And fast forward to today, my life's a lot different. I've become a more abundant, attractive, confident version of myself. I've scaled my business to $42,000 a month. I now live a fully independent international lifestyle with an amazingly awesome girlfriend. None of this has happened by luck, it's happened by design. And in this video, I'm gonna share exactly how I went from a cripplingly insecure, low-life loser to now having rock-solid self-esteem. So first of all, what actually is self-esteem? According to ChatGPT, self-esteem is a person's overall sense of their worth or value. Now, I don't know about you, bro, but I can't think my way into feeling good about myself. Yeah, like I can't think my way into a more confident state. Instead, what I found to be true is belief follows action. Let that sink in for a moment. Belief follows action. For me, the way we build rock solid self-esteem as men is by taking difficult actions and doing what terrifies us as often as possible. The more viciously uncomfortable I make myself, the more my self-esteem grows. And there have been 3 specific activities that have had the biggest impact on building rock solid self-esteem. 1, cold approach.
Well, thank you for checking me out on the street. This wouldn't have happened otherwise. Do you know your phone number?
Yes, I do. I'm sure that you are getting checked all the time.
Well, but it's whether or not you act on it, though, right? Yeah, I have to be selective. I can't. If I was going over to every woman who looked at me, I'd be very tired by now. So I have to be selective about who I'm going over to.
As many of you know, I travel the world and I teach entrepreneurs, business owners, and high achievers how to cold approach women who they find attractive during the daytime. I've gone from somebody who had no idea how to approach women.
My name's Kristian, 23 years old, broke up with my girlfriend about 3 months ago. I don't have a f***ing clue what I'm doing right now. Like, this is relatively new to me, like just going out, approaching girls.
To becoming the best in the world at what I do and having the best client results in the industry.
I really met some gorgeous and very interesting women, and this gave me like undiscovered confidence that turned me into like a social beast. Talking came completely natural. There were girls that approached me. This unlocks God mode if you want to and if you play it right. If you just listen to a Christian's feedback is very important. I would say you need to be coachable. You just need to take his advice as good advice because it just works.
And yeah, the reason why I got started with cold approach in the first place was because I wanted romantic abundance. Yeah, I wanted more high quality options than I knew what to do with, and I wanted to feel fully in control of my dating life. And yeah, cold approach has given me all of these things, and it will give you all of these things too. But the further I've gone in this process, the more I realize it goes deeper than just approaching women. For me, cold approach is the ultimate self-improvement exercise. Why? Because it's difficult, because it tests your inner strength as a man, because it forces you to face your fears head on and choose the path of most resistance. If you want a fast, powerful, and reliable way of building rock solid self-esteem, then start cold approaching and start today. Aim to do one, like literally one, direct cold approach every single day for the next 30 days. So all this looks like is you go over to one woman who you don't know and give her a compliment. Every single day for the next 30 days, set the intention to go over to one woman who you don't know and be like, hey, this is really random, but I just wanted to say, you look amazing. What are you doing today? And then she might say, oh, I'm going shopping. And you can be like, that's nice. have a good day. For these next 30 days, rather than going out there and approaching women, trying to get your notch count up, view every rep as a reward. View every approach that you do as an investment into building rock solid self-esteem. Because bro, once you've done that first approach, literally just after that first approach, you're gonna start feeling like a king. Yeah, you've just done something that 99% of guys on this planet are never gonna have the balls to do. And the more approaches that you do, the more your self-esteem is going to start to grow. And if you're completely new to goal approach and you're shit scared to get started, which is most guys, then I'm going to link this video at the end, and this video is seriously going to help you. 2, invite the spotlight. Since the start of this year, I've been doing a live stream every single day on this channel, and a good amount of these live streams have been me recording myself outside in busy public areas.
Hopefully you can see, this is not just a solution to your dating life. This is about becoming a maverick, a pirate, a renegade. Somebody who just does what he wants because it pleases him. Up to this point in your life, because of the brainwashing, because of the social conditioning, because of whatever bullshit you've been fed, you've got to a point where you just don't think that you're good enough. That's where you've got to. You've got to a point where you don't think you're good enough, and everything that you do, it's not just talking to women, it's everything that you fucking do. You just don't feel as though you're enough, and you project that perceived lack of self-worth onto everything, onto your business, onto your relationships with your friends, especially your relationships with the feminine. And I'm here to wake you up from your fucking sleepwalk and be like, listen, dude, I don't know what your name is, but we need to get this shit sorted ASAP, because this is your fucking life and you're letting it piss away one day at a time by settling in this matrix of mediocrity.
And the reason why I've been doing these public live streams is because they scare me, yeah, because they force me to invite the social spotlight onto myself rather than trying to avoid it. Remember what we said, belief follows action. Every time I do a live stream outside in a busy public area, the more bulletproof I feel, yeah, the more confident I feel in my own capabilities, and as a result, my self-esteem starts to grow. Now, the great thing about recording yourself in public is you can do this before you do your first direct cold approach every single day. When you record yourself in public, especially if you do it in a really busy public area, you're gonna quickly break the social ice with yourself. You're gonna feel more confident, and as a result, talking to women is gonna feel a lot more effortless. Inside of my private community, The Entourage, which all of my coaching clients get private access to, our members are literally doing this exact exercise to build bulletproof self-esteem.
The man is here. Yes, I was a boy, but now I am a man because I am facing my fears. Big shout out to, look where we are, by the way. I mean, come on. Rodeo Drive, Beverly Hills. Big shout out to The Entourage. The Entourage is a community that I am involved in, and I told these men that I was going to do this this week. I was going to face my fears. I was going to record myself in public, and I thought, you know what, get to the belly of the beast, go somewhere that puts a little bit of fear in me, puts a little bit of fear in my belly. Don't put off the things you want to do because you're worried about what people will think, what people will say, how they might judge you. Just get on with it. Everybody's scared. Everybody's got this stuff, you know what I mean? Do something that scares you today. Hopefully, my example has lit a fire under you, inspired you a little bit, helped you a little bit, maybe give you a little smile. La-di-dee, la-di-da.
So before you do your first direct cold approach today, spend the first 1 to 2 minutes recording yourself in public. And if you're thinking, what the fuck do I actually talk to the camera about? Talk about your intention for the day. Yeah, so just get your phone out and be like, hey, I'm outside in public, taking a sledgehammer to my social anxieties. I'm setting the intention today to go over to one woman, tell her she looks really nice. I'm not gonna lie, absolutely shitting it, but I remember what Kristian said to me, belief follows action. 3, learning to fight. So I recently decided to start training Muay Thai out here in Bangkok, and my motivation for doing this was quite interesting. I hit a point recently where things were going well. Yeah, so I scaled my coaching business to $42,000 a month, living the international lifestyle, got an amazing girlfriend, getting the best client results in the industry. And I remember thinking to myself, things are going so well, it must be bad. I knew if I wasn't careful, I could easily slip into complacency. Yeah, I could easily take my foot off the gas, stop pushing so hard, and as a result, things would start to decline. As John Milton said, evil is the knowledge that believes itself complete. I knew for me to keep evolving and to continue operating at my best, I needed to maintain my obsession with progression. So the other day, I just said, fuck it. I found a Muay Thai gym out here in Bangkok. I sent off that first email being like, hey, I want to sign up. And then I committed to 10 one-to-one classes, and I had my first 2 classes this week. And literally after just 2 sessions, I feel like a completely new man. Like, there's something about putting myself in that animalistic atmosphere, like sparring with guys who could knock me out with their little pinky, and knowing that I could have been anywhere else right now. Like, I have all the reasons in the world not to dive bomb into discomfort and put myself in that environment. Like, I could have taken the money that I made and gone chill on a beach in Koh Samui, drinking myself silly, but I didn't do that. Yeah, I rejected comfort and instead chose growth. And dude, there's something about learning to fight, like learning how to protect yourself. It just feels right. Do you know what I mean? Like, as men, I think we should all be striving to become the full package. I think this is what allows our self-esteem to grow. So we learn how to cold approach, we learn how to face our fears, we learn how to make money, how to fight, how to defend ourselves and the people that we love. And I think it's through this obsession with progression, this refusal to marinate in the matrix of mediocrity, this is what allows us to build that rock solid self-esteem. So boys, this coming week, why not do what I've done and sign up to a local fight gym? I know you'll have so many reasons, like a kaleidoscope of excuses as to why you shouldn't go to the fight gym. Like, your mind will try and claw you back onto that carousel of comfort. But by taking the difficult action, by choosing, like deliberately choosing the path of most resistance and dive bombing into discomfort, this is what's going to send our self-esteem through the roof. And the final idea I want to share is positive brainwashing. You've probably heard it before. You're the average of the 5 people who you spend the most time with, and your network is your net worth. Like, you've heard that before, right? You could be taking all of the right actions. You could be cold approaching. You could be recording yourself in public. You could have signed up to your first fight class. But if the people who you're choosing to spend your time with are broke, degenerate losers who've got no drive, no desire, no ambition, who just want to sit around all day drinking pints of beer, complaining about how shit their lives are, then this is going to drag you down. In my experience, building rock solid self-esteem is as much about what we remove from our lives as it is about what we add. So what I want you to start doing after you've watched this video is start being more selective about who you're spending time with. Yeah, before you go and meet up with any person, just ask yourself, is spending time around this person going to help me get closer to my goals? And if the answer is no, don't spend time with that person, right? Just for context, I don't spend time with any of the people who I grew up with. It's not because they're bad people, it's just because they're no longer my people. Instead, I now choose to spend my time around high-achieving entrepreneurs, millionaires, guys who are crushing it in business, with women, just life game in general, because I understand a rising tide lifts all the boats, and when we surround ourselves with winners, we win. At this point in my life, I've invested tens of thousands of dollars into mentorship, into networks, into community, because I understand it's not what I know, it's who I know. And we are only ever one connection away from our entire lives changing. A big reason why high-achieving guys from all across the world decide to join my private network, The Entourage, is because they don't have a tribe of like-minded guys who are on the same frequency as them. And as soon as they join the entourage, their entire lives change. All of a sudden, they start attracting higher quality women. All of a sudden, they start making more money. All of a sudden, they start becoming more consistent at the gym. All of a sudden, they start building their own YouTube channels. They start traveling the world. They become more fearless. They develop that rock star confidence. Like, this is the power of brotherhood. This is what happened when we surround ourselves with winners. So if you're a guy watching this and you have an insatiable commitment to improving yourself, you want to master the art of daytime call approach, you want to become the most fuckable version of yourself, you want to develop that rock star confidence that separates you from 99% of guys on the planet, then you can apply right now to join our private network, The Entourage.
Hey guys, sorry I'm late. Basically, I need some. I need some shampoo for tonight. So I'm trying to raise 30. You speak English?
Yeah.
Oh, you do. Oh, great. Yeah, I'm trying to raise 30 euros so I can get some shampoo. We're gonna do 10 of these. That's about 10. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are.
Buongiorno. We are out here in the beautiful city of Milan today, and I'm here with Alex.
Happy to be here.
Killer icons, hello. We're going to be making a social freedom video today. We're going to be making ourselves as violently uncomfortable as possible to show you boys that whatever you're scared of at the moment, the way through it is to go through it. Yeah, I'm a believer in exposure therapy, and I think that whatever you're scared of, you should expose yourself to that fear until it's not a problem anymore. Yeah, I mean, how are you feeling? Start of the day.
I'm feeling resistant, I'm feeling nervous, I'm feeling awkward, but fuck it, in for a penny.
Why is social freedom important for you?
Well, social freedom is important for me because the reality is nothing matters. People's opinion of you never lasts. You do something unusual in public and an hour later, nobody cares, nobody remembers. We are socially free, we choose our own paths, we choose our own lives, and we do what we need to do to enjoy ourselves. And I think social freedom is the start.
I agree. It allows us to reconnect with that child inside of us, and to remind ourselves to have fun again.
Definitely.
I think that's something that's lacking from a lot of men, especially guys who I work with. They're very deep thinkers, and they've almost forgotten how to have fun. And they've almost forgotten that one of the core tenets of life, for me anyway, is to actually enjoy yourself. You know, we get one shot at this. So why are we moping around, feeling sorry for ourselves, ruminating in our own egoic self-absorption when there's a beautiful world out here? I think being able to treat the world as your personal playground, experiment with things, just give things a go as well, right? Like, we're not out here trying to be perfect. We're showing you that even when we do feel resistant, because I'm feeling that resistance as well, you can just do the thing anyway. Yeah, so the purpose of this video is to lead by example, because I think there's far too many talking head videos online of guys giving advice to other guys, but they're just sat in a bedroom, not doing anything.
Yeah.
And for me, that's not the way to learn. You want to see the guy who's giving advice out in the field, making themselves uncomfortable to blaze a trail for you. So by watching this video all the way through, we want you to feel more socially free, and then we actually want you to do something with it. Yeah, you don't need to be as extreme as the examples that we're sharing, but just find something that does make you 1% more uncomfortable. Maybe it's just going into a shop and asking the person, where are the jeans located? For some people, that's a big deal. For other guys, it might be going out with a wing and getting your wing to force you to do 10 push-ups in public. I'm excited for this one. I'm excited to put myself through the social fire. You excited for it?
100%. Let's fucking do it.
All right, social freedom exercise numero uno. All right, so the challenge that's been set for me is I need to ask 5 groups of people where I can find the best prostitutes in Milan. All right, so that's the exercise that I'm going to be doing. 5 groups of people. Hi, I'm looking for prostitutes in Milan. So that's what we're going to do. Daniel's going to film. Really don't want to do it, but let's do it anyway. Come on. Right, I'm going to start off here, Daniel. Excuse me, hi, I don't know if you're from here, and this is very forward, but I'm looking for prostitutes in Milan.
I don't know if you know the best place to find them. You looked as though you're the sort of I know I'm not Dutch. However, I could be. You looked like the sort of people who would know where the best prostitutes were located.
We're not supposed to send anybody over.
Oh no, they're coming over. I'm right here. Do you have like addresses or do you sell any services yourselves?
No, it's been 50 years since I could use a prostitute. But
Right.
I understand the need.
Okay, fine. Well, I really hope I'm going to have to find more people who look like they know where the prostitutes are located. But you're
Maybe a little older than us.
I would say that's the right way to go. Older. I need to find like, what are you, in your 30s? I need to find older. Right, I'll go for the 40-year-olds. Right, fine, thank you. Say bellissimo. Say bellissimo. Right, first group done. They were surprisingly receptive to it. That's the thing as well, boys. Like, even if you are doing something like this, like, if you can, make sure you can make a joke out of it as well. If you've got a smile on your face and you don't look, fuck it. Do this. We'll do these groups here. Excuse me, ladies. Hi. You all look like you speak English, so I'm very happy about that. This is very forward, but I'm looking for prostitutes in Milan. Do you know where I can find them? What's the word? What's the word? She's a prostitute. Oh, perfect! I found one. Amazing. What's your rate? Oh, you're not a prostitute.
Absolutely not.
Oh, but do you know where I can find them though? Because I've been told by those people over there to come down this street, and I would find a no.
I don't think you'll find it down this street. I'm so sorry.
Do you know what street though?
No, sorry.
No clues.
There are the apps for this kind of thing.
What prostitute apps? Do you reckon?
You can try on Tinder
Well,
or something.
I've been trying Grindr for years. Nothing comes up. Grindr? Are you on Grindr? No, she's not on Grindr. Okay, fine. Well, listen. Enjoy your day. Thank you for your help. Buongiorno. That means goodbye, doesn't it? I've been practicing my Italian. Thank you. Ciao. 2. This is actually quite fun. I thought it was going to be a lot scarier. But I think as long as you're presenting yourself, Kristian, as someone who's not completely deranged and you've got a smile on your face as you're doing it, then I think people are fairly receptive. So that's the second one that I've done, and I'll be honest, like, I am feeling a lot more warmed up. And I'm also surprised by how how receptive people are. But that might not be the case all the way. Let's go find another group of people. Where's Daniel? There he is. Right, Daniel, there's a group of guys here that I'm going to put myself into. I'm going to stand and find out. I feel like these are going to give a lot more maybe hassle reaction. I'll wait till you're with me. Cool. Excuse me, gentlemen. Hi, you look like the perfect people. I'm new to Milan. I'm looking for the best place to find prostitutes. Do you know where I can find them?
You can ask.
I can ask. Apparently you're the man to ask. So I have quite deep needs that need to be met. I'm looking for a prostitute around the 40-year-old age. You don't know? Oh, do you know anybody that does know? Because you were recommended to me by that man. He said that you knew. You're not a prostitute though. You're not a prostitute. Is anybody here a prostitute? Oh, okay, fine. Fine. Okay. Well, thank you for your help. Say bellissimo. Amazing. 3. I've got 2 more. This is actually fun as shit. This can be the new the new way for the channel. Infiltrate groups and ask to find prostitutes. I'm learning a lot here as well. I think we definitely suffer more in imagination and in reality. If someone had said to me, okay, go to Milan, walk along a super busy high street and ask groups of people where they can find prostitutes, I'd have been like, oh, would have caused a lot of resistance. Number 4. Gets your fucking testosterone up this, doesn't it? Oh, that's these. Excuse me. Hi. You all look like the perfect people to ask. I'm new to Milan. I'm looking for prostitutes. Do you know where I can find them? No? Not anywhere along this street? Maybe the opposite street, no? Oh, I was recommended to come to this table and ask. Do you know? No. Ah, okay. Well, enjoy your food. Thank you. Oh, that was good. Stone cold expressions. They were like proper businessy people as well. So there was the first 3 reactions I've had were quite positive, that they understood the joke of it. But I thought, do you know what? This is getting a little bit too easy now. So let's find some business people, infiltrate their meeting, and ask them the questions. That one was good. That one was a lot more tough. Anyway, I've got one more. Ah, fuck it. Hi, buongiorno. Do you know where I can find prostitutes around here?
I don't know.
No? I was recommended by you. No? 5. Okay, so Alex's challenge, which has been supplied to us, is he's going to ask 5 different groups of people for 30 euros to buy shampoo. Alright, so 5 groups of people, try and make it as difficult as possible. Go over to them and ask, can you have 30 euros because you desperately need to buy some shampoo?
Groups of 5?
Just big groups.
Big groups?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I've got this.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll leave it with you.
Right. Can you hear me okay? Excuse me guys, I've got a date tonight and I need to sort my hair out, so I need 30 euros to get some shampoo because I like to have silky smooth hair. You've only got, oh sorry, I've got a card machine.
No, it's fine.
No? Oh, has anyone else got 30 euros? I'd really appreciate it. You haven't got anything? Nothing for me? Okay, alright. Well thanks anyway, I appreciate it. Excuse me guys, sorry to bother you, but I've got a date tonight and I look terrible and I was just, hey.
Sorry, but I don't have any coins, any cash. I don't bring cash.
The problem is I need shampoo because she said she only likes guys with long silky hair and I can only have the best. I need Head and Shoulders if possible. Because dandruff and things, issues, it needs to be long.
Don't have hair. Why you need a shampoo?
Not on my head, you know. if I take my pants off, you know, this is important to me. It needs to be. You don't have 30 euros. I'll give you 2 high fives, 1 hug, and a spud. You've broken my heart. Hey guys, sorry I'm late. Basically, I need some. I need some shampoo for tonight. So I'm trying to raise 30. You speak English?
Yeah.
Oh, you do. Oh, great. Yeah, I'm trying to raise 30 euros so I can get some shampoo.
Sorry, I don't have any euros in cash.
Have you got any shampoo? No. No shampoo. Have you got any shampoo? Because she said if my hair is not long and silky, then it's over.
Sorry.
No shampoo. Okay. Anyway, how you doing? You good? Having a nice meal together? Yeah?
Yep.
Yeah, seems nice. Nice ambience.
Yep.
Where are you from?
Just visiting.
Just visiting. What, on holiday?
Yeah.
Have you got any shampoo? No. Okay. What about olive oil? Does this work?
That's not mine. That's the restaurant.
Maybe I should go inside and ask.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll give that a go. Thank you.
No way.
Have a lovely day.
How are you feeling?
Fucking awkward as hell. It's just embarrassing.
How are you feeling though, like socially now?
A little bit open.
Yeah.
Yeah. A little bit more free.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good, man.
2 more?
2 more. Okay.
Come on, you got this.
Seated sets are difficult.
Hey, mate, you did so well. That's audacious, that. It's pulling up the seat. You should have been like, what are you doing, my girlfriend? Hey, baby, you got that shampoo?
Hey, baby.
It's me, Alessandro.
It's Alexandro. I've come here for your girlfriend. Fucking hell.
We met in Boots. Looking for Head and Shoulders. She massages my cranium.
Anxiety is peaking.
Yeah?
Still,
Peking
yeah.
duck.
Peaking. Excuse me, do you speak English?
Yeah.
You do? Basically, I'm looking for some shampoo.
I've no clue. I think there's a boot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's boots. Is that a joke?
What do you mean is it a joke?
No, I'm just wondering.
What are you trying to say?
No, I'm not trying to. I'm just wondering, is it? Because I realised, for your beard.
No. For my hair.
For your hair.
Oh.
Yeah.
I didn't even think.
I know. I was gonna say boots or something, but yeah, there's a boot somewhere. I'm not.
My mum always said to me, make sure your hair looks nice.
Yeah.
It's important. So if I use shampoo, get a bit of moisture in there.
You do have a bit of hair though.
Yeah, it's true. And you probably shave as well.
Yeah. So I think shampoo, make it nice.
Yeah, oil it up.
Yeah, oil it.
Yeah, just grease it up.
Grease it up. Grease my head.
Everything. Oh, shampoo, everything.
I like a little bit, at least a sheen.
Oh, yeah.
You know, a sheen, because it's helpful, you know.
Yeah.
Swimming, you can dive, you can swim faster, nice sheen. Yeah, so basically I'm looking for 30 euros so I can buy myself some Head and Shoulders. I only want the best.
I'm sorry.
What? We only have a card.
That's right, I've got a card machine.
I'm sorry.
Okay, I'll leave you to it. Anyway, you're both lovely. Have a nice day. Bye-bye. Excuse me, guys. Do you speak English?
No.
A little bit. Where are you from?
Germany.
Oh, you're from Germany? Oh, right. Does anyone else speak good English? No. Okay, well, basically, I'm here in Milan, and I've come here to try and make my hair look better. You understand?
No.
No understand?
No.
Okay. Do you understand?
No.
No one understands. Okay, anyway, enjoy Germany.
Right, so your second one is going to be, there are a row of bikes and there's people sat next to the bikes who are eating food. So I would like you to sit on the bike, start pedaling the bike and sing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star as the people are eating.
Okay.
And you have to stay on the bike for as long as you humanly can. Doing something like this will help you sit in tension longer than you feel comfortable. Yeah?
True,
so
yeah.
a lot of guys who are having conversations, they struggle to sit in the conversation for long and they'll eject prematurely.
Yeah.
Okay, so by doing an exercise like this where you're really forcing yourself to marinate in the tension, staying in that tension with girls is now going to become a lot easier.
Yeah.
Because
True.
if you can do something like this and really hold it, then speaking with a girl feels a lot more easy.
Let's do it. Okay.
All right,
these ones here.
Yeah, that yellow, no, the red one. The red one which doesn't have that red one there, which doesn't have another bike next to it.
Okay. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Up above the world so high, like a diamond in the sky. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Up above the world so high, like a diamond in the sky. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you €5, please. €5, €6, €4. Fuck's sake. No euros.
So how was that?
Awkward, but freeing. Yeah, very awkward. Was unusual. Nobody appreciated it. There were a few wry smiles, but apart from that, it was pretty unappreciated. But fuck it, why not? It's good fun. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, you were in there for such a good amount of time as well.
Got 2 renditions done. Bosh.
What was going through your head as you were pedaling?
Don't want to do this. Don't want to be here. Ah, fuck, it's not so bad. No one cares. Ah, well. Right. You have got to run over to those steps. As you're running, take your top off and then get up to the top and start singing that fucking Taylor Swift Haters Gonna Hate. It's got to be done. It's got to be done. Let's do it.
This is me getting into the swing of things. Cause the player's gonna play. Take it up.
Allora,
oh, cause the play. Hey, it's gonna hey. We just gonna shake it off. Oh, shake it off. Woo, cause the players play. Hey. Just shake. We just it's like the joining in. I feel like we need more. Cause the players gonna hey. Haters gonna hey. We just gotta shake it off. Woo! Mate, that was fucking awful. Like, so difficult. I was doing my dancing, I was, doing my thing, singing. It felt like just this tumbleweed moment where no one was even giving me anything. I felt like it would have been much easier if people started jeering me, because then I would have had something to work with. But it was like singing to a dead audience. So then I was like, it was just like the ultimate, for me anyway, at this point in my life, it was the ultimate social freedom spotlight demonstration. Because it's just putting the spotlight straight onto me. There's nowhere to hide with that. I'm basically on a fucking stage, just flinging myself around, serenading the people. Yeah, I found it tough, but like now, like I'm speaking to you, I feel as though I can do anything now. I feel as though like speaking to girls, staying in the conversations long, anything. No one gives a flying fuck now. Everyone's already forgotten about it.
Yep.
Everyone's already forgotten about it. They're going back to their own day. But it's so easy to say this. People will give advice, right? They'll be like, yeah, no one cares. Do whatever you want to do. It doesn't matter. But they're giving the advice in their bedroom.
Yeah.
So now I can actually give you that advice from the moment after coming off the stage. Yeah, people really don't care. But you're only able to appreciate that when you've got the evidence of personal experience to back it up. Third and final challenge for you. You're going to pretend to be a fitness instructor. You've come all the way from the UK. Let's say you've come all the way from Slough. You come all the way from Slough and you're going to run a free fitness boot camp in the centre of Milan.
Okay.
Do star jumps, press ups, and it's all done in an attempt people to shed some belly fat before Christmas.
Okay.
Yeah?
All right, let's do it.
Fucking yes. So straight in there, do the thing. As soon as you're in there, boom.
Okay.
Done. What a legend.
Fucking hell. Tough. This is tough.
You can do it.
I can do it.
You can do it. What's stopping you? Like, what's in your way right now? Yourself. Yourself's in the way, right?
Yeah.
You can do this. You can do anything realistically. You're never going to see these people in your life again.
Yeah.
So let's just get out of our own way and just go do the thing. Yeah?
Let's do it. Fuck it.
It's all you. It's all you.
Right, listen up, dickheads. We're going to do a fucking fitness workout, right? So we're going to start doing some star jumps. We're going to do 10 of these. That's about 10. And then we're going to do some fucking push-ups. Come on, boys, let's get this fucking belly gone. Fucking work those bums and tums. Let's fucking work it out. Come on, guys. Someone do something, for fuck's sake. Come on, like this. Come on, guys. Do something. Come on. It's not just me. Come on, let's do it. Wankers.
Hello everybody, I'm here from the UK. I'm going to be doing some so we're going to start off with some warm-ups, okay? So if everybody can take their position, we're going to do some press-ups. So, are we all ready? Everyone good? Yep, let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's amazing, everybody. Well done everybody. Okay, we're all getting a little bit of a sweat on now. We're going to transition to some star jumps, okay? Star jumps, everyone knows star jumps? Yeah, 1, 2, that's amazing, you're so good at this. 3, 4, can you give me a star jump? 5, no star jump. What about 6, 7? Come on, I've come all the way from Slough in the UK to do this. Let's do some more, let's do some push-ups again. Everyone take the position. Are we ready? 3, 2, 1, there we go. Amazing, make sure you form on point though. We don't want any shaky elbows. 4, 5, any more? Should we do 10, 6, 7, 8, 9, you in the blue top, this is amazing so far. 10, amazing, everybody. Well done, everybody, that was amazing. You can follow me on Instagram, it's Joe Wicks. And yeah, DM me if you're interested in some one-to-one boot camps. Okay, date game until I die, hashtag. Woo! So Alex asked me, like, how did you actually feel doing that? After I did the fucking Taylor Swift one, I just didn't care anymore. Like, after Alex did his, like, I just felt excited to do it, which I wouldn't have felt like that at the start of today. Like, at the start of today, I was a little bit lukewarm, a little bit like, yeah, whatever. I thoroughly enjoyed that. I really enjoyed it, and it just felt truly liberating. As someone who already feels fairly liberated, that just like got me to like a new echelon of liberation, where now whenever I'm having those moments where I'm like, I can't do that, or I doubt myself, or just I get set a challenge rather than like having resistance to it. I'm like, yeah, fuck that. I've done the Milan thing. I was pretending to be Joe Wicks. The point of this video is to simply inspire you to do what scares you at the moment. It doesn't have to be as outlandish as this, but even just write down a list of things which currently scare you. It could be stepping inside an elevator. It could be approaching a girl you've never met before. It could just be asking someone for directions. And then this coming week, set yourself the challenge to do one of those things, or even an activity that gets you closer to doing it. So if you're scared to approach a girl and tell her she looks really good, why not just go over and ask her for directions to start off with, and just baby step your way there. But yeah, for you, how have you found it today?
Yeah, good fun. I'd like to just pan around just for some context of how many people are here. It's absolutely packed here. And I think it's very freeing. I feel socially very lubricated, ready to take on the world. Yeah, if you can do this, you can do anything.
Well done.
Yeah, you too. Well done.
Yeah, no, we've. I feel like we bonded today.
Yeah, it's been good.
We've put ourselves through uncomfortable positions, and yeah, I don't know. I feel like that's what life's about. Yeah, it's to feel alive.
Definitely.
I felt alive today. And
definitely.
Yeah, everything feels effortless after you've done social freedom stuff. So yeah, hope you go over, you try this stuff for yourself, and yeah, we hope you've enjoyed the video and you use it to actually take action. Yeah, please don't watch these videos as entertainment only. Get inspired, then go out, then do the thing, and whatever scares you, I promise you can do it, but you have to take baby steps towards it. All right, love you.
Oh, you're a church girl?
Yeah.
Okay.
And you?
Yeah, I go to church as well, but I'm not religious.
I'm not religious too.
I just go for the free biscuits. What about you?
Yeah, the same.
Same as well?
Yeah, the cookies.
Bro, not being playful is ruining your dating life, yeah? Because what do girls want? Exactly. They want to have fun.
You're already in a relationship? Oh, sad times. I mean, I used to be addicted to Sudoku puzzles, but you know, I don't want to talk about our problems right now.
Picasso once said, it took me 4 years to paint like Raphael, but a lifetime to paint like a child. And I think that learning game isn't so much a process of learning anything new, but relearning that which we already know. Bro, if you want girls who are desperate to see you again, then it's a process of unlearning. Yes, stripping back the layers of social conditioning and reconnecting with that child within. At the start of this year, I was working with a client of mine, Efrem, out in Warsaw. Efrem went from somebody who was terrified of talking to girls.
Today is the day where I will be doing my first approaches. I've been sitting in front of this mirror here, taking deep breaths because I am absolutely nervous, but it's all right. I'm allowed to do things while nervous. Every job interview I've done, I've been nervous. I'm sure the nerves are gonna kick in even more once I start walking, but I'm excited because in theory, at the end of today, I will be a different person when it comes to having pushed past my personal barriers when it comes to approaching girls.
To going on multiple dates a week and even having multiple dates lined up in the same day.
4 weeks ago, I was struggling to get a date, like one date. By now, I've got 3 lined up tonight. Not only do I have multiple dates lined up in one day, not only have I gone on instant dates, like met the girl and on the spot taken her on a date. This is all I've wanted, is to be able to have options, to be able to exercise options, and I've never been in this place in my life as far as women.
But Efrem later told me that what was more valuable to him than going on all of these dates was learning how to become more playful. The turning point was one night in Warsaw, all right? I got a friend of mine from London to fly out and come meet us for a couple of days, and on the first night of my friend coming out, we all went to this bar near my apartment, and as soon as we sat down at this table, Efrem got to witness firsthand what I can best describe as playful ping pong. Me and my friend from London, we were just bantering back and forth. Yeah, we were exchanging these nonsensical narratives, abandoning the logical for the abstract, and just laughing our way through life together. And bro, this just blew Efrem's mind, right? He was like, I would never do this. Yeah, like back home in the States, me and my friends go out and we just stand there in silence, talking to nobody, almost pretending that we're not there to talk to girls. And this is why my cold approach is so effective. Yeah, it's my ability to be playful.
Interesting. Oh yeah, there's like a family here. Excuse me. Do you speak English?
I do.
You do?
Yeah.
Are you all together?
Yeah.
Are you Russian?
Yeah.
I thought you were Russian. I heard some Russian. Меня зовут Kristian.
Молодец.
Fantastic. I just wanted to say that you are a very attractive woman.
Oh, thank you.
I appreciate you're with like all of your family. You can go and buy some peanuts if you like. Drop me your number. I will send you one message because life is strange and it's a very strange time that we live in.
Kristian, I don't give my number because I have a boyfriend.
You've got a boyfriend.
Yeah.
Oh well. Do you know? Wait. Is he real?
Yeah, he is. I love him.
Does she have a boyfriend?
Yeah, yes. Хороший.
Well, listen. Have a fantastic day. They're taking you away from me. Another time we would have got married. Yeah. See you later. I've seen a woman, find her attractive. She's with a Russian babushkas. Just gone in there. Hi, I find you attractive. Own that shit. Own your state. Own your energy. Own your attraction for women. It's fine. It's great. And this is the sort of thing that we need to get back into. Like not being scared of people, not being scared of girls, not being scared of the outcome. We're just living life, man. Like you see a woman, she's with a family. Great. Let's go approach her. Let's go make them all feel good about life.
And this is why so many guys choose to work with me. Yeah, it's because they want to learn how to actually do this.
The thing that really drew me to wanting to work with Kristian was his banter. His banter with the girls. All that stuff's great. You know, I want to see the coach actually doing it for real. Not just a coach sitting in a room talking about it. I actually want to see them actually approach girls and get numbers and stuff. But I'd say the banter, definitely. It's just better than any other coach I've seen, to be honest.
Because, bro, when was the last time that you laughed? Yeah, like, when was the last time you were sat around with your friends and you were just belly laughing? Yeah, just losing yourself in laughter. Because I guarantee the reason why your dating life sucks absolute balls right now is because you're taking yourself and the game far too seriously. You're going out there on your own, stuck in your egoic self-absorption, talking to nobody. And when you do eventually approach, the approaches that you do are terrible because you're so stuck up in your head. So how do we fix this? How do we actually become more playful and become the sort of guys who women are desperate to see again? The easiest way to do it is to learn through osmosis. Spending time with people whose approach to life you want to emulate. When Efrem was sat around that table with me and my friend, he was learning through osmosis. He was soaking up our approach to life and then adding this to his own personality. So bro, find people, whether that's in person or online, yeah, find people whose approach to life you want to emulate. So speakers, comedians, politicians, study them, yeah, understand what it is that makes them so magnetic and then assimilate these things into your own character. As a little aside, when I first started learning day game, yeah, when I was living in that grotty apartment in central Leeds and I was going out there, I had this, it was this playlist of videos that I put together, like a funny playlist of videos that I would watch before I went out there to get myself into this feel-good flow state, right? So like an absolute nerd, like get myself into state. It works because if you are a serious, logical guy, you're working a serious, logical job, and you're going out there, try to talk to women after you spent time in this serious, logical environment, then it's too easy to then carry this serious, logical energy into your conversations with women. So as well as surrounding yourself with people whose approach to life you want to emulate, just put together a funny playlist, right? A funny playlist of funny videos that make you feel good, that allow you to reconnect with that child within, and then just watch 10 minutes of that playlist before you go out to day game. And the second thing I want you to do to actually become your most playful self is understand that being playful is a choice, all right? If I go out there and I get instant blowouts or a girl flakes on me or I get an undesirable outcome, then I decide how I react to that. Excuse me. That's an amazing way to wrap it up. Excuse me. Hand. I can choose to get upset about it, complain the world isn't fair, be like, oh, cold approach doesn't work, or I can choose to take the piss out of it. You're either gonna laugh like a winner or cry like a victim. Yeah, it's like Shakespeare said, nothing is good or bad, it's the thinking that makes it so. It's all in your head, right? Like, life is one big game of interpretations. Yeah, like, nothing is real. It's like the Bible says, as a man thinketh, so is he. Most guys who are going out there, because they're so stuck in this serious logical mode, the slightest thing goes quote unquote wrong, and they take it as a personal attack on their self-worth. No, it just is. Yeah, it just is. Girl blows you out. Girl flakes. You approach a girl and she's like, sorry mate, I've got a boyfriend. It just is. Yeah, you decide. You choose what interpretation you're going to attach to that. And bro, playing the game on fun mode is a lot easier when you've got good guys around you, all right? Like, cold approach becomes 1,000 times easier when you've got the right people in your network. And bro, these guys, the guys in your network, they don't even need to be there with you in person, all right? It's more of the knowing that you've got guys there, all right? This is why in my group, the Entourage, we have a private WhatsApp group. So let's say one of our guys goes out and he gets an instant harsh blowout, or he has a disastrous first date, he knows he can just drop some voice messages into the group. Yeah, he can share his story. He knows that he's not on his own. Yeah, and there's something therapeutic about that. Yeah, like being in a group of guys who you can talk to about this stuff, like guys who actually get it.
I've gotten, I'd say $100,000 worth of value. If I was a millionaire, I would easily pay $100,000 for this experience. He's changed my entire life completely, and I've known him for a week.
Apparently we're live. Yes, the Kasanovians.
Boys, this is second live stream of today, and I wanted to put this one together because I think I just wanted to stack this with deep esoteric value, which hopefully by watching this stream all the way through, I'm going to skyrocket your ability to talk to people, especially during a daytime context. So if you don't know who I am, I'm about to get undressed for you. My name's Kristian, and I travel the world. I work with high achieving guys, and I help them develop the belief and internal systems which allow them to approach women, like any woman, anywhere, anytime, without feeling weird about it. I've noticed that with a lot of the guys that I work with, they've got a lot of self-limiting beliefs which are holding them back. So maybe they think that they're too old to cold approach. Maybe they think that they are not good looking enough. Maybe they think they're not jacked enough. Maybe they think they're not rich enough. Maybe they feel weird about wanting to start conversations with strangers because their friends are giving them shit for wanting to improve themselves. So they're struggling with that crabs in a bucket mentality where your friends, oftentimes, they want to see you do well, but they don't want to see you do better than them because it holds a mirror up to what they could have been. If that's the situation, then I think do everything within your power to find better people. I like the quote, show me your friends and I'll show you your future. So in this stream, I just want to give you boys everything that I do to just be able to start conversations with people. And the deeper that we go in this stream, and certainly the more social reps that you put in, you'll realize more and more it goes deeper than just approaching women. It goes deeper than just talking to people. This is very much holding a mirror up to who you currently are. And then all of the actions that we take, the more we start to view the reps as a reward, the more we start to place emphasis not on the outcome, but the action that we take, the more we invest into the identity of the version of ourselves who we want to embody. And that's why I say to you boys all the time, we're not chasing a goal, we're chasing an identity. We're not doing our best, we're doing what is necessary. So a lot of this, it does come down to taking a massive, ungodly amount of action because belief follows action. So rather than thinking to yourself, hey, I've never been good with women, I've never been that social person, maybe like me, when you were younger, you used to walk around on your own in the playground because you didn't have any friends. I remember I used to hang around with myself in the toilet because I was scared of people seeing that I was on my own. I even weeded the teachers out. Even the teachers didn't want to talk to me. So it's kind of like me, myself, and I for a long time. I'm an only child as well. So I think that definitely shaped my social abilities growing up. But yeah, I was terrible as a teenager. I really struggled with people. When my family came around to visit, I'd always run upstairs because, I don't know, I was always scared of saying the wrong thing or looking stupid. It's like humiliating myself in public. And yeah, I carried a lot of those self-limiting beliefs forward with me. But now I travel the world and I help people with these social skills. So yeah, just to pre-frame this, I've got no course to sell you. I'm not trying to sell you some bullshit $997 course. I'm not trying to funnel you into a $50 a month school community. I give away all this stuff for free because I believe information should be free, and I charge money for implementation. So I've got one product, it's called the Entourage. It's really fucking expensive and I don't expect you to join it. But speaking of the Entourage, I had a really lovely piece of feedback from one of our current members, and I want to use his experience of being inside of the Entourage to shape this discussion, because I think if you can understand some of the things that he says here, it's going to save you so much time, so much hassle, so much wasted effort of feeling as though you're banging your head against a brick wall, you're doing the things that people are telling you to do online, but there's so much conflicting advice out there. Some people are like, be humble. Other people are saying, be bold. Then you're watching red pill, black pill, fucking rainbow pill, and your head just feels mashed, right? So I'm a practical person. I like practical solutions. So I'm just going to lay out the full roadmap, which will make you more socially confident and get over your perceived lack of self-worth. And I use perceived intentionally. So one of our Entourage guys, he left his comment on one of my videos yesterday. He said, a few of my minor highlights in the last 16 months since working with Kristian.
number closing a Miss Universe in Brazil, number closing an Olympic high jumper in the supermarket, going to bed with a 6-foot Caribbean woman I met while she was riding a bicycle. He's around 5'8", 5'9", by the way. So for any guy out there who's worried that, oh, I can't attract women because I'm short, dude, the thing that I'm trying to get across to you all the time, perception is reality. It's not your age, it's not your race, it's not your height which is holding you back. It's the way that you perceive yourself, okay? Perception's reality. As a man thinketh, so is he. Even if it's not true, we make it true by believing it. Like, just imagine right now, purely as a thought experiment, just imagine somebody brainwashed you into believing that you were the most socially magnetic, fuckable man on the planet. Just imagine you were brainwashed into believing that. Like, how would you act? How would you carry yourself? How would you go over and put yourself into every single social interaction? Because for most guys, they operate their lives like closet heterosexuals. They see a woman that they want to talk to, and then they talk themselves out of the approach because they've already mentally checked out. They've made the decision on her behalf that they're not worthy for a woman like her. But the truth is, you don't know what this woman likes. You don't know what she's into. And depending on the time of the month, depending on the most recent conversation she's had with a friend, depending on what fantasy novel she's currently reading, she doesn't know what she's into either. Like, when you actually become fluent in the language of the feminine by going out there, having a lot of conversations, meeting a lot of women, and finding out who they are beneath the beauty, you'll realize that they don't even make sense in the best way possible. If you read My Secret Garden by Nancy Friday, that will show you, let's just say, the more controversial side of female nature. But dude, I love women, all shapes, all sizes. The feminine energy is truly radiant. I think, what sort of world would it be if there were no women in this world? Like, I can't subscribe to all this nonsense ideology, like, oh, men go their own way. It's like, dude, the only reason you're doing that is because you're grappling with a perceived lack of self-worth. You don't think that you're good enough. You probably didn't receive the love that you wanted to as a young man, and now you've got a twisted perception of how you think the world is. So yeah, this guy, he's 5'8", 5'9", we'll say 5'9" on a good day, went to bed with a 6-foot Caribbean woman that he met while she was riding a bicycle. I'm trying to do my best on these streams as well, boys. Just reshape your belief system, right? All of this looks, money, status. Oh, you need to become a high value man. That's how you get women. Dude, if you're actually inside the entourage and you were on our weekly group coaching calls and you were meeting the guys who I work with, 6, 7, even 8-figure entrepreneurs, they would be able to pop this fantasy for you. I work with these guys. I work with the high value men who should be crushing it on paper, but they're not, because they've been sold a dream, and you've most likely been sold this dream as well of focus on your career, prioritize your health, get a lot of status, get the car, get the watch, get the insert materialistic metric, and then your ideal woman will come knocking on your door. It doesn't work like that, right? All this is, the thing that I'm teaching you boys, this thing that we call game, it's simply the transfer of certainty. It's a way of delivering the value that you've built to the world. The transfer of certainty. A lot of the guys that I work with, and you might fit into this bracket as well, you've got the body, you've got the materialistic trophies, you've acquired the status symbol, but if you can't go over and talk to that pretty woman, then it's like working your bollocks off to buy a Lamborghini and then being too scared to drive it. A lot of the guys that I work with, they still feel like the ugly duckling inside because the internal hasn't caught up with the external. So that's why I say a lot of the stuff that I do, it's not focused on technicalities. I'm not teaching you technicalities. I'm teaching you how to get to a place where you actually fucking like yourself, because that's all this thing comes down to. Do you want to know the most important metric when it comes to social skills? No, it's not money, it's not looks, it's not status, it's balls. It's having a big set of balls. It's operating from a place of wholeness rather than from a place of lack. It's actually getting to a place of self-adoration rather than self-deprecation. Anyway, I'm going to talk way more about that later on. Dude, we haven't even started the stream yet, but hopefully I've already inspired you to just start thinking different. If anything that I've said so far makes you question things, then then that's good, because what do you believe to be true about the world that isn't? Like, what do you believe to be true about yourself that isn't? Because all the stories that you're currently telling yourself, I'm not tall enough, I'm not rich enough, I'm not jacked enough. It's like all these things have an opposite as well, because you could get to a point where you've got more money than you know what to do with, and then the self-limiting beliefs becomes, these women only want me because of my money, because of my car, because of my watch. So there's always a new thing to get pissed off about. There's always something to be insecure about. But it's about living deliberately and making the decision that, do you know what, I'm fucking enough right now. Even if you don't feel as though you are, the mental frame that I've got is be excited about who you are and even more excited about who you're becoming, right? If you have that future projection mindset and you're in love and you're infatuated with the present moment, because that's going to put you into a high frequency state, and then you're even more excited about the person that you're becoming, that's dynamite. So anyway, guy in question went to bed with a 6-foot Caribbean woman, getting over 80 numbers in one country through daytime approach, getting a fine 24-year-old girlfriend. He's 38, by the way, so that's a 14-year age gap. So bang goes the theory that, oh, if I'm in my late 30s, I have to settle for women who are like 36. Again, these are the stories that you're telling yourself, right? It's what do you believe to be true about the world that isn't, right? If you're telling yourself the story that you can't attract a 24-year-old because you're 41, then you won't be able to, right? It's like Henry Ford said, whether you think you can or you can't, you're right either way. On the thumbnail of this video, you'll see that I put a screenshot of a guy who, he posted a message into our private WhatsApp group, 51 years old, and he's got a rotation of statuesque blonde bombshells over in Eastern Europe. He's 51. The women that he's dating are 24, 25, 26, absolute smoke shows. And before he worked with me in London, he went out there, he tried to cold approach on his own, he wasn't getting any results, he felt as though he was banging his head against a brick wall, worked with me in February, and now his dating life is very different. See attached picture on thumbnail. So getting a fine 24-year-old girlfriend, going on a date with a Russian influencer. Now here's the important thing, boys. These really are minor highlights, okay? These really are minor highlights compared to the deeper journey. Getting plenty of no thank yous from women in public is equally as important. I love that. Getting a lot of no thank yous, like the successes that he's documented here, they're not without their trials and tribulations. For every great story, there are rejections, there are undesirable outcomes, there are situations that didn't go his way, but that is the journey right there. Right, the journey is the film. That's the journey, right? It's not, oh, everything's going right. If everything's going right, then something's going wrong, right? That's the way that I view it. It's like, if you're not getting rejected, if you're not getting blown out, if you're not getting women who flake on you, then you're not pushing yourself hard enough, right? You're not going out there enough. You're not approaching enough. You're not going for the women that you really want. You're most likely settling for the ones you think you can get because it's easy, because it's comfortable, and you're marinating in the matrix of mediocrity. You need to be rejected, right? You need to be rejected because you can't have every single woman. As much as we would like to think, oh, dude, you know, I'd love to have 1 million women on my rotation. It's like, none of us have got the time for that. I don't care who you are. You don't even have the time for 1 million women. So you only need one, right? You literally only need one. You just need one woman to think that you are amazingly awesome and you've ticked the dating bucket. Congratulations. You don't need to be this high value man who's got like 10 families and multiple relationships. If you want that, that's cool. But it's like, do you actually want that? Or have you been brainwashed by the brain dead into thinking you should want that? It's like Oscar Wilde said, most people are other people. Their lives are mimicry. Their passions are quotation. I think with social media and how locked in everyone is to the digital world and this flooding of self-comparisons, airbrushed images, filtered facades, it's easy to get swept away in the tide of comparisons. But I think if there's one thing that you take away from this stream, ask yourself every single day, who do you want to be and what do you actually want? Because if you know what you want, it makes the social game, so much easier. If you know you want a wife, then great. You know you want a wife. That means that every approach that you do, you're becoming the version of yourself who's ready to receive your wife. So get clear on what you actually want, right? If you want to play the field, have some fun and have short-term entertainment as opposed to long-term fulfillment, then that's fine. But as long as you're living deliberately, and that's the thing that you actually want. So these really are minor highlights compared to the deeper journey. Kristian's friendship and support has been an incredible addition to my life. The Entourage is a place to be for men who want to make real change in their lives. It's a real place, not a place of frauds or bullshitters. Nobody is above going out and getting their hands dirty with all sorts of approaches, successes and failures. Now, here's a really important part. The approach and woman side of things isn't even the main benefit. It's a community of guys who want to break out of the bullshit and truly make the best of their lives. If you're lucky enough to come across Kristian and decide to work with him, congratulations on being blessed to be alive in 2024. If you don't have the means to join our crew, then watch this entire video and apply it and your life will change. Just so you know that I'm not talking out my ass, that comment is available for you to look at. I dropped a 10-hour course yesterday, completely free, you can go watch it. That comment is in there, so you know that this is a real person. I'm not talking out my arse. So let's get into the stream, boys. Let me explain to you how I managed to start a conversation with anyone. Understanding, taking it from this comment here, because I think that is really important. It's reducing the amount of importance that you're placing on every approach. Okay, so in the comment here, our entourage guy is making you aware that this all goes deeper than day game, right? It's not just about the women. The beautiful women are a beautiful byproduct of a beautiful life. But what happens with most guys, when you actually have good intentions and you do want to improve your social ability, usually what happens is you see every approach as a make or break situation. Yeah, so every time you consider putting yourself into an interaction, your ego starts to kick in, right? The point of the ego is self-preservation. The ego craves to be right. I remember before I was saying to you, it's the stories that you're telling yourself which dictate the reality that you're living, right? Because all we are is repeated patterns of behavior that we've accepted over time as our identity. And we then solidify this identity through the language that we use. And usually that language is coming from the ego. So if you see a woman and you want to talk to her, you'll feel that voice in your head, right? You'll get that sensation of, oh, like resistance, right? Maybe you start to tense up, maybe you start to have sweaty palms or some sort of palpitations. That's your ego trying to keep you safe, okay? Now, a lot of people in this industry will talk to you about approach anxiety. Oh, you've got approach anxiety. And then they'll try and market into some bullshit course like, oh, you've got approach anxiety, so you need to get my $997 approach anxiety annihilator course. Let me tell you this. Anxiety is not an illness. It's an emotion. Okay? Anxiety is not an illness. It's an emotion. There is nothing wrong with you. Okay? Usually when we see a woman, if we look back biologically, back in the caveman days, our ego perceives cold approach as biological suicide, because if we were to approach a woman back in the caveman days and she was like, no thank you, it would have meant our DNA wasn't worthy of replication. And even worse, the entire tribe would know. And then we would, well, that would spell death in essence, right? It's like, oh, this guy's DNA is not worthy of replication. Oh, get him away. You're not allowed in the tribe anymore. And that's where all this spotlight effect comes in. You know, like, have you ever been in a situation where you want to approach a woman, but you're scared of if other people see you approach? And we call that the spotlight effect. Yeah, that's why. Because in tribal days, that would have actually spelled death on a biological level. So we've carried that prehistoric notion into the modern day. But the beauty of this is now, you can approach as many women as you want today. You can go to as many countries as you want. You can go to as many cities as you want. You can go out in the day, you can go out at the night, you can go do some fucking sunset game. Like, you can approach as many women as you want. And just because one woman or 100 women or 1,000 women don't want you, it doesn't mean that she's a spokesperson for every woman, right? So do your best not to view it as a make or break situation, right? All you need to start doing, view the rep as the reward, okay? You view the achievement as in the attempt. The pleasure is in the pursuit and the success is in the showing up. It was a basketball guy, wasn't it? He was like, you miss 100% of the shots that you don't take. Rejection is better than regret. The best mindset that I can give you, it's either gonna go well or you've got a funny story, right? It's either gonna go well or you've got a funny story. Like, dude, don't take yourself, the situation, or the girl too seriously. Right, one thing that we prioritize inside of the entourage, I noticed it yesterday, especially on the group coaching call, was taking ourselves less seriously, like actually having more fun when we're going out there and socializing and talking to people. I think it's so easy, especially if you've consumed excessive amounts of content, to start funneling yourself into this weird hyper-masculine caricature. Oh, I need to be all alpha. I need to talk like this. I need to have the imaginary lats, and I need to be suave and cool and James Bond-esque, right? And you're probably putting so much pressure on yourself to be perfect, and that perfection, that need for perfection, is castrating you of your confidence. Fuck perfection. Just show up. If you go back onto my videos from 4 years ago, if you look at the very first video that I ever uploaded, we were literally taking the piss out of me in the entourage yesterday. One of our guys was like, dude, the audacity that you had to go out into Leeds city centre during the pandemic, think that you had what it took to just start making videos. The audacity is actually inspiring. If you go back, just look at the costume that I was wearing. I had the anorak, I had those weird shorts, I had the Cristiano Ronaldo pose. But it's like, if I had waited for the perfect moment, if I'd have been like, do you know what, I'd love to get started with cold approach, but I'm kind of ugly right now, I don't have a lot of money, well, I might as well wait for the pandemic to be over. When all this is over, then I'll get started. It was like, if not now, when? Right? Now is always the perfect right time. If you think you can start, you probably could have done it yesterday. Yeah? So there's never a perfect time. You just start before you know how. You prioritize behavior over belief, and the belief follows the action. So just use me as an example. I started this game with nothing. Like, even when I was 13, no social skills, atrocious social skills. But I knew no one was coming to save me. So I just decided to make the best out of myself. And I think that is so important, just prioritizing the behaviors. Like, you already know what you need to do. You go out, you approach people. Some approaches will go shit, some will go okay. A few will go great, especially when you're first getting started. It's just a game. If you don't play, you won't win. But I think that just that need for perfection, needing everything to go right, needing to be liked, needing to be validated, it actually puts a lot of pressure on the girls that you're speaking with as well. Because oftentimes they're not expecting to be approached by a stranger. And usually if the women that you're speaking with have not been approached before, she doesn't even know how to have a cold approach conversation. I think we often forget about this. She feels a spotlight effect as well. Yeah, if you approach a girl outside of, let's say, Zara, and there's loads of people watching, then that's usually why she doesn't want to have the conversation, because she's up in her head. Like breaking news, women feel insecure, women feel nervous, women can get up in their own heads and start to think, oh fuck, like I've just come out of the gym, I feel really sweaty, like is he going to be able to smell me? And like, because we're so focused on ourselves, we're so much used to ruminating in our own egoic self-absorption, we overemphasize our sense of importance, right? So when you are putting yourself into these conversations, I think it's so useful when you first get started and you're first going out there and you've got all these voices in your head. If you can focus going out there to give rather than going out to take, your entire social life will explode in a good way. Going out there to give, okay? Like going out to be a source of pleasure. What does everybody want? Everybody wants to feel good. Everybody wants to feel important. Yeah, men want to feel powerful. Women want to feel beautiful. Everybody wants to feel important. Do you know one of the best ways to make someone feel important is to make them feel witnessed. Yeah, to make them feel like they actually matter. So if you go out today and you find a middle-aged woman and you stop her and you say, hey, listen, there was just something about you that I had to come over here and say that you look fucking amazing and I would have regretted it and I hope you have an amazing day. You've got no idea where those positive reverberations are going to ricochet. Just because you were nice to her today, maybe she goes home to her family and she's a better mother. Now her children feel more love, so they get better grades in school, and then maybe one of her children grows up to be a doctor and save someone's life one day, all because you took the initiative to make their mother feel witnessed, right? Can cold approach change the world? I don't know, but it can change someone's world, and that's enough, right? And I think if you can understand the power you have when you go out there, like you can genuinely change people's lives with your ability to show up. And it's not to say every woman is going to like you. Some of the women that you approach, they will be bitchy, they will be busy, they do have boyfriends. Like, it is what it is. If you're action focused rather than outcome dependent, and you view every approach that you do as an investment into the identity of the version of yourself who you want to embody, you will win. you will beat 99% of guys who are so up in their heads, whose egos are so fragile that they view every approach as a make or break situation. In 100 years, none of this is going to matter. But if you can go out with the mindset of, what can I give? It's like, who am I? What do I want? And what can I give? Yeah? And if you operate from that place of going out with the intention of lifting people's spirits, a rising tide lifts all the boats. This is where I don't resonate with any old school pickup advice. Like, oh, dude, you need to learn these lines. You need to learn these routines. This push-pull vibe stack. Oh, has she hooked yet? It's like the amount of dehumanization which goes on. And when you actually dig beneath the surface, the reason why guys feel as though they need these lines or routines is simply because they're scared of not being wanted. Right? They're terrified of not receiving love from the feminine, so they armor themselves with all of this nonsense in the hopes that this woman will like them more. But the thing that women really, really dig and what they look for in men is not the bullshit, is not the facade, is not the pretense, is pure, unfiltered authenticity. Like, hey, I'm a man, you're a woman, I like that. And if you don't like me, that's fine. Yeah, that want you but don't need you energy, that spirit is contagious, okay? So if you can go out purely with the mindset to give, to put smiles on faces, to make people feel beautiful, desired and sexy, that is the game right there. And I think oftentimes we become products of what we've forgotten as opposed to what we've learned. And that's why I do these streams every day as well. It's just to remind you of things that maybe you've forgotten about, okay? Because if you enter conversations with the feminine from this place of lines and routines and scripted, formulaic nonsense, usually that's a version of you who she's going to fall for, right? She's going to fall for this hyper-confident, stone-cold alpha facade that you're presenting. And as somebody who's made this mistake more than once, that mask will eventually slip, okay? Old school pickup was focused on acquisition, not retention. It was focused on how can you get a woman as opposed to how you can keep her. And if you're anything like the guys who I work with, the high-achieving guys, they don't want that short-term entertainment anymore. A lot of them can already get women, but it's not the women that they really want. And they can't seem to keep a woman because all those self-limiting beliefs start to bubble up, or maybe they've presented themselves in a certain way, which is why I say to you gentlemen all the time, you don't have dating problems, you've got personal problems, and these personal problems manifest themselves into dating problems, okay? And this is really what I help my guys with. I help them overcome these paralyzing internal belief systems that oftentimes they don't even realize that they've got them. And until somebody can call them out on it, like, hey dude, I notice you're using a lot of self-deprecating language, or you don't seem to like yourself. Like, it seems to me like you're using all this money just as a way to make yourself feel more worthy. And you've got to a place now where your ego is so high that you view every approach as a make or break situation. Like, until you can actually get somebody to help you rewire your internal system, you'll continue to make the same mistake. So said that. This is a good one as well. Always be opening. This is a great piece of advice. Just always be opening. Like, every time you leave the house, actually, this is a really key, more nuanced piece of esoteric Kasanovian wisdom. Before you leave the house each day, set the intention, okay? Because intention is the precursor to creation. Yeah, I'm in Dubai at the moment, and none of these buildings happen by luck. They happen by design. They happen because somebody had the idea that they wanted to build buildings, skyscrapers. They had that idea, okay? So intention is the precursor to creation. And what this means in plain fucking English is, before you leave the house, set the intention. Like, you can say this, like literally say this to yourself. When I leave the house today, when I see somebody who interests me, I will go over and I will say something, okay? Because usually what happens is most men don't live deliberately. They live like accidents. They walk around as aimless as bubbles, and they wonder why their social life is in shambles. Set that intention before you leave the house, because what that is going to do is it's going to prepare you for those opportunities that usually come left field. I don't know if you've ever noticed it, but sometimes when you go out with the intention of cold approaching, it can be difficult to find the women that you really like. But when you go out with no intention of approaching, they all come out. They're all there. But then it's like, oh no, I don't have my costume on today. I haven't done any approaches. I haven't got myself warmed up. So, I have to let all these opportunities slide. But the missing piece there is the fact that you've just not socially lubricated yourself, okay? So just make a habit out of this. If you say to yourself, for the next 30 days, I'm going to talk to one new person. It might just be giving one new compliment every single day for 30 days. But then before you leave the house, you set the intention. And then when you do see that woman walk past you, the mind has already made peace with the fact that it's most likely going to approach somebody. And then you're more likely to do it. So that's a really key piece of advice. Always be opening. But what happens, it's that window of time before you've got, let's just say, into the field. Maybe when you're on the train, when you're in the shower, make the decision then that when you leave the house, you will seize an opportunity. And then you're more likely to do it. And then when you do go out there with the intention of, let's just say cold approach, okay? When you go out with the intention of cold approaching, let's say you watch some of my videos, you're like, oh, that's cool. This guy doesn't seem like a fucking weirdo. Debatable. I like this guy. I resonate with his stuff. It's just about being a cool guy who's got good social skills. I can get on board with that. Then maybe you go out and then, okay, you're getting stuck in your head, and then you start walking around for hours, right? You see women that you could approach, but because you've not set the intention, you're not socially lubricated, so then you're less likely to take that initiative, and then all these opportunities keep going by, and you get more and more stuck in your head, then you go home, you cry into your heart-shaped pillow, you say, cold approach doesn't work. So, we've all been there, it's fine, there's no shame in that. Set yourself a time limit, okay? Give yourself a time limit, and the time limit is more important than the number of approaches. Just say to yourself, right, this coming Saturday, I'm going to go outside into my city centre and I'm going to do 3 direct cold approaches on women who I find attractive. Once those 30 minutes have finished, get on with the rest of your day. And a really, really useful thing that you can do as well, have a three life rule. You know, like when you play video games, you got like 3 lives and it's game over. Do the same with cold approach. Like if you let 3 golden opportunities go, forget about it. It's like game over at that point. Get on with the rest of your day because you're most likely not going to do it, and then you're just going to get more and more stuck in your head. So go outside, give yourself 30 minutes, do 3 approaches. If 3 opportunities have passed you by, then just forget about it because you're most likely not going to approach anybody that day, and then it becomes this battle of the ego where it's like, no, I said I would do the thing, so I'm going to stay out. And then you're out in your city centre for like 5 hours, and maybe you do like one half-assed approach at like the 4-hour 37 mark just to say to yourself, at least I've done something. But you know that you weren't really in that approach. You kind of just did it to say you've done something. That's the wrong way to go about it. I'm all about efficiency, right? The guys that I work with, they don't have the time to piss away. They don't have the time to be walking around the pavements for 5 hours every single day, trying to find themselves a wife. No, we go hard and then we go home. That's the way that I want you boys to play this. And then when you are going out there, and this is more like a meta thing, but it's so important, is getting yourself into this high frequency state as often as possible. Because again, she's your mirror, right? The girl feels what you feel. Internal state is external reality. There's a lot that we can talk about here, but put simply, when you are going out there, in an ideal world, you actually want to like yourself, right? You actually want to get to a place where you can take it or leave it, right? You've got this ZFG mindset. You're living for an audience of one. ZFG is 0 fucks given, by the way. This is the epitome of ZFG right now, right? So it's like, oh, you can take it or leave it. You've got this devil-may-care attitude. It's like, oh, well, she didn't like me. Oh, that girl flaked. Oh, that date went shit. It just is, right? You can play the game rationally. It's like the James Bond character getting to a level of amused mastery, where it's like, you've seen it all, you've done it all, nothing phases you anymore. Why? Because you're rock solid. In your inner game, we'll call it inner game, I'm gonna release a new course as well for free on YouTube over the coming weeks, which is gonna be like inner game, like 20-hour course, blow your fucking minds. Inner game, like internal state, external reality. So like just really basic stuff, like training like an absolute savage at the gym. Like when I was in Bangkok, I do this a lot now, whereby I don't feel as though I can be my true socially magnetic self until I've done something physical at the start of my day. It's like doing something physical, it opens me up energetically. That's the best way that I can describe it. So like I like to prioritize physical, like intense physical activity at the start of my day. And then that just makes me more social. I'm able to see people and not need anything from them because like my cup is already full, rather than operating in that low frequency state of regret, shame, guilt. Maybe you wake up in the morning just watching porn like I used to do and you just feel like a low life loser. Then you try and cold approach women. It's like they can smell the loser vibes all over you. Again, I've been there. I know how that feels, but you know, like it's it gets to that point where you do just need to start taking radical responsibility for your life. You know, I'm not here to sugarcoat it. Like, the reason why you're losing at the moment is because you're living like a loser, and I've been there and I understand it, right? I was a loser. I didn't have any money. I was a porn addict, had erectile dysfunction. I was working a dead-end job for minimum wage. I hated myself. I hated the man that I'd become. I hated the life that I was living. But, and what? Right? What do you think is going to happen? Someone's going to knock on my door and be like, "Hey, Chris, I know you're struggling right now. Like, I'm gonna come and help you." No, like, I need to do something. It's like, if you really want to do something, you'll find a way. If not, you'll find an excuse. So getting yourself into a high frequency state, training hard at the gym. While I was in Bangkok, I was training Muay Thai. That was amazing. It's like, dude, it's like training with some absolute savages in Bangkok. It just got me into that state where, I don't know, it just helps me get out of my head. You know, like, I can be an overthinker. I can just be I can be like my own biggest critic, or I can be my own biggest cheerleader simultaneously, if that makes sense. But just prioritizing physical activity, moving my body, expanding my mind. Another really practical thing that you boys can do as well is something that we do inside the Entourage all the time. Record yourself out in public. All right, I guarantee like 1% of guys are actually doing this, but those are the 1% of guys which are actually going to unlock a top 1% social life. Sound like Alan Partridge. Unlock a top 1% social life. Just recording yourself in public. Like, you can warm up on yourself first. I think guys often overlook this. You know, when I was saying always be opening or always be warming up, well, you can warm up on yourself. So, like, even before, let's just say, like, a really practical blueprint, you set yourself the intention that, right, when I go outside, when I see somebody who interests me, I will go over and I will say something. And then maybe you get outside and you feel a lot of social resistance. You're worried, oh shit, do people know what I'm doing today? It's like you're walking around like a closet heterosexual who's got this dirty little secret. The more you try and avoid the spotlight, the more fierce it will feel. So don't avoid the spotlight, embrace the spotlight, and actively invite the social spotlight onto you, right? So just get your phone out, just make like a 30-second video in public, and just start creating these video diaries. That's what I used to do. When I was learning cold approach back in 2020, I would go out for some hardcore cold approach sessions. I'd do between 10 and 20 approaches on a good day, usually on a Saturday, because yeah, the weekdays in Leeds weren't that busy during the pandemic. And then I would make these video diaries in between approaches. I'd be like, hey, literally just talking to myself at this point. That's what I mean when I say living for an audience of one. Like, yo, I've just done some approaches today. All of them went pretty shit, but I understand that I'm building the skill, and Rome wasn't built in the day, so I'm going to keep putting myself out there. And then, yeah, I'll let you know how it goes. Just like basic stuff like that. And it helped me gamify game. It was like, it's kind of like, it was just fun. Do you know what I mean? It's like I did 3 approaches and then I report back to myself. We've actually got, so inside the Entourage, it's cross-continental, it's multi-international. We've got guys on pretty much every continent right now. And even though we can't always all be together in person, inside of our private WhatsApp group, it's like having wingmen in your pocket. So whenever our guys touch base in a new city and they don't know anybody, they just hit up the private WhatsApp group. They'll make videos of themselves outside in public. So then just knowing that they've got a like-minded community around them, it doesn't make them feel as though they're on their own anymore. So maybe you've got a friend. Maybe you've got a friend, like one friend is all you pretty much need. Maybe you've got a friend that you can send these videos to. Maybe you've got a friend who you go out and cold approach with. Just send him a voice message whilst you're out in the field. Just be like, hey, Brian, I'm out today, man. Yeah, I'm starting to get a little bit in my head, but I just wanted to get myself socially lubricated because Kristian said that'd be a really good idea. Oh, there's an absolute worldie. And then boom, you go over. And then what can often happen as well is like girls can see you recording yourself in public, and sometimes they can approach you because they're curious. This happened to one of our guys who was out in Latin America. I think it was last year. He was making videos of himself in public to just take a sledgehammer to those nonsense anxieties that he was feeling. And then girls would come over, be like, hey, you're an influencer, what are you doing? So, you know, it can be a curiosity hook for people as well. But I've always liked these activities. Like you've probably seen me in the past do like some hardcore social freedom stuff. Like we went to Milan last autumn and we did that massive social freedom video there. That was amazing. So I was pretending to be like Taylor Swift outside of the cathedral, twinkle, twinkle, little star on that bicycle. If you've not seen that video, I think it's called like What True Social Freedom Looks Like. Yeah, that was a hardcore social freedom video. You don't need to do that stuff. You don't need to do push-ups in public. I think especially if you're on your own. Like if you're on your own and you start to do push-ups in public, like, I don't know, I think there's something biological about that. It's like, I think it's just much easier if you've got a mate with you, because like, oh yeah, this guy's not mentally deranged. They're kind of just doing it because they're friends and they're just being boys. But I think if you do it on your own, you can probably, I don't know, maybe attract unwanted attention, but sure, life, do what you want to do. To be fair, I've done that before. I've done that before, but I wouldn't say that I'm like the shining example that you should replicate everything off. Anyway, before I go on a tangent. So yeah, doing hardcore physical activity, recording yourself in public, not placing excess importance on every approach, not viewing everything as a make or break situation, right? It's either going to go well or I've got a funny story. And I think that's really useful because I think there are a lot of guys and they're just thinking way too much. Yeah, just way too many steps. And I get it, right? A lot of the guys that I work with, they're cognitive, logical men, right? They work cognitive jobs, they've got stressful lifestyles, and sometimes they can find it difficult to go from work mode into play mode. Yeah, does that make sense? Like you might have been working at the office 9 to 5, and then, oh shit, now I need to approach people. So I do understand that, but we become what we practice. So even if it could just be maybe the idea of going over to a woman and giving her a direct compliment, that might feel just a bit too much for you right now. You could just start off by setting the intention to make as much eye contact with beautiful women every day when you leave the house. And that could be the intention that you set for yourself. Maybe you say to yourself, right, every time I see a beautiful woman, I'm going to force myself to make eye contact with her, and I'm going to allow her to be the one to break the gaze. Now, obviously, don't be going around like having like a staring competition. But if you can force yourself to gradually crescendo your way towards confidence, and maybe you can throw in a smile here and there as well. You know, maybe she reciprocates the gaze, and then maybe she smiles, and then you've got yourself, young Padawan, a warm approach, right? Warm approach. So warm approaching is where you approach a woman who's already signaled interest in you. And the reason why warm approach is so powerful is because they allow you to experience success in advance. It's like she's seen you, she likes you, she's probably thinking dirty things about you. So you can go over there. You can be super audacious as well. You can be like, hey, I just saw you checking me out. I'm not just a piece of meat, you know, I've got feelings and stuff. You look great as well. You can see me doing that warm approach. In the 10-hour free course that I dropped yesterday, there's like a chapter which is how to warm approach. I literally do that approach in London with an amazing woman, so you can see that in real time. That's why I like to give you boys this advice, like sort of like talking head, because, you know, I enjoy doing it, but I'm all about action. Yeah, like I'm not one of those guys who just sat in his room theorizing, like here's how to get a woman's number, here's how to approach, here's how to build sexual tension. It's like they spend their entire career just talking about it. So I let my actions do the talking for me. So if you get that 10-hour course, you can just see me taking massive amounts of action. And I think if you can understand that the more action that you take, the more you do what terrifies you, the more you dive bomb into discomfort and just make yourself viciously uncomfortable, that's how true growth really happens. It's exposure therapy. Yeah, so if you're really scared of approaching women right now, it's most likely because you've just not done it enough, right? You don't have social anxiety, you just lack practice, right? You just lack practice. Yeah, it's like I could say that I'm shit at tennis, but I've hardly played tennis, right? So I'm shit, or my shitness is directly correlated to my inability or lack of desire to pick up a tennis racket, yeah? So it's like, you have to understand that as well, I think. It's like, oftentimes we are critical of ourselves, but we've just not done it enough, right? I guarantee if you did 10,000 direct call approaches, you get fucking great at that, right? So again, you know, we become what we practice, and I think that's useful. Don't try to be perfect. I've said that. I think, yeah, the final thing is which is useful and is more on brand for me is, I think, make that decision to just go hard with cold approach. And you don't need to become a day gamer. You can learn day game without becoming a day gamer. I never wanted to become a day gamer. That's why I say to you boys, like, I don't see myself as a dating coach. I don't see myself as a pickup artist. I don't see myself as a day gamer. I just view myself as a guy who wants the best for himself, who's living a fucking cool lifestyle, and the mantra that I move with is freedom from bullshit. That's everything that we need to do. It's just freedom from bullshit, moving ourselves further away from bullshit so we can unlock a life that when we get to 83 years old and we're looking back on the dusty recesses of things, it's like, do you know what? That was an amazing life. What an amazing time that was. I'm so happy that I went after it. I took bold action. I took those risks. You know, fucking made a couple $1 million. Had my heart broken a couple of times. But fuck me, what a ride that was. Like, that's the sort of life. You know, that's the sort of life that I think we want to be living. But if you can prioritize cold approach, I think for the next, let's say, 90 days, I think it is important when you're learning cold approach to go through that obsession period where you do give yourself permission to go hard, to watch the videos, to binge the content, to listen to the podcast, to read the blogs. But it's like, don't get stuck there. Yeah, day game is not the end game. I really believe, and this is the situation that the majority of the guys inside the entourage have got to now. It's like, we wanted to master cold approach so we could forget about cold approach, right? It's like, master the art of attracting women so you can forget about women, because the person who has the most cares the least, right? So in plain fucking English, if you can give yourself a 90-day obsession period where you aim to do 20 direct cold approaches every single week for the next 90 days, you aim to record as many of the audio footage of your conversations as possible so you can actually get a point of reference, you can find out what your conversations are like. You can listen to if you're speaking too fast, if you're not giving the girl long enough to answer, if your conversations are too platonic and she's not perceiving you as a sexual option. Maybe you're asking too many questions. Maybe you're not asking enough questions. Maybe you're not allowing enough pauses so there's no sexual tension there. Remember, let the silence do the work. But I think if you can go for these next 90 days, and that would be like empire vision level. Like, if you don't do 20 direct cold approaches every single week, then it doesn't mean that you're an absolute failure. But I like to give practical numbers, you know. It's like, I think 20 direct cold approaches, that's literally you going over to a woman and be like, hey, excuse me, listen, I just wanted to say you look amazing and I would have regretted not coming over here and saying that to you. What are you doing today? And it's really important when you are cold approaching that you don't deliver the compliment and then just bounce, because that's going to train you to eject from the conversation too early. More specifically, it's going to train you to leave the conversation every time you've delivered the compliment. So force yourself to stay in that conversation 30 seconds longer than you feel comfortable by just asking her what she's doing today, right? So, hey, you look fucking amazing. You don't need to use my exact words. Like, again, don't replicate what I say. You know, find your own words that work for you. But just, you know, go over, excuse me, make sure she's actually stopped and make sure she's actually looking at you. That's so critical as well. A lot of guys will go over and they'll give the girl a compliment, but the girl's continuing to walk, right? A person's feet will point in the direction that they want to travel. So if her feet are facing away from you and she's still in motion, you're never going to have a conversation. You need to get her to stop, make sure she actually looked at you. So that's why the first 3 seconds of your cold approach, they're the most important. You want to be going in there with full conviction, right? Which means that imagine after you approach this woman, the world is going to end for some unknown reason. And it's like, you need to get this woman to stop, right? That level of urgency and conviction, because the more conviction you have, the more authority you're going to convey, right? And it's like, a woman can't be turned on by a guy who she doesn't respect. So can we just stop doing these like lukewarm, tepid approaches where we are apologetic with our masculinity? Like, oh, excuse me, like, do you mind? Like, do you have a moment? Like, you know, do you mind having a conversation with a guy like me? It's like, dude, shut the fuck up, right? Especially a lot of the guys that are in the entourage. Like, if you've got status, yeah, like you've built your career, you've prioritized your health, you have rose the ranks in your industry, have more of that justified arrogance. Like, you've actually made something of yourself. Just think about your life, all the obstacles, all the challenges, all the bullshit you've had to deal with to get to the place that you're at today. But you're approaching these women as though you don't have 2 pennies to rub together. And she's like, the fuck's wrong with this guy? Like, he looks the part, but fuck me, he doesn't act the part, right? That's what I was saying to you right at the start. It's not what you say, it's not how you say it, it's who you are when you say it. It's how compelling you feel in the current moment. And this is what I said to you boys, train hard, you know, get good sleep, reduce your alcohol intake, because, you know, the day after you've had a heavy session, you ain't feeling your #best self anymore. You just want to crawl into the womb again. So yeah, just it's all connected. Yeah, the way you do anything is the way you do everything. But when you are going over, conviction, make sure she stopped, make sure she's looking at you, okay? And that could be the drill that you lead with for your first couple of sessions. Your version of success might just be, right, let's just see how many women we can get to stop. Because once you've got her to stop and her feet are pointing towards you, you can talk to her then. You can have a proper conversation, man to woman. But it's when, like, you're here and, like, she's facing there, she's kind of got, like, a head craned over, and she's like, oh, sorry, is there something that I can help you with? The headphones come out, and then a fucking guy on a bike goes past you, and the fucking squirrels start running around. It's like, oh my god, this is so chaotic. You have to embrace the chaos, though. I think you have to embrace that. You have to embrace the awkwardness, the randomness, all the shit that goes on. You know, if you're speaking with a girl and a fucking homeless guy comes in, it's like, oh, you know, it's kind of just funny with a zoomed out perspective. You imagine that everybody are penguins waddling around. It's kind of just funny. Yeah, it's just kind of funny. But yeah, approach with conviction. Make sure she stopped. Make sure she's actually looking at you. Give her a hard-hitting compliment. Listen, you look beautiful. You look incredible. You look unreal. I would have regretted not coming over to you, Susie. How do you know my name? And give you the compliment. What are you doing today? Oh, I'm about to go shopping. And then if you want to, you can try and carry on the conversation like, oh, you're going shopping. Oh, what are you going shopping for, Susie? She's like, none of your fucking business. But then that's a win. Do you know what I mean? It's already a win. I would say it's already a win if you're watching these videos. It's already a win if you've got the intention of doing something with them. It's already a win if you go out there with the intention of approaching. It's a massive win if you actually go over and give somebody a compliment. So it's just celebrating every victory along the way, stacking those wins, because the more wins that we stack, the better we feel internally. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, if we say to ourselves, right, I'm going to go out, I'm going to do a direct call approach, then I'm going to go to the gym, then I'm going to spend 1 hour researching on drop shipping to scale my business. It's like, if you can just be a man of your word and do the things that you say you're going to do, that's how we build confidence. It's when we bail on ourselves, right? And again, like, it's no shame. I don't want you boys to think you have to be robots and like, oh, I must do everything. I must be a man of my word. Right? You know, fucking human nature on that. But I think actions must align with ambitions. Yeah, actions must align with ambitions. And then the beautiful thing, once you have started to cold approach, what that's going to do is it's going to train you to act on immediacy. Okay, so usually when guys first get started with daytime cold approach, they can take a long time to get into the conversation, right? But the more approaches you do and the more seasoned you become and the more confident that you feel, you'll start to minimize the time that it takes you to go into approaches. And then you'll just start approaching on autopilot, any girl, anywhere, anytime. But that only comes about through the reps, through taking a lot of action, being consistent with it, yeah? So it trains you to act on immediacy. And why this is so powerful for your overall social life is whenever social opportunities present themselves, you're just going to be able to act on them, right? Whether it's talking to the old lady at the bus station or the barista or, I don't know, the woman behind the desk at Lululemon, you're just going to be in that social flow state where you've become what you've been practicing. And now social interactions feel effortless. Talking to beautiful women feels as natural as drinking water. And you're kind of like looking back at the past 20 years and thinking, what the fuck was I scared of? Right, we suffer more in imagination than in reality. And like Alfred Hitchcock once said, there is no terror in the bang, only in the anticipation of it. You know, when you're about to watch a big firework display and you're like, oh, the firework's gonna go off soon. And then when it does, it's like, oh yeah, cool, firework. It's the same thing with your approaches. It's like, it's the anticipation. It's the avoidance which amplifies your anxiety. Action alleviates it. Okay, action will alleviate your anxiety. Exposure therapy, dive bombing into discomfort, making a habit out of approaching people, being approachable yourself as well. I think a lot of us, we walk around the place and it's like hunched over on our phones, not really paying attention to the world. It's like, oh, my social skills are so bad. Dude, put the phone away, leave your phone at home, walk outside, have open body language, have a smile on your face, be grateful for the things that you currently have. Like, dude, you've got your legs, hopefully, you've got your legs, you can walk, you can see, you've got autonomy, you've got sovereignty to live a life in your own image. Yeah, you can see women and it's free. You can give them a compliment and that feels nice. You can go to the gym, hopefully. Like all of these things that we've got to be grateful for, but usually we focus on the things that we don't have as opposed to the things that we do have. And that puts us into an energetic state of lack. And then we say things like, I want a girlfriend, which is the same thing as saying, I don't have a girlfriend. Rather than saying I want, say I commit. I commit to becoming the most fuckable version of myself. I commit to unlocking the skill of daytime call approach within the next 90 days. I commit to becoming the most socially energetic, magnetic version of myself. I commit to leaving my job. I commit to living a multi-international lifestyle. I commit. The more commitments you can make for yourself, it's like that just becomes real then, because like I want, it's like cool, you know, everybody says they want a six-pack, but how many people have actually got the six-pack? It's not the information that you lack, it's the implementation. Okay, knowledge is everywhere. Knowledge is free. Knowledge is actually not that valuable, because if it was valuable, everybody who wanted a six-pack would have one. It's not enough to say, I want it. What do you commit to? And then actions align with ambition. So boys, if you've enjoyed this live stream, then drop it a like. It tells me that you enjoy the streams, and I really appreciate all of yours. I'm just dropping some deep esoteric knowledge because this is just the shit that I think people need to hear. Like none of this like, oh, red pill, men go their own way, looks, money, status, oh, black pill, you just need to have a symmetrical jaw, and then every woman on the planet is going to be throwing themselves out, yeah. All of this fucking blah, blah bullshit. And I think it's about time we all woke up to the nonsense which is being fed, especially into the minds of young men, right? You don't need all this garbage. What you need is a big set of balls. That's what you need. A big set of balls, having a smile on your face, recognizing that in 100 years, it's just going to be space dust and ashes, right? Your great-great-great-great-grandfather, no fucking idea who he was, right? Liberated nihilism, accepting that the journey that we take, nothing matters in the most liberating way possible. So whilst we're alive on this earth, let's not die with our music still inside of us. If you can aim to get 1% better every single day, taking those difficult actions, taking the actions that your future self will thank you for, not thinking in terms of days, but thinking in terms of decades, and viewing every approach as an investment into the identity of the version of yourself you're going to embody, then you'll get there.
So I did a boot camp at the start of summer about 6 months ago. The reason why I want to do so is just an area of my life I haven't really addressed. I think it's quite easy to fall into the pattern of when it's going to happen, it's going to happen. And I was getting a little bit frustrated. And I can honestly say doing this weekend was easily one of the best choices I've made over the many, many years. Doing this weekend has completely eradicated any problems or fears I had of meeting someone. It's allowed me to create opportunity and almost like not fall into that scarcity mindset. So I can honestly say doing this weekend was easily one of the best experiences I've ever had. And for anybody out there who's thinking about doing this, thinking about trying this, just even wanting a new experience, speak to Kristian. He'll talk you through it. He won't sell you a bullshit plan. You know, if you're willing to put in the work, he'll help you, he'll guide you, and you'll get results so much faster than you think. I think that's the thing, like, from doing this, you know, the 6 months I've been doing this, it's completely changed that area of my life where I have no problem at all. So anybody who's wanted to try this or do this, just contact Kristian. It was easily one of the best weekends I've ever had.
Fuck perfection, just show up. Even though you might be scared right now, even though you might have, fuck me, all these self-limiting beliefs. One sec. Is that it? Fuck knows. Let's try and do one more. Yeah! Oh, fuck, that was dirty. All these actions that we take, they compound over time. So it's not the results that you're going to get today, it's what the results you're going to get 3, 6, 9, 12 months from now. Who are you going to be in the future? Because that's the way that I always like to view this. I have this future projection mindset, not thinking in terms of days, but thinking in terms of decades. And then every action that I take, I'm investing into the identity of the person who I want to embody. The goal is not to chase a goal, it's to chase an identity. And rather than doing your best, it's doing what is necessary. One of the first things that I do when I get to a new gaff is just check out the gym. And it's like something from a Rocky film. So what I thought I would do is just do a little live stream, Mike Thurston style, in Dubai. I've no idea how it's going to turn out. My tripod is not that big. That is not a euphemism, but it may be taken as one. If you have no idea who I am, by the way, it's nice to meet you. I hope you're well. My name's Kristian, and I travel the world. I work with 6, 7, even sometimes 8-figure entrepreneurs, and I help them build a better dating life. Yeah, I found that most men are frustrated because they currently lack love from the feminine, and I teach organic attraction. So no dating apps, no grotty nightclubs, no getting women through your social circle, no DMing women on social media like a little simp. It's go over to women who you find attractive, declare your desire in a non-needy way, have this invitational mindset, go forth into all of your approaches with I want you, but I don't need you, because that's true abundance, right? The person who has the most cares the least. In my experience, it takes about 100 direct cold approaches to start to develop proficiency. So if you're not started cold approach yet, just get started and view it like a gym session. You're focused on the reps. The reps are the reward. So we're not training at the gym today because we want to get better bodies. Becoming more fuckable physically is going to be a byproduct of us showing up and then being action focused rather than outcome dependent. So we'll get 8 reps on the shoulder press. But yeah, if you can just be
action focused rather than outcome dependent. So you go into the gym purely to establish that discipline, and then you stay consistent. One more. You stay consistent. You view the reps as a reward. You view this whole thing of call approach as it's about becoming the full package. Yeah, becoming the most fuckable version of yourself. It's not about learning lines, learning routines, going into every conversation, seeking validation, seeking approval. That will be there in the early stages, so don't beat yourself up too much about it. But if there's one thing that you take away from this live stream, let it be this. That's the desert. No, I'm not messing. If there's one thing you take away from the stream, remind yourself every single day and write it down into your notes. Belief follows action. So even if I don't always feel motivated to hit a gym session, even if I don't always feel motivated to do a live stream, even if I don't always feel motivated to talk to people, do a cold approach, then I understand that I will want to do it when I start doing it. Yeah, you don't need to feel social in order to start speaking to people. You'll start to feel social once you start getting yourself socially lubricated. A lot of the guys who I work with are chronic overthinkers, so they think too many steps ahead, experience failure in advance, and reject themselves on the woman's behalf. But it's simply because they've just not taken enough action. It's like if I want to build a great body at the gym, but all I'm doing all day is watching Mike Thurston videos, thinking about buying his shorts. I've got so much information, but what I lack is implementation. So even me just doing this live stream in the gym right now, it's just taking that action. Like, where in your life could you be taking more action? And then all these actions that we take, they compound over time. So it's not the results that you're going to get today, it's what the results you're going to get 3, 6, 9, 12 months from now. Who are you going to be in the future? Because that's the way that I always like to view this. I have this future projection mindset, not thinking in terms of days, but thinking in terms of decades. And then every action that I take, I'm investing into the identity of the person who I want to embody. If you've not done so already, download my free course. It's called my Most Fuckable Man course, and complete the module called Mindset Mastery. In that module, I talk to you boys about creating a personal renaissance document. So the goal is not to chase a goal, it's to chase an identity. And rather than doing your best, it's doing what is necessary. My best would be me, sat down in my apartment, twiddling my thumbs, feeling lazy, right? That would be what my best would be, like in my animalistic mind that craves comfort. But doing what is necessary is doing the actions that I'm doing today. Showing up at the gym, doing this stream, hopefully the audio's okay. Making these videos, inspiring you boys to live a life beyond the beige, do what terrifies you on a daily basis, and not to die with your music still inside of you. So come on, let's do some more reps. Remember, the reps are the reward. Write that down, remember it. Before you go to sleep every day, remind yourself, belief follows action. Right, let's get 8 of these, I won't talk. We can count together though. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1 more. Slow, controlled. Mike Thurston. Boys, when you actually make the decision to come and work with me in the future, this is literally what we do together. So we go out, we cold approach, we go to the gym together, we go out for dinner together, talk on WhatsApp together or FaceTime, whatever you prefer. We have one-to-one calls, we have group coaching calls. I introduce you to the rest of my network because you probably heard it before. We become what we surround ourselves with. Your network is your net worth. Far too many guys who want to become fuckable, who want to max out the social skills, who want to become impeccable at cold approach, they try to do it all on their own. They've got zero accountability. And if there's one thing, like one key ingredient that I guarantee you don't currently have when it comes to cold approach, that I can give you in bucket loads, is accountability. Like, when was the last time you actually had somebody who was pushing you into cold approaches, who was pushing you to do 100 direct cold approaches in 3 or 4 days? When was the last time you had your approaches, like, given feedback on your approaches? When was the last time you had somebody with no emotional attachment to you give you an objective piece of feedback on your overall fuckability or current sexual market value standing? Like, when was the last time that you actually had accountability? Like, where is the accountability in your life right now? Or are you one of those guys who's like, I hold myself accountable? It's like I said to you before, it's not doing your best, it's doing what's necessary. And it's so easy to revert back into old habits. Life gets in the way, there's some things that come up, obstacles get shown, and then it's easy to just go back to square one. So accountability, that's like probably the best thing that I can give you when we eventually start working together, is non-negotiable, explosive accountability. It's like, the whole reason why my clients get the results that they do is because if you're successful in your application, then I will go above and beyond to make sure that you are successful, because ultimately, my reputation is attached to your success. Okay, you have to understand, this is how the world works. We're all animals responding to incentives. The world's motivated by self-interest, and everyone, including me, just wants the best deal for themselves. But when you win, I win, and all the other guys in my network win, because a rising tide lifts all the boats. This is why my guys get the life-changing results that they do. It's because my reputation is attached to their success. I don't want anybody to have worked with me to have left feeling disappointed. I won't let that happen. And look, it's not a magic bullet, it's not a guarantee, it's not a quick fix. It works as long as you do. Like, I can give you the entire playbook, I can hold you accountable for your actions, I can tell you what you need to know and not what you want to hear. But a personal trainer can't lift the weight for you. It's up to you. You need to have the drive, the desire, and the determination. Like, I've got no time for excuse making, action avoiding, or crybabies. Like, if you want someone to hold your hand and so you can talk about your hashtag feelings, then I'm probably not the guy for you. I just give a fuck about results. I'm making every single person who's associated with me as successful as possible. So if you're one of those individuals who's ready to become the most fuckable version of themselves, if you want to become socially magnetic, if you want to be able to walk into rooms with high quality head turners who turn heads as soon as you walk into that room together, I'm your guy. But if you just want to watch Mike Thurston videos, then I'm probably not your guy. I don't know how I keep referencing Mike Thurston, but it's kind of become the running joke here. Let's do some more reps. Woo! Hope you boys are enjoying this raw authenticity. I just thought, let's just do one of these without any fancy video editors. Just as if you were here with me. That's the whole point of these streams. It's content marketing. I make videos to attract my people and repel the rest. Meaning, if you're still watching this, then you obviously think that what I've got to say is valuable and is worth your time. Otherwise, one more. Oh, that's some feeling that. That is godly frequency. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. You wouldn't still be watching these live streams. Whew. Looking good, Kristian. Yes, bro. Gonna get that 16-pack soon. Coca-Cola in your heart out. I'm just chatting shit, man, but I hope you found this enjoyable. But yeah, if you're still watching these streams and you check in every single day, then it's obviously because you realise what I've got is valuable. And that's the only thing, in my opinion, that men are actually valued for, or certainly what men are loved for. It's the value that we provide. Yeah, and that's why I try and get across to you boys. It goes deeper than day game. Cold approach is the ultimate form of self-development because it holds a mirror up to yourself. And what will start to happen, the more that you improve yourself, is your low-life loser friends will start to get triggered. They'll start to get what's called status anxiety because the person you're becoming, it holds a mirror up to who they could have been. People want to see you do well. They don't want to see you do better than them. And that's why I've always enjoyed the quote, show me your friends and I'll show you your future. The whole reason I'm out in Dubai is because I attended a $15,000 event. $15,000 actually cost me more than that when you factor in flights, hotels, food, gym memberships. But the reason why I'm prepared to invest so heavily into myself is because I understand that I am my biggest asset. I don't know what I don't know. So I pay a lot of money because I know that's going to pay off in the future. I might not see an immediate ROI, but like I said to you boys before, I'm thinking in terms of decades rather than days. That's what I want you boys to start doing as well. Have that future projection mindset. Who do you want to be? Not who you've been in the past. Because if you're anything like I used to be, then you might hate your life at the moment. Maybe you're like I was 4 years ago, where you're a low-life loser. I was a porn addict who had erectile dysfunction. I couldn't pull a muscle. I didn't know how to attract women. I'd had a string of failed relationships because I was always scared of losing relationships that I was in because I didn't think I could get anything else. And this is what most guys have found themselves in now. Perpetual scarcity, where it's a case of if they are in a relationship, it's not that they want her, it's a case of they just want someone. Most loyalty today is based off of scarcity. But once you've got this skill set unlocked, call approach, it gives you true abundance. Because you know at any given moment, you don't need to be dependent on algorithms or alcohol or friends of friends. It just became the only viable option for me 4 years ago, and it's probably the most viable option for you now as well. Because realistically, how else are you going to meet the mother of your children? How else are you going to meet your future partner? How else are you going to meet that wife-worthy woman who you can do life with? Because for me, it wasn't on dating apps. It wasn't through friends of friends, because I didn't have any friends. And it wasn't going to be on social media, because I didn't want to be a little simp, you know, DMing all that shit. So what is the most viable option? It's to get outside, it's to grow a set of balls. It's to surround yourself with like-minded savages who want to see you win, because then that helps them win. And then taking the skill set to the moon. Let's do some more reps. Oh man, shoulders are feeling fatigued now. But come on, let's get those ready. For the Kasanovians, yeah? Boys, this is actually really fun. Like, I don't even care too much if anyone's even watching. I'm just truly enjoying making this. The achievement is in the attempt. The pleasure is in the pursuit. And the success is in the showing up. Fuck perfection, just show up. Even though you might be scared right now, even though you might have, fuck me, all these self-limiting beliefs. One sec. Is that it? Fuck knows. Let's try and do one more. Yeah! Oh, fuck, that was dirty. Fuck me. Felt good. That felt good, bro. I wish the lighting was a bit better. You can see my shredded physique. But yeah, if you're someone and you've got a lot of self-limiting beliefs at the moment, maybe you think you're too short. Maybe you think that you're not rich enough. Maybe you think you're not ripped enough. Maybe you think that you can't attract women because you're bald. Maybe you think you can't attract women because of your upbringing or your nationality or, I don't know, the fucking lottery numbers that you put on a Saturday. Like, I think another epiphanova that's going to save you so much time, so much hassle, and so much wasted energy. I've paid a lot of money to learn this, and it's come through the fires of adversity, learning by doing, and I'm giving it to you for free because I really want it to inspire you, and I want it to ignite a passion inside of you to show that real change is possible, and it's all within your control. But like, you could have the best body in the world, you can still be making 8 figures, you could have the nice watch, you could have the penthouse in Malibu, you can have the Lamborghini. All of these things are nice to have because I think they are trophies of accomplishment. Yeah, they show you that you've put effort in to achieve something. But when it comes to actually meeting women, when it comes to creating raw, primal, powerful attraction, all of those things go out the window. What matters, above all else, is who you are and not what you have. And that's what I always say to you boys, it's not what you say, it's not even how you say it, it's who you are when you say it. And I think that apart from having this unshakable belief in your own capabilities, your greatest purchasing power in the sexual marketplace when it comes to projecting your proclivity as a protector and find that wife-worthy woman is balls. Balls, balls, balls. Just having a gorilla, gargantuan sized set of balls. That's all it comes down to. Like, if you can have that devil-may-care attitude, if you truly brainwash yourself into believing that you are the most fuckable man on the planet, you operate from this place of delusional optimism and irrational confidence, you see everything as feedback. That's how you can reframe rejection. You view it all as feedback. It's a rite of passage. Nothing happens to you, everything happens for you. The beautiful thing about the game of life is nothing's actually real. Like, even if it's not true, we make it true by believing in it. Perception's reality. As a man thinketh, so is he. Like, the way that I operate my life is, I'm already a millionaire. I just don't have the money in my pocket yet. I operate like I've already got 1 million subscribers on YouTube. Not that those vanity metrics even matter, but just so I can make the point clear. But I operate like I've already got 1 million subscribers. I'm just waiting for the rest of the world to catch up. That's why I can just do these streams. That's why I can put myself out there and dive bomb into discomfort and not really give a fuck anymore. Because I used to give a fuck. I used to give a massive fuck. I used to be a perpetual people pleaser. I used to be terrified what other people thought of me. I used to have crippling social anxiety, or what I termed to be social anxiety. But I realized I actually didn't have social anxiety. I just lacked practice. That's why I was saying to you boys at the start, belief follows action. The only reason why you're scared to approach women is because you've just not done it enough times. Yeah, you've not had anybody to hold you accountable and to push you, not to do your best, but to do what is necessary. So you've already got it all inside of you. Going to the gym, making money, traveling the world. These are nice luxuries to have. It doesn't sell the product of you. What sells the product of you is your own unwavering belief in your own product. Yeah? So, let's do another set. Let's do another set, boys. Oh, shoulders are fucking torched. For the Kasanovians, for Mike Thurston. Mike, if you're watching, we've met once. We met once in Mayfair in London. Actually, I'll tell you a good story about Mike Thurston in a second. Woo! Oh, our traps are looking nice. All right, let's do 8. 1. I'll watch this video back later and I'll check my form. Hopefully it's good. 5. 3 more. 6. Oh, fuck me. That is going to failure. Fuck. That is what going to failure looks like. Just let me rep that last one out. Now I'll tell you a story about Mike Thurston, and then I'll give you a story about awakened animalism, which is fucking cool as well. Awakened animalism. Well, let's just get that last rep, otherwise it's going to annoy me. I know it doesn't matter for any of you boys, but it matters to me. I want to be able to lay my head at night and be like, we got that last rep. Come on. Oh, channel your inner Mike Thurston, Kristian. Right. Okay, let's get that last rep. Control. Oh, come on, let's go. Yes. Woo. That felt good. Go 3. I'll go 3. Don't do your best, do what's necessary. Woo! Fuck yeah. That feels good. I don't know if you boys can still see me. Hopefully you can. Oh, that feels good. Yeah, you boys are hearing my sex noise in real time. But now, like, this is literally what we do. Like, when my guys travel with me, we cold approach, we go to the gym, we go out for dinners, we talk about philosophy, poetry, marketing, business, making money online. I've said it to you boys before, I'm not building a business, I'm creating a lifestyle, and it's a lifestyle that I want you to be part of. So yeah, if you're interested in working with me, getting some of this in your life, just like being here with me in the moment, whether it's Dubai, Bangkok, Barcelona, wherever. If you want a cold approach with me, you want to train with me, you want me to introduce you to the rest of my guys, you want help building an online business, scaling a personal brand, making social media content, escaping the 9 to 5, I do all this stuff. In the private network, the entourage, we have weekly calls, business calls, call approach calls, fucking calls everywhere. Got calls coming out my ass, like go to Carrefour warehouse. Let's do some side raises. I don't know if you boys can see me. I think you can. Fucking hell, imagine if this was a live stream. Oh wait. I don't know if anybody else here would. I really enjoy doing my side raises like that and then holding it for like 5 seconds. I find the contraction is way better. So I watched Andrew Huberman, the health guy. I watched one of his podcasts and it was like a secret way to instigate muscle hypertrophy. Hypertrophy is time under tension. So rather than doing more reps, you just spend more time under tension. Let's do one more. Fuck me. Jesus. I wish there was some like natty light in here. I've got some unreal pump going. You can't even fucking see it. Wasted pump, bro. Wasted pump. I'll post a video later, a picture later in the community feed. We had a story about Mike Thurston. I met Mike. Talking on first name basis, if we're besties. He's my bestie. I met him in Mayfair when I was in London. I think it was this year. And it was really weird because like, I met him and we just spoke for like 10 minutes. The guy's super generous with his time and he was giving me some advice on YouTube, on content creation. He was actually really interested in what I did. We had a really great conversation. So I had full respect for the guy because he didn't need to give me the time of day. Like, he didn't even know who I was, but he just entertained the conversation. So like, really, really fucking cool guy. I remember watching his videos back when I was in university. I was like, I don't really care about any of the whole like allegations which are targeted at him, like, is this guy natural, is he not natural? It's like, who gives a fuck? He makes amazing content, he changes people's lives, he gives people reasons to get out the door, hit the gym. So, ultimately, who gives a fuck? Guy's changing lives, so I think that's nice. Yeah, I'm really enjoying this. Tell you what, we'll do some dips. Well, not dips, but like triceps. Seeing as though we have that thing which is right there. If anyone wanted to know what weight I was using, it was 500 kg. Verify. Let's see what this is feeling like. Oh, that feels nice. Oh, it feels really nice. Do 4 more. Oh, that feels nice. Yeah, we'll go straight into some push-ups. Let me put the thing here so you can do some push-ups with me. Let's do 10. I'll do this side. Fuck it. There we go. Do 10. 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. Fuck me. Come on. We'll just take it to failure. Subscribe and join the entourage. I was just saying before about this concept of awakened animalism. So like, in my opinion, we've all got this beast inside of us, like this desire to create, to conquer, to dominate the world. I think oftentimes this desire is diluted by bullshit, like bullshit from the media, bullshit from society at large, bullshit from our parents, bullshit from ourselves. One of my favorite quotes is from Carl Jung, who said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will rule your life and you will call it fate. I think that we all have this animal inside of us that I think coming to a gym and just being able to let out this male aggression in a healthy way, like lifting heavy weights, letting out these loud, guttural grunts, talking to myself, recording myself in public, cold approaching, is like, the thing that I try and explain to you boys all the time is, you already know everything. Like there's nothing new under the sun. And I think part of our masculine journey is unlearning, stripping back these layers of social conditioning so we can connect with our most authentic self. It's like Pablo Picasso said, it took me 4 years to paint like Raphael, a lifetime to paint like a child. And I'm tapping into this more and more. I feel as though I almost forgot this side of myself. This like carefree, childlike curiosity. I think when you run your own business, if you're a high achieving entrepreneur and you've got a lot of stress and you've got a lot of responsibility and there's obstacles every single day that need your attention, I think it's easy to take yourself, take life, even to take the women that you're dating too seriously. And I think just prioritizing play, just finding times in your schedule to just get outside, be a boy, talk to some nice girls, train the gym, roll around, laugh, just go and shoot the shit with the boys, just talk about absolute nonsense and just lose yourself in the rapturous ecstasy of being alive. I don't know, man. I think a big part of this game is just dumbing yourself down, unlearning. You've heard it before, girls just want to have fun. She feels what you feel, the girl's your mirror. I think this is why a lot of quote-unquote high-value men, like the guys who I work with personally, it's why they suck so bad with women, because they've been essentially sold a lie of build it and they will come. Like, be a high-value man, make lots of money, prioritize your health, get into immaculate shape, get a penthouse, get a Lamborghini, and then one day your beautiful woman's going to knock on your door and be like, right, I'm ready. But it doesn't work like that. I find oftentimes guys can almost lose their identity behind materialistic trophies. Like, oh, a woman should like me because I'm so successful, I've got all this money, I can fly her out to wherever she wants to go. And that's cool. That projects your proclivity as a protector. But I think it's important to have both. It's like find you a man who can do both. Be the serious. It's like having the energy of the brother and the father. That's the best way I can describe it. So like the energy of the father is you've got that grounded, dominant assertion where you can look after your woman. But if that's all you've got going on, it's easy for you to become boring. That's why it needs to be balanced with the energy of the brother. You think about a beautiful girl who's got a brother. When he's interacting with his sister, he's not up in his head thinking about what he should say or worried about saying the wrong thing. He's lighthearted, he's jovial, he's playful, he can take the piss out of her. He doesn't put her on a pedestal. If you've got both of those energies, and I think that I've cultivated both these energies, I used to just have the energy of the brother. If you go back onto the oldest videos on my channel, you can watch me in the field 4 years ago. I used to hide behind humor a lot. Like I was always scared of saying the wrong thing or annoying women because, let's just say I had a bit of a weird relationship with the feminine growing up. I grew up in a single mother household. Things were difficult between me and my mum. So I almost like grew up having a fear of the feminine. So I would hide behind humor. I would be too playful. My energy would be too top heavy. So like I was fine at having those platonic conversations, but my conversation with women very rarely went past that platonic chit chat. So I had to teach myself the more grounded side of seduction. And this is what I help my guys do. Like the reason why I don't do group coaching is because I give guys an individually tailored experience. We're all unique individuals and we all need individually tailored blueprints. So I get to know my guys on a deep level, and then I give them exactly what they need. So if I'm working with a guy and he's a perpetual people pleaser and he's too light-hearted and too jovial in his conversations, I'll help him bring that energy down, let the silence do the work, optimize the power of the pause, become more mysterious, become more vague, become more enigmatic, and be a puzzle that she craves to solve. So, you know what I mean? By this point, I've just got the blueprint. I know what I'm doing. And yeah, I can't remember what I was going to say. Probably something like, join the fucking entourage. We'll do another set of side raises, and then we'll go over to the tricep station. And then we'll finish off with some push-ups. Hopefully you both are enjoying this. I'm enjoying it. So, that's important. What would this be if not for fun? Wait, they feel too light now. Let's go for slightly heavier. Where's the... Yeah, these. Oh, that's better. Oh, that's better. Oh, fuck me. Oh, fuck. Oh. Oh, fuck me. Oh. Come on, Kristian. Hold. Oh, fuck. Let's drop set. I didn't see that. Shoulder absolutely torched. Yeah, bro. This is becoming fuckable 101. Right, that's the tricep station. Make that heavier for next time. Let's just go straight into push-ups. One, two. I'm not teaching you boys how to cold approach. I'm teaching you how you can become the version of yourself who cold approach can work for. So that's why it's so important that you're chasing an identity and not chasing a goal. And just appreciate that when you're first going out there. I know it's scary. I've been there. I was a magician for a decade. I violently struggled with social skills for most of my life. I never used to have friends. I used to walk around the playground at school on my own. I used to hide in the toilets because I was terrified of people seeing that I was on my own. I used to try and make friends with the teachers, and even they got weirded out by me. So I know it's scary at the start. I know that you might think that no matter what you do, you're never going to be good enough. You're never going to get the woman that you want. So you're going to be forced to settle for the women you think you can get. But I've always liked what Henry Ford said. Whether you think you can or you can't, you're right either way. It's all a mental game. It's all about the way that you think. Yeah, it's your mindset that needs work. That's why I put my free course together, my Most Fuckable Man course. Go get that course, access the module titled Mindset Mastery.
create your personal renaissance document. This is literally the exercise that I get my clients to do before we start working together. So yeah, just get that document created for yourself and then look at it every single day. I've got, like, I use a lock screen on my phone to remind myself of my goals, and it's really good because every time that I check my phone, I get a reminder of why I'm on this earth. Like, I believe that, I'm just going to leave you with this esoteric final point and then I'll shut the fuck up. I believe that the meaning of life is the fulfillment of a promise. And I believe that I've been put on this earth by God to inspire a generation of men to live a life beyond the beige, to live a life free from bullshit, and to do every single thing that they want to do in this life for the best years behind them. But I don't believe anymore in the notion of heaven or hell. I believe that these are mental constructs that we create in our minds. Like John Milton said it best in Paradise Lost, the mind is its own place and in itself can make a hell of heaven or a heaven of hell. Have you ever had the thought, we could already be in heaven? Or like we could already be in hell? Like perception's reality. If I tell myself that I'm in heaven right now, then that's what the world is going to present to me. If you want actually some secret insider knowledge, if you want a book which will just completely change the way that you view the world, view yourself, and will literally allow you to get all the things that you want, Reality Transurfing. Reality Transurfing by a guy called, I think, Vadim Zeland. You can get it on Spotify. Reality Transurfing. Like, this is the shit that I love. Some like esoteric wisdom that can be applied to everyday life. Reality Transurfing. It's a game changer. You want to learn how to attract women, you want to learn how to make money, you want to learn how to be free. Reality Transurfing. I don't even know if the guy's still alive, but if he is alive, could someone DM him, see if he wants to join the entourage. I think I spoke about on a stream the other day. I view myself as an artist. I think creative energy is the highest form of energy. Like doing this, talking to you, making videos, cold approaching, skydiving. I did my first solo skydive at 18. Being a magician, traveling the world, leaving my 9 to 5. This is what fulfills me so much. Like just speaking my truth to the world, like creating piece of art. That's how I view all these videos. Like piece of art that I'm putting out there into cyberspace. And then the right people are going to find them. That's what the YouTube algorithm is for me. It's God operating in disguise. And that's what all your struggles, all your obstacles, all the things that are not going your way, it's all God operating in disguise. But like you have to have the frame of mind to be able to see that this is not happening to me, it's happening for me, right? There's no obstacles, just opportunities. So if you can actually start to reframe everything that happens to you, it's happening because it's allowing you to become the person that you need to be. So girl flakes on you, cold approach goes terrible, you get fired from your job, you get a tax bill that you weren't expecting, all your clients leave. It's all designed to make you the person who you need to be to live the life that you are destined to live. Does that make sense? All right, go on, let's go scotch these fucking triceps. La la la. Oh man, this is what godly frequency is. Godly frequency. I don't need anything else now. Give me a Rocky gym, give me a tripod, give me a phone. I'm happy. Oh, that's heavy. Ooh. Ooh. I was moving wavy on that last rep, so my fucking arms are gonna fall off. This is accountability as well though, boys. Like, this is accountability for me, you know? Like, live streaming my workout. Right, come on. 2. I'm I'm building the best, greatest network on the planet. I think the most unique thing about it is you have to cold approach. That is the whole point of the network. The emphasis on our network is getting you to the most incredible level of cold approach. So you can get dates on demand with gobsmackingly gorgeous girls, finally feel in control of your day in life, develop that top 1% rockstar confidence that sets you apart from pretty much every other guy on the planet.
Yes, Kasanovians, it's a beautiful day in Stockholm today. In every man's cold approach odyssey, you're gonna get hit with these moments. You're gonna get hit with these self-deprecating moments where you feel like throwing in the towel, you feel like giving up, you feel like giving up on dating altogether, right? Maybe you've watched a few videos, you've tried putting yourself out there, maybe you have been able to approach, maybe your conversations suck at the moment, maybe you started getting phone numbers, but maybe the phone numbers all flaked, maybe you had dates scheduled, but the dates flaked, maybe you went out on dates, but the date didn't go anywhere, now you feel like a piece of shit. That's the game, right? That is the game. Like I've gone through this whole process, and I think one of the most important things to understand when it comes to cold approach in general is there's always a new problem to get pissed off about. First you're pissed off because you can't approach, then you can approach, but your conversations suck balls, so you get pissed off about that. Then your conversations get really good, but you suck at actually getting the phone number because you've just not been practicing closing as much as you've been practicing opening. Then you can close. Now you're getting phone numbers, but then the phone numbers flake. Then the phone numbers stop flaking. Then you start going on dates. Then the dates go terrible, but then the dates start going good. But then the girl doesn't come back to your place. Then the girl does come back to your place, but maybe you can't get a boner. Then you do start getting a boner, but for whatever reason, you don't see the girl again. Then you do see the girl again, and maybe you see her once and you never hear from her again. And then maybe you actually start seeing her multiple times, but then you get bored of her, right? So there's always a new problem to get pissed off about. I think that's just life in general. I was having a conversation yesterday with one of the guys in my private network, the Entourage, and he said a statement to me which completely blew my mind. I want to share it with you boys because I think it's going to be so pivotal on your journey. He said that God's delay is not God's denial. Let that sink in. God's delay is not God's denial. I think we live in this venomous culture at the moment where everybody has this obsession with instant gratification, right? Maybe you go out there one time and you approach one girl and maybe you get her phone number and then she flakes on you. It's so easy to get stuck in this instant gratification mindset where you just want everything now. It's like, oh, I went out, I did the thing, but it didn't go anywhere. Now I'm going to get pissed off. Now I'm going to throw a little temper tantrum because I didn't get the cookie, right? Suck it up, right? If this was easy, everybody would be doing it, right? The way that I view it is 1% of guys are going to get started with cold approach, and only 1% of that 1% are actually going to stick it out long enough to actually get really good at it. That's your competition, right? Your competition is the mind-dead masses who will try something, maybe for a day, maybe for a week, maybe for a month. They don't see the results instantaneously, so then they just get pissed off. Then they look for the next shiny object. Oh, maybe it's dating apps. Maybe it's alcohol-infused nights out. Maybe it's social circle. Maybe it's DMing 100 women a day. Maybe it's becoming a high-value man. Build it and they will come. Just make lots of money, get rich, get ripped, and then women are magically going to be throwing themselves at me. No. The way that I view it is anything can work as long as you do, right? Cold approach works as long as you do. The amount of stupidity on the internet is actually ridiculous. Oh, cold approach doesn't work. That's like saying sales doesn't work. That's like saying marketing doesn't work. All this is going over and having conversations with people who you don't know. In what world does that not work? How do you think our ancestors met? How do you think people meet today at bars during the data? Like, how do you think people meet? They meet through face-to-face conversation. Even if you're meeting people online,
You still need to know how to have conversations with people. You go on a date with them. You still need to know how to converse. You still need to know how to escalate, how to switch venues, how to pull her back to your place. Like, the game is the game, but God's delay is not God's denial, right? So the best advice that I can give to you is being able to go from one failure to another without losing any enthusiasm. Yeah, when I first got started with this 4 years ago, I went through the ringer with it. And bear in mind, like, my starting point was most likely a lot worse than yours, right? I was living in that grotty apartment in Central Leeds. I didn't have any money. I looked like a turnip. I dressed like a moron. I was a porn addict, had erectile dysfunction. Like, what that does for a man's confidence is ridiculous, right? Like, I went through the whole thing, like, oh, I want to be able to approach. Then I could approach. I want to be able to have longer conversations. Then I did that. I want to start getting phone numbers. I did that. I remember this one time in Leeds, there was this girl, she was from Bristol. I crossed the road to go over to her, and I had what I thought was the best conversation I'd ever had with cold approach. This was about a week after I started, right? So I had this conversation with this girl from Bristol. After I came out of that conversation, I felt like an absolute king. I was like, oh my God, that was the best conversation I've ever had. This girl is definitely going to come out on a date with me. We're going to go out. I'd already planned the date in advance. I already had an idea. We're going to go into Greek Street on Leeds. I was going to take her to 2 venues. Like, I'd already future projected how everything was going to play out. Got back to my grotty apartment in Leeds, went to message her, and then I realised she'd give me a fake number. Right? A fake number. And that was like devastating for me at that time, because I was like, dude, I put all this effort in. I've been going out, I've been doing my approaches. I met this amazing girl, boom, nothing, right? But again, God's delay is not God's denial. The whole point, the way that I've always viewed this process, well, not always, but as I've gone deeper on this process, I understand the reps are the reward, right? The reps are the reward. Every time we put ourselves through the social fire, every time we decide to go out there and forge a new identity into the fires of adversity, we're investing into the identity of the person who we want to embody, right? The problem with guys who get started with cold approach is they think way too short term, right? They're just thinking, oh, I want to go out. I want to try and find a few girls who like me. I want to get a few easy lays, a few notches. I'm like, dude, you're focused on the wrong metrics. You have to play the long game, right? It's like playing the infinite game. If you play infinite games, then it stops you from castrating yourself of your confidence, because it's like you're thinking in terms of the future rather than just right now, because it's the compounding of the actions that we take, right? So let's just say, for example, you're completely new to this, or maybe a better example would be you've been putting yourself out there and you're not seeing any results right now, right? The best thing to keep in mind is you're only ever one great approach away from everything changing, right? You're only ever one great approach away from everything changing. I had a guy from the entourage who flew out to meet me here in Stockholm, and he'd been going through a bit of a sticky patch. He was going out, he was doing his approaches, he was getting phone numbers, but the phone numbers he was getting, they just weren't going anywhere. And that's a rite of passage, that's normal, right? The first handful of numbers that you get from cold approach, they're gonna flake, right? It's a rite of passage, suck it up. But he came out to meet me in Stockholm. On the day that he landed, he went out for us, for a meal with steak. He was just like bantering with the boys. And then we left the restaurant. He saw this beautiful Norwegian girl who turned out to be a model. He approached her, took her to a cocktail bar. The rest of the guys were like winging him, cheering him on, and then ended up pulling her back to his hotel place, and the two of them had a magical evening together. The day after, he was like, dude, I actually could not believe how effortless this whole thing was. Like, I can't believe I actually had this experience. The reason why he was able to have that experience, it wasn't that approach, it was all of the approaches which preceded that approach, right? Does that make sense? So when I'm saying to you that all of the approaches that we're doing today, this week, this month, you might not see the payoffs immediately, but it's about having faith in the process. It's about having optimism in the absence of certainty. That's what confidence is, or that's one of my definitions of confidence, because Socrates said the beginning of wisdom is the definition of terms, right? So the way that I define confidence is optimism in the absence of certainty.
one of the reasons why I put these live streams out here every single day and document my client experiences, document my experiences, show the whole process on this channel. You can go back to the oldest videos to just see where I started at. It's to inspire optimism within you, right? Cold approach is hard, especially at the start, because you don't know what you don't know. But it's like, you're not going to train at the gym once and be competing in Mr. Olympia, right? It's those small incremental actions that we take every single day. It's the training, it's the consistency, it's the diet, it's being able to say no, it's being able to manage our own mind and not let our thoughts run away with us. And also, I just think having that optimism in the absence of certainty, that's what this game, I think, is really about. It's about mental and emotional mastery. Like, yeah, go out there, do your approaches, but the first 100 direct cold approaches that you do, they're purely for batting practice, right? They're purely to get skin in the game. It's to overcome that initial resistance, because at the moment, you don't know what you don't know. So if you're someone who at the moment you're thinking, oh dude, like I have been out there, I have tried, I am putting in the effort, then continue to push, right? Continue to get stuck in, but also I think have the emotional maturity to be able to get feedback as well. Because it's not just about going out there and doing approaches, right? It's not just doing the same thing, rinse and repeat, hoping to get a different result. There could be a kaleidoscope of reasons why you suck at the moment, which have nothing to do with your actual approach. Like, it could be the way you look, it could be the way you think, it could be the way that you speak. That's why I'm always trying to bang into you boys' brain, this is life game, right? The way that you get results through this skill set, you become the most fuckable version of yourself, your fitness, your fashion, your finances. And then you allow yourself to learn day game, but don't become a day gamer, right? You don't want to be one of those guys, those brain dead bozos who just thinks it's about learning some clever lines or routines, learning the London day game model, accusing every woman of being French. No, you become the most fuckable version of yourself. If you don't know how to do that, or if you're struggling, or if you want my exact process, there's a link below. You can download my Most Fuckable Man course. That gives you everything. Like, I give away information for free, and I charge for implementation. The reason why I give away all this free content, the free courses, the free videos, the free podcasts, is because I want you to consume a shitload of my content. I want you to get the foundations in place. And then once you have become the most fuckable version of you, and you have got your social skills on point, that's when you apply to become a member of my private network, The Entourage. That's when we work together in person. That's when I give you an in-person coaching experience. That's when I give you an entire year of dedicated support. That's when you become part of my private community, and then we take that shit to the moon. So God's delay is not God's denial, right? I know what it's like. I know what it's like to be feeling as though you're banging your head against a brick wall. You're not getting anywhere. You really want that cookie. And I get that. We're all human. I understand. But this is like the ultimate exercise in delayed gratification, right? I'm not providing magic bullets or quick fix formulas. But the way that I view this is a lifelong pursuit towards self-mastery, right? It's deeper than day game. Cold approach is the catalyst to the rest of our lives. Once you've unlocked this skill and you've unlocked that mental resilience and that emotional clarity to be able to go from one failure to another without losing any enthusiasm, that bleeds over into every single thing that you do, right? You'll make more money because you're learning skills, you're learning how to manage your own mind, you're learning state control. You're going to be able to bring more high value people into your life. You're going to have this rock star confidence, this magnetic aura that you can transfer to every single thing that you do. But ultimately, you're going to be able to trust yourself, right? You're going to develop this certainty within yourself where you're like, do you know what? No matter what, I can handle it. Like, all of the inevitable vicissitudes that people face in their life, I think cold approach is going to harden you, right? And that's why I don't just view it as this thing where, oh, I'm going to go out and I'm going to talk to some girls. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. But it's who I'm becoming by doing that. It's who I'm becoming by doing what terrifies me. It's who I'm becoming by dive bombing into discomfort. It's who I'm becoming through the fires of adversity. So I think just a shift in mindset is massively going to help you. If you're getting a lot of flakes, or if you've got a lot of anxiety, or maybe your dates are not going your way, it's throw me in hell and I'll find a way to enjoy it. That was one of the statements which completely changed my mindset. Throw me in hell and I'll find a way to enjoy it. There's a really incredible book. It's called Reality Transurfing. I don't know if you boys have read it. I recommend it quite a bit across this channel. Reality Transurfing. Incredible book, especially when it comes to mindset and having irrational joy when most people are going to have justified depression. So yeah, reality transurfing, it put into words better than I can. But yeah, I wanted to just put this out there because I know there's a lot of people who are struggling. There's a lot of people who are rejecting themselves on their behalf. They're experiencing failure in advance. They are thinking too many steps ahead. They are desperate to receive love from the feminine, but for whatever reason, things are just not sticking at the moment. And that's okay, right? Like, a smooth sea never made a skilled sailor. Do you know what I mean? I think as long as you just don't quit, as long as you get your mindset right, as long as you continue to watch these videos and these daily live streams and continue to just get flooded with optimism, you'll be all right, dude. Like, I promise you. Like, if I've been able to do it from where I started, 13 years old, having severe social anxiety, breaking out into sweating fits at school whenever I got put on the spot to answer questions, just an absolute socially incompetent buffoon. Like, if I've been able to get to where I've got to, then there's hope for you as well, right? Because that's what we need. I think hope is one of the greatest currencies. A man without hope is dead, right? So if you can just have even 1% more hope after watching these videos, and I promise you, you'll make it. You will. But if what you're doing at the moment is not working, then just reflect. Get people to give you feedback, like no bullshit feedback. Like, what's not working? What could you improve? Is it the way that you're speaking? Is it the way that you're dressing? Is it the way that you look? Is it the clothes that you're wearing? Is it the city that you live? I don't know, because I don't know you personally, but you don't know what you don't know, right? You do not know what you do not know. So having that feedback is essential. At this point in my life, I've spent tens of thousands of dollars into my own self-education. I dropped £14,000 last month on business mentoring because I've got this obsession with progression. And dude, the thing is as well, right? This is really important. Just because I spent £14,000 on business mentoring, I don't expect that to change my life, right? I'm investing into knowledge. I'm investing into expertise. It's up to me what I do with that. Again, this works as long as I do, right? So just because you invest money into something, like just because I invest money to go to a gym, it's not a guarantee for a great body. No, I have to show up. I have to put in the work. I have to put in the reps. I have to motivate myself. I have to actually want it, right? I think that's the thing that separates good from great. It's people who actually want to be great. They have this burning desire. It's like, I'm going to make it all the way to the top or I'm going to die. That's the mindset, right? And the people who are in my network, the entourage, this is why we've got such a tribe of savages, right? We've got 6- and 7-figure entrepreneurs, digital nomads, execs, investors. There's this obsession with progression. And when we surround ourselves with winners, we win.
I'm going to go super deep on this one, so hopefully you can stay all the way until the end, because I'm just going to drop banger after banger after banger. And I'm going to explain the 9 reasons why cold approach doesn't work for 99% of men. So if you're somebody and you've come across my content and you're like, do you know what? I vibe with this fucker. I want to get out there. I want to put myself through the social fire. I'm sick of dating apps. I'm sick of nightclubs. I'm sick of trying to get women through my social circle. I don't want to be DMing 100 women a day like a little simp on social media. I want to learn cold approach. So what I want to do is I want to try and make this process as easy for you as possible. And I'm going to explain where a lot of guys go wrong. And I'm going to explain why they go wrong. And then I'm going to explain how to fix it. So yeah, stay with me all the way to the end if you want to unlock the skill, feel happy, feel more worthy, and start to receive love from the feminine. So yeah, I've got notes. So if you keep seeing me looking over here, I've got like some put my teeth back in. I've got some bullet points written down. So let's just go. So the first reason is the mistake that I see is when guys prioritize beliefs over behaviors, okay? So prioritizing beliefs over behaviors. Imagine that I wanted to get a better body, right? Imagine that I wanted to get into elite physical condition. But imagine that I didn't believe that going to the gym and training hard and lifting weights, imagine I didn't believe that would yield the results that I want, okay? if I didn't believe that, then I would be less inclined to actually go to the gym. But the thing that I'm saying to you boys all the time is belief follows action, okay? Belief follows action. So if you want to change your results, you first of all change your behaviors and then allow your beliefs to catch up. So the mistake that I see with guys is they want to learn cold approach, but they're not actually doing anything, right? They're not doing anything. They're not going out there. They're not putting themselves into conversations. They're not allowing belief to follow action. And if you prioritize beliefs over behaviors, then you're less likely to actually see any results. So the blueprint is put yourself out there, start before you know how, give yourself permission to suck, experiment without ego, speak without shame, give yourself 100 direct call approaches to start to develop proficiency. And those first 100 direct call approaches that you do, they're purely batting practice, okay? That's the way that you need to see them. You're not going out there for the first 100 direct call approaches because you're trying to find your wife-worthy woman, because you're trying to find your future girlfriend. That might happen, like you might hit a home run by accident, but that's not the focus. The focus for those first 100 direct call approaches is just to get skin in the game, to allow to put the focus on behaviors, all right? To shift the behaviors, to shift your beliefs. And one of the most powerful mindsets that I can give you boys is the one approach away mindset, okay? One approach away. You are only ever one approach away from your entire belief system changing. I remember I worked with a guy last year in London, and before we worked together, he had this self-limiting belief that he wouldn't be able to cold approach women and get the results that he wanted because he was bald, okay? And he thought that because he was bald, what's the point? What's the point in me even trying? So his behaviors or lack of behaviors were being castrated by his beliefs. He was telling himself the story that the women he would approach weren't going to be interested in him because he was bald. But understand, all we are, like as human beings, all we are is repeated patterns of beliefs and behaviors that we've accepted over time as ourselves. And then we solidify this identity that we formed through the language that we use. So for in his case, he would tell himself the story, I can't approach women because I'm bald. So that castrated him of his confidence. It meant he was thinking too many steps ahead, experiencing failure in advance, and rejecting himself on the women's behalf. But as soon as we started working together in London, he'd paid his money, he was with me in the city, he didn't have a choice anymore. He didn't have a choice because I was pushing him into approaches. I was showing him that it wasn't his bald head. That wasn't the reason he wasn't getting results. It was because he was telling himself the story he wasn't worthy of receiving love from the feminine because he didn't have any hair on his head. And it's like, it's so ludicrous when I look back on it now, but this is where so many guys are currently at. Whether you think you're not tall enough, whether you think you're not rich enough, not ripped enough, whether you think that you're the wrong race, the wrong height, the wrong body type. Plato said, it's people who tell stories that rule the world. And we want to make sure that the stories we're telling ourselves on a daily basis are serving rather than strangling us. One of my favorite quotes, who would I be in the absence of my concerns? Who would I be in the absence of my concerns? In other words, what would I do if I wasn't scared? I remember working with Efrem. Actually, before I tell the Efrem story, let me tell you what happened to Bald Guy. So by the end of our time together in London, he'd overcome that thing that we call approach anxiety. He had dates lined up, and now fast forward to today, he's now in a long-term relationship with a woman who he cold approached outside Russell Square. You know, in London, you've got Russell Square. He met her, I think this was about a couple of months after we worked together. She's now moved in with him. This was a guy as well, by the way, he'd come out of a 10-year long-term relationship. And I remember the exact conversation that I had with him. I was living in Warsaw at the time. I was actually coaching Efrem whilst I had this conversation with him. He applied to work with me. We got on the phone and he was like, listen, Kristian, I'll be completely honest with you. I've just come out of a long-term relationship. I've got 2 young kids. the dating game has just changed massively, and I've got no idea what I'm doing. I'll be completely transparent with you. I feel lonely. I feel as though I've hit a wall, and I'm honestly just scared that I'm not going to be able to make any serious improvements. So he came to work with me. His belief at the time was at an all-time low. And this is why I'm trying to get across to you boys. It's the behaviors that we need to prioritize, not the beliefs, because the belief will follow action. I remember meeting up with this guy on the very first day. It was pissing it down with rain in central London. I met him outside the Boots in Piccadilly Circus. He rocked up. He was dressed appallingly. I was like, dude, I won't use his real name for anonymity. I was like, dude, how you doing? He's like, I feel depressed. I was like, here we fucking go. This is going to be a barrel of laughs. So this was like starting off from ground zero. This was a guy who had zero belief in himself. He had zero belief in the discipline of cold approach. He had zero belief that whatever he was going to do today was going to yield any positive results. And then by the end of our time together, honestly, this was a completely different, transformed individual. And I remember the conversation I had with him after we'd finished our immersion. I met up with him in London about a month later. Just a completely transformed individual, dressing better, walking with more confidence, actually believing in himself now. And I remember walking with him to Knightsbridge in London because I was going to go on a date with a woman in Knightsbridge. And it came to that point of the conversation where we go our separate ways. And he just turned to me and he just said, thank you. But the way that he said it, it's like I've never felt a thank you like that before, where the thank you was like, it just felt like 10 years of dating problems had just disappeared in an instant. I was like, do you know what, Kristian? All the money that we make, the experiences that we have, the women that we meet, that's the reason why we're in this game. It's impact over revenue. It's for those thank yous like that. So the reason why I tell this story is because he was at ground zero. He didn't have any belief in himself. He didn't believe that cold approach was going to work for him. But the way that he developed belief was by prioritizing the behaviors, taking the action of the version of himself who could get results from cold approach. And that's what I'm doing on this channel. I'm not teaching you how to cold approach. I'm teaching you how you can become the version of yourself who cold approach can work for. Belief follows action. Even if you don't believe that going to the gym and lifting weights will get you a better body, you're way more likely to get a better body by literally just positioning yourself in the gym, lifting the weights. Even if your mind's saying to you, this is a waste of time, what's the point, we shouldn't even be here. Just keep putting yourself in that environment. Belief follows action. If there's one thing you take away from my content, one thing you take away from this live stream, it's belief follows action. Once you change your behaviors, your beliefs will start to change. And that thing that I'm saying, that one approach away formula or mindset, the fuck you want to call it, you're only ever one approach away from your entire self-limiting beliefs exploding. So like if you're telling yourself the story right now that you can't get a girlfriend who's 6 foot because you're 5'7", all it takes, and this has happened so many times with guys inside the entourage, we've got guys in our private network, the entourage, who are around 5'6", 5'7", who are pulling women over 6 foot. I see this time and time again. And then what happens is belief follows action, not just with them, but with the rest of the group. So in our private WhatsApp group, guys will post like pictures of them on dates, videos of them on dates. They'll do like little debriefs of how certain dates went. And it's like, dude, I'm 5'7", I'm on this date with this 6 foot statuesque blonde bombshell. It's like, once you see it, because evidence has got the loudest voice. It's like if you're a guy and you're 5'7", purely by the fact that you just go out and you just approach, eventually you'll have that watershed moment where you just approach a girl who's 6 foot for whatever reason. She just likes you, right? She just likes you. So you get a number, you go on a date. That approach will change your entire life because it rewrites the narrative that you've been telling yourself. What do you believe to be true about the world that isn't? What do you believe to be true about yourself that isn't? What do you believe to be true about women that isn't? There's so much horseshit online. Like, there is just so much horseshit online. And I do feel sorry for guys. I feel sorry for guys who do want to improve themselves, who do want to unlock a top 1% dating life, but they're getting sucked into all of this red pill or black pill dogma. Like, dude, it's all about looks, money, status. It's like, you are morons, because this content is polluting the minds of men into thinking they need to be some personification of perfection in order to get a girlfriend. It's complete horseshit. The reason I can tell you this is because these are the guys who I work with. I work with guys who've got looks, money, status, and they still can't pull a muscle. And the reason is their internal has not caught up with their external. They're approaching women still feeling like the ugly duckling inside. The reason why you've got approach anxiety is not because you've got an illness. Anxiety is not an illness, it's an emotion. The reason you've got approach anxiety is because you just lack practice. Your actions have not aligned with your ambitions. You're not going to get yourself a beautiful girlfriend if you're just sat in your apartment thinking about approaching or watching videos on how to cold approach girls. You get out there in the field, you do 100 direct cold approaches, you understand belief follows action, and it's prioritizing the behavior, not prioritizing the belief. If I waited to feel motivated, which would be the belief, if I waited to feel motivated to do a live stream like this, to create a piece of content, I'd be waiting forever. Like, before I do these streams, I'm not usually in a social mood. Like, I start to want to do it more the more I start doing it. So like at the start of this stream, I was stuttering over my words a little bit. I was like, oh fuck, I don't even know what I'm doing. But like the more I talk, the better I get, okay? So it's just the same with this. The more you do it, the better you'll get. Belief follows action. Write that down, put it on the lock screen. Fucking hell, that's only point 1. Jesus, that's the first point. Like the live stream if you're getting value from this. This is the sort of shit that these morons online charge $997 for. Join my $50 a month school community. Fucking hell, man. What are people going to give you that I can't give you for free? Funny. Right, number 2. You're not approaching enough, or you're approaching too much. I love this one. This is a dichotomy of beliefs that we're going to dig into. Right, you're not approaching enough. First of all, that should be self-explanatory. A lot of guys who want to get great at daytime cold approach, they're just not approaching enough. Okay, I said to you just then, it takes about 100 direct cold approaches to start to develop proficiency. How many approaches have you done this month? Like, serious question, from me to you, ask yourself, how many approaches have you done this month? If you want me to break it down in practical, minute detail, aim to do 20 direct cold approaches every single week for the next 4 weeks, okay? By the end of that, you've done 80. And then, even if you aim to do 20 a week, you'll most likely do more because belief follows action. But if you can just aim to do 20 direct cold approaches every single week for the next 4 weeks, then you're going to be in a good place. But for most guys, their actions don't align with their ambition. They're not approaching enough, okay? So there's not much more I can say on that topic. You just need to get out there. You just need to start approaching. You need to put your ego to one side, be action focused rather than outcome dependent. View the rep as the reward, okay? Every approach that you do, you're investing into the identity of the version of yourself who you want to embody, right? That is so important because, like, who do you actually want to become through this process? Who do you want to become? Because for the majority of guys that I work with, they want to become magnetic, socially confident individuals. They want to become the most fuckable version of themselves. They want to have this multi-international, multi-disciplinarian lifestyle where they're in great shape, they can talk to anybody, the finances are on check, they can travel the world, they're surrounded by a good group of like-minded guys. So like, this is why I view cold approach as the most aggressive form of self-development. And this can actually help your approach anxiety to dissipate, because rather than going out there chasing the women, you're going out there to chase a feeling, and even more powerful, you're going out there to chase an identity. So the results or the reactions that you get from the women become secondary in comparison to the person that you're becoming, right? So if you can view daytime cold approach, especially when you're first starting, as a self-development, the most aggressive form of self-development, and then every rejection, every blowout, every undesirable outcome that you receive, rather than viewing it through the lens of, oh, that must mean I'm not worthy, oh, I'm not good enough, oh, I knew this would never work for a guy like me, rather than viewing it through that lens, it's thank you. Nothing happens to me, everything happens for me. The obstacle is the way. So by going out today and getting 10 blowouts in a row, I am becoming the version of myself who I need to be able to attract the women that I want to attract. If you can view it that way, not as rejection, but as feedback, like the universe is giving you the tools, the ammunition, the brain power to become the version of yourself who you need to be, right? Because for most guys, like, you know what, I would just like to approach the odd girl occasionally. Oh, you know, I just like to, on my way to the gym, I'd like to approach sexy Susie. You're not going to do that, right? Because integration only comes via immersion. There's no getting around it. You need to put the reps in. You need to get 100 direct call approaches done, recognizing belief follows action. Now, the other mistake that guys make, this is usually guys who are really entrenched into the pickup space. I don't have any bad feelings towards you, but you just do need a little bit more recalibration. The other problem that I see is guys are approaching too much. Let me just take a sip of this lovely tea. Like the live stream if you're enjoying it, boys. I've got like way more shit to give you. Oh, that's nice. So the other mistake that I see is guys approach too much and then they become approach machines and their approaches become way too spammy. Once you've done 100 direct call approaches, it's then about focusing on quality over quantity. It's not about counting your approaches, it's making your approaches count. And the way you make your approaches count is by taking those approaches and forming them into quality conversations which build investment and give the girl a compelling reason to want to see you again. I'll use Efrem as a perfect example. Worked with Efrem in Warsaw of last year. A lot of you boys will know Efrem. Came to me, he was making 6 figures, he looked really good, he had great social skills, he had charisma, he had confidence. He still couldn't go over to a woman who he found attractive during the day and give her a compliment in a non-needy way. The reason why he sucked was because he just hadn't practiced this enough, okay? He hadn't been prioritizing behavior. Every time he saw a girl in San Francisco who he wanted to talk to, he would think of a convenient reason not to go over and approach her. Now the guy has got a call approach channel all on his own. By the end of our time together, he had multiple dates a week, multiple dates lined up in the same day. He had instant dates. He literally lived 100 different lives within our time in Warsaw together. So yeah, I don't know if there's a better case study that I found. He's got his own call approach channel now. Evidence got the loudest voice. But like when we first worked together in Warsaw, it was just a case of he started off with me as a shotgun, which meant that it was just approaching. We literally went out every single day for 30 days and we just practiced the skill set. I gave him the feedback, I held him accountable, I just gave him everything, right? I gave him everything that I could. That's why he's got the results that he has now. But when he went back home to San Francisco, the approach towards approaching changed. He was no longer the shotgun, he became the sniper, right? Rather than focusing on counting his approaches, he was now focused on making his approaches count. So when he went over to women who he found attractive in San Francisco, because he'd stacked so much experience with me in Warsaw, he could be more selective about the women that he approached. And also he could focus on having those quality conversations. So after working with me in Warsaw, Efrem went from hitting the streets every single day to now being more selective about the women he approached. And that's how you get to that point where Efrem's got to, where you can integrate the skill set of daytime call approach into your life. You need that immersion period where you go hard. You have that obsession with progression, where call approach does become the thing that you focus on. But learn day game. Don't become a day gamer. Okay, it's fine if you want to have a 30, 60, 90 day obsession period where you aim to do 20 direct call approaches every single week. You watch the videos, you listen to the podcast, you read the fucking blogs. But like, there needs to be an end game to day game, right? Day game is not the end game. What I try and get across to people is learn call approach so you can forget about call approach. Like, that's the way that I teach it. I give you the skill in super fast time, and it's okay, how can we integrate this into your super busy lifestyle? Because the guys who I work with one-to-one, they're entrepreneurs, business owners, and high achievers. They don't have the time to be going out 5 hours every single day, parading around the pavements, hoping to get lucky with some low-quality girl. No, they want efficiency. So that's what we do when we work together one-on-one. I give you the playbook, I hold you accountable for your actions, and it's like, right, how do we integrate this into your super busy lifestyle? So make sure that you don't become a day gamer, right? Go hard and then go home. Get the skill so you can forget about the skill. So you're either not approaching enough or you're approaching too much, and then your approaches are becoming spammy, and it's like you're almost just doing the approaches for the sake of doing the approaches. Rather than approaching the women that you really like, it's easy to get into the habit of just becoming this approaching machine. And because you've been flexing the approaching muscle so much, it's easy to feel guilty about not approaching. But like, you want to get the skill and then use the skill deliberately, right? Day game deliberately. So that's good. That's fire. That's point number 2. The third point is you don't know what you want. This is so important. When you first get started with any discipline, like building a business, going to the gym, getting started with daytime cold approach, you need to know what you want, right? Because you start with the end in mind. A lot of guys, they just get started with daytime cold approach and they've got no idea why they're actually going out there. Like, what do you actually want? Like, what do you want from this? Do you just want to play the field and have a little bit of fun? Do you want to overcome your social anxieties? Do you want to develop rock star confidence where you can walk into a room and compel people without saying a word? Or are you like the guys who I work with? The guys who I work with, they're usually over the age of 35. They are not looking for liabilities anymore. They're looking for assets. That's what one of our guys inside the entourage, Joseph, he explained to me that the older that you get as a man, your tastes and preferences start to change. And the thing that you're going out there for starts to change. So if you're anything like the guys that I work with over the age of 35, you've most likely had your fun. You're no longer going out there for short-term entertainment. You're looking for long-term fulfillment. It's really important that you get clear on why you're going out there. Because if you've got a kaleidoscope of different reasons, like maybe one day, oh, I want a bit of fun. Next day, oh, I want a girlfriend. The day after that, oh, I want a wife. It's like the universe needs to know what you want, because then your actions align with your ambitions. And also, what's really important, let's just imagine that you are like my typical client. Let's imagine you are 38 years old, you're a high achieving guy, you're doing great in your career, you've prioritized your health, you've got money in the bank, but every time you go home, you're sleeping on your own. You're watching all your friends settle down, have kids, start families. You feel as though you've missed the boat, right? Let's say that you're in that position. And let's just say you really, really, really want a girlfriend. Let's just say that's what you want. You want a girlfriend, and then you want that girlfriend to become your wife. You need to get super clear. And this is why one of the first questions I asked to my guys when we first start working together, one second, I'm going to burp. Woo! One of the first questions that I ask my guys when we first start working together is, what do you want? I don't want the surface level bullshit that people say, oh, you know, Kristian, I just want to get a little bit more confident. Oh, do you know what? I'd be really happy if I got over my approach anxiety. Like, just cut the bullshit. Cut the bullshit. If your only goal in life is to get over your approach anxiety, you're thinking too small. Like, don't think in terms of days, think in terms of decades. What do you want? Because whatever you tell me you want, we will get that. We will make it happen. The universe will start to conspire to give you the things that you want, but you need to know what you want. None of this fluff talk, none of this like low frequency thoughts. Like, oh, I just want to overcome my approach anxiety. You know what? I just want to feel a little bit more worthy. No, what do you want? Well, do you know what? I want a wife. That's what I want. I want a wife. Great. Now we've got a goal. And then once you're clear on that goal, it's like Nietzsche said, he who has a strong enough why can bear any how. If you want a girlfriend, it actually makes the process of cold approach a lot easier, because you only need one. You only need one woman to think that you are amazingly awesome, jaw-droppingly spectacular. That's all you need. You only need to find one woman and you've ticked the dating box. But for a lot of guys, they want to want what they think they should want to want. They've been brainwashed by the brain dead into thinking that, oh, to be a high value man, I need to sleep with lots and lots and lots of women. Who said that? Like, why do you think that? That's a great question that you can ask yourself. Why do you think that? Like, why do you think that? Because there's no rules to any of this shit. If you want a wife, great, you can get a wife. But you need to know what you want. And then if you do want a wife, oh, this is so good. What I'm about to say, this is like some deep sauce that you can just sprinkle all over your lettuce and cucumber. That's not a euphemism, but it could be taken as one. When you know that, right, I want a wife, then you view every approach as allowing you to become the version of yourself that you need to be to find your wife. And then the rejections, the blowouts, they become a lot more manageable, because you're not going out there trying to be everything to everybody. You're going out there to be a somebody for the right somebody. So rather than making the mistake that most guys make of trying to be universally attractive and trying to sleep with every woman that you approach, hoping that, oh, I hope that this woman likes me, rather than all that bullshit, you know you only need one. Right? And you're only ever, what did we say before? You're only ever one approach away from your entire life changing. You could do 20 direct call approaches, and then the 21st direct call approach you do, for whatever reason, maybe all the stars align, you just have that cosmic connection, and now you meet your future wife. This literally happened inside the Entourage. One of our guys, 43 years old, he applied to work with me over the summer, and then I think it was within a week of us working together, he'd done 14 direct call approaches, and the approach number 15 ended up being with this 19-year-old Brazilian girl. She then became his long-term girlfriend. You'd only done 15 call approaches. So it's like, this is what I'm trying to get across to you. Once you know what you want, it makes the notion of cold approach a lot more mentally manageable, because you're not going out there to try and be universally attractive to everybody. You know what you want, you're clear with your intention, and then you can play the game from this place of knowing yourself. But I think you need to know why you're going out there. If you don't know why you're going out there, then you're just going to get lost in this dark forest of the unknown. It's not a pretty place to be, but you need to remind yourself of this. Remind yourself of this shit every single day. Why am I going out there? Why am I starting the business? Why am I going to the gym? Like, what do you want? What do you want? Because if you don't know what you want, then you're not going to get anything. The fourth mistake, this one's really easy. You've got no accountability. This is the reason, it's not even rocket science, it's fucking easy. The reason why my guys get the results that they do is because they've got accountability. When I was living in Bangkok, I trained Muay Thai 4 to 5 times a week. I was training with absolute savages. If I was just on my own, watching Muay Thai videos, attempting to work it all out on my own, with nobody to hold me accountable, I wouldn't have become a proficient Muay Thai fighter. Accountability is what you lack at the moment. If you've been going out there, or trying to go out there, but you've got this kaleidoscope of excuses, you're creating all these different reasons in your mind as to why you can't approach girls, you need accountability in your life. Even the best football players or soccer players, depending on your geographical location, have coaches. Look at Ronaldo, look at Messi, look at Wayne Rooney. He was a G back in the day. You've got no accountability, right? If you've got nobody to push you, not to do your best, but to do what is necessary, then you're not going to actualize your full potential. When I'm working with my guys one-to-one in whatever city we're working in, like I was saying to you before about, we'll just call him Bald Guy, he didn't have a choice, right? He didn't have a choice. He paid his money. He was being held financially accountable. He also had some healthy male competition because he didn't want to look like a pussy in front of me for not going in and putting those approaches in. So if you've got no accountability, it's like going to the gym on your own and just trying to wing it, right? If you've got a personal trainer who you're paying money to get you into elite physical condition, and this is why knowing what you want is key, right? It's like, if you know you want to compete in Mr. Olympia, then you're not going to half-ass that. You're going to get the right protocols in place. You're going to train with the best people you can train with. You're going to be super strict with your diet, your nutrition, your sleep. You're going to get everything dialed in and locked in, but you're going to have that accountability. Again, the accountability is there because even the most motivated individuals are not always feeling it. This is why where I've got to in my life now, starting off where I started as porn addict, erectile dysfunction, had £24.82 in my bank account. I was living in that grotty apartment in central Leeds. I've now invested north of $88,000, right? $88,000 into my own self-education. And I don't necessarily hire coaches, mentors. I don't necessarily join networks or go to mastermind. Like, the reason I'm out here in Dubai at the moment is because I attended a $15,000 event, right? 3 days, $15,000. Done, let's go. I don't pay my money necessarily to gain any new knowledge. I pay people who are better than me for them to hold me accountable, to hold me to a standard, because in life we don't achieve goals, we achieve standards. Understand that. We don't achieve goals, we achieve standards. And if I'm working with people whose standards are way higher than mine, then their standard becomes my new normal, right? It's like if you're training at the gym and you've only deadlifted 100 kg, and then you start working with a personal trainer who pushes you to deadlift 110 kg, the first time you hit that rep, that becomes your new normal. Or if you're selling products online and you've only ever been able to sell something for $1,000, and then one day you charge somebody $3,000 and they say yes, $3,000 becomes your new normal. Same when you're going out there and approaching women. Maybe you've got used to approaching a certain type of aesthetic of woman, right? Maybe just to use a numerical scale so we all know what I'm talking about, maybe your standard has been set at a 6 and you just go out approaching 6s. As soon as somebody pushes you to start approaching 8s and then you do it consistently, the 8 becomes your new normal. That's the standard now, okay? So we don't achieve dreams, we achieve standards. And it's so important that you've actually got accountability in your life, because if you're just going out there with no accountability, no feedback, and no bullshit guidance from people who are better than you, then look, you can do cold approach as a fun little hobby, but in terms of actually getting results, like the result that you want, you need accountability. Like I started in 2020, I was doing it on my own for like however many months, and then I started getting mentored in London by my camera guy Daniel. He took me through the entire thing. I started to get filmed, I got feedback, he gave me feedback after every approach. Like, dude, I wouldn't have got to the level that I've got to if it hadn't have been for my mentors, if it hadn't have been for me recording my conversations, listening to them back, posting my Infield footage onto YouTube and people criticizing every single thing that I did. You need feedback, you need accountability, you need people who've got no emotional attachment to you whatsoever to tell you what you need to know rather than what you want to hear. So accountability, that's what I give to my guys. So it's like when we work together in person, I give them the entire playbook, but then I hold them accountable for their actions over a sustained period. Most bozos in this space, all they offer is like some bullshit 3-day one-on-one, or maybe it's not even one-on-one, maybe it's like group coaching. It's like, you get like this it's like this massive hit. It's like going to a Tony Robbins event, right? Getting this massive hit of euphoria, but what happens after that, right? So the reason why my guys get results is because I give them the entire playbook. It's one-to-one, none of this group coaching bollocks. And then I hold them accountable over a sustained period, right? That's the way you get results. It's not just by showing up for a weekend. It's showing up for the rest of your life. I don't want you to just be successful for a weekend. I want you to be successful for the long term. That's why you need accountability, okay? Next thing is not setting up the date during the initial conversation. This one's a big one. So what usually happens with guys, once they've overcome this approach anxiety, they'll start having conversations with women, and then what they'll notice is a lot of the numbers that they get, they don't go anywhere, and they keep wondering to themselves, oh, that's interesting, I'm not getting any dates. I'm doing a lot of approaches, I'm collecting a lot of numbers, but I'm not getting any dates. The thing which made the biggest difference for me, the thing that made the biggest difference for me was setting up the details of the date during that initial conversation, right? The reason why we do this is because people are less likely to bail on plans they've already committed to. So what I want you to start doing during your cold approach conversations is set up the date during that conversation. So let's say you're talking with a girl, the conversation is going great, and let's say it's time to take the phone number. What most guys do is they just take the phone number and then they bounce, okay? I want you to avoid that. If you can talk to the girl for like 1 more minute after taking her phone number and then solidify the details of the date, and I'm talking super specific detail. Most guys are living like accidents, just going out there, doing a few approaches and hoping for the best. What you need to do is you need to have a plan before you start approaching. So where are you going to take these women? What day of the week? What does she need to wear? What time, right? The more clear you are in your approaches, it's going to show the girl that, oh, this guy's got a plan. I can trust this guy. He's able to lead me on adventures that the two of us are going to enjoy. It projects your proclivity as a protector. It's like, oh, this guy can handle shit. I really love a guy who takes charge, who takes action, who takes the initiative, takes the lead. So it's like, if you're speaking with a girl, conversation's going great, just be like, listen, I need to go, but you are really cool. I want to take you to the Shard this Saturday at 7 p.m. Wear your best frock. That's just an example. But like, people are less likely to bail on plans they've already committed to. And what actually makes this even more powerful is if you invite the girl into something that you're already doing. So therefore the date is not dependent on her inclusion. So let's say, for example, you've got an idea of going to the park this Saturday, right? So when you're speaking with Susie, it's like, hey, listen, by the way, I was planning on going to the park this Saturday, 12 p.m. You should come with me. Drop us your number and we'll arrange something that way. So it's like, if the date is not dependent on her inclusion, she's more likely to say yes. The way that most guys do it is like, oh, let's drop me your number and then maybe we can go out for drinks sometime over the next couple of days. It's just like, it's so lukewarm, it's so tepid. I used to do it all the time in my conversation. It's just a shit way of doing it. It's like, have conviction, have certainty, have authority, right? Girls love that shit. The feedback that I've got from girls that I've gone on dates with, that I've had nice experiences with, was, I love the way you approach me. I love the way that you just had a plan. And it doesn't matter, like, dude, you can be nervous. You don't need to be perfect in your conversations. Like, you can be stumbling over your words. In fact, it actually makes it better if you're not polished, because women, they don't fall for robots, they fall for real, right? She wants to feel your authenticity. She wants to actually see the person behind any sort of mask that you're portraying. This is another thing that guys fuck up with all the time. This is the reason why lines and routines and formulas do not work, because people fall in love with strangers. If you're getting dates with women, but you're presenting yourself as something that you're not, as this guy who's got it all together, as this guy who's super suave, who's super cool, but then as that relationship progresses, the mask starts to slip. You want to be presenting the version of yourself who you're prepared to be throughout the entirety of that relationship. So that means being real. If you've run out of shit to say, own it. Like, listen, I'm going to say something, you've distracted me, you're going to have to say something, or I'm going to have to start talking about our hashtag feelings. Even if you're nervous, you can say that shit, but it's coming from a place of power rather than from a place of pessimism, right? It's not like going over to women and be like, hey, I hate myself, please complete me. It's like, no, you're already full, right? You're going over here to see if this woman is interesting enough to invite into your reality. But like, once you've got the details of the date solidified, it's not saying that every woman you approach is never going to flake, but it increases the likelihood she's going to come out on that date because she feels as though she doesn't have to, right? If you're already going, it's like, hey, I'm doing this thing, you can come if you want to. Then you go from desperation to invitational, right? It's like, you're just kind of like whimsically wandering through the world. You're handing out these invitations. Some are going to say yes, some are going to say no, but you're going anyway. And that's why it's so important that you're living an abundant lifestyle. Abundance doesn't just mean having an abundance of women. It's having an abundance of everything. Always having things to look forward to. Finding fulfillment in many things. Far too many guys who get started with cold approach, they forget about the rest of their lives. And it's like, if they're on a date with a girl and she's like, what do you do? He's like, I kind of just walk around the mall and talk to girls. Learn day game, don't become a day gamer. Don't allow this whole discipline to consume you. Make sure you're living a high octane, interesting lifestyle. Going to the gym, traveling, spending time with the boys, working on your business, prioritizing your mental health. Like, beautiful women are a beautiful byproduct of a beautiful life. Remember that. What else are we doing? I can't actually remember how many numbers that we've done at the moment, but it doesn't really matter. Like the video if you're enjoying it. I don't know what number that we're on, but I'm just going to keep dropping these off anyway. Right, the next mistake is you're in the wrong city. This is a massive one. Environment's everything. Look, if you're in a city right now and I don't want to say there's nothing you can do to change it, because there is always something you can do, but let's just say for whatever reason, you're stuck in a city for the foreseeable future. Fine. Do the best with what you've got. I started 4 years ago in the city of Leeds. All I knew was face mask, social distancing. It was a pandemic, so international travel wasn't that possible. I didn't have any money anyway, so I couldn't even get a Ryanair flight. However, when you're looking into the future, environment is everything, okay? You want to be positioning yourself in the environments where you find the women attractive. Go where you're valued. Go to places where you find the women attractive, where you enjoy the culture, where you enjoy the climate. This is like such a game-changing piece of advice. If you want to attract Latina women, but you're living in Barnsley, you're going to struggle, right? Your actions don't align with your ambitions. If you want to attract a Latina woman, if you want to have a Latina wife, a Latina girlfriend, you're most likely not going to meet her in Barnsley, right? So if you want to find that type of woman, you position yourself in the environment where you're more likely to meet those women. And then let's say you live in the West, and let's say you want a Brazilian girlfriend. Then by going over to somewhere like Rio de Janeiro or Sao Paulo, I lived in Rio last year. When you go over to these environments, especially if you're from the West or you've got more of that exotic appeal, then what's going to happen is you position yourself in these environments and you start to leverage rarity, right? Rarity is one of the most powerful attraction triggers because you start to stimulate this mixed gene ideology where women are looking at you like, oh, this guy is out of my gene pool. That's attractive. That's different. That's rare. I like it. This is another reason why Efrem got the results that he did in Warsaw, because when Efrem first came to work with me in Warsaw, his self-limiting belief was, hey dude, listen, I'll be completely honest with you. I'm really worried that the women are not going to like me in Warsaw because I'm black, right? And all it took was a reframe from me. I was like, dude, the women in Warsaw are going to love you because you're black. They don't see somebody like you every day. So you're going to stand out in the best way possible. And that's all he needed, right? That reframe allowed him to view every approach that he did, every look that he got from women as, oh, these women are looking at me because they found me attractive, rather than these women are looking at me because they don't like me, right? So positioning yourself in environments where you find the women attractive, where you feel valued as a man, dude, like, let's just break the fourth wall here. You get one opportunity, right? One opportunity at this game of life. And if you are living in a city where you don't find the women attractive, where the weather is shit, where you don't feel valued as a human being, like, this is your life, right? We never get the same moment twice. The same way that when I do these live streams, I get one take, right? I get one take, and then whatever I say, I say. It's the same way, like, a YouTube live stream is actually the perfect metaphor for life. We get one take, right? You don't get to press replay. You don't get the same moment twice. So if you're not in a city which inspires you to become the best version of yourself, if you're not in a city where you find the women attractive, then fucking move. That's what I've been able to do. If I've been able to do it, you can do it as well. Anyway, next thing, your conversations are too platonic. Yeah, this is a big one. I've struggled with this for a long time. You can see it in my early call approach conversations. I often gave off these gay best friend type of vibes. I often used to hide behind humor because I had people-pleasing tendencies. So I was always scared of saying the wrong thing, rocking the boat, or pissing people off. So my conversation never seems to go past that platonic chit-chat. I was rarely perceived as a sexual option. And that's because there was just too much nice guy tendencies. It was all kind of, my conversations were too top-heavy. So what you want to start doing, actually, is a really easy thing that you can start doing right now. Read My Secret Garden by Nancy Friday and listen to the audiobook as you're going around doing your hashtag call approach sessions. If you've read My Secret Garden by Nancy Friday, your entire mind is going to be enlightened. You're going to find out that women are sexual beings. They're not these delicate little fairies that we need to tiptoe around. They're having dirty thoughts. They're having dirty thoughts about many things that you probably haven't even considered. If you read My Secret Garden by Nancy Friday, it's going to show you the true, beautiful side of female nature. Don't cast any judgment towards it. It just is. People are allowed to fantasize about whatever they want to fantasize about. But if you can actually view intersexual dynamics from this frame of, oh, women are thinking about sex, they're probably thinking about sex more than I am, then it's going to change the way that you show up in your conversations, right? Because most of the guys that I work with, they are quintessential nice guys. And like an even easier conversational hack that I can give you right now, which is going to 100x your call approach conversations and allow you to have more of that grounded, seductive vibe, is just to slow the fuck down. Just slow down in your conversations. Most guys are talking so fast. If you can even record the audio of your conversations, you're most likely going to get a massive shock, because you'll be like, oh, I'm talking way too fast. I'm coming across as an excitable little puppy. No wonder these women are not getting turned on by me. One of my favorite mindsets, like if you really want to create one of the greatest vibes possible with women, where they're hanging off your every word, they're desperate to go on a date with you, they're desperate to tell all the friends about you want to integrate both the energies of the father and the brother. Okay, because what happens with most guys is they're either one energy or the other. You've got the guy that I used to be, like the entertainer, right? Where my energy was too top heavy. I was too playful. I was too charismatic. I was too jovial and lighthearted and carefree. And for that reason, I was never perceived as a sexual option. I was like, the reactions that I got was, oh, this guy's nice, right? Like that sort of gay best friend, excitable little puppy. But if you're too much on the other spectrum, where you're very serious, you're very logical, you're almost too grounded, where your energy is just too low, then you're going to be putting the girls to sleep. You're going to come across as boring, as too serious. Remember, girls just want to have fun, but they also want a guy who can be an authority figure in their lives. You don't just want to be the fun person. You don't just want to be the serious person. You want to be able to blend the two energies. And the best analogy is the brother and the father. Imagine a beautiful girl and she's got a brother. How does a brother interact with his sister? He's lighthearted, he's jovial, he's playful, he takes a piss out of her, he doesn't put her on a pedestal, he's not up in his head thinking, oh, should I say this? No, he just is, right? But you want to balance that energy with the energy of the father. Think about a beautiful girl who's got a father, right? Now imagine his energy. He's more grounded. He's more decisive. He's got more authority. If you can blend these two energies together, you've got something very special. Understand, men become aroused through their eyes, women become aroused through their ears. What this speaks to is women have got different attraction triggers compared to us as men. And depending on what time of the month it is, depending on where she's at in her ovulation cycle, depending on the most recent conversation she had with a Latvian dominatrix friend, depending on what novel she's currently reading, maybe she's reading My Secret Garden at the moment because she's watching this live stream. You don't know what she wants, and she doesn't know what she wants either, okay? So this is why it's so important that you lead with authenticity, because remember, the person who you present yourself as being at the start of that relationship has to be the person you're going to be throughout the entirety of the relationship. But if you can focus on bringing both of these energies together, because you've already got everything that you need, and this is such a game-changing piece of advice as well. You've already got everything that you need. And this is why I say game is not learning anything new. It's unlearning, right? Unlearning and then relearning the things we already know, right? You see a beautiful girl. What's your first impulse? I want to go over and talk to her. That's what the impulse is. But because you've got so much social conditioning holding you back, that's what's stopping you. It's not approach anxiety. This is what I'm saying to you boys. You don't have dating problems. You've got personal problems which manifest themselves into dating problems. So maybe you've never felt worthy. Maybe you didn't receive the love that you needed to as a child. Maybe you didn't get picked for the high school basketball team and it made you doubt yourself. Maybe you've had relationships that have failed in the past. Whatever it is, all of these personal problems will manifest themselves into dating problems. And until you can make the unconscious conscious, it'll rule your life and you will call it fate. That's Carl Jung. But remember, what did we say at the start? We take the behaviors and the beliefs will follow, okay? So if you want to get better at approaching, you just approach. You approach, and you allow the belief to follow action. But if you can integrate both of these energies, and it's a gradual process as well, like you don't need to put too much pressure on yourself, like, oh my God, I need to be perfect, I need to be the brother, I need to be the father, or fuck, like, was there some like donkey that you talked about as well? Like, take it easy. One approach at a time, right? Don't count your approaches, make your approaches count after you've done the first 100. But if you can have both of these energies, then you're going to be able to ignite a lot of curiosity in these women, right? So that's important. The next one is you're not optimizing for the first 3 seconds. This one's important as well. They're all important, but I guess this one is important. So what I found to be true is the first 3 seconds of your cold approach are the most important, okay? It's during those first 3 seconds that the woman that you're approaching is going to get an instant impression of you, right? You've probably heard it before. You never get a second chance to make a first impression. And anybody online who is saying things like looks don't matter is telling you a complete pile of horseshit. Yes, looks do matter, but there's a big difference between being good looking and looking good. And it's within any man's power to improve upon what he's been given and play his hand to the best of his ability. Now look, here's a nuance. You're not necessarily improving your appearance because aesthetics are the only thing that's going to get a woman attractive. But you're improving your appearance to feel better about yourself. What I found is the more effort I put into myself externally, the better I feel internally, okay? So the first 3 seconds are so important. You want to be making sure that you look and feel as good as possible because she feels what you feel, right? The girl is your mirror. This is a game of energy transference. So you want to make sure that you feel good, like training hard, sleeping well, limiting your alcohol intake, not smoking cigarettes every couple of days, get rid of the porn, stop wanking yourself off into a sock, get rid of these negative habits because if you're just waking up every day, like scrolling social media, watching porn, going to a job that you hate, coming back, try to do some approaches, like you're just giving off a loser type of energy. And I've been in this position, right? I used to be a low life loser. I know what that feels like. But the first 3 seconds are so important. So make sure when you're going out there, you do feel good about yourself, right? You look and feel as good as possible. You're still going to have nerves, of course you are, because you need your behaviors to reflect the ambitions that you want to achieve. But approach with conviction as well, right? This is the problem that I see with a lot of guys. They'll approach, but they're not really approaching. It's like going halfway with half a heart only digs a deeper grave. So when you see that woman, especially the really, really beautiful women, I want you to start approaching with full conviction because something that you'll find is the more attractive the girl is, I found the more balls you want to display when you're approaching her because like the really, really attractive girls, nobody's approaching them, okay? So you don't want to be going over to girls and be like, hey, excuse me, you know what? I just had to say, you look cute. you look nice. Oh, you look good. It's like, it's just too whimsical. You're giving a gay best friend type of vibes. Go over, give them hard-hitting compliments. Like, and understand as well, it's not what you say, it's not how you say it, it's who you are when you say it, okay? So, you can download my free course, I go way deeper in those. However, approach with conviction. A mindset that I give to my guys is, imagine for whatever reason, after you do this approach, the world is going to end. It's like Armageddon approaching. That mindset gets you into the headspace of playing to win rather than playing not to lose, okay? Go and deliver yourself unapologetically to this woman. So like, go over like, hey, excuse me, you look so good. You look amazing. You look incredible. You look divine. You look unreal. You look fucking amazing. And I would have regretted not coming over here and giving you a hard-hitting compliment, right? It's like that energy, that lust for life, that no fucks given, that devil may care attitude, that one day in 100 years time, none of this is going to matter. In 20 years time, you're going to look back and be like, wow, I wish I'd have taken more bold risks. I wish I'd have taken more action. I wish I wouldn't have cared too much about what random strangers thought about me. Approach with full conviction. This is how you optimize for those first 3 seconds, right? Approach with full conviction. You can see this in the approaches that I do. Watch the main video on my channel, the one what's titled, I approached 33 girls in London to overcome my fear of rejection. That's what I'm talking about. Audacious, ballsy, hard-hitting approaches where even if you don't get the number, you get the respect, right? And then when you do approach with conviction, when you go all in and you hold nothing back, you speak to a woman's biology rather than her psychology, right? It's like, oh my God, I might not give the guy my number, but fucking hell, that turned me on. The way that he approached me, the way that he looked at me, I like that. Because the world that we're living in, where most guys have lost their balls, where most guys are DMing women on Instagram being like, hey, beautiful, like there's just a society filled with simps of low-life, low-frequency losers who've checked out. Like, that's your competition. Your competition are not even trying. And you don't even need to be that good. You just need to do something, right? Whilst the rest of the guys are just swiping their lives away on screens or hanging around grotty nightclubs hoping to get lucky with some low-quality girl at 3 a.m., if you can be that high-frequency Renaissance warrior who's like, do you know what? I might not believe fully myself right now, but I do believe that if I keep putting the reps in, I will get to where I want to get to, because I understand belief follows action. I use Kristian as an example. He started from absolutely nothing. He started off from ground zero, and now he's done the best of himself. I can do it as well, right? That's what confidence is. Confidence is optimism in the absence of certainty, right? You don't need to be certain. You just need to take the actions that version of yourself who is living a top 1% dating life would take, right? So you don't need to be certain. You need optimism in the absence of certainty. And then it's just having that delusional optimism, that irrational confidence that if I put in enough action, the universe will reward me. Blessings on your courage, boy. That's the way to the stars. Optimize for the first 3 seconds. Make sure you're looking and feeling good. Go over, full conviction, blow that woman away within the first 3 seconds. Worst case scenario, she respects you and you get a nice little state boost. What else have we got? I think that's all of them, isn't it? Done that one. Oh, that's the final one. This is a good one. Oh, boys, if you're enjoying this, drop the live stream a like. I'm going super hard on this. I don't even know how long I've been speaking for. Fucking hell, almost an hour. This is some serious sauce. This will be a live stream that you come back to. But yeah, if you're enjoying it, drop it a like. It just tells me that you're enjoying the stream. I don't enable the live chat because usually there's loads of weird comments. So I just use the likes as a good tally that people are enjoying it. Okay, the final thing is you're placing excess importance on every single approach. Dude, this one is so important, right? What I found to be true with the guys who I work with, especially guys who start off life as, let's just say, a nice guy or a people pleaser, they place excess importance on every approach that they do. They view every approach as a make or break situation. And when we place excess importance on something, it creates an emotional imbalance, and that emotional imbalance puts us into a place of lack. So let's say you really hope that your flight doesn't get delayed on Saturday, right? Because you're so focused on what you don't want, it creates excess potential, right? And that excess importance, the universe needs balance, okay? So what usually happens is your flight will get delayed because of the excess importance you've placed on the flight, right? But if you can just have more of this devil may care, no fucks given attitude, the less importance you place on situations, the more likely you are to get the result that you want. And this is why when people say to you, be detached from outcome, that advice is actually stupid, because for me, the mind always needs an outcome to focus on, right? Otherwise I wouldn't do it. But you view the rep as the reward. That is the only mindset you need, because as soon as you start placing excess importance on what a woman thinks about you, because this is what guys do. They take the approach, they take the situation, they take themselves, and they take the woman too seriously, right? They're telling themselves, if I get rejected by this woman, then she's a spokeswoman for all other women worldwide. That means I'm an unlovable piece of shit. I might as well go and crawl into a sweet and salty heart-shaped condom. No, she's just one girl, right? She's one woman in the multitude of many. And all you need to do when you're going out there, the mindsets that I want you to employ, you're going out to give. You already feel whole in yourself. Like when you can operate from a place of wholeness rather than from a place of lack, that all you want to do is give. It's like, my cup is so full, all I want to do is give today. This is why having an abundant lifestyle is so important. Always having things to look forward to, always having things to invite these women into. If you can operate from this place of wholeness, you place less importance on the outcome of any particular conversation. Because again, there's so many factors that go into play. You don't have full control over your approaches. The only thing you have control over is your reaction to events. It's like Shakespeare said, nothing is good nor bad, it's the thinking that makes it so. Perception is reality. Even if it's not true, we make it true by believing in it, okay? So rather than going out there because you want to get approval, you want to get validated, you want to feel enough, you're going out there as discipline, right? You're viewing the rep as the reward. And once you view that, everything else is a bonus. It's like, I'm going out there as the most aggressive form of self-development. I don't need anything from anybody. You view the rep as a reward. You remind yourself, you're only ever one approach away from your entire life changing. You only need one. If you want a wife, you only need one, right? You only need to find one woman who thinks that you are amazing, and then you view every approach that doesn't go your way as preparation, as a stepping stone for becoming the version of yourself you need to become to live the dating life that you want to live. But the more excess importance you place on any specific outcome, the further away it gets from your grasp. So I have no idea if that's 9, but my vocal cords are absolutely scorched. But I really hope this video is useful. If you've enjoyed this, drop it a like. That's all I ask. Drop it a like, and if you want me to go even deeper with this shit, download my free courses. I've got 2 free courses, Conversation Killer, which gives you the entire call approach blueprint, and my most fuckable man course. That's about mental mastery, like rewiring your internal system, becoming the version of yourself who call approach can actually work for. Dude, this is like 15 years of social expertise. I give it all away. I give away information and I charge for implementation, right? That's what I charge money for, okay? So if you've got to a stage where you're sick of watching videos, your dating life sucks, you just want this skill set, you want to skip all the trial and error, and you just want to be given a proven blueprint that actually works, then you can apply to work with me. But yeah, download the free courses, watch this video back a couple of times, like the stream, and I'll speak with you boys again tomorrow. All right, I love you all very much. Bye. Yes, the Kasanovians. Boys, I feel so blissed out this morning. I actually think this is my favorite emotional state to be in, where I feel grounded, I feel assertive, and I feel at peace. Like sometimes I feel as though my energy is too erratic and I struggle to connect with myself. I struggle to connect with the moment. I can struggle to connect with people sometimes when my energy is like way too up here. And I've noticed in myself, I can give the best advice when my energy is like this, grounded, where I'm taking my time, I'm more coherent with my thinking. That's just a little aside. I wanted to make this live stream, and it refers to a coaching call that I had yesterday with my private network, The Entourage. So inside of our network, we have live calls every single week. And these calls are dedicated to daytime call approach and also business. So we have one live business call every single week, and we have one live call approach coaching call every single week, where all of our guys get together. We talk about our wins, we talk about things that we're struggling with, and we all help each other rise, if that makes sense. And I guarantee that if you're watching this right now, you've got dating problems, okay? Maybe you're dissatisfied with the quality of woman you're able to attract. Maybe you have so many self-limiting beliefs going through your head when it comes to actually approaching a woman. Maybe you think you're not good looking enough. Maybe you think you're too old. Maybe you think you're not tall enough, you're not rich enough, you're not ripped enough. Maybe you think your conversation skills aren't good enough. And what I've found is average people are not average because they're lazy. They're just scared. And this is probably where you're at in your life right now. You know that you're destined for more. You know that you've got music inside of you that you want to share with the world. You know you could be doing better professionally, financially, romantically, but you feel stuck. And I think most guys, they try and tackle their dating life in the wrong way, because the thing that I need you to understand, and the thing that we spoke about during our call yesterday, I'm going to get onto that in a moment, because some really valuable insights that they're just going to change the way that you think about this whole game. But one of the most valuable insights that I've learned is we don't have dating problems. We don't have business problems. We don't have fitness problems. What we really have is personal problems. And it's these personal problems which manifest themselves into everything that we do. It was Carl Jung who once wrote, until we make the unconscious conscious, it will rule our lives and we will call it fate. So, to become a god over your dating problems, it's about becoming a god over your personal problems and really understanding the root cause behind why you think the way you think. Like, what do you believe to be true about yourself that isn't? What do you believe to be true about the world that isn't? Who would you be in the absence of your concerns? In other words, what would you do if you weren't scared? So you might think right now that the reason you're scared of going over to a woman and giving her a compliment is because you've got this thing called approach anxiety. And you've conditioned yourself into believing that you've almost got this mental illness. Oh, I have approach anxiety. But what does approach anxiety even mean? Like, approach anxiety is not an illness. It's not a disease that you can catch. And your approach anxiety, it doesn't stem from a place of relationships. It's a personal issue that you've got. So let me just give you a concrete example so this will become clear. When I was a young boy, my mum and dad got divorced when I was 5 years old. And the 5-year-old version of myself interpreted my dad leaving as me not being good enough. And from that point in my life, I always harbored this deep-rooted fear of abandonment, of being left. And I didn't realize the degree to which that affected my relationships. And that's why in my early relationships, I always entered relationships from a place of fear, from a place of scarcity. It was Freud who said the adult is developed to protect the child. So in my juvenile mind, I thought to myself, oh, I can't keep a relationship because I'm bad with women. The reason why I was bad with women was because I hadn't confronted the real problem, the real issue, which was a personal problem, which was the belief that I wasn't enough. The belief that, oh, my dad left me, so that means these women are going to leave me as well. I had a difficult relationship with my mum growing up because I was in a single mother household. She was working multiple jobs just so she could support us. So I had a turbulent childhood, and it's not a blame game, it's a name game. Again, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will rule your life and you will call it fate. So I deeply struggled when it came to interpersonal relationships. And you might be in a position in your life right now where you can't hold down a relationship. You're not attracting quality partners into your life. Maybe you're having a lot of toxic relationships. But usually we don't attract what we want, we attract what we are. Again, you don't have dating problems, you've got personal problems which manifest themselves into dating problems. So let me give you another example from the live coaching call yesterday, because this was such a valuable call. And one of our entourage guys, high achieving guys, usually the guys that I work with, they're over the age of 35, they're entrepreneurs, business owners, high achieving individuals who prioritize their careers, but when it comes to the realm of women, they're not living the dating lives that they want. Anyway, on our entourage business call yesterday, I was speaking with one of our clients, high achieving guy, making multi-six figures a year. He's now got his dating life to an incredible position. He's able to get dates on demand with wife-worthy women. He's had multiple girlfriend experiences. This is a guy who was dry for 4 years. He'd basically become an incel. And then since working with me, his dating life has never been better. But we were having a conversation yesterday, and he'd hit a wall when it came to his actual business. So he'd hit a revenue ceiling, and he's wanting to scale his business into the millions. And this is what I'm all about. Like, I love these empire visions. I love working with guys who think big. You know, we get one shot on this earth, so why not take it all the way to the top? Now, he thought the way that he was going to scale his business was actually by taking on more work himself. He was flirting with the idea of starting to create content online, making these video animations, or maybe I should start writing blogs. And the deeper that we dug, what we realized was the way that he was going to scale his business into the millions was by taking himself out of the business more, releasing the golden handcuffs, and actually hiring somebody else, because he wanted to make more money whilst buying back more of his time. So I said to him, the way that you're going to do that, the way you're going to scale, and I can say this to you because the people who I'm spending time with, the people out here in Dubai, the $15,000 event that I recently attended, all the information and all the knowledge that I gain from investing into myself, I share it with my private network. That this is like the hidden secret knowledge that I don't share on YouTube. I reserve this specific knowledge for my coaching clients. And I'm in a position now where as soon as someone brings a problem to me, I know exactly what the next move is. So I said to him, the way you're going to scale is by hiring somebody. And he kept providing these fluff excuses as to why hiring somebody wasn't the right move. But the deeper that we dug, what we learned was the reason he didn't want to hire somebody was because he'd hired somebody in the past and he got fucked over. So it was a personal problem which was manifesting itself into a business problem, and that was castrating him of his confidence in his business, because he had this deep-rooted fear of being betrayed, of being fucked over again. So rather than tackling the root of the problem head on, his mind was distracting him with irrelevant activities that weren't really going to move the needle when it came to scaling his business. So during the live call yesterday, we just went deep. I think this is why it's so crucial to have an emotionally detached, no bullshit conversation. And this is why I've invested north of $88,000 at this point in my life into business mentorship, into coaches, into networks, because I don't know what I don't know. I'm not necessarily paying for people's knowledge. I'm paying for the way that they think, and also to just get a fresh perspective, to be given a no bullshit perspective from somebody who's not emotionally attached to my current situation. So like when my guys are in relationships with women and let's say the relationship is not going anywhere, they'll drop me a message, we'll schedule a one-to-one call, they'll bring it up at a group coaching call, and they'll be like, hey, I'm dating this woman, it's not really going anywhere, but she's okay, you know, the sex is good, it's nice to have a woman in my life. And then usually I'll hear this information, I'll be like, get rid of that relationship. Like, that relationship is not serving you. You could do way better, and it's wasting so much of your energy that you could be expending into finding better, more compatible women. So by having this conversation with our guy yesterday, the light bulb just went off. Because I'm prepared to go deep and challenge my clients on their own bullshit, that's where true transformation happens. And I use cold approach as the catalyst for everything else, okay? The way that you show up in your relationships with the feminine is directly related to how you show up in your professional relationships, is directly related to how you show up at the gym, how you prioritize your health, how you move through this world. And all of these things are related to the way that you feel about yourself. Usually, all of it stems from a perceived lack of self-worth, and that perceived lack of self-worth spills over into every single thing that you do. But once you get started on this journey of what I call personal renaissance, using cold approach as the most aggressive form of self-development, that's when you start to see serious change. So like, if I can just give you the blueprint of what I take my clients through, I make videos on YouTube, people consume my content, they get to a stage where they view me as a competent, reliable figure to solve their problems. They learn the skill, like they learn how to properly cold approach with me, one-to-one, in-person experience. And then the way that I'm viewing every single person that I work with is, how are we then going to use the skills that we've learned through cold approach to explode the rest of your life? Oh, you feel resistance to going over to that girl right now. Oh, you're being too needy over text. When you're on a date with a girl, you're struggling to physically escalate. It's not because you've got dating problems. You've got personal problems. Maybe you didn't receive the love you wanted to as a child. Maybe your father left you at 5 years old. Maybe you didn't get picked for the high school basketball team, and that sense of regret and not being good enough and the shame and the guilt which was attached to not getting picked, that stayed with you in your adult life. Maybe you went through a really difficult heartbreak as a teenager and now you've got trust issues. Maybe your girlfriend who you thought was the one cheated on you, and now you've got that deep-rooted personal problem which manifests itself into every single thing that you do. And until you can make the unconscious conscious, until you can get no bullshit feedback, until you can have somebody to challenge you on the things that you believe to be true, it will rule your life and you will call it fate. So to be a god over your dating problems, it's about going deep. It's asking yourself, why do I think this? Why do I feel the way that I do? When you go out and you do cold approach and you've got that resistance, what's really going on there? I view cold approach as active therapy. It feels therapeutic because what I found is therapy wants to talk about the past. Coaching and cold approach is focused on the future. It's like, how can we take everything that happened to us in the past and how can we make it the best thing that's ever happened to us? That's one of my favorite reframes. Whenever something goes, let's just say, wrong in your life, girl blows you out, all of your clients leave, you get a negative piece of news, the reframe that I lead with now is, how can I make this the best thing that's ever happened to me? Maybe you recently came out of a breakup and you're pining over your former partner. How can you make this the best thing that's ever happened to you? Maybe this is that moment of car crash clarity that is a catalyst for you getting started with daytime cold approach, taking control of your life, becoming the full package, becoming the most fuckable version of yourself internally and externally. Like, how can this be the best thing that's ever happened to you? If you understand this, it's going to save you so many years of hassle, of wasted effort, of feeling as though you're banging your head against a brick wall, thinking you're never going to be good enough, you're never going to be worthy. You're watching all of your friends settle down, start families, and you're like, is there something wrong with me? Have I missed the boat? All of my relationships have failed. I'm still on my own. I'm still lonely. I'm over the age of 40. I don't know what to do. You've got personal problems. You have got personal problems, and they're manifesting themselves into everything that you do. So, viewing cold approach as the ultimate form of self-development, like going out there, putting your balls on the line, forging a new identity through the fires of adversity, rather than focused on who you are now, it's who do I want to become, not chasing a goal, chasing an identity. Definitely was a drummer in a past life. Yes, the Kasanovians. Right, boys, in this stream, I'm going to give you, I'm going to show to you the hidden danger of learning day game, which hopefully you want to avoid. This is actually really important. I think it's going to be a really important live stream. I'm going to go into some nuanced knowledge, which you've probably not been aware of up to this point, but by watching this live stream all the way through, I'm going to save you a lot of hassle, a lot of wasted energy, and I'm going to unlock a different paradigm that you can operate from, which is going to prevent you from coming across as a pickup artist. That is probably one of the most important things that I lead with when it comes to making content, when it comes to coaching my clients. It's learn day game, do not become a day gamer, okay? Learn day game, don't become a day gamer. Like, please, do not become one of those guys who is parading around the pavements for 5 hours a day, running the London day game model, accusing every woman that he meets of being French. Like, hi, I just saw you, and what I noticed about you was, oh, you're from France. When I think about France, I think about you by the Eiffel Tower with a baguette under your arm. I've gone through that phase, right? I learned that because that's all I knew when I first started. I went onto YouTube 4 years ago, how to cold approach, and I went down that pickup rabbit hole where it was like the blind leading the blind. And look, we're all just doing the best with the information that we've got. But the reason why I make these live streams is to transform the way you actually view this discipline and hopefully avoid falling into the box of one of those pickup guys, okay? So the hidden danger of learning day game is you become a day gamer, and then you start to operate within this pickup paradigm where all of the actions that you take, you start taking actions that you never would have taken otherwise, but now you're operating in the pickup paradigm. And it's like taking the day game pill. That's the best way that I can describe it. It's like you're aware of this world, and whether you like it or not, the language that you're using, the way you're approaching, the way you're expressing yourself, there are flavors of pickup inside of there. But the way that we break free from this, and this is the mindset which has been so powerful for me, and I want to share it with you as well, is imagine right now there is a guy and he's got all of the skills associated with day game, but he knows nothing about day game. That's the place we want to be operating from. So the reason why I don't place a lot of emphasis on the technicalities, like, oh, this is how you approach, this is how you stand, you need to make eye contact for 3 seconds, and then you need to transition into push-pull, vibe stack. Oh, has she hooked yet? The reason why I don't focus on any of that bullshit is, first of all, I don't want to become a day gamer, but I want the skill associated with this, okay? The way that I like to view it is master the skill of cold approach so you can forget about cold approach. That's the way that I like to coach it. So when guys apply to work with me and they become a member of my private network, the Entourage, the thing that I make them aware of is, listen, day game is not the end game. This is a skill that you learn. It's like set it and forget it. Get the skill, unlock the skill in super fast time, and then apply it wherever you go in your life, right? So the idea is you unlock the skill efficiently, You're not spending the next 2, 3, 4 years of your life trying to learn the skill, feeling as though you're banging your head against a brick wall. That's why I get the results that I do, because I allow my guys to skip all of the trial and error rather than feeling as though they're going out there talking to nobody, getting more and more stuck in their head. I just give them the entire playbook. I hold them accountable for their actions. I introduce them to other like-minded individuals. That's why they get the results that they do. If you're curious, because a lot of guys are, if you're curious about the results I actually get from my guys, in the description, I've put some of my client interviews, client testimonials, so you can see I'm not talking out my ass. But imagine a guy who's got all the skills associated with day game, but knows nothing about day game. And I think about Italian guys, or when I was over in Brazil, like when I was living in Rio last year, I was watching how the guys operated over there. And it was amazing to see. I was like, wow, these guys they're naturally socially confident, right? So they've got the skill of day game, but they don't know anything about day game. They're not thinking to themselves, oh, I need to transition, I need to push pull, I need to neg. It's like they've already got it ingrained. I actually think one of the best things that we can do as guys who, let's just say, didn't get dealt a good hand socially growing up. I didn't have any friends growing up. I was a low-life loser. I used to hang around on my own in the toilets because I didn't have any children to hang around with in school. I had cripplingly bad social anxiety for much of my life. I always felt weird. I always felt like an outcast. I always felt as though, oh, what do these guys have that I don't? So then I became a magician. I spent a decade practicing and performing close-up magic. I used to approach people around parks in the Lake District like, excuse me, can I show you some magic? And they were like, what the fuck is this? But eventually, brick by brick, I've been able to build my social abilities to the point now where when guys work with me one-on-one, they are getting 15 years of social experience condensed into a single one-to-one in-person immersion. So I can save people a lot of time, a lot of hassle, and a lot of wasted effort. And hopefully, by watching my content, you're starting to gradually see that, oh, there's something different about this guy. He doesn't fit into the weird pickup artist paradigm. He's not running around using all these weird lines and techniques. The way that I view myself, honestly, I just wanted to be a cool guy who could get girls. That's all I wanted. I didn't want to get deep into the day game rabbit hole. I didn't want to be doing all this like assumption stacking and whatever other fucking garbage people are selling in some $997 course. I didn't want to do any of that shit. I just wanted to be able to approach on autopilot. I wanted to be able to feel in control of my dating life, and I wanted to live in this constant flow of romantic abundance. Abundance is not always having, it's knowing you can have. So now I don't feel needy anymore. I used to feel needy. I used to feel so needy in my relationships because I was scared of losing the relationship. So my loyalty was based off of scarcity. It wasn't a case of I want her. It was like, I just want someone. I was terrified of feeling lonely, and I hadn't unlocked the skill to know that I could stack my phone with beautiful women who wanted to go on a date with me, right? So I started on a low level, right? But I built myself up. If I've been able to do it, you can do it as well. But when I was in Brazil and I was watching all of these guys, I was like, this is interesting. So by spending time in extroverted environments, it helped me to naturalize this thing that we call game. What is game? Like, how do you define it? Because Socrates said the beginning of wisdom is the definition of terms. But how would you define game? Because for me, good game is learning how to get what you want. Good game is a transfer of certainty. It's that energetic transference because she feels what you feel. Yeah, the girl's your mirror. And what I've found is we don't need lines. We don't need routines. We don't need to focus on technicalities. I think the technical side of thing, honestly, makes up 7% of the overall game. It's getting yourself into what I like to call a high frequency state where you're just always on. Anyone, you speak to them, you're always warming up. You're always handing out invitations to her, like, oh, you're beautiful, you look amazing. You don't need to focus on like, what's that, I'm gonna burp. No, it's gone. It's like, you know, sometimes like you want to approach a girl and you think, oh, what's the best way to stop her? Should I go like this? Should I go around that? Should I do the whole like, you know, fucking pirouette like I'm Angelina Ballerina? And then what a lot of these Brazilian guys were doing was if they were like behind a girl or if they were sat down at a coffee shop, they'd just call over to her, right? They'd just be like, oh, excuse me. And then the girl would turn around. They're not in their head thinking, oh shit, I need to transition properly or my approach sucked there or I need to get more in front of her. Like they just are. Okay, so what can often happen with guys is their actions start to be what's the word? Predetermined. Their actions start to be predetermined by the pickup paradigm. So if you're watching a lot of content right now, like I was doing back in the day, which was overly focused on technicalities, then not only are you going to sound like every other guy in central London who's running around and being like, oh, I just saw you and what I noticed about you. I think that is really important as well, to start removing the jargon or those words like, oh, I just saw you. We were speaking actually in the entourage yesterday, so we've got our private WhatsApp group filled with private insider knowledge, which is just like blowing my mind every single day. And one of our guys inside the entourage, he's 38 years old, and he provided a killer epiphanova to the older gentleman in our group. Because one of our guys, he was at a petrol station and he met this girl. He just started talking to her, got a number, everything was amazing. He dropped a voice message into the group about the approach so we could all learn from it. Just like supernatural approach, you know what I mean? Just like in a petrol station, just started a conversation. But like, he wasn't using any of this jargon. He wasn't like, I just saw you and what I noticed about you and I just wanted to say. He was actually allowing his body language to do the work. And one of our guys inside the entourage made such an amazing point. So shout out to you. And he said, when you are an older guy, let's just say you're an older gentleman over the age of 35, you need to stop justifying your approach. If you're a younger guy, and I agree with what he's saying, if you're a younger guy, like I'm 27, like if you're a guy in your 20s and you're going out there and you're approaching, like justifying the approach does make sense to you, like going over and be like, hey, this is really random, but I just wanted to say you look amazing. Like you can get away with that. But if you're anything like the high achieving guys who I work with inside the entourage, and you are over the age of 35, you're starting to get that James Bond type of vibe where it's like amuse mastery. You've seen it all, you've done it all, you've had your short-term fun. It's like you've got to that level now. You don't need to be saying this stuff. You don't need to be saying, I just saw you, or I would have regretted coming over here. You actually don't need to say that. Just a compliment is enough. And then allowing the silence to do the work, allowing biology to run its course. So our guy at the petrol station, he just started a random conversation with a girl. I think he literally did notice something about her, but he didn't say what I noticed about you was, you've got a nice handbag. He just started talking, whatever the fuck he said, I don't know. Like, hey, nice car. And then they just started having a conversation and he dropped in a compliment, but then it didn't even matter. It's like she already knows why you're there, right? From the way that you look at her, the way that the eye contact, the way you're looking at her, the way you're making her feel, the sub-communication, right? What's not being said. Because one of the best mantras that I've heard is men become aroused through their eyes, women become aroused through their ears. And I think we often forget this. Women's attraction triggers are so much different to ours. And we just think, and I see this weird movement online of all these like young guys who are like, oh no, dude, it's all about being the pretty boy. It's all about looks maxing and looking like Justin Bieber in his prime. And it's like, you've got learning to do. Like the things that women are attracted to, assertiveness, dominance, leadership, that masculine edge, which you develop as well, by the way, through cold approach. If you are a younger guy right now, like I started cold approach when I was 23, and you can go back onto my older videos and just see what I used to look like and how I used to act. But I think learning cold approach, if you can view it as the most aggressive form of self-development, okay, if you can view it as, I'm going to learn this skill, not so I can become a pickup artist, but so I can become the version of myself who's in full control of his dating life. And then you've got future projection in mind. So let's say you're 25 years old right now, and rather than focusing on who you are right now, focus on who you're going to become when you're 30 years old, because it's the actions that you take today which are going to compound over time. So like when you get to 30 years old and you've been putting social reps in for the best part of half a decade, you're going to smoke every other guy around your age, because most guys, they're just not trying. And I do think, and I've learned this more, I think a big concern for guys, especially high achieving guys who prefer to remain private, guys who've got authority or status in their field, and they don't want people to know about what they're doing. I think a big concern for guys is, if I get started with cold approach, will I become a cold approacher? And I think it's that fear of being ostracized by society, or seeing yourself as being weird, or viewing cold approach as this dirty little secret. That can be the thing which stops guys from taking massive action, from living the dating life that they know they should be living, from going out and expressing themselves authentically. So they live their lives like closet heterosexuals, like they're scared to be men, scared to have desires. I understand that. I'm understanding that more and more. But if you can just view it through this lens, we're not becoming day gamers. It's like, take the meat and leave the bones, right? Like, take all of the best things that this skill can give you, but disregard all of the rest. Reject anything from your reality that doesn't resonate with you. Now, what I always say to you is, it takes around 100 direct cold approaches to start to develop proficiency. Now, don't worry at the start if you do sound like every other guy. Don't worry if you are using a few lines or canned openers here and there. Like, those first 100, they're just batting practice. They don't count. They're there purely to get the points on the board. Prove to yourself, approaching a woman stone cold sober during the day is not that scary. Like, there's no terror in the bang, only in the anticipation of it, right? We suffer more in imagination than in reality. Once you've done 100 direct call approaches, you'll start to feel different. You'll feel more like a social weapon. You'll be like, oh my God, this didn't kill me. It's actually made me stronger. I actually like it. But then the further you develop and the more nuance you want to make your, let's just say, game, the more you're going to want to start removing the stabilizers from the bicycle, if that makes sense. Like, if you look at my conversations now, I'm actually not doing anything that crazy, because it's no longer about what I'm saying. It's no longer about how I'm saying it. It's who I am when I say it. Okay, so it's 100 direct cold approaches. You develop proficiency. You are mindful about how you actually sound. That's why recording the audio of your conversations is so useful. If within your first 100 direct cold approaches, you can record the audio of even half of those approaches, and then you listen to those audios back, and then you realize what you're saying, you realize how you're saying it, and then you can make the tweaks. Because those things do matter in the early stages, like delivery, tonality. They matter in the early stages, but like the more you develop, it's like you learn it all, and then you forget it all. It's like Picasso. If you look at the way Picasso's art developed over the years, he started off with these grandiose paintings of these really impressive aesthetic visual masterpieces. And then the more he developed in his career, he started to experiment. He started to remove the unnecessary. He started to strip his art back to its essence, and just watch how his career actually developed. It's the same thing with this. It's like you learn it all and then you forget it all. It's like you're stripping back everything that you've learned. Now you've got the skill. Now you can approach on autopilot. Now you can experience success in advance. Now you've got more high quality options and you know what to do with. Now you're no longer needy in your life again, because if this relationship turns to dust, yeah, you'll be sad, but you can replace it. And that's how you win at this game. It's getting the skill so you're never suffocating in scarcity. And I think a lot of men today, myself included 4 years ago, before I learned this skill, that's where I was. Yeah, I was suffocating in scarcity. But what we want to be doing is prioritizing the behaviors over the beliefs, right? Making our actions align with our ambition. So going out there, putting our balls in the line, going out there to give rather than to take, going out there to make the women that we speak with feel beautiful, desired, and sexy. Master cold approach so you don't become a cold approacher. Learn day game so you don't become a day gamer. It's like you learn it all and you forget it all. And that's why in my coaching, I'm not training guys up to be pickup artists. I am giving the guys who I work with the entire playbook, so they've got the skill, they're held accountable, and they're also connected with other like-minded guys who are on the same frequency as them. Because, dude, I've been part of some weird pickup Telegram groups in the past, like when I was first starting this, and I was looking for like-minded guys. I ended up on this weird, like old school day game wing forum at one point. was like, what the fuck is this? It's like something from 2008, like the interface. It was just all weird. And then like Telegram chats of all these like just weird guys who were like, right boys, I've gone out today. I've done 45 and a half approaches. Here are my sets. It's like, dude, they're not sets. They're a conversation. You're having a conversation with a fucking human being. But it's the terminology which starts to sink into the way that you're viewing. And it's like, oh, there's another set. Oh, there's a difficult 2 set. Oh, how did you transition in that 2 set? It's like, oh my God, it's just, I don't want to be associated with any of that bollocks. So the guys that I work with, we're high achieving guys who want to live great dating lives, who want to make money, want to have amazing relationships, want to travel the world. But we view cold approach for what it is. It's a complement to an already abundant lifestyle. That's all that this is. It's going out, it's talking to people in a non-needy way, leaving people better than you found them. That's what this should be. Learn day game, don't become a day gamer. And if you want my full playbook, then go onto the homepage of my channel, because I dropped a 10-hour free course, which I hope that you boys enjoy. I've got more free courses. My client interviews are below as well. So yeah, hopefully this has been useful. I love you all. I'll speak to you again tomorrow. Bye. I'm gonna give some deep value on this stream. Deep value. I'm gonna be talking about insecurities, and the insecurities are probably holding you back in social settings. And by watching this live stream all the way through, I hope that my story so far can inspire you to get out your own way, live a life beyond the beige and not to die with your music still inside of you. So I think like most young men growing up, I was pretty much insecure about everything that I could have been insecure about. Like you name it, I was insecure about it. Whether it was, I used to have these wrinkles, you can still see them, like wrinkles on my forehead. I was like, oh, they must make me look ugly. I used to be super insecure about my pinky finger. So my pinky finger is like crooked, right? And I used to be a magician, okay? So I was a magician for a decade. And I had this weird habit of always fixating on like the smallest details. And whenever I got booked to perform magic at people's weddings or bars or restaurants, I was always up in my head thinking, oh my God, are people looking at my pinky finger? What if somebody calls it out? Like, I used to have cripplingly bad, what I perceived back then as social anxiety. So I hated being the center of attention. Whenever I got put on the spot to answer questions at school, I used to break out into these sweating fits. Like I used to just start perspiring viciously. And then people would look at me, other children in the classroom would be like, you're sweating, are you okay? And then that would make me sweat more. And on top of that, I'm like, oh my God, my bent pinky finger. What else was I insecure about? I was insecure about my height. So I was like, oh, like, am I too tall? That used to be an issue for me. I remember starting year 7 in secondary school, and I think I was like the 3rd tallest in my year. And all of these like little minion fucking cretin kids used to come up to me like, are you really in year 7? You're way too tall. So then more insecurity. Started watching porn when I was 12, watching these absolute units going to town. And I was like, oh, my dick is not big enough. Oh, look at this gargantuan schlong. Look at this guy. He's got the ripped Adonis physique. And I looked at my like skinny, fat little pot belly being like, oh, I must be an unlovable piece of shit. And that just went on for a long time. Yeah, let me just take a seat. I'm going to position the phone here so I can talk more flamboyantly. There you go. It's like a one-to-one coaching call now. So yeah, point being, I was insecure about a lot of things. And the thing that I'm always trying to make you boys aware is you do not have dating problems. You don't have dating problems. You've got personal problems, and it's these personal problems which manifest themselves into dating problems. And until you can make the unconscious conscious, it will rule your life and you will call it fate. That's what Carl Jung said. So everything that I'm going to share, hopefully these have emotional resonance with you. I'm not going to hold anything back. I give all this information away for free. I dropped a 10-hour online course onto YouTube yesterday, full cold approach course. You can watch that after you've watched this stream. And yeah, I hope that my journey so far can inspire you. Like whenever I'm working with my guys one-on-one, I see my 13-year-old self in them, right? So I see that scared, insecure, lost little boy who just wants to be wanted, that little kid who would walk around the playground, look at other children, effortlessly socializing, thinking, oh, you must either be born socially confident or you're fucked. So yeah, I've been investing into my social skills for the best part of 15 years now. And that's the reason why when my guys work with me one-on-one, they get the results that they do, because I've been in the trenches, right? I've taken an ungodly amount of social action. I've had many dark nights of the soul where I hated myself, hated the person that I was. Even 4 years ago, when I was a porn addict, when I had erectile dysfunction, when I had £24.82 of universal credit in my bank account, I always knew that I had something to share with the world. I always knew I had so much potential to offer, but I was castrated of my confidence because I grappled with the perceived lack of self-worth. So what I'm going to aim to do in this stream is just help you boys live a life free from bullshit, okay? That's the mantra. That's the energy that we move with on this channel. It's freedom from bullshit. I'm not a dating coach. I'm not a day gamer. I'm certainly not a pickup artist. I'm a freedom from bullshit practitioner. Everything that I do is an extension of my freedom from bullshit personality. And once you can actually understand that concept, that what I'm teaching you is getting out of your own way. It's to free yourself of bullshit. Bullshit which has been programmed into you by society, your parents, the media, social media, everything, right? It's freeing yourself from the bullshit so you can actually live a life that excites you before your best years are behind you. So I've made some notes, so that'll keep me on track. But yeah, I just like to do these unfiltered live streams because I think they are very raw, authentic, and I think the less polished this content is, the more real it is. So the first thing is taking everything personally, okay? This is a social habit that will continue to make you look insecure. Taking everything personally, okay? So understand this. Nobody can make you feel bad without your consent. Okay? Nobody can make you feel bad without your consent. If you can view everything as feedback, then you will free yourself from bullshit. I remember when I was first starting cold approach and I was super insecure and I would go out, I would approach and I would get undesirable outcomes. I'd get blowouts, I'd get rejections, I'd get phone numbers and then the girls would flake on me. I'd have dates scheduled and the girl wouldn't show up. I used to play the game very emotionally and I always used to see everything as a personal attack on my own sense of self-worth. But once I started to establish this zoomed out perspective, I understood that in this world, all of us human beings, okay, we're all animals responding to incentives. The world is motivated by self-interest and everybody just wants the best deal for themselves. And then once I understood that, I became free because I was like, oh, okay, no one's out to get me. Everyone is just doing the things that fit in with their agenda. So if a girl flaked on me, fine. She must have had a better alternative. If a girl never texts me back, same thing. She probably got a better alternative. If a girl gives me a harsh blowout, then it's up to me how I decide to react to that. Right? It's like Shakespeare said, nothing is good nor bad. It's the thinking that makes it so. Perception is reality. Even if it's not true, we make it true by believing in it. And if you can understand the game that we're playing, this is an internal game. A lot of guys online, especially guys in the cold approach space, all they focus on is teaching technicalities. Oh, say this, stand this way. Oh, you need to vibe, you need to stack. Oh, has she hooked yet? Push, pull, neg. And they miss the mark. And if you're following people online, all they're doing is teaching you technicals. Dude, anybody can teach technicals. Anybody can watch a few cold approach videos and start calling themselves a coach. The job that I do when I work with my guys one-on-one, the technicalities make up about 7% of my overall coaching. I go deep on the inner game side of things because that's where the money is. Right, that is where the money is. I'm not just talking about financial money. I'm talking about your ability to show up, to do the things that you want to do, to get that promotion, to build a better body, to make an incredible, thriving career, to live an international lifestyle, to finally just take control of your life in general. It's internal, right? Internal state is external reality. You don't need to learn more lines. You certainly don't need routines. You don't need to learn 5 tricks to get any woman into bed. It's not what you say. It's not even how you say it. It's who you are when you say it. This is a game about identity, not chasing a goal, chasing an identity. Who do you need to become in order to live the life that you want to live? That's what we're chasing out here. It's the identity, not the goal. Fuck the goal. Anybody can teach technicals. It's not about learning the technicals. This is why when guys are going out there, they're like, oh, Kristian, I've done 5,000 approaches, but I've not got anywhere. And the reason why your approaches are not landing is because you continue to be the same person every time you approach. And this is what, dude, this is what all of these bozo charlatan coaches online, this is what they don't understand. It's like the blind leading the blind. I'm operating in a market of one, right? I'm living for an audience of one. That's what the things that I say on this channel, they hit different because you can understand the truth behind the words that I say. The reason why your approaches are not working is because you stay the same, right? If nothing changes, nothing changes. If you continue to be the same person who shows up into every one of your approaches, your results are going to stay the same. Again, it's not what you say. It's not how you say it. It's who you are when you say it. You don't have dating problems. You've got personal problems, which are manifesting themselves into dating problems. So if you're a chronic overthinker and you see a woman that you want to talk to, but you think too many steps ahead, you reject yourself on her behalf because you've experienced failure in advance. That's not a dating problem. That's a crippling insecurity that you most likely developed from childhood because maybe like me, you didn't receive the love from the feminine that you needed when you were a child. Maybe like me, your parents separated when you were 5 years old. So that made you see relationships as these temporary ventures, like nothing lasts forever, which is true to an extent. But that's where all of this stuff starts from. It's usually ingrained in your childhood. And then when I go deep with my guys, I make them understand themselves better, okay? So not taking everything personally, right? No one's out to get you. It's called game for a reason. If you don't play, you won't win. But let's say you go out today and you approach 5 women and none of them want to give you the time of day. Great. It's feedback, right? Maybe you've just not become the version of yourself who cold approach can work for yet. Maybe your approach does shit. Maybe your technicals are off, but usually it's not. Usually guys can logically understand the technical side, but understand she's your mirror and she feels what you feel. So if you're carrying all of this insecurity into your conversations, she's picking up on that, okay? So nothing is good nor bad. It's the thinking that makes it so. Nobody can make you feel bad without your consent. So if you can understand this, even if like, let's just say you're in a social setting and this is actually a really good thing. Like if you're talking with a girl and let's say she's giving you a little bit of shit to #test your frame, the best thing that I found is just to agree and amplify. A lot of guys in social situations, whether they're talking to women or talking to guys who they want to make friends with, their egos are too big, right? The point of the ego is to be right. The point of the ego is self-preservation. So oftentimes the thing that makes you look insecure is trying to justify, trying to defend yourself. Whenever you get hit with things that you believe to be criticism, you get defensive, you start to justify your actions. You don't need to do that, right? It just makes you look insecure. If somebody, like, dude, doing cold approach on YouTube simultaneously for the past 4 years has made a man out of me, right? When I was first starting making my videos 4 years ago, the feedback that I was getting was, you're ugly, you're a 4 out of 10 at best. Why are you wasting these women's time? You're never gonna get anywhere. This is never gonna work. You're never gonna amount to anything. And I could have taken all of that as negative, but my reaction was, thank you. Like, I don't know if it's some weird masochistic genetic predisposition that I've got inside of me, but whenever I receive criticism or whenever people throw rocks at me or whenever I just get some undesirable piece of news from somebody who's trying to take me down, I'm like, oh, thank fuck for that. I love it. Like that's my fuel because I've always turned pain into power. I've transmuted my wounds into wisdom, and that's why I share it on these streams. So it's like, if you're speaking with a girl and she says you're weird, a lot of guys will be like, no, I'm not weird. No, I'm not weird. Like I'm cool. And like that makes you more insecure because you don't know yourself. You're not at peace with yourself. That's all confidence comes down to. It's just being at peace with yourself, being comfortable in your own skin. It's optimism in the absence of certainty. So if somebody says, Kristian, you're weird, my response is, dude, you don't know the half of it. I am the weirdest motherfucker you're ever gonna meet. And then nobody can. There's no room for anybody to hit back after that. Like, you've agreed and you've amplified, and you can use that in anything. Like, if somebody criticizes you, because if you do receive what you perceive to be as criticism, either that person is right and you've learned something, so therefore the feedback is valuable, or they're wrong and you can just laugh about it. It's like if somebody says to me, Kristian, you're a shit coach. The place that I've got to in my life now, how secure I am in my own capabilities, it's the same as them saying to me, Kristian, you're Chinese. Like, it doesn't even hit. But like, if somebody gives you feedback and it triggers you, then that is the universe providing you with an opportunity to show you where you're not currently free. So if somebody says, I don't know, you are yeah, let's just say, oh, somebody says to you, you're weird, and you take offense by that, then obviously you've got issues with being weird, and it's going to get amplified with that comment. But if you're completely at peace with yourself, it's about knowing yourself, isn't it? I think the more at peace you are with yourself, the more you can make peace with all of the things that most people try and push away. You become bulletproof. So it's like, there's nothing anybody can say to me anymore that is going to offend me. I'm not saying that I'm a superhuman. I might get caught off guard sometimes with a comment here and there, depending on where my emotional state is. But I've already shared everything. I've already told you boys everything. Like, I was a porn addict. I had erectile dysfunction. I used to be insecure about the size of my penis because I was watching porn on the regular. I used to compare myself to every single guy. I used to pedestalize other people and be like, oh, he's got bigger arms than me. He's probably got a better schlong than me. He's got better hair than me. Like, everything. Like, I found everything to be insecure about. And now, after being on this quest, this unorthodox odyssey for the best part of 15 years, I've spent my time in the trenches, and that's why I can help people. That's why I know exactly what to do when people come and work with me, because I tell people what they need to know and not what they want to hear. Like, the other month, I spent £14,000 on business mentoring, right? £14,000. 4 years ago, I would never have even imagined spending that much money on myself, because I was always in that scarcity mindset. I always viewed money as this finite resource, because I didn't grow up with money. I grew up on a council estate in a single parent household. My mum was working multiple jobs just so she could support us. So we never had money. We didn't have resources. I was brought up in a place of scarcity. So for me to spend £14,000 on myself, which used to be a year's wages for me when I used to clean lemur shit off a toilet. I used to work in a zoo, by the way. Actually, I think I was on less money than that. I think it was about 12 grand at the zoo. But anyway, point being, when I hire mentors, when I hire coaches, when I join networks, I'm not paying somebody to be nice to me. I'm not paying somebody to inflate my ego. I'm spending that money because I want no bullshit feedback. So if my business mentor is like, oh mate, your website's shit. Oh mate, the way that you talk to camera is terrible. Oh mate, the way you present yourself is awful. Look at your offer, look at your back end business systems, look at your emails, look at your YouTube, your content. Like, I'm not paying somebody so they can be my friend. I'm paying them so they can hold me accountable and be my mentor. But I need to be emotionally at peace with myself to be able to take that feedback on board. Otherwise, I'm going to get offended by everything. Does this make sense so far? So nobody can make you feel bad without your consent. It's all feedback, okay? All of it. It's all feedback. And I think if you can view it like this, oh, it's feedback, and you think in terms of decades as opposed to days. I think a lot of people today, they think too short term, right? So it's like, if you go out today and you have a conversation with a girl which doesn't go the way you wanted it to, or you had a date set up this week and the girl's flaked, or you got a couple of phone numbers and those phone numbers didn't lead to anything. I think because of how fried people's brains are with TikTok and just high dopamine social media, it's like we want everything now. And if we don't get the cookie straight away, then we get deflated. But if you can have a long-term strategy, especially if you're in your 20s, if you can have a long-term strategy with the way that you're playing this game of masculine renaissance, not thinking in terms of days, but thinking in terms of decades, you can view all of the feedback that you're receiving now as allowing you to become the version of yourself that you need to be to live the life that you want to live, right? So I think, yeah, hindsight is 2020, but just so you can understand, it's the compounding of my actions which have led me up to this point. I became a magician at 13 years old because I wanted to overcome my social anxiety. I didn't have the foresight to think, by being a magician at 13 years old, I will then be able to transfer all of my social capabilities into the realm of dating and be able to help high achievers build top 1% dating lives. No, at the time, I was like, fucking hell, I wish I could just make some friends. Oh, I know, I'm going to try and replicate David Blaine. But like, if you can understand this concept, then you're going to separate yourself from pretty much every other guy on the planet who's just thinking super short term, day by day, living check to check, week by week. Think in terms of decades. Who are you going to be? Right? I've studied some of the best billionaires on the planet, for like Zuckerberg, Musk, Bezos, and they all say the same thing. They all talk about this long-term perspective of the compounding of your actions, which is why I always say to you boys, on a super practical level, 100 direct cold approaches That's within your power to do right now. 100 direct cold approaches to separate yourself from 99% of guys, especially when it comes to dating. Because most men are not going to do that. Most men are not going to go outside and put their balls on the line. Not even going to do it once, let alone 100 times. But like, if you can view the reps as the reward, if you can view the achievement in the attempt, the pleasure is in the pursuit, the success is in the showing up, and every approach that you do, you're viewing it as an investment into the identity of yourself who you want to embody, you're going to smoke your competition. You're not going out there at the start to get dates, to get phone numbers, to get happy endings. If it happens, great, nice one. Maybe it's like baseball. Maybe you'll strike out every time, or maybe you'll hit a home run by mistake. The result doesn't matter. It's who you're becoming. And once you've done 100 direct call approaches, you will feel different. You'll feel more confident. You'll feel as though you can walk into a room and leave with the hottest girl in there. You'll be able to finally start to feel more at peace with yourself because you're becoming more of an action taker. What do we say on this channel all of the time? Belief follows action. I can't think my way into a confident state. I can't think my way out of my insecurities. The way that I've got over all of my insecurities is just by taking an ungodly amount of action, making myself viciously uncomfortable. Like when I was struggling in the bedroom, right? Like I said to you boys all the time, I used to have erectile dysfunction because I was watching porn too much. The way that I overcame my issues was I learned cold approach. I started getting dates on the regular, and then my mind didn't want me to bring those women back to my grotty apartment in Leeds because I was always worried that I wouldn't be able to perform. But I understood the way through it was to go through it. I needed to make myself viciously uncomfortable. I needed to reject my need for guarantee. I needed to bring these women back and have the whole thing blow up in my face and realize, oh shit, nothing's happened. I'm still alive. The only thing that did die was my ego, and that's the whole point of this. It's the dissolution of the ego. That's how you can connect with your most authentic self. That's how you win this game, especially when it comes to dating. It's the dissolution of the ego. Remember, the purpose of the ego is self-preservation. It's not going out there and doing the same thing repeatedly and expecting a different outcome. That's insanity. It's understanding the identity is more important, okay? The identity. And this is why it's important that at the start, when you've got a lot of anxiety and you do doubt yourself and you're flooded with all of these insecurities, you prioritize behaviors over belief because the belief follows the action. You're not going to think your way into a confident state. It doesn't work. You go out there, you make yourself viciously uncomfortable, you invite the worst case scenario, and you remind yourself, and this is so practical and so important, it's either going to go well or you've got a funny story. That's the best mindset that I can give you, especially for those first 100 direct call approaches. Even for the first one, the first direct call approach that you're going to do today because you're serious about taking action, tell yourself that it's either going to go well or you've got a funny story. Plato said, people who tell stories rule the world. And it's the stories that we tell ourselves which dictate the realities that we live. All we are is repeated patterns of behavior that we've accepted over time as our identity. And then we solidify the identities that we built through the language that we use. So we'll say things to ourselves like, I'm not confident, I suck with women, I'm insecure. And we don't understand the language that we're using solidifies the identity that we're trying to escape from. The way that you penetrate all this bullshit, again, is just getting out there into the field, talking to people, giving compliments, having that seduce the world mindset, aiming to leave every woman better than you found them. Nobody is allergic to a compliment. And then over time, gradually, your actions will begin to compound and you'll look back at your life a year from now and be like, fucking hell, I'm so happy I got started when I did, because if I hadn't have taken those actions, I'd still be in the same position. Apart from now, I've given my self-limiting beliefs an entire year, another year to solidify. And at some point, depending on how long you've left it, your self-limiting beliefs will become too difficult to break. That you could get to a stage in your life where you get to 55 years old and you've not taken any action in your life and all you've got to look back on is regret. Then you can get to a point where you just check out. That's what happens with a lot of guys. They mentally check out because they're like, fucking hell, my best years are behind me now. It's never game over. It's always game on. But I think if you are serious about making something of yourself, then your actions have to align with your ambitions. There's no time anymore for just thinking about things. Urgency needs to sting. It needs to be there, right? So I think that's important. That was a massive tangent, but hopefully that you boys have have got value from that so far. We'll keep going. Drop it a like if you're enjoying the stream so far. I've got quite a lot more things to talk about, so we'll keep going. Oh, it's quite hot in here. Don't matter. We'll get nice and sweaty. What else have I got down? Oh, this is a good one. Okay, this is massive. This is massive. That's what she said. Funny. I have to amuse myself. Self-amusement. The fear of failure, right? Fear of failure. This is huge. Fear of failure. This thing, right? Fear of failure, all right? Something that I've learned recently is, do you know the reason why we actually fear failure so much? And this hit me like a train. It was just like one of those epiphanovas that I heard it and it just clicked with me on an emotional wave. It was, we fear failure because we judge people who fail. We fear failure because we judge people who fail. And I was like, fuck. That explains so much. And like, dude, I'm learning every single day as well. I love that definition. It was Socrates who said that the beginning of knowledge is the definition of terms. We fear failure because we judge other people who fail. So it's the fear of the unknown. It's the fear of taking an action and the thing blowing up in our face and getting so up in our head thinking, oh shit, if this approach goes wrong, what are all these people gonna think? If I tell my friends that I want to start improving myself and get started with cold approach, they're gonna think I'm weird. They're gonna think I'm a sleazy pickup artist. They're gonna want nothing to do with me. Whoa, what if I leave my job and my business doesn't work out? Fuck, what are my colleagues gonna think of me? Oh, my parents are gonna think I'm a disappointment, and then my dad's gonna be right. My dad always told me I would never amount to anything. Oh, fuck, he's right. So I'm just gonna play it safe. I'm going to stay in my lane. I'm going to stay in that comfortable job. I'm going to spend the time with the same 5 people that I went to school with. We're going to go to the pub every Saturday, talk about Chelsea, talk about Cole Palmer, get pissed on the weekend and forget about all my problems. We fear failure because we judge other people who fail. I'm in Dubai at the moment. There's a lot of nice cars around here. And I don't know if you've heard this analogy, but imagine there's a guy, all right? Imagine you wake up on a beautiful sunny Sunday morning, you take a sip of coffee and you go out for a walk because you're going to do your first direct call approach. Now imagine that there's a screaming purple Lambo driving past you, right? Oftentimes when we see somebody driving a Lamborghini or a really nice car, we don't think about the person who's in the car. We think about what it would be like if we were inside the car. So this guy has achieved an incredible level of financial success, or maybe he's just renting it because he's got crippling insecurity and he's scared what people are going to think of him. But we'll just say that he's worked his bollocks off to get the Lamborghini. He's got the Lamborghini usually because he wants people to know he's got money, right? It's a reflection of his status. It's a reflection of his materialistic acquisition. And look, I love that shit. I've got those empire visions. I love people who can, spend money and do all these cool things. But I just think this like deep psychology thing's important. He's driving that car because he wants to be noticed. But the crippling irony is no one's thinking about him. They're thinking about themselves and what it would be like for them to drive that car. And the reason why I give you this analogy is to underscore truly how little you actually matter in people's lives. A lot of us are going out there and we've got this inflated sense of self-importance. And this is nuanced as well. Like this is not saying go out there and think that you're an unlovable piece of shit. Of course, elevate yourself. Think you're the best. Because when you think that you're the best, you actually bring everybody else up as well because you can show up more authentically. You've got more magnetism. You're operating on a higher vibrational state. But understand in the grand scheme of things, everyone is just thinking about themselves. So if you go out today and you do 5 direct call approaches and all the girls blank you and you think, oh my God, everyone's looking at me, nobody cares. Even if a guy watches you approach a girl, he's either jealous or he respects it. And if a girl sees you do it, she loves it. Like, she loves it and she wishes secretly that it was her getting approached. Because when you cold approach a woman, you speak to her biology rather than her psychology. So if you can understand that, no one's thinking about the guy in the Lamborghini. They're thinking about what it would be like for them to drive it. Do you remember when the Queen died? I think it was like 8th of September 2022. The Queen of England, arguably one of the most famous people on the planet at that point. How many times have you thought about the Queen of England? Especially if you live in the UK. Right, exactly. And we've got the audacity to think that our actions actually matter, that we're actually going to be remembered. Like your great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather, you've got no fucking idea who he was, right? In 100 years' time, all of this is going to be space dust and ashes. And this is not giving you license to be doing some like stupid social stupidity, but it is giving you more license to realize you are more free than you think you are. 100 years' time, none of it's going to matter. In 4 generations, even the most famous man on the earth right now, whoever that might be, they're going to be forgotten about unless we colonize Mars, and then I guess Elon Musk is going to be a demigod. But point stands. So that fear of failure that's holding you back. If you're scared of failing because you're worried about getting judged, just understand how ludicrous this is. No one even is thinking about the Queen of England anymore. No one's thinking about the guy in the Lamborghini. Again, we're animals responding to incentive. The world is motivated by self-interest. We all just want the best deal for ourselves. Everyone is just so up in their head, doing their own thing, and you think that you actually matter. No, this is why I term the phrase liberated nihilism, right? Liberated nihilism. It's understanding that none of this matters in the most liberating way possible. There is a 1 in 400 trillion chance of us being born. So rather than dancing to the music of the masses, rather than being constrained by the shackles of society, get out there, do something cool with your life, build a business, live internationally, inspire people, be a provider for your family. That's the whole point of making money, by the way. For me, the point of making money isn't about buying flashy stuff. I don't give a fuck about the materialistic stuff. Again, Socrates said, the beginning of wisdom is the definition of terms. What is money? I define money as the language of love. It's the ancient language of love. As soon as I make money, the first thing that I do with that money, I send money over to my mum because she was there for me, right? Like, even though we've had a turbulent relationship, she's always stood by me, right? Money is the language of love. So that's the whole point of making money. It's to look after the people who've looked after you, right? It isn't for me anyway. It's not about being like flashy and materialistic. It's looking after people, caring for people. The money that I make, I use that to invest into myself, which then allows me to make more money and provide more value, right? So that was a tangent, but I think it's important. No one gives a fuck about you, right? No one cares. Nobody cares. And that's good. That's good because it's going to set you free. But like when you're going out there, usually when guys they want to learn cold approach, okay? And I respect anybody who's actually got the desire to want to improve themselves. But whenever you find yourself not taking action because you're scared of what other people are going to think of you, just remind yourself of this. In 100 years, none of this is going to matter. In 20 years' time, you would give anything to be back in this moment, right? We never get the same moment twice. We're living in the good old days right now, right? You can always make more money, but you're never going to get your time back. So I think that's important to recognize. Yeah, we don't fear failure necessarily because of the consequences. We fear failure because we judge people who fail. And I would say as well, and this is something that I'm practicing more and more, because I think the crocodile brain, it's always judging people. We're always seeing how we stack up to other people or whatever. Like, I think just being less judgmental of other people in our own minds is important. There's an ancient Hawaiian principle from, I think you pronounce the people the Huna. I might be wrong about that. But they've got a beautiful philosophy, which is bless that which you wish to receive. Right? Bless that which you wish to receive. So you know what I was saying before about comparisons? Well, one way that I found to overcome this thing that I do or used to do, which was compare myself to everybody from a negative way, because I do think comparisons are healthy. I think if you do it in the right way, comparing yourself to other people can be inspiring because it gives you a benchmark. It shows you what's possible. Bless that which you wish to receive. So rather than seeing a guy with an amazing girlfriend and being like, fuck that guy. Rather than seeing a guy with a really nice car and being like, fuck that guy. Rather than seeing a guy who lives in a beautiful apartment and being like, fuck that guy. Bless that which you wish to receive. Be like, fucking yes, bro. Amazing girlfriend. That inspires me. Fucking yes, bro. There's an amazing car. That shows me that there's levels to this game. Guy in a nice apartment. Yes, bro. I love that. Bless that which you wish to receive, because this is a game of energy transference, okay? That's the game that we're playing. And the higher your frequency is, the easier life is going to be for you. A lot of people, and they don't even realize it, they're operating on a low frequency energetic field of guilt, of shame, of regret, and they're carrying that vibration into their conversations with the feminine, and they wonder why no girl wants to date them. It's because they wouldn't even date themselves. They don't even like themselves, right? So getting yourself into this high frequency state is so important. So it's doing things that you enjoy doing. So training hard at the gym, putting your energy into something that you're passionate about. Like I do these live streams every single day, and even if not every day I'm in the mood to do it, I made that commitment, right? I'm not doing my best, I'm doing what is necessary. But as soon as I start talking, I absolutely love it, right? You don't need to feel social to have a conversation. You'll start to feel social once you start having the conversation. That's why I said to you earlier, prioritize behavior over belief. Getting good sleep, spending time in a good city, getting plenty of sunlight. And look, if you're one of those people right now, like I was 4 years ago, where I was living in Leeds, right? I was living in that grotty apartment. I was making terrible money. I was making like £1,236 a month, and my expenditure was about 1,100. So I was broke as a joke. I had no money. I was living in Leeds. It was a pandemic at the time, so I couldn't even go anywhere. And I hated my life. You know, I hated the man that I'd become, and I always knew that I had more inside of me, but I understood no one was coming to save me. And now my life is very different. So if you've not done so already, I would highly recommend you download my free course. It's called my Most Fuckable Man course. And inside that course is a module called Mindset Mastery. And that teaches you how I've been able to rewire my entire internal belief system. I used to have awfully, cripplingly bad self-limiting beliefs, okay? I used to be in that position where I never thought that I would amount to anything. I thought that I was destined to fail. I was a loser for the majority of my life, but I made a decision to actually change, okay? So if you get that course, it just literally walks you through the step-by-step process to rewire your internal system, become the most fuckable version of yourself externally, but also internally, right? That inner game side of things, that is everything. If there's one thing that you take away from this stream, and I say it all the time, but I think reiteration is consolidation. It's not what you say, it's not how you say it, it's who you are when you say it. This is a game of identity. This is an inner game. In fact, actually, what I think I'm going to do, yeah, leave that with me. What I'm going to do, actually, I'm going to put together another course for you boys. It'll be free, obviously. All my courses are free. I actually think I'm going to put together like a full mindset course, because I think that's the thing that I've noticed. That's what everyone struggles with. Because like the guys who I work with, 6, 7, even 8-figure entrepreneurs, business owners, high achievers, like I work with guys who should be crushing it with women on paper, right? They've got the money, they're making however much more money than they know what to do with, they've prioritized their health, they've got a great career, they've got status in their industry. They still can't pull a muscle, because when they want to approach women, they still feel like the ugly duckling inside. It's like the internal hasn't caught up with the external, so therefore they experience failure in advance. So all of this notion of build it and they will come, become a high value man, and beautiful women are going to throw themselves at you, is a complete pile of horseshit. And I know that now because these are the guys who I work with. And that's why in my coaching, the work that I do with my guys, the emphasis is on internal state, because that's most likely the thing that's fucking you over right now. You can have all the money in the world, you can have the best body, you can have status and cars and watches, but if you still can't go over and talk to that pretty girl, it's like working your bollocks off to buy a Lamborghini and then being too scared to drive it. Okay, understand that internal state is external reality. And that's what we're doing on this channel. We're building you into the person that you need to become. I'm not teaching you how to cold approach. I'm teaching you how you can become the version of yourself who cold approach can work for. And that starts off by rewiring your internal system. So download my free course, My Most Fuckable Man course. Watch the module titled Mindset Mastery. That's the only module you need, really. You don't really need to watch the rest of it. You can do it if you want to. Mindset Mastery. You'll create a personal renaissance document. You'll make your actions align with your ambitions, and you'll operate from this place of delusional optimism and irrational confidence. So download the course. If you've enjoyed this stream, drop it a like. I do these streams every day. If you don't know who I am, you do now. My name's Kristian. That's nice. I'm not taking on any more coaching clients until 2025. I'm fully booked. I've got enough money. I've got enough clients. I make these streams because I just fucking enjoy doing them. And I love sharing. I see myself as an artist. This is art to me, not a pickup artist, like a spiritual artist, like a Renaissance warrior. Just this is what I live for, right? It's the rep. It's the reps. It's like sitting down and making something like this. It's like, okay, It's us versus us today, Kristian. Let's show up. Let's deliver value. Anyway. Yes, the Kasanovians, right, boys? Good morning, good evening, good night, sayonara. The most underrated social skills and how I use them to make women like me. Yay. So in this one, I'm just gonna hit you boys with as many underrated social skills which are gonna help you skyrocket your social life, get a shitload of dates. Maybe, I don't know, you've not been on a date for the past month and you feel like a virgin again. So yeah, by watching this live stream all the way through, I'm gonna blow your mind, give you a shitload of value, and hopefully by the end of this, you'll leave happier, wiser, more socially capable men. So first of all, the power of the pause. There you go. Real life, Infield demo. Power of the pause. This is so important. The power of the pause. So, what I found to be true after investing heavily into my own social skills since the age of 13. For those of you who don't know, I used to be a magician. I did that for a decade, and I got really fucking good when it came to all things socially related. And now when guys work with me, they get 14 years of social experience condensed into a single weekend, which is why my guys get the results that they do. Link below, take a look at my testimonials. The power of the pause, right? Letting the silence do the work. This is especially important when you want to start creating sexual tension with women who you've just met, right? Letting the silence do the work. Most guys who I coach one-to-one, they oftentimes will face the same dilemma. They just speak way too fast, and it's normal, right? Like when you first get started with daytime call approach, the whole thing just feels very overwhelming. You're nervous, you've got high anxiety, you've not yet acclimatized yourself to having these cold approach conversations. So your brain just wants to get you out of there as fast as possible. And the way that it does that is it speeds up your speech. So then you eject too early and yeah, whatever, other shit happens. So power of the pause, right? Letting the silence do the work. So when you are speaking with women who you've never met before and you've approached them stone cold sober during the day, just take more pauses between your words, right? So rather than going over there and be like, hey, just saw you, you look really good. I just wanted to say that because I was scared that I'd never see you again, and then I would feel like an unlovable piece of shit for never coming over here. It's way too much, right? So instead, you want to go over, you just want to say, excuse me. Yeah, and then when you say that first excuse me, you don't say anything else until that woman who you've approached is actually stopped and she's actually looking at you, right? It's those, the first 3 seconds when you first cold approach a woman, stone cold sober, that's like the most important part of the approach. And this is where most guys completely mess up the approach, right? It's very much like sales. The first few seconds of the call are the most important. So when you're going over, just make sure that you're going slower. Allow pauses to be there. You go over to the girl, you say, excuse me, and now you just wait, right? You're marinating in the moment. You're making that eye contact. You're making sure that you're not stood a million miles away from her. Like proximity is power, especially when it comes to seduction. Like the closer you are, the more of a seductive vibe you're going to create. Now, if you're completely new to this, then that might feel like too much too soon, like getting closer to the girl. But what you can start practicing is just talking slower. And a really great exercise you can do to actually improve this is when you are going out for your hashtag cold approach sessions, just start recording the audio of your conversations. That's going to give you a point of reference. Most guys think that their speech is perfect, right? They think that, oh, I don't speak fast. But then when they listen to themselves back on an audio recording, evidence has got the loudest voice, and they can literally hear themselves in real time talking way too fast, like a million miles an hour. I remember I was coaching a surgeon in London 2.5 years ago, and out of everybody that I've ever coached, he spoke the fastest, but he was completely unaware of it. And because when I'm coaching my guys, I can listen in to your conversations, I pulled him up on it. I usually give people the benefit of the doubt for the first 3 or 4. Like when guys are doing approaches with me, the first 3 or 4 approaches is just batting practice, right? You just get them out of the way, write a passage, etc. But then I noticed it was becoming a problem. Like he was speaking with these women, and at first, like they were attracted to him, but because he was just way too erratic in his conversations, they were just starting to get a little bit just like weirded out, like what the fuck is wrong with this guy? So he came out of one of the conversations with a Colombian girl, and I just said to him, dude, that conversation would have actually gone somewhere, but you're just way too erratic at the moment. He's like, am I? Like, I didn't even know, right? So what we did is we actually created this little mantra in his mind. Like before he went over to the next woman, he just said slow to himself 3 times. And this just anchored what he needed to do in that next conversation. And again, evidence has got the loudest voice. He then went over and he met this air hostess, right? And this conversation, it was night and day compared to what I'd seen him do previously. He went over, he said, excuse me, he had authority, he had conviction, and most importantly, he was now letting the silence do the work. So he approached her on a busy street, took his time, he was breathing, he was just making the eye contact, marinating in the moment. They had about a 5-minute conversation, and he actually ended up going on a date with her the following week. And he came out of that conversation, he's like, whoa, that was completely different. Like I actually felt way more in control. This is like one of the easiest hacks that you can implement into your conversations. Like if you want to start having longer conversations, just put more pauses into your conversations. Like I would say this is probably one of, if not the most underrated social skills out there. And it's something that anybody can start doing today, no matter your social background, no matter how socially incompetent you think you are. It's just training yourself to go slower and just place more pauses in between your words, right? We become what we practice. So now that you're aware of it, go out today, do a few cold approaches, record the audio of at least one of those conversations, and just see how fast you're actually talking, right? Because oftentimes we don't know what we don't know. We can't hear what we can't hear, and we can't see what we can't see. And until we have a point of reference, or until somebody calls us out on it, it's like a personal trainer calling out your bad form at the gym, then we're unaware of it. So the power of the pause, yeah, letting the silence do the work. And you can just practice this as you go around your everyday life as well. Like whenever you're finding yourself interacting with people, maybe it's colleagues at work, maybe it's the barista, maybe it's your personal trainer, maybe it's some people at the gym, whoever, just start getting comfortable in the chaos. Just start being able to marinate in the moment, especially when you're speaking with women. It's not what you say. It's not even how you say it. It's who you are when you're saying it. We'll get onto that a little bit later, but for now, power of the pause. Let the silence do the work. Does that make sense so far? Cool. Next thing is tease her like a brother, protect her like a father. This one's really cool, and I don't hear that many people talking about this. Tease her like a brother, protect her like a father. Okay, so most of the time when I'm working with guys, they are one of 2 types of energy. Either their energy is too top heavy or they're too low energy, right? So when I mean top heavy, I mean that they're too playful. Oftentimes they're hiding behind humor. Their conversations never seem to go past that platonic chit chat. Everything feels nice, right? Like that's that like higher top heavy energy. And this is what I used to struggle with as well. Like I came from an entertainer background. I was used to bringing the high energy from a decade of being a magician. So I had to teach myself to actually integrate that lower, more grounded energy in order to create more of that seductive vibe. But on the other side, you've got guys who are way too low energy. So their conversations, they often feel boring. Right? So it's like there's not much enthusiasm, there's not much energy, there's not much playfulness, lightheartedness. So oftentimes their conversations feel as flat pack. So what we want to do is integrate both of these energies, right? That's how we become like the full package conversationally, if you will. So I like to use the analogy of integrating the energy of the brother and the father simultaneously, right? So you imagine a beautiful girl who's got a brother, right? How does the brother interact with his sister? He's not up in his head thinking, am I saying the right thing? No, he's just playful. He's teasing her. He's lighthearted. He's taking the piss out of her. That's that playful, jovial spirit. But protect her like a father. The father has got a different way of interacting, right? He's more grounded. He's got authority. He's got assertiveness, leadership, dominance. Like that comes from that grounded energy, right? So we want to be able to integrate both of these. Otherwise, you're the boring guy or you're like the comedian. You're like the entertainer. That's what I used to struggle with. If you go back, just watch the earliest Infield videos on my channel. And you'll just see how my conversations have developed over the years. I really struggled with this. It took me, I would say, a good couple of years of going hard with the approaching, getting coached, having myself filmed, getting feedback from my coaches, the internet, myself. So, you know, it was a process for me. I had to do a lot of unlearning, which really, I think that's what becoming proficient socially is about. Right? It's not so much a process of learning anything new, but relearning that which we already know. Yeah, stripping back those layers of social conditioning so we can connect with our most authentic selves, right? So when you're in your conversations, and again, this is why getting feedback on your conversations is crucial. So just start recording the audio of your conversations when you go out there, because at the moment, you're either bringing too much energy or not enough energy, right? If you watch, what I'll do, I'll link a full coaching series in the description once this live stream's finished, and you can see me coaching a client of mine, Tom, in London. This was an area that he really struggled with. Tom was so low energy that when he was going over to women, he was almost putting them to sleep, right? So part of our coaching experience that I did with Tom in London was helping him bring more energy into his conversations, especially at the start of the conversation. That's how I like to run it. Like when you first go over to a woman, stone cold sober during the day, what I found to work best is having the energy high at the start. So you inject her with a lot of these feel good emotions. And then as the conversation develops and you get more comfortable in her company, and also you've had more reps at that point as well, hopefully, you'll naturally start to lower the energy, and that allows you to start to sit into this seductive stillness. That's how you create that sexual tension. It's very difficult to create sexual tension when everything is very up here, right? It's like a meter. It's like you want to bring it down, integrating the power of the pause, looking at her like you actually desire her, not operating your life like a closet heterosexual. But that's really important. I think this is severely underrated, right? So taking both energies, integrating like the light and the dark, the yin and the yang. Always be asking yourself as well, what does the moment want, right? Because you might go into a nighttime venue and the energy inside that atmosphere is electric, right? You don't really want to try and bring the energy down because there's going to be an incongruency there. Instead, you're going to match the energy and you're going to be high energy. And then maybe if you get some girls from the venue, like one-to-one, then you can bring the energy down. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense, because this is really crucial. This is something that I struggle with for years, and I'm relaying it on this live stream, so hopefully it can speed up your learning process. So tease her like a brother, protect her like a father. The third thing is calling her out on her bullshit. And so this nicely integrates with what we were just speaking about, protecting her like a father. So oftentimes the guys who I work with, they are chronic overthinkers. So they think too many steps ahead and they experience failure in advance, but they're also perpetual people pleasers, right? So I work with a lot of guys who are self-confessed nice guys, right? So they're terrified of rocking the boat or pissing people off. They're scared of saying the wrong thing in case they lose value in the eyes of the feminine. Usually they're in a position of romantic scarcity. So they're worried if they say the wrong thing and piss this woman off, they're not sure when their next opportunity is going to come. So this just creates a vicious, toxic cycle of not truly showing up as their most authentic selves, right? So just calling people out, especially women, on their bullshit, right? So if you're dating a girl and you're on a date with her and she's constantly checking her phone and not respecting you and not respecting the date and not respecting the attention, then it's like, what we want to be doing is just calling out bullshit immediately, right? Because a woman can't be turned on by a guy who she doesn't respect. And this is a big problem that I see. A lot of times, guys who are stuck in scarcity right now, they're focused on acquisition and not retention, right? So meaning they put a lot of focus on getting women, but getting women is the easy part. It's keeping women, which is the difficult part, right? Acquisition is easy. Retention is a lot more difficult, because when you're in a relationship with a woman, it's like the ultimate shit test. It's like having a mirror held up to yourself 24/7. So it's like you constantly need to be the guy. Like you constantly need to make sure that boundaries are not being crossed. And if she does cross a boundary, like again, if she's constantly on her phone and not respecting you, not respecting the date, if you don't call her out on that immediately, she's going to lose respect for you, and she's going to continue to do it, right? Again, she can't be turned on by a guy who she doesn't respect. I remember, just before I tell this story, the thing that I always try and make people aware is you don't have dating problems. You have personal problems which manifest themselves into dating problems. So right now, you might be in a place in your life where you're scared of just pissing people off in everyday life. And it's a muscle that we need to flex, right? If you've been that perpetual people pleaser all of your life, and now all of a sudden you want to learn cold approach, you want to become James Bond, Mr. Suave and seductive, there's going to be an incongruency there because you've not been practicing it enough. So really concrete example that I'll share with you, which will make everything that I've just said make complete sense. I was on a date with my girlfriend out here in Bangkok a couple of months ago, or maybe more than that now. And we were on a date, we went to this really nice like rooftop restaurant. We sat down and we ordered our food, okay? And it took about 30 minutes and still we hadn't received our food. Now, the version of me 4 years ago, which was before I got started in this world of daytime cold approach, I would have just let it slide. I would have just hid behind humor. I would have just like tried to make a joke out of it because I would have been scared of marinating in discomfort. I would have been scared of actually raising my hand and being like, hey, we've got a problem here. Our food is late. What the fuck is going on? But by immersing myself in this process of daytime cold approach for the past 4 years, the confidence that I've developed is unlike anything else that I've experienced before. And you'll find this as well. Like once you really go hard with daytime cold approach, the confidence that you build, it bleeds over into every other thing that you do. And you just become unstoppable. You become unshakable. You develop this top 1% rock star confidence where whatever happens, it's like, no matter what, I can handle it. Throw me in hell, I'll find a way to enjoy it. So our food was late. And I said to my girl, yo, the food is not here. This is complete bullshit. So I raised my hand, waiter comes over. I'm like, listen, dude, we ordered food 30 minutes ago. There's this other guy in the restaurant who arrived later than us and he got served before us. Like that guy over there, he arrived later and he's already been served. Like this is fucking ridiculous. We're leaving. Yeah, like we got given like a few of these like little starters. I was like, listen, I'll pay for these little starters that we've been given, but as for the rest of it, we're not taking it. Like we've been sat here for 30 minutes, nobody's come over to our table, the service has been terrible, so you know we're leaving. And then I looked at my girl over the table and she was just like frozen to the spot like a rabbit in headlights. So in my mind, like that like former nice guy people pleaser inside of me was like, Kristian, what the fuck are you doing? We can't be doing this, we can't be making a show of ourselves. And like a big part I think of learning the art of seduction, skyrocketing your social skills, is actually being a parent to ourselves. I think a lot of us, we've got that scared boy inside of us who just wants to be liked, who just wants to be wanted, who just wants to receive veneration from the masculine, admiration from the feminine. Freud described it perfectly. He said the adult is developed to protect the child. It doesn't mean your parent, it means you. Like you develop to protect the child within, right? And like all of these opportunities, they are opportunities to grow, not just socially, but personally. Yeah, so it's like nothing happens to you, everything happens for you. I really believe that this was a gift from the universe. Okay, Kristian, let's see how much you've developed your character. Food is 30 minutes late. What are you going to do about it? It's like there's a fork in the road. Are you going to continue being the perpetual people pleaser? Or are you going to put your head above the parapet and say, you know what, this isn't good. I'm going to call out this bullshit. So we leave the restaurant, we get into a taxi. Still, my girl's not saying that much to me. So my like former version of me is like, oh, we've really fucked this one up, Kristian. Like we should have just kept quiet. We should have just got the fucking, just waited for the burger to come out or whatever. And we got back to mine. And then she just said to me, I was so turned on by what you did back there. Like I've never been with somebody who would just say it like that. And then we had like a great night together. But like what I'm trying to convey here is the importance of saying what you feel rather than what it is you ought to say, right? It's like, this is literally what they want. And oftentimes it comes down to you doing the opposite of what the former version of you would have done. Does that make sense? That's kind of like the litmus test. So it's like, if I was sat in the restaurant 4 years ago, the former version of me wouldn't have said anything. So I use that as my compass to actually take action. I'm like, no, we need to say something here, because the way I do anything is the way I do everything, right? So call people out on their bullshit. If you're dating a girl and she's exhibiting bratty behavior, which you just don't like or you don't accept and you won't tolerate, you call her out on it. And this is much easier to do when you're in a place of romantic abundance, right? Abundance is not always having, it's knowing you can have, right? Abundance, it's not always having, it's knowing you can have. So when you've unlocked a skill set like daytime cold approach, you're never needy in relationships again, because you know if this relationship turns to dust, you've got the skills to go out on any given day, at any given moment, approach any given woman, and by the end of the day, your phone book is flooded with beautiful girls you can take on a date. So this is like the way that I view cold approach. It's like, this is how you create healthy relationships, right? The healthiest relationships are born from a place of abundance. Most people, including myself, before I got into this space, it's not a case of the woman that they're with, it's not a case of they want her, it's they just want someone, right? So their loyalty is based off of scarcity. But once you've got this skill set, once you know you can actually cultivate options for yourself, you're no longer needy, right? He who is most prepared to walk away has all the power, right? That's what the most healthy relationships are born from this place. So now the girl that I'm with, it's a case of I want her. Out of all the options that I had at my disposal, I've selected her, right? And that's why this is where the healthiest relationships are formed, from a place of abundance. So unlock the skill set of daytime cold approach. If you want to feel what true romantic abundance actually feels like, if you want to live in that constant state of romantic abundance, then unlock this skill set. Do 100 direct cold approaches ASAP. Just doing cold approach is going to help you improve your social skills, because you're going to be getting instant feedback. You can record the audio of your conversation. You can realize, oh shit, I am talking way too fast. You can also download my free course as well. It's called Conversation Killer. It teaches you how even the most introverted of guys can get started and start getting results from cold approach. If you're enjoying this live stream, I go even deeper in secret conversation skills that you've probably never heard of before. I talk about situational stitching, situational springboarding. It's all in that course. It's like everything that I've learned about conversation skills over the past 14 years. It's in Conversation Killer. It's a completely free course. You can go download it once this live stream's finished. And what else did I have? State transparency. State transparency. I've got 4 things written here that I'm ticking off as we speak. So yeah, the final thing is state transparency. So what I've often found when I'm working with guys is it's like old school pickup, right? Like old school pickup advice. It was all about teaching guys how they can fake masquerading as this personification of perfection, like having no flaws whatsoever. So like what I like to teach is this thing that I call state transparency, right? So like, let's say you're speaking with a woman and you've run out of things to say. Rather than thinking shit, this is gonna be really embarrassing, I'm gonna lose value in the eyes of the woman, you just announce it, right? You just announce it. You're like, yo, like, I was about to say something, but like you're looking way too good right now. You're distracting me. Quickly, give me something to say. Otherwise, we're gonna have to start talking about our hashtag feelings, whatever. So it's like just being able to say what you feel rather than what you ought to say. It's one of my favorite ways to interact with the world. So it's like oftentimes before you go over and speak to a beautiful woman, you're gonna feel nervous. Yeah, you're gonna feel apprehension. You're gonna have those butterflies in your belly, which are just signs of growth, right? But like one of the most powerful things that you can do is just announce it. But you're not announcing it in like a supplicating, please like me, I'm a sniveling piece of shit type of way. It's like, yo, like I'll be completely real. I saw you. I was like, fuck me, she's well nice. I was kind of shitting it coming over here because I like people don't usually do this. It was like, you know, there's a couple of builders over there watching me. I was like, fuck, what are they gonna think? But I was like, do you know what? I might be dead tomorrow, so I'm gonna come over here, tell you that you look great, and see what's happening. So just being able to lean in to what's actually up here and then vocalize it in a way which humanizes your conversations, right? People connect with people. She's not waiting for Mr. Perfect to show up. She doesn't want a yes man. She wants a man that she can say yes to. And what it shows is supreme confidence in your own skin. It's kind of just what confidence is, right? Just being comfortable in your own skin. Just being able to go over to a woman, warts and all, just being like, this is me, take it or leave it. Yeah, it's like, by the way, I was shitting it coming over here. By the way, I've run out of things to say. By the way, insert whatever thing. State transparency. You'll see me do it in lots of my conversations. Like maybe like back in the day, I used to when I was in my party stage, like I'd go out on a Saturday and I'd be daytime cold approaching on a Sunday. I used to announce to the women that I was speaking with, listen, I couldn't really be asked coming over here, to be honest. I was severely hungover and I've got about 5 ounces of conversational ability left in the locker, but I would have regretted coming over and like not seeing, like, anyway, I actually can't remember what I was going to say there, but what are you doing anyway? You look really nice, right? So it's just, I don't know, it's just, it doesn't feel rehearsed. It doesn't feel staged. It just feels like, oh, this guy's real. Right? Authenticity is a superpower. It's like, oh yeah, this guy doesn't come across as too polished. He just told me that he's hungover. Like I remember when I met my very first girlfriend at 18 years old, one of the first things I said to her was, I've got a really bad case of freshers flu. I can't stop shitting myself every time I go to the toilet. It's just like Niagara Falls. Then we had a thumb war and then she became my girlfriend. So like that was me at 18 years old. Like I don't recommend, like if you're a high achieving guy, that you open with that. That was like a juvenile example, but state transparency. I think just being able to lead with authenticity. Like you'll never worry about running out of things to say again. You'll never worry about coming across as stupid or saying the wrong thing when you just give yourself permission to speak your mind, if that makes sense.
Yes, Kasanovians. All right, boys, happy Sunday. And I wanted to put this live stream together to talk about the grand old topic of rejection. Maybe you're completely new to my channel, my content, maybe new to cold approach, and I wanted to just share experiences of things that I've learned after being rejected more than anybody else that I know, simply because I've put myself out there more than anybody else that I know. I want to talk to you boys about lessons that I've learned that you can immediately apply to your own mindset, not just with cold approach, but anytime that you're going to put yourself out there. Maybe it's going for new job opportunities. Maybe you want to rise the rank in your industry. Maybe you're just worried about putting yourself out there and getting judged, being publicly humiliated. So yeah, I just wanted to put this live stream together to hopefully help you build that top 1% rockstar confidence, start to radiate more of a zero fucks given action taker aura where you can just start going after the things that you want rather than settling for the things you think you can get. I think when we have that zoomed out perspective, in 100 years time, none of this is actually going to matter. Like your great grandfather got no idea who he was, right? So I think one of the biggest realizations that I've had since getting started with cold approach 4 years ago is how laughably forgettable everything actually is. Like I just said there, in 100 years, none of this is going to matter. But like, imagine that you go out today and you do 5 direct cold approaches, and every single approach that you do is met with an undesirable outcome. Maybe one girl completely blanks you. Maybe another one is just like, soz mate, you're not my type. Maybe another one just laughs in your face. These things rarely happen, by the way, like getting laughed in the face, but I'm just trying to give some like brutal examples. Let's just say you have like car crash conversations, right? Even in like 1 hour, it's just so forgettable. Like if it hadn't have been for me documenting my entire process on this channel for the past 4 years, I wouldn't have remembered most of the approaches that I've done. Right? Because in the moment, everything feels really important. It's like, oh, this approach must go a certain way. I must get this girl to like me. I must get this phone number. I must go on so many dates this week. And if I don't achieve these metrics, then I'm an unlovable piece of shit. But the excess importance that we attach to a particular outcome, it castrates us of our confidence. So like when you actually recognize how laughably forgettable all of this stuff actually is, then it gives you a sense of permission to actually be free, right? I say to people all the time, just get 100 direct cold approaches done ASAP,
right? They're just batting practice reps. They don't even matter. It's purely just to get skin in the game. And I think the biggest realization that I've had, apart from what I just shared there, is we were speaking about yesterday how if we can view cold approach as the most aggressive form of self-development, then the paradigm shifts, right? Rather than going out there to be liked, to get dates, phone numbers, happy endings, it's rather than being like, what can I get? It's who can I become through this process, especially when it comes to receiving undesirable outcomes, right? Nobody likes to get quote unquote rejected, right? Nobody likes to go over to a girl and immediately her just like giving you a funny look and then walking off, and then you kind of feel uneasy and weird about it, and then you look over your shoulder to see if anybody watched it, and then there's like some old bloke outside the bookies with a fag in his mouth being like, loser. So like it does suck at the start, but one of my favorite quotes is throw me in hell and I'll find a way to enjoy it. Yeah, I think it's all about being able to reframe rejection, right? Rejection very much is a rite of passage. If you're not being rejected, in my opinion, you're not pushing yourself hard enough, and you miss 100% of the shots that you don't take. But I think if we're able to frame cold approach in this aspect where it's like, right, I'm going out today and I'm viewing every approach that I do as an investment into my future self, then 1-2 years down the line, you're not going to remember every approach that you've done. You're not going to remember every single blowout that you've encountered. But what you are going to feel is a completely new sense of character, right? You're going to be able to show up in social situations more confident. You're going to be able to start experiencing success in advance. Like, that's what confidence is. It's your ability to experience success in advance, or another definition is optimism in the absence of certainty. So like when I see a girl and I'm like, oh, she's attractive, or whenever the guys in my private network, the entourage, see a girl and they think, oh, she's attractive, before we started working together, and especially if you're a beginner, what most likely will happen is you think too many steps ahead and you experience failure in advance, and then you reject yourself on the woman's behalf. Well, that's normal because you don't know what you don't know. That's why you need to get skin in the game, get those 100 direct call approaches done ASAP. But then what'll start happening after you've got past that 100 direct call approach mark is you'll start to develop this optimism in the absence of certainty, meaning that, okay, I've seen this before, I've been in this situation, I can be optimistic in the absence of certainty, meaning you can just put yourself into that conversation and be more excited to win than you're scared to lose. That really has been what rejection has allowed me to overcome. It's allowed me to play to win rather than playing not to lose. And that for me is the whole point of those batting practice reps. Like they almost teach you how to lose in a good way. So it's like once you've overcome, it's like going into a ring and like you're a boxer. As soon as you get a few punches to the face, it's like a cold hard slap in the face. It wakes you up. Now you feel more emotionally bulletproof. And this is why one of our entourage guys, Joseph, he described cold approach as resistance training for the rest of your social life, right? So it's like when you're going out there to cold approach, it's like every approach, you're getting more psychologically jacked, right? It's like social sparring. It's bicep curls for your brain. Yeah, you're getting more and more psychologically jacked by running towards discomfort, like really dive bombing into discomfort, because in the modern world that we live now, everything is so comfortable, right? We live in this age of instant gratification, an age which is addicted to immediacy. I think cold approach is one of the greatest exercises in delayed gratification because it forces you to eat shit for a long time before getting any sort of reward or cookie. And this is why it's important, especially when you first get started, that you just view the reps as the reward, right? Every time you go out there, every time you put yourself into a conversation, every approach that you make, every compliment that you give, every number that you go for, celebrate that shit. You view the rep as the reward, and then that's going to fill you with more belief. And you're going to get to this point, like I've got to 4 years after I started this whole cold approach journey, where it's like, no matter what, I can handle it. Girl doesn't like you, girl flakes on you, you have a date that doesn't go your way. It just is. Right? Like this is probably one of the biggest benefits that I've got from being rejected by thousands and thousands of women. It's like now I'm just able to play the game rationally as opposed to emotionally. Like when I first got started at 23 years old 4 years ago, I used to be very emotional. I used to take things very personally. I think that's normal when we first get started because I don't really think anything can properly prepare you for cold approach. Like it's an unorthodox activity, right? There's not a crazy amount of guys across the world that actually do it, which I think is why watching videos like the videos that I produce, watching these live streams, listening to podcasts, I think all of this is important because it gives you a sense of permission that it's okay for you to do. And I think it gives you this guiding light. But I think for me, when I first got started, the reason why I wanted to learn this skill was because I was sick of feeling in this state of romantic scarcity. Like I knew I had potential inside of me. Do you know what I mean? Like on a romantic level, I felt as though I wasn't truly living up to my potential. I felt as though I had music inside of me. I felt as though I had a symphony to share, but I never felt as though I was truly delivering myself authentically when it came to not just social interactions, but definitely romantic relationships. There was a part of me that would hold back a lot. Like I was scared of losing. I was scared of losing value in the eyes of the feminine. So oftentimes I'd play it safe. I'd settle for the girls that I thought I could get rather than going after the ones that I really wanted. And when I got started with cold approach, it was very much like entertainer type of vibe, very much like platonic chit chat. I gave off those nice guy vibes a lot. You can go back as well, just go back onto the earliest or oldest videos on this channel, and you can actually just see me developing like one video at a time. That's why I think it's important. I think something that makes this channel really unique is I've documented my process since I started. So you go back to the oldest videos, you can see where I was, you can see how I used to be quite tepid and lukewarm in my conversations. I would hide behind humor a lot because I was scared of giving everything to the conversation in case, oh, what if this girl doesn't like me, or what if it's too much, or I'd put women on a pedestal, etc., etc. But you learn by doing, right? Belief follows action. So like the person that I am today, I'm like, whoa, this is crazy, because the confidence which you develop through the discipline of day game, it spills over into every other aspect of life. Again, resistance training for the rest of your social life. So if you can go out there and you can cold approach women in an unapologetic, non-needy way, then everything else just feels piss easy. Like going to speed dating events where pretty much every woman's buying temperature is super high, going to bars, going to clubs, going to events like dance classes, like everything feels easier once you put yourself through the social fire. Does that make sense? I really hope that this is making sense. But I think it's the greatest investment that you can make into your overall social abilities. And if you can frame it in this way, where every time you're about to put yourself into an approach and you're getting those palpitations, you're getting all that kaleidoscope of reasons not to put yourself in there, just have this future projection mindset. Like your future self, 1, 2, 3, 4 years from now, is going to thank this current version of you for investing, like actually taking those actions today, because it's a compounding effect, right? It's not just a case of you go out today, you do 7 direct cold approaches, and now you've got the skill unlocked. No, it's like going to the gym. You want to have consistency, and you want to understand that every rep that you take at the gym, every time you increase the weight incrementally, every time you do more reps or add more sets, you're building your future body, right? So that's the way that I would want you to start framing this. Even when you get undesirable outcomes, even when you have women who give you funny looks, it's like it's all part of the process, and it's allowing you to become the version of yourself who you need to become. So therefore, when you do see that absolute gobsmackingly gorgeous girl walk past you, or you see that wife-worthy woman, all those previous reps, all those obstacles, all the bullshit, all the things, just all of the experience, right? All the experience that you've accumulated, it's like you've got to that state of almost amused mastery, where it's like, okay, I've seen it all, I've done it all, I've been rejected a shitload of times. Now you're able to just play that game rationally, and you can approach that wife-worthy woman with the mindset of playing to win rather than playing not to lose. So this is the whole point. Don't fear the rejection. That That might be easier said than done right now because maybe you've just not got a lot of reps on the board. But like, just have this future projection mindset. Like the actions that you take today, you might not see the payoff until 1, 2, 3 years from now. But if there's one great piece of advice I can give you, like most of the guys who I work with, most of the guys are in my private community, the Entourage. Average age is like 35 plus. Like we've got guys in their 30s, their 40s, even their 50s. And the older that the guys get, they pretty much all say the same thing. They all say, I wish I'd have started investing into my social skills sooner rather than slogging 80-hour weeks. I wish I'd have just taken 2 of those hours and just put myself out there more socially. I wish I'd have learned how to actually lose in social settings. But I think it's just recognizing the rejections. They are a rite of passage, right? If you're not being rejected, you're just not pushing yourself hard enough. And just understand that your future self thanks you for taking those actions today. So even if it's just today, right? Today, even if it's just you going outside and telling one woman that she looks amazing. You don't need anything from her. You're not focused on a result like a phone number, even a smile. You're not focused on that. You're just action focused rather than outcome dependent. The only thing that matters when you go to bed tonight is, did I show up? Did I get that point on the board? Did I just go over with a desire to leave that woman better than I found her? If you can do it once, you can do it 10 times. If you can do it 10 times, you can do it 50 times. Do it 50 times, you can do it 100 times. And once you put yourself into 100 of these direct call approaches, you're going to actually be able to gain more value from these videos. If you've not done any approaches yet, if you're just wanking your life away and, oh, I need more theory, very little of what I say is actually going to make sense. When I say things like, the way you start is not the way you finish, that only makes sense if you've got skin in the game. If you've done 100 direct call approaches, you'll understand what that statement means. It means that when you first go outside, you might not be feeling it. You don't need to be social to actually have a conversation. Again, belief follows action. If you go out today and you did 10 direct call approaches, the first 3 or 4 might be shit, but after you've done 10, you're going to be riding on a completely different frequency, what I call godly frequency. You're going to look back on those first couple of approaches and be like, whoa, compared to how I feel now, like, I can't believe how I actually started today. I wasn't in a social flow state, and now I am. And now I can use this momentum, and I can go to the gym, I can go to a dance class, I can go to a social event, I can go to, I don't know, meet up with the boys and just be the most socially magnetic version of myself in that room. Cold approach is resistance training for the rest of your social life. The way you start is not the way that you finish. So just put yourself out there. Just put yourself out there more. Recognize that everything's forgettable. In 100 years, none of this is going to matter. So embrace your own mortality, live without limits, experiment without ego, speak without shame. For fuck's sake, don't die with your music still inside of you. So boys, I really hope you've enjoyed this live stream. If you want to go deeper, then I've got free courses. Download the free courses. They're completely free. It's took me years to work a lot of this shit out, and I'm just giving it away on this channel because I think information should be readily available. I give away information and I charge for implementation. So download the free courses. Conversation Killer, that'll teach you how even the most introverted of guys can start getting points on the board through daytime call approach. And then My Most Fuckable Man course, which teaches you how to become the version of yourself that you need to become in order to actually get the results that you want from call approach. So yeah, get the free courses, link below. I think it's at the bottom link in the description. And yeah, hopefully all that shit helps you. And yeah, hopefully you transmute information into implementation before you're a decrepit old fucker and you've got nothing to talk about apart from the good old days, which are probably not that good because you didn't do anything apart from watch my videos. So yeah, do yourself a favor, take action, and hopefully these videos help you. Yes, Kasanovians. All right, boys, I'm gonna do this live stream again because I streamed it before. The audio sucks, so I'm gonna hit it again. Right. How to improve your call approaches. I wanna put this one together, and I want this to be a video that you boys can come back to for a quick hit of practical utility that you can listen to before you go out for your hashtag call approaches. So most important thing, when you're first getting started with cold approach, and let's say you haven't yet done 100 direct cold approaches, because in my experience it takes about 100 direct cold approaches to start to develop proficiency. If you haven't done 100 direct cold approaches yet, and you've got a kaleidoscope of reasons and excuses as to why you shouldn't go out there, because maybe you're scared of not receiving love and validation and approval from the feminine, maybe you're worried what other people are going to think of you if they see you go over to a woman stone cold sober during the day, maybe you're terrified of public humiliation and, oh, what if people see me getting rejected in public? The first thing that I want you to focus on is not doing cold approach because you want to get a result, like a phone number, a date, a happy ending. Instead, I want you to view cold approach as an aggressive form of self-development, right? Because every approach that you do, you invest into the identity of the version of yourself who you want to embody, right? A big part of this whole thing that we call game, it's not so much a process of learning anything new, but relearning that which we already know. Yeah, Picasso said, it took me 4 years to paint like Raphael, a lifetime to paint like a child. This is almost like a return back to source. You've already got everything. Like everything that you need is already inside of you. It's just buried deep between layers and layers and layers of social conditioning. So understand when you're going out there to cold approach, especially for the first 100 direct cold approaches, you're going out there to aggressively improve yourself as an individual. You're going there to develop top 1% rockstar confidence. And then this spills over into the rest of your life, right? Something special happens to men who can cold approach, right? You're not going out there purely to cold approach, purely to get phone numbers, get dates, get happy endings. Like, yeah, that's going to be a byproduct of you being process orientated rather than outcome dependent, right? So you're just focused on the reps. You view the reps themselves as the reward, and every approach that you do, and this is really important as well, celebrate it. Like, celebrate every single rep that you do. If you've had the balls to go over to a woman stone cold sober during the day and give her a compliment in a non-needy way, like, celebrate that shit, right? Just celebrate it. Start celebrating yourself more, right? Because you've had to dive bomb into discomfort. You've had to run towards resistance like your life depended on it. So celebrate those wins. Really be proud of yourself and enjoy the person that you're becoming. But that's the most important thing. View cold approach as the ultimate form of self-improvement. And then once you've done 100 direct cold approaches, the transformation is going to be insane. Like, your friends are going to look at you being like, you've changed. And you're going to be like, yeah, you haven't. And that's the problem. So something very special happens to men who actually learn this skill and are consistent with it. But best piece of advice, when you first get started, just start viewing the reps as the reward and view cold approach as the ultimate self-improvement exercise. Next thing that I want you boys to start doing, and only 1% of guys are actually going to do this, but that's the 1% of guys who are actually going to unlock this top 1% skill set. Start recording the audio of your conversations. You can just capture the audio through your headphones, use a voice recorder app on your phone. At the moment, you don't know what you don't know, right? When I first start working with my guys one-to-one, they'll think in their minds they're having 10 out of 10 poetic masterpiece conversations. I'll come out of a conversation and be like, yeah, bro, spoke to that girl for 6.5 minutes. I'm like, dude, you're in there for 45 seconds, right? So we don't know what we don't know. Oftentimes, we can't hear what we can't hear. So if you get an audio recording, it's going to give you a point of reference and it's going to pinpoint your blind spots. It's going to show you that the things that you're blissfully unaware of. So really common mistakes. Maybe you're speaking too fast. Maybe you're not giving the girl long enough to answer. Maybe you're asking too many questions. Maybe your conversation never seems to go past that platonic chit chat. So maybe you need to add some more sexual spikes. Maybe you need to improve your overall masculine aura. So when you go over to that girl within the first 3 seconds, she's already thinking about rolling around in bed naked with you. Record the audio of your conversations. Listen to your tonality. Are you approaching that girl with full conviction? This is especially true when you see the absolute worldies, like those gobsmackingly gorgeous girls who most guys are just staring at but take no action to approach them. Like the really, really, really hot girls, they can take it. Like they can take those big, hard-hitting compliments. So don't hold back. right? If you see a girl who's really dressed up and she's left the house with the intention of being recognized, not just by men, but by other women. Like most of the time, beautiful women are actually dressing up to be noticed by other beautiful women, right? So like, go over. Again, beauty needs a witness. So just don't hold back with your approach. Go over. Don't be like, hey, I just saw you and you look kind of nice. You look cute. Like, these tepid, lukewarm adjectives dilute the conviction of your compliments. If you see a woman and she's dressed to the absolute nines, go over, no holding back. Hey, just need to say, you look fucking incredible. And I would have regretted not coming over here. You can even call out the static spectators like, hey, I saw every other guy, you were just looking at you. No balls whatsoever. I wanted to come over here and just blow your absolute fucking socks off. My name's Kristian, what's your name, right? So I call it Armageddon approaching. It's an exercise or kind of like a thought experiment I give to the guys when I'm working with them. It's like, imagine for some unknown reason that this is going to be the final approach you ever do in your life. And then after you do this approach, some crater is going to hit the earth and it's like, pff, sayonara. Imagine how carefree, how non-needy, how detached from outcome you would be, and then transfer this playing to win rather than playing not to lose mentality on the women that you're approaching. So start recording the audio of your conversations. In my experience, if you actually want to start converting these girls from conversation to number to date, the sweet spot for a conversation is around 5 to 8 minutes, okay? It's not to say that you can't have a quick fire 20-second interaction with a girl and it's flirty fucking fireworks. Of course that happens, but I would much rather you get comfortable and train yourself to stay in those conversations longer than you feel comfortable, because if you can already have 8 to 10 minute conversations, then you're set, right? So when you're actually in your conversations, just start having those longer conversations. So just ask a couple more questions. Just stay in that conversation longer than you feel comfortable. And this is really important. When you're actually in your cold approach conversations, start talking about the plans for the date during that initial interaction. A big reason why girls will flake, and you get the hashtag William Flakespeare, is because you've not solidified the details of the date in her mind, right? People are less likely to bail on plans they've already committed to. And what you really want to do if you want to hit that high level is you want to make the date not dependent on her inclusion. So for example, if you go over to a girl, you're speaking for 5 minutes, you're like, hey Susie, I need to bounce, but next Saturday, I'm planning on going to Sushi Samba at 7 p.m. You should come with me. Or hey Susie, next Saturday, I'm planning to check out this new cocktail bar down Liverpool Street. You should come with me. Or hey Susie, next Saturday, I'm planning on going to the park to have a picnic. You should come with me. Bring your own beer. If you can concoct the date so it doesn't appear like you need her to say yes because you're going anyway, she's more likely to want to get involved, right? Women want to be invited into an adventure. They don't want to be the adventure. So really practical and really important. Once you've started to acclimatize yourself to have those longer conversations, and this takes time, it takes reps, it takes practice. Once you can now comfortably have those 5, 6, 7, 8 minute conversations, make sure, usually after you've taken her phone number, what most guys do is once they've got the phone number, they just bounce and they think it's job done. No, that's a big mistake, because it's like you want to get the girl and not the number. So once you've got the phone number, don't just bounce. Actually start to talk about the details of the date during that initial conversation and invite her to something that you've already got planned. It just shows a level of care and intention from your part, because she's going to be thinking, oh cool, this guy's got plans, this guy can lead me into an adventure that the both of us are going to enjoy. It projects your proclivity as a protector, because she's going to be like, oh, I can put my trust in this guy to make decisions on behalf of us, and I can just enjoy the ride, right? So just a little bit of preparation, boys, you know, like before you even go out to do your hashtag call approach, and just have in your mind, where are you going to take these women? Are you going to take her to a cocktail bar? Are you going to take her to a park? Are you going to take her to a local running club? Whatever it is, have an idea in your mind about the date that you want to take her on, and then you bring that into your conversation. That's going to dramatically reduce your flake rate. Well, like when you're actually going over to these women, understand that buying temperature plays a big thing. So it could be same girl, different day, different story, right? So oftentimes guys will take the rejections very personally, but you don't know what's going on in her mind, right? It's called game for a reason. If you don't play, you won't win. The more you open, the more you close. So oftentimes guys will want to overanalyze their approaches. Like, it's good to have those audio references so you know where you're actually going wrong. But sometimes, like, you could just do everything right, and that girl simply wasn't in the market, right? Like, maybe she just had a heated argument with her parents. Maybe her pet hamster just died, RIP. Maybe she, I don't know, maybe she's just really happily married and she's just not in the market. Wish her a good day, end on a high, leave every girl better than you found them. Like, that mindset in itself will completely change the way you approach. If you can just go out with the intention to give, right? If you can go out with the intention of, hey, today, rather than ruminating in my own egoic self-absorption, I'm going to go out purely to give. I'm going to go out to put smiles on faces. I'm going to treat the world like my personal playground. Every woman that I interact with, my only goal is to leave her better than I found her. A man who loves women is loved by women, right? A rising tide lifts all the boats. So she feels what you feel. The girl is very much your mirror. So if you can go out to approach, you're already in a state where you actually like yourself because you're building value in your life. Like, learn day game, don't become a day gamer. Cold approach is a catalyst to the rest of your life, and it's a complement to an already abundant lifestyle. So when you're going out, go out purely to give, purely to make these women smile and feel beautiful and desired and sexy. This allows you to go out with the mindset of high intention, low attachment, meaning, hey, I just saw you, you look fucking amazing, but I don't need anything from you because my cup is already full. That's abundance, right? Abundance, the person who has the most cares the least, and he who is most prepared to walk away has all the power. So if you can go out with that abundant mindset where you don't need anything from these women, it's like, I want you, but I don't need you, your approaches are going to feel way more organic, way more smooth, and you're just going to feel less anxiety when you're going into your approaches because you're taking all of the emphasis off of yourself. You're taking the emphasis off of taking, and instead, you're just going out to give, right? You're going out to give. Everybody just wants to feel good. One of the deepest human desires is the desire to feel important, right? Men want to feel powerful. Women want to feel beautiful. Everybody wants to feel important. It's like a superpower in your back pocket. If you can go out into the world, stone cold sober during the daytime, and hand out these beautiful invitations, hand out these bouquet of compliments, like, you look amazing, you look beautiful, you look fucking insane, who are you, where have you been all my life, I would have regretted not coming over here, then you're going to put yourself into the rarefied realm of men, because most guys are living in this perpetual scarcity mindset where they're clinging onto girls like sellotape. It's like, please like me, please like me, please like me. Rather than doing that, another great mindset, which I give to the guys who I work with. So my traditional client is mid to late 30s. I've got guys in their 40s, even in their 50s. Most of the guys who I work with, they're successful guys. So 6, 7, 8-figure entrepreneurs, business owners, high achievers. They've developed a lot of value in their lives. But oftentimes when they approach girls, it's like they're approaching like they haven't built anything in their lives. So approaching with this sensation of justified arrogance, right? If you are an entrepreneur, if you're a business owner, if you're a high achieving individual, think of all of the obstacles, all the challenges, all of the vicissitudes that you've had to overcome in your life to become the man that you are today. This woman is lucky to have a conversation, to have the opportunity to meet you. Stop putting them on a pedestal. Like, yeah, she's beautiful, but what else is she bringing to the table? Really be led by curiosity. Like, who is this person beneath the beauty? And then when you're going over to these women, it's like, hey, I'm coming over here to find out if you're cool enough to invite into my reality. And worst case scenario, we both leave this conversation feeling better about ourselves, right? Justified arrogance. Just start developing more of your character. If you're a guy in your 20s, like in your early 20s, like maybe you just haven't built a lot of value right now, and that's okay. Like, when I was in my early 20s, like, you can go back, all those videos on this channel, I started all this when I was 23 years old. I was a low-life loser, I was a porn addict, I had erectile dysfunction. The beautiful thing about the masculine journey is men, we can build our value through the reps that we put in. So yeah, if you're anything like my traditional client, then really when you're going out there, just have more of that justified arrogance. Stop putting women on a pedestal. Like, yeah, she's beautiful, but what else does she have, right? So record the audio of your conversations, approach with full conviction, especially on the really, really, really hot girls, because they can take it. It's like girls, women are like the OGs of game, right? Especially the really hot girls. The really, really hot girls as well, they appreciate cold approach more than any other type of girls, right? Because it's like nobody approaches them. Most guys are putting them on a pedestal. Most of their friends are jealous of them. Most guys are just overly objectifying them but not approaching them, right? So you'll get these hot girls and then guys will be looking at them but not taking any action. So like it's all about balls. That's the conversation I had with Efrem yesterday. If you haven't yet watched the live stream from yesterday, it was an absolute banger. Go watch it after this one's finished. It's all about your balls, right? Like, okay, we can talk about height, we can talk about race, we can talk about fucking value and all this bollocks. It comes down to your balls, right? The size of your balls is directly correlated to the quality of woman that you're able to attract. And that's why cold approach is so powerful, because you might not be the man that you need to be right now, but by putting the reps in, by focusing on viewing the reps as the reward, by developing yourself holistically, your fitness, your fashion, your finances, just getting yourself into a high frequency state, your balls are going to blossom. And then when you see those gobsmackingly gorgeous girls who 99% of guys don't have the balls to approach, it's like, dude, I've been balls maxing for the past 4 years. Hold my beer, let's go. Or hold my mocktail. So balls, that's what it comes down to. Balls, balls, balls. And that's like the main thing that I want you to take away from this. Start viewing cold approach as this aggressive form of self-development. Every approach, they develop your balls. You become more of the action taker. You start to develop that action taker aura. Men start looking at you differently. Women are like, fucking hell, he might not be the best looking guy in the room. He might not be the tallest. He might not be the most muscular. He might not have the greatest finances. Not sure how she would know that. But fuck me, there's something about him. He just got this grounded gravitas. He's got this magnetism that just compels me, right? And that happens by taking a shitload of action, doing what terrifies you on a daily basis, constantly dive bombing into discomfort, running towards resistance like your life depends on it, and just viewing cold approach as the most aggressive form of self-development. And the final thing, this is like a bonus thing as well, just start approaching with guys who are better than you, right? A big reason why my guys get the results that they do inside the entourage is because they become part of a community of savages, right? Every time I wake up, I check my private WhatsApp group and we've got wins, like wins. Guys who are going on dates, guys who are pulling women who they once thought were out of their league, guys in their 50s who are dating 25-year-olds. And it's like, hold on a minute, if he's doing it, I can do it as well. Like one of our guys, Richie, who did 100 direct call approaches in 7 days the other week, and it forced the rest of our guys into massive action. It's like, dude, Richie is like, he's like juggling multiple contracts, high achieving guy. He's got all the reasons in the world not to go out there and cold approach, but he's prioritizing discipline over desire, right? So start approaching with guys who are better than you. Start putting yourself into the right rooms. When you go out to cold approach today, if you can find other guys in your city, just go and cold approach them. Be like, hey bro, you out today, you're approaching, maybe we should go around together. Hopefully that guy is better than you, because proximity is power. We become what we surround ourselves with. I'm training Muay Thai at least 4 times a week out here in Bangkok, and a big reason why I'm becoming a proficient Muay Thai fighter fast is because I'm surrounding myself with professional Muay Thai fighters. So again, proximity is power. Find people who are better than you at the thing you want to get better at, and then do whatever it takes to get around those people. So yeah, I want you boys to listen to this live stream every time before you go out to call approach. Just use it as those like motivation and optimism that hopefully just lights a fire up your ass. Hopefully it gives you some kick up the ass accountability. Just to go out there, live a life beyond the beige, and not to die with your music still inside of it. Ultimately, in 100 years, none of this is going to matter. So whilst we're alive on this earth, let's just have the best party with the best people possible, and look back at the dusty recesses of our life and think, fuck me, that was a great ride.
It's an absolutely abysmal day here in London. Actually, you might be able to see that, one sec. Can you see the rain? Absolutely abysmal. Oh, creaky floorboard. So yeah, in this one, I want to talk to you about, well, I've labeled this as the mindset, but I want to share a multitude of mindsets that have made cold approach a million times easier for me, especially when I was first getting started, because when you first get started with cold approach, the whole thing feels like an absolute minefield, and you don't know what you don't know. So yeah, by listening to this one all the way through, I'm going to equip you with better mindsets. I'm also going to make a mindset mastery video, which I've alluded to in previous posts. That video is I'm sorting that video out as we speak. So this is not the mindset mastery video. This is like the precursor to that. So
Yeah, I'm just gonna share mindsets which are gonna help you, because that's nice, isn't it? Right, let's get into them. So, first mindset that I want to install into your belief system is when you approach a girl that you like, it's either gonna go really well or you've got a funny story, right? So if you're someone right now and you've got a lot of resistance to going over and starting a conversation with a pretty girl, you're thinking too many steps ahead, you're experiencing failure in advance, your mind is stuffed with these conspiracy theories of failure, then just remind yourself of this mantra. It's either going to go well or you've got a funny story. So, example of this to elucidate, I was coaching one of my guys from the entourage in London yesterday, and he went over to this woman at a bus stop, right? So this woman, she was waiting for a bus, and this was actually the first time that he'd ever approached a woman at a bus stop, right? So he was talking with her, and then conversation was going really well. He'd guess the origin of her name, so he guessed her nationality, just like flirty fireworks all the way. And then before he could get to the close, the bus turned up, and because he'd not been in this situation before, he wasn't able to go for the close because the bus had more priority in her life than this random attractive stranger. So he didn't manage to get the close out. So what he learned from that was when it comes to a bus stop approach, you do have more of an imminent expiry date on the conversation. Yeah, if you approach a girl who's at a bus stop, there is a high likelihood that conversation is going to be crucified at any point upon the arrival of the number 47 bus. So it's either going to go well or you've got a funny story. And then as we were going around and he was ricocheting between successive approaches after this then became like a little inside joke between us. It was like, oh, what about this girl at the bus stop? Remember, the bus has got more priority, so make sure you get in there before the bus arrives. It just became funny, yeah. And then I shared the anecdote with the entourage, and it's either going to go well or you've got a funny story. Yeah, I think when it comes to call approach, guys can easily fall into the habit of taking the whole thing way too seriously. And I get it as well. There's so much nonsense content online where it makes cold approach, it makes meeting women into this militant ordeal. Like, must go out, must do 10 approaches, must follow London day game model. And it's like, dude, it just makes you a weird robotified moron. So it's either going to go well or you've got a funny story. Yeah, just remember to make light out of this. It's already difficult enough when you're first starting out. A mantra which was echoed inside of the entourage today. By the way, find me a better group in the world who is having esoteric, practical discussions at 10 a.m. on a Thursday. Like, I woke up today, the entourage was popping off with great conversations and anecdotes, and one of our members, he posted this thing, and basically the gist of the message was giving yourself permission to suck at the start. Yeah, the importance of getting your reps in. Yeah, the importance of getting points on the board. In order to become great at anything, we have to risk not being able to do it. Yeah, when I first started being a magician at the age of 13, I was shit at it, right? But he who has a strong enough why can bear any how. Yeah, you don't want to be comparing your first chapter to somebody else's final. Yeah, if you look at a Van Gogh painting, that is years and years and years towards his craft, towards the dedication of mastery. Yeah, it doesn't happen by luck, it happens by design. And all of this like overnight success, it's not a thing. Yeah, anyone who just pops up out of nowhere, usually they've got a body of work behind them. Yeah, they've got authority. Yeah, look at the etymology of the word authority. It contains the word author. Yeah, author, someone who has created something, proof of work, a body of work. Yeah, when you look at my stuff, I've documented my journey from when I first started cold approach to the present day, and you're able to see the transformation. Yeah, you can see all of the rejections. You can see when I was living in that grotty apartment in central Leeds. You can see when I was looking like a turnip and dressing like a moron. You can see all of that. Like, it's all documented. And the point of that is brutal transparency. Yeah, I didn't just jump out the womb being hashtag confident. When I first started magic, I sucked at it. But I knew after enough suck, I would start to get good. But I think when you have to risk not being good at something, the ego can get in the way, especially with the discipline of cold approach. I think our egos are more attached to our ability to attract women than like compared to being good at football or being good at swimming or being good at magic. I think something that castrates a lot of guys of their confidence is the belief that they should just know. Yeah, the belief that they should just know how to approach a woman, the belief that they should just know how to navigate a relationship, the belief that they should just know how to go on a date or carry a conversation. It's like, I don't know about you, but my dad never taught me any of this stuff. And this is not me being like, oh, it was so difficult for me. No, but that's just reality. Like, I was never taught any of this stuff. So we do have to become connoisseurs and creatives in a way. Yeah, we have to dig for the knowledge. Yeah, the reason that you're watching these live streams is because you want more for your life. Yeah, you've got radical ambition to improve yourself holistically. And I think Cold Approach functions as the ultimate self-improvement exercise. But yeah, to become great at anything, we have to risk not being able to do it, which is why I say get 100 cold approaches done ASAP. Yeah, just treat them purely as batting practice. They're probably going to be the worst approaches that you ever do, but who knows? You might get lucky. You might strike a home run. You don't know. Yeah, but I think when it comes to cold approach, I think it's the ultimate process of ego death. You know, this notion of transcendent mastery. Yeah, think of someone like James Bond. Like, he's seen it all, he's done it all, he's no longer fazed by anything. This is acquired through experience. Yeah, accumulating experience, getting real world experience in the field. Yeah, learning through the library of life. But yeah, to become great at this, you have to risk being shit at it. And I think the purpose of why I post the rejection reels, or why I actually keep all of my older videos still public, even though they cringe me out to look back at them, you're really seeing a tapestry of personal growth. Not just my cold approach progress, but my life progress. Yeah, like you've actually been able to see me develop over time. I don't know of any other cold approach channels where you can actually see somebody going from a complete beginner to making a career out of cold approach. I think that's fucking inspirational. Like, if I was a neutral party watching my content, right, I would be like, do you know what? Fair play to this fucker. He's documented everything, warts and all, and he's kept it all, because if you actually use my content strategically, it becomes this springboard of hope and optimism and inspiration. It's like, whoa, that's what he used to look like. Whoa, that's what his conversations used to be like. Whoa, that's where he was living. And now look at this. Now he's got his international lifestyle. Now he has built an elite private network for other radically ambitious, like-minded guys. Now he's teaching the art of cold approach. That's impressive. I'm into it. So yeah, I just wanted to really just, like all these live streams, just function as this healthy dose of optimism. Do you know what I mean? Like, you can do anything that you want in this life. It's just the belief system. Yeah, whether you think you can or you can't, you're right either way. I think that was the first mindset, actually. Oh, this is going to be a deep one. The other mindset that will change your cold approach immediately is to just focus on the open. Yeah, I reiterate this a lot, but reiteration is consolidation. Like, most guys, when they're cold approaching, they're thinking, oh, but I need to have a conversation, and I need to close, or what if she doesn't like me? It's like, dude, let's just focus on the thing that we can actually control, which is the open itself. Yeah, just focusing on the first 3 seconds of the approach. That's all you need to concentrate on, especially when you're new to this, or maybe you've been out of the game for a while and your social skills have gotten a little bit rusty, or your cold approach skills have gotten a little bit rusty. Just focus on the open. Just focus within those first 3 seconds on blowing that girl away. Focus on leaving her better than you found her. Go out purely to make the world a better place, like the mindset of seduce the world. Yeah, like maybe you don't feel 100% great in yourself. However, when you just focus on the open, when you focus on leaving every woman better than you found her, you actually take all of the emphasis off of yourself. The anxiety, the resistance starts to dissipate because you're almost going out there with a higher purpose. It's no longer about you. It's not even about her, actually. It's just about, let's just make the world better. And, you don't know where those positive reverberations are going to ricochet. Do you know what I mean? Like you going, because I think as well, we never actually stop to think how, like, what impact we're having on the world when we cold approach. Like, you might go over and approach a 42-year-old woman in Hyde Park, and she might just be a warm-up, right? But you make her feel beautiful. You make her feel more beautiful than she's felt in the past 20 years. She might have 2 kids at home. She goes home and she's a better mother to her children. She's now got more love to give because you've been able to install love into her. Her children then have a better childhood, maybe because of all of this radiant feminine love that her children are getting. They then think, maybe I can achieve more, maybe I can be more, maybe I can do more. And who knows, those children may grow up to be doctors and one day save someone's life. And that was all started because you took the initiative to just go over and say something. Yeah. I don't know if cold approach can change the world, but I think it can change someone's world. I think the more worlds that we change, the better this world actually becomes. Yeah, so just understand that. This is a belief that I didn't actually write down, but just understand that when you're going out there, you are impacting the world. Like, you're impacting the world more than you can actually realize, and a rising tide lifts all the boats. So I think that's just interesting to keep in mind, because I think when we're starting this, it's very much a me journey rather than an us journey. I think it's important to be going out with that higher purpose in mind. Another crucial mindset is oftentimes when we're going out, especially when we're first starting, we are rejecting ourselves on the behalf of the woman. Yeah, oh, she might not like me, or she won't like me. But one of our members in the entourage provided this mindset, which I think is brilliant. Rather than doing that, rather than inflicting a negative future, or rather than prophesizing, that's a better word, rather than prophesizing a negative future, why not instead say to yourself, she might like me. She might like me. Yeah, because ultimately you don't know what she's into. You don't know what her type is. Like, women's feelings are forever fluctuating depending on where she's at in her ovulation cycle, the time of the month, also depending on her buying temperature, maybe what literature she's reading this week. You don't know what she's into. So why not err on the side of optimism? Why, rather than being like, well, she won't like me, well, why not say she might like me? And then go see. Yeah, it's that ancient Chinese proverb, don't listen to what they say, go see. I would say that's more of a mindset for the beginner, for the cold approach beginner. Like, she might like me, but the more reps and the more experience that you get, I think this is almost like the transition from when a boy becomes a man. Like, a boy is up in his head thinking, oh, does she like me? But then I think when you transition and you actually start to love and respect yourself, the mind, what's going through your mind is, let's see if I can like her. Yeah, it's like you're almost going over there and seeing if she's cool enough to invite into your reality. It's not just this is not some like tyrannical draconian thing. It's, you're operating from a place of wholeness rather than from a place of lack. Yeah, you're not pinning your sense of self-worth on the approval of a random woman. Yeah, so it's like, oh, she looks nice. Let's go over and see if she's cool. Let's go over and see if I like her. Yeah, rather than being in your head thinking, oh, why would she ever want a guy like me? Oh, she's never going to want me. And also, that might actually be true as well. Yeah, like, I do believe that we attract the love that we're ready to receive. Yeah, we do. Like, we attract the love that we're ready to receive. So if you're not happy with the sort of woman, the quality of woman that you're attracting into your life right now, then oftentimes that is like, women are your mirror. Yeah, like, women are our mirror. So if you're not happy with the quality of women that you're attracting, then hey, maybe look at the quality of your life. Maybe look at the quality of your habits. Maybe look at the quality of the people that you've got in your life. And maybe it's time for an audit, you know, maybe it's time to actually become better. Yeah, beautiful women are a beautiful byproduct of a beautiful life. So rather than blaming the rest of the world, or rather than swimming in these self-deprecating thoughts, why not get to work? You know, why not go to the gym? Why not find a way to make more money so you can live a better life and look after the people that you love? Why not do something different? Why not start to have a better relationship with fear? Yeah, why stay static, you know? So yeah, I think that's useful. Maybe it's not, I don't know, but I think it's useful. The next mindset I got from Zamperion, but I just think it's a beautiful mantra. A man who loves women is loved by women. Yeah, it's like, I think this is a true game changer. A man who loves women is loved by women. I think there are a lot of guys who get into this space, and I think many men today are misguided, and they're almost viewing women as a means to an end, rather than these nourishing, beautiful entities that can enhance their lives. It's like almost this us versus them type of deal, right? It's competitive rather than collaborative. It's almost like someone who's making money just to make money. Yeah, someone who is making money simply to gratify their ego and receive external validation, as opposed to the person who's making money because he sees money as a way of keeping score. Yeah, seeing money as a way to know he's doing good in the world, rather than making money because you want to do incredible things and look after the people that you love. Yeah, focusing on impact over revenue. I think that's where a lot of guys fall short in this space. It's like, dude, you're going out, you're doing these approaches, you're not getting any results, but you don't even like women. In fact, you actually have some resentment towards them. Yeah, in order to get results from cold approach, or just to attract beauty into your life, dude, we need to remove this resentment. Yeah, like there's a guy commented on one of my videos who's like, oh, Kristian, like, how do I remove jealousy? I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, yeah, you know, I'm going out there, I'm cold approaching, but I can't get over this fear of jealousy. Like women, they've got it so easy. They don't need to approach. They just need to look pretty, and they're getting their DMs flooded. I'm like, brother, this mindset is fucked. Like, how do you expect to attract any beautiful person into your life when you have resentment towards that thing? Like, it doesn't make any sense. So I think this is my call to action to you right now. Remove the resentment that you've got towards women, right? Like, it's not us versus them. It's not this battle of the sexes. It's not this war of attrition. Yeah, we're humans. Yeah, we want to connect. Yeah, we want to connect. We want to have mind-blowing experiences. We want to be in relationships with people who nourish our souls and lift us up. I think that's important. Like, a man who loves women is loved by women. Yeah, people who love people are loved by people. Yeah, it's that human connection. Yeah, because I think when we strip it all back, that's genuinely what we all want. I think many different places online will package it in certain ways, but I think when you do remove all the bullshit, all of us just want to receive love from the feminine. Yeah, most men are frustrated today because they lack love from the feminine. Yeah, we all want to be loved, we want to be wanted, we want to be respected, and I think we want to have a best friend who we can do life with. And I think when we come from this place of raw authenticity, I made that word the other day by accident. I like it, so I'm going to keep using it. Just being raw authentic. Like, this is me, take it or leave it. I'm a man, you're a woman. I like that. And if you don't like me, that's okay. Yeah, just having this I want you, but I don't need you mindset, I think will set you free. Because, you know, everyone's always like, oh, we'll be detached from outcome. But I think, for me anyway, I feel we always need an outcome to focus on. Otherwise, we wouldn't do the thing. So just viewing the rep itself as the reward, I think that's the only outcome that we need to focus on. And the way that translates is, did I show up today as my best self? Did I go after what I wanted? Did I live true to me? Or was I just dancing to the music of the masses? Yeah, I think that is the personification of a true Renaissance warrior. The rep itself is the reward. I'm doing this because it pleases me to do it. Yeah, I'm just gonna hold the door open for this woman. I'm gonna give her a compliment. I'm gonna respond to a text message maybe in 2 minutes. Like, it doesn't matter, because you're at this level of transcendent mastery where you're just doing what you do because it pleases you to do so. That's all you ever need in your relationships. Like, you're doing it because it pleases you to do so. Like, if I go out with my friends and I say, listen, I'll get this, like, I'll buy dinner tonight, I'll buy you a drink. I'm not doing it because I want to initiate reciprocity. I'm doing it because I just want to give. I'm doing it because I'm with people that I care about. And a way that I like to display affection is through buying people things. I think one of my definitions of money is a language of love. Yeah, when I love people, when I care about people, I want to buy them things. I want to celebrate them. I want to treat them. I want to spoil them, because I think it comes back to my magic background in a way. Like, one of the reasons why I love doing magic so much is because I love the reactions that I could create. I love making people happy. I love, like, reconnecting people with that childlike wonder, that childlike awe, where for a moment all their problems are dissipated and they can just enjoy the moment. That's why I love magic so much. You get to reconnect people with a bygone era. And it's the same thing when I'm with, people that I care about. Like, it was my mum's birthday the other week, so I was there in the Lake District with her. I was taking her out to nice places. I was buying her things for her birthday. And even though I know my mum, and I know that she doesn't really care about like the things that I like. She just wants to spend time with me. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's all she wants. She just wants to be able to spend time with me. But part of my love language is being able to express my love for my mum by treating her, because she's always been there for me. She's always supported me whenever I wanted to do something, like when I wanted to do magic. I remember when I was like, I think I must have been about 7 years old, I wanted to start selling Vimto. I wanted to start selling Vimto outside our house. Rather than just like shutting me down straight away, being like, Kristian, that's stupid, she just entertained it for a little while, and she was like, just like almost mentoring me in a way. And she's like, well, how much are you going to sell it for? How many cans do you think you need? How are you going to get these people to buy? I'm like, I don't know, I just like Vimto. I never said that stand up when I worked out the logistics. But he has a strong enough why, I can bear anyhow. My why was not strong enough. But no, I think it's important to celebrate the people in our lives. Next mindset. You're only ever one great approach away from everything changing. I love this. This is really the mindset that has helped me so much on my cold approach journey. And whenever I'm working with a guy, whenever I'm coaching a guy one-on-one, and I can feel as though his energy is dipping a bit, I can sense if he's had a string of blowouts, and I can feel him starting to shudder slightly. I just say, dude, listen, you're only ever one great approach away from everything changing. So we set that intention, right? And I don't know what happens like psychologically. I think you're decreasing the amount of perceived effort in order to strike gold. I think that's what's happening, isn't it? You're decreasing the amount of perceived effort. That's what's happening. And then the whole gargantuan task of cold approach, where in your mind you might be thinking, oh fuck, I've got this like infinite amount of women to approach. It then just becomes one. And I think that one mindset will set you free. Like, if I'm having a terrible day and I'm just getting blowout after blowout after blowout, if I didn't have this mindset, like, oh, I'm only ever one great approach away from everything changing, then I think it's easy to just give up, to get sad, and then to get pissed off and complain online. Cold approach doesn't work. There was one guy who commented on the videos. He's like, cold approach only works for Scandinavian chads. I'm like, dude, like the amount I actually do pity these people, because the amount of brainwashing they've gone through with the whole black pill movement, I actually think is scary. So I do have empathy for these people, but yeah, just this fucking ideology, like you need to be a 6'7" Scandinavian Chad. I'm like, dude, no, it's not that. Like, yes, do everything in your power to look and feel as good as possible, but understand that your mind really does matter more than your face. I really believe that now more than I've ever done before. I've gone through that whole phase. I've gone through the whole looks maxing phase, you know, becoming more fuckable. I think that's a rite of passage. I do think guys should do that because it's no good me saying to you that it doesn't really matter about being jacked. It doesn't really matter about skyrocketing your income. Like, I think you should just do all these things because you enjoy them and it gives you pleasure. But yeah, thinking that being jacked is going to get you women or being rich or ripped or all of these materialistic trophies, it's not just one thing. Someone commented yesterday, Richie, I know you listen to these live streams and I appreciate it. He just commented very succinctly and he was like, it's about becoming the full package. That's exactly what it is. Yeah, like, game is simply a way of delivering your value to the world. The more value that you've got to give, the more you love and respect yourself, and then conversations become easier. But yeah, you're only ever one great approach away from everything changing. The other mindset is more of a reminder. Vibe matters more than energy. So I think these two words are used almost synonymously, but I think that's a mistake. Like, your energy for me is how alert and how pumped up you're feeling. For me, it's like, okay, like, if you've got low energy, then usually you're a bit fatigued. Maybe you've done a lot of logical work today, so maybe your energy is like a little bit flat. Maybe you didn't get much sleep. I think that's energy. But vibe, I think, is more about how you feel within, yeah, how compelling you feel in the current moment. So my way of describing vibe is aura, and for me, aura is everything. Like, if you really want to dominate the dating marketplace, if you really want to get everything that you want in life, if you want to dominate like sales and become the best version of you and just fucking crush it, I truly believe it's about aura. Yeah, and it's not some woo-woo term. Like, you'll feel aura right now, like how compelling you feel right now in the current moment. That's what I'm talking about, yeah? And developing a better aura, it's just about your daily habits, you know, your daily habits, your daily routines and rituals. So for me, the way that I get a 10 out of 10 aura is doing things that scare me on a daily basis, yeah? So just write down a list of everything that scares you and then just make a point to start doing those things. Getting cold showers, training hard at the gym, high intensity interval training, getting social interaction, you're actually spending time around people who lift up your spirit, removing toxic habits and toxic people from your life. Yeah, if you've got an addiction of some sort, then work on getting through that. Yeah, like, work on eliminating your vices. Breaking out of monotony as well. I think a lot of us are guilty of just doing the same thing, rinse and repeat. And if you're not careful, that can become your entire life. Like, you could get to 60 years old and you look back at the tapestry of your life and everything was just the same. You stayed in the small town, you worked the same job, you had the same friends. And yeah, some people might find fulfillment from that, but I really don't think most people do. I think most people settle for what they think they can get rather than going after the things that they actually want. Yeah, if you sat down with anybody and was like, right, paint me a picture of your ideal reality, I guarantee it's not working the 9 to 5 at fucking Motorola. I don't even know if Motorola's still a thing. Yeah, like selling like phones and stuff. But I think a lot of people are just smoking on the copium. It's like, oh no, this is actually what I want. I don't really think it is. But no, I think aura is everything. Yeah, how compelling we feel in the current moment. I actually created a community post yesterday, so if you go into like my YouTube and then click on that community tab, I've got a video which walks you through step by step how to actually create a compelling aura in real time. I'll link it below this video as well. I'll do that because I think that'll be useful. I'll link the video below once this live stream's finished, and then you can actually see how I create a compelling aura in like 17 minutes. So that's cool. The next mindset that really helped me is it is a lottery when you go out there. Yeah, I think cold approach in particular can impact negatively on your perceived sense of self-worth, because you could be going out and getting like, I have a boyfriend 10 times in a row, and that can make you start to doubt yourself, yeah? But it's a lottery when you're going out there. I always had this like inside joke with myself where I said, wouldn't it be great if at, let's say, 3 p.m, every Friday, the only girls who were walking on the streets were available and single. Imagine how much easier that would make cold approach, because I think a big part of cold approach is just finding girls who are single and available. You could just be getting dramatically unlucky with the girls that you're approaching. I think this, if you're in a small town, cold approach becomes very difficult because you've got a very restricted dating pool. So that's what myself and Efrem made that video in Paphos, which had like 40,000 people. It is just more difficult. You're going to be bumping into the same girls, etc. So yeah, again, look, it's just improving your life situation holistically. Yeah, if you do want to crush it with cold approach, consider relocating. Yeah, we live in an age of opportunity where you don't have to be the way that you've always been.
Hello, boys. My name is Efrem. I currently live in San Francisco, California, originally from the Bay Area. I worked with Kristian in May of 2023. Kristian brought me through his boot camp. At the time, he was offering a month course. And so flew out to Poland, worked with Kristian for a month. And the biggest or the easiest summary would be before meeting Kristian, I was struggling to get a date lined up. I was aggressively swiping through dating apps. And after meeting Kristian, I completely was able to transform my dating life, getting multiple dates a week. And now I just use the skill set when needed or as needed. So whenever I feel as though I want a date, I go out and I can most often generate a date. And oftentimes actually it happens when I don't want it to happen. She just happens to be there and I decide to get over my fear and go over. So, and then, yeah, the biggest testament to Kristian's legitimacy is after working with him, I literally created an entire YouTube channel where I teach guys the exact same thing. So Kristian's so good at what he does, he can teach other guys how to teach other guys. And I think that's just a different level of skill set. So yeah, that's me.
Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, I know when we spent that time together in Warsaw, you know, we discussed a lot of different things. It wasn't just related to cold approach, but I could tell that you had this drive inside of you to do something different with the skill set. Like you're interested in social media, personal branding, helping other guys unlock the skill set. So it's been really cool to see your channels transform over the past year. You're like 1.5 thousand subscribers now, which is pretty insane, you know, considering you know you didn't have a channel like a year ago. So I think that's really cool. Yeah, you said something interesting there. You've integrated the skill set into your life now, but like you were saying something along the lines of you're able to get dates without essentially trying, like being more like detached from the overall result now. So I think that's quite an interesting topic for guys, because there might be guys listening to this and maybe they're in the position that you were in when we first started working together, when dates are hard to come by. So like how were you able to shift from being more needy to get dates and get validation and get the gratification that comes along with meeting women to now not really needing it anymore? I'm curious about that, how that actually played out for you.
Yeah, so I'll extrapolate on this, but one word, and it's action. So I remember when I worked with you, I was very aggressive with the building of the skill set. I was very aware that all I needed to do in Poland was build the skill set, get as many reps under my belt as possible, so that when I went back to San Francisco, I would be that much more prepared. Yeah, having done 10 approaches versus 100 versus 1,000 approaches, that's a very different position to be in. And so once I came back to the States, I continued applying the skill set more or less how we were doing it in Poland. Now, not nearly as regimented and not nearly as consistently, but still pretty much on a daily basis. I was going in for 2 to 3. You know, if I skipped a day, the next day I'd do 5 or so. And this was just me trying to build the skill set on my own, me trying to go in for the approach without Kristian by my side. And I mean, you can imagine you do that for a year and a half where you're approaching on average 2 to 3 girls a day, and it turns you into a different kind of a person. So of all of the women that I had approached, a decent number of them liked me enough to give me their phone number. And then a few of those that gave me their phone number liked me enough to go out on a date with me. So you can imagine I've generated so many leads at this point that I no longer felt the need to go out and get the date anymore. I felt, like you mentioned, I felt validated enough having had all of these dates, behind me, right? All these dates under my belt, that I no longer started feeling the need to go out and generate the date like I did previously. And by the way, I'll pause here. I can recognize that this is somewhat of a heinous statement, that I can get dates on accident, because even a year and a half ago, this, I mean, I could have never said anything close to that statement, but I truly mean it. And I've got videos to show for it of times where, let's say I brought my mom to the gym on a Thursday afternoon, and by the time I got back home to skate from my car to my apartment, I was able to find a girl that liked me without trying, right? This was just me going home, but I happened to pass a girl that I was like, whoa, she was cute, and walked right over to her, got a date lined up, and then ended up seeing her later that day or later that week. And that's what I mean by on accident. It's just so insane to me to be able to just go outside without the intention. Before, my whole life was full of intention, but it was the wrong intention. It was dating apps for 10 hours a day. It was spamming girls on Instagram, DMing girls on Instagram for 5 hours a day. And it was a bunch of intention with little result. Whereas now, it's almost zero intention. I'm just going out living my life. But because I've become such a magnetic and socially capable person, I can go out with zero intention and come home with 100 result. So yeah, I think it's really cool to be in this position.
So yeah, you've unfucked your dating life, which is great. How has like unfucking your dating life spilled over into the rest of your life? Because I try and make people aware that when you're learning this skill of cold approach and you're able to get dates on demand, getting dates by accident, which I think is a great headline. I'll probably use that in a future live stream. I think people sometimes don't truly internalize the spillover effects for the rest of your life. And I think it's good to make people aware of like how integral getting the dating side of life is to your overall fulfillment in life as a man, right? Because you can have the money, you can have the status, you can have the success, but if you're going home every night and you're on your own, it's like, what are you doing all of these different things for? You know, you've got the materialistic trophies, you've got the status symbols, and that's nice. It might impress other men. But like when you get home at the end of the day, it's like, oh fuck, I don't have anybody to share this experience with, or I feel lonely, I feel lost, whatever. So like, how has unfucking your dating life through cold approach affected the rest of your life, if that makes sense?
Oh, makes tons of sense. I think I can actually answer this one categorically. So when it comes to how did it affect my life, my social life, when it comes to just my friends, my boys that I hang out with. So it made me the initiator as far as my social life. So coming back from Poland, having initiated all of these conversations with all of these beautiful women that months prior I would have considered far out of my league. Having done that so many times, it allowed me to come back to the States. And now in the friend group that I had, first of all, I kicked those guys to the curb anyways. But the new friend group I was able to cultivate a few months after leaving Poland, and then once I moved here to the Mission District. So all of the friendships came as a result of me initiating. I can think of a guy that I ended up hanging out with a ton. I ended up literally lining up dates for the guy. We went on a few instant dates with different girls, different groups of girls. And, that's one thing that changed. I'm lining up dates for my friend. I mean, that's to me, that's insane. I was never that guy who could line up dates for myself. And now I've gotten myself to a point where I could do it for my friend on the spot, right? We're going out. I had spy glasses on and I'm able to generate dates on the spot. I mean, it's still crazy to even talk about. But aside from the dating portion, initiation was the key. So the friendships themselves, I initiated all of them. This guy in particular, I walked over to him at the gym and asked him like, can I use this machine after you? And that just sprouted into a friendship right there. Some other guys I see in this district called North Beach, now they're some of my really good friends. We play basketball together and drink together, go out together. I met them at a bar playing pool, but same thing. They're out on the patio. I walked out. Hey, can I bum a cigarette? But it's that same magnetic energy, right? It's like the version of me that would have tried to initiate these friendships before. One, I probably wouldn't have done it. But two, it would have been coming from a different place, more of a neediness kind of a place. Whereas already having been validated by these women in different countries, it allowed me to kind of just sit back and like, yeah, I mean, I kind of want to be your friend, but if you don't want to, I'm good. Yeah, I got this girl I could call anyways. So it's like, there's just this energy in me that changed and it made me a lot more magnetic. Yeah, and people want to be around me now. So that was one. In the context of friends, it changed my ability to initiate. So now I'm out with my friends. We play basketball. I'm the guy who gathers all the strangers on the court and says, "All right, come on, let's play." Right? I'm the guy oftentimes that'll pick the venue, that'll lead the guys to the next venue, that'll try to facilitate. I guess I've become the facilitator in my friendship group. So that's one category. Second category would be with my parents. I'd say with my family. I'm able to truly take time out of my day, out of my week, and spend it, put it with family members that before were kind of just an afterthought to me. And it's sad to say that, because these are people I'm blood related to that won't be on the earth for a few more decades. And I would intentionally avoid time with these family members because I was so focused on getting laid. I just have to put it so transparently. I'd have my aunt inviting me out for, "Oh, I'm in town. We got this crab curry that we're making. Oh, I'm sorry, I have plans." But in reality, the plans were I was trying my best to get laid and trying to go out that night on my own to a bar or something and hit on girls. And I couldn't be asked to go eat crab curry with the family because I had something that was more biologically urgent to take care of, which makes sense. And so I don't fault guys for that, just like I don't fault my prior self for that. But it just was not a position that I wanted to be in. Yeah, that's not every guy is in that position, and I knew that, and so I wanted to be in a different position. So that's what it changed for me as far as my family is. Now I'm able to just go hang out with them. Now I'm able to actually prioritize family over dates. Let's say I meet a girl and she wants to go on a date, and I like that, and I like her, but I don't like her enough. Well, I'd rather go and play pool with my dad. I'm not even kidding. Yeah, I've had my cousin after a filming session ask me, "Oh, so what are you going to do? You going to hang out with that girl tomorrow?" And I've gone, "No, actually, I'm not even going to text that girl. I'm just going to go play pool with my dad tomorrow." And it's just the greatest, most liberating feeling ever to no longer be so attached to the validation. No longer be so attached to what I used to be chasing. And that was just a big change for me. So what I said, friends, I said family, and then the last category I had in mind was just work. It has changed my professional life as well. So I'm more assertive at work. I take less shit from people. I can recognize that all this shit is fake anyways, even in the context of work, right? So somebody will be in front of me and maybe they won't like the apartments, or maybe they won't like, they'll say they look tacky, they won't like the exterior, whatever. But I can just internalize all of this negative feedback and not really let it bother me anymore, because I'm not attached to this job. This job doesn't define me. I'm here to get a commission check anyways. I don't want to be working for these people anyways. Now that I've freed myself from my own bullshit, I can look around and go, I can see the matrix of this whole 9-to-5 life and how they're siphoning off so much money that I'm generating for the company, and they're giving me a 0.5% of what I'm generating. And it's just really opened my eyes. And this is through cold approach. Yeah. It's like, that's why we talk about, you get so much more than the date. Yeah. Guys come to us wanting the date, not realizing just how much it's going to change. And I'm here telling you, it's changed my assertiveness in my professional life. And that's not something I can really measure. That's just something that I've noticed and other people have noticed in me. So it's made me an even more wicked salesperson. So that's my answer there.
Yeah, I like viewing it as this like reactionary movement against mediocrity, because the way that I viewed it is, if I can do this thing and get really good at it, then what other doors is that going to open? And I think the guys who've got that mindset are the guys that go the furthest. Like when we spoke last, you were like, it's the most aggressive form of self-development. And I think that when you realize like the getting women and getting dates is such a small part of what it is that we're doing, it almost becomes less important. It minimizes the importance that you place onto attracting women. It's like, I'm going out there today because I'm investing into the identity of the version of myself that I want to embody 1, 2, 3 years from now. And it completely shifts the way that you show up in everyday interactions. And you mentioned about being more assertive. I think that's something that is lacking from a lot of guys, especially the guys that I work with, guys who on paper you would imagine are very assertive in everyday life, but they're not. So like, okay, it's developed you as a man. It's made you become more assertive. What do you mean by that?
Jeez, I just go after what I want. You imagine the kind of guy that sees the girl that he likes and is able to turn and just shut his brain off and walk over, even though he's feeling all of these emotions that we all are going to be experiencing. That is the kind of guy that, let's say, for example, takes less shit at work. I'll have somebody that recognizes that I'm at work. They recognize that I'm a salesperson. And so oftentimes what goes hand in hand with customer service is this fake kind of a smile and this fake persona where I need to be a yes man to anything that they say. And so oftentimes I'll have somebody come in for a tour and they're asking me to see 7 apartments during our 1 hour appointment, or they're asking to see 13 apartments and our maximum, we're recommended to show 2, right? And I'd be happy to show as many as gets me the sale, but there is a threshold where somebody's just taking advantage of my time, taking advantage of my personality. And so that's what I mean, is just little moments like that where I can just stand my ground and be assertive and tell them, oh no, sorry, we've got an hour appointment. I got somebody coming after you. I got to respect their time also. Just little moments like that. Prior to cold approach, I couldn't do that. Or we'll have somebody come into the office and they're a little aggressive. Maybe they found a cockroach in their apartment, and now they're in the leasing office making a scene with all the new future residents over a cockroach that they found when they probably left the pizza box out anyways. And so just the ability to just tell, hey, we've got a resident services office next door. Just do me a favor, walk over there, tell them the exact same thing. They'll be able to help you out immediately. We probably get pest control out there today. And just like assertively de-escalate the situation, right? Like assertiveness, I used to associate with being rude. I used to associate it with being like the opposite of nice guy, Mr. Meanie, right? And now I look at it and I go, no, it's really just like standing your ground and going after what you want still, yeah? And oftentimes, like I guess a way to put this is like that sentence there, going after what you want and living life on your terms, that does kind of come at a cost sometimes, which is other people that don't agree with you are going to assert their opinions. And so it's not rude to assert yours right back, right? It's not rude to stand your ground. It's not rude to disagree. And that's what I'm learning over this whole year and a half removed from our time in Poland. Same with friends too, I've noticed. I think I was a big pushover with friends prior to cold approach, where because I wasn't getting the results with women, I felt as though I had less to add to the group. Because I wasn't the guy getting dates lined up for all the guys in the friend group. I wasn't facilitating. I wasn't the one creating plans with different people. So I felt as though I had less leverage in the friend dynamic, and so I'd be a little more of a yes man. I'd kind of go with the flow. I wouldn't be the person to initiate plans. And if somebody was, let's say, trying to pick on me, for example, I would kind of let it slide in the name of like, oh, but we're friends, this kind of thing. Whereas now, if that kind of thing happens, it's already happened to me since learning cold approach, and I've never spoken to the guy again. Yeah, simple as that. It's like, I think one of these guys tried shoveling away my date right in front of me, just never spoke to the guy again. Yeah, so once again, an example of assertiveness now is less about confronting the guy and being violent and more about removing the guy from my life. So assertively exiting the person from my life, I'd say is another example. So yeah, that's what I mean. And it's still very much a work in progress. I see guys like you, other people on the internet, that they seem to have this way more developed than I do. But, I think I had a very late start because of society, because of my beliefs growing up. It took me 22 years to realize I was allowed to assert my own opinion in public. And then once we learned cold approach, now a year and a half removed, my personality has changed so much. So that's what I mean by assertiveness.
Late start. That's funny. I think one of our guys, we'll call him Graham. I remember working with him, 50 years old, never had a serious relationship in his life. I think he would be somebody who would laugh at that. Like 22 years old, like I wish I'd have started when I was 22, And then I remember working with him in Poland as well. Actually, great country. And then within a week of us working together, he got himself a girlfriend who was 25 years old, half his age, and it was to do with the permission. I think that's a big part of this process. It's giving you the permission to act in a way you've always wanted to act, but have been too scared to try. I think that once you can confidently go over to women, declare your truth in a non-needy way, like the doors it opens to the rest of your life. It's like, oh, where else am I playing it safe? Where else am I not truly showing up as my most authentic self? And then, you use the example at work. And I think it's just like, it just changes the way you show up in every environment. Like, especially in the relationships that you form as well. Like, how have you found that? Like, obviously, you're going out there, you're meeting girls, you're having dates, you might be having these like short-term relationships. Like how have you found the overall ability to manage relationships, maybe multiple relationships, now that you've actually tapped into this abundance mindset? So like abundance, not always having, but knowing that you can have. How's that affected the way that you show up in your relationships with women now?
Yeah, it's affected it a lot. I think this was actually a great question, something that I'd like guys to hear the answer to, because there's two different things to talk about here. So my ability to manage it like logically, incredibly easy now due to cold approach. But I'd say emotionally, it's a completely different answer. So logically, I am able to cut a girl off when I want to, or when I feel the need to. If let's say a girl is asking me to do more than I want to, like, oh, come and meet my friends, oh, come to this birthday party with me, oh, let's go out, this and that. And let's say I just simply don't want to, based on here go the percentages, right? Based on the ratio of how much I like her, and how much she likes me in proportion to what she's asking me to do, I can easily just look at that and go, no, I don't want to do that shit. No, this girl would rather just come right over, or she wants to come over after having one drink with me. I'd rather not do all of this. Logically, it's very easy. And that's simply because of the abundance part. That's simply because, oh, I know I can generate another date. But emotionally, that's a bit different. Yeah. So, like, let's say I actually develop somewhat of a connection to a girl. Well, then it actually becomes a bit more difficult for me to break that off as easily as, let's say, a girl I've only seen once or twice. And so that's something I'm actually still navigating, and something I did want to share also. Yeah, it's just that, like, yes, the ability to manage multiple relationships does not mean that I'm encouraging it. In fact, that's not the case for me at all. It's not like I've got 5, 6 different girlfriends that I'm all seeing on a weekly basis. For me, I actually prefer one girl that I like seeing often, but then to have the flexibility to go and see others if I want to. That's really the key for me. So this skill set has allowed me to identify women that are okay with that scenario. Yeah, maybe it's not their ideal. Yeah, maybe they'd prefer their Prince Charming who'd marry them, but maybe they're in a phase in life, let's say college, or let's say a young professional, where she's not looking for a husband yet. She's not looking to have kids yet. And a guy like me actually fits into her lifestyle just as good as a girl like her fits into mine. So when identifying women like that, it's actually great for me, because they know what's up, I know what's up. We could actually be very upfront with each other. I mean, that's the case for me now as well. That's something to add. Cold approach has allowed me to be completely honest and transparent with women about my intentions, about where I'm taking things, where I'm not taking things. But yeah, just the ability to like be able to have these conversations with these girls. I even have a video up where I talked about having one of these conversations. It's allowed me to pretty much cultivate the exact kind of relationships that I want. Yeah, which is a woman that I actually like a lot, that I can see consistently, with the ability to, oh, there's this girl that wants to go on a date over here. Oh, I just met this girl while I was filming content. And so, yeah, I just think that is a really cool portion of this, something that I was hoping I got out of our time together. And it definitely worked better than I was hoping, as far as my ability to manage relationships. So, but I did want to make that distinction, which is guys might see this skill set and think logically, right? Because their emotions aren't there yet. They're not actually doing the act. So logically, they're just going, they're watching, they're going, once I build this skill set, I'm going to have 7 different girlfriends in 7 different cities. I'm going to be managing all of these relationships. And it's actually, you actually have to look at this as like what are you paying as far as your time too? Is it even beneficial to be in all of these relationships with all of these women? Or if you find a woman that you like that, quote, validates you just enough, right? Like, let's say the girl that you're just head over heels attracted to, you like everything about her, she likes you, you're really attracted to each other, your personalities mesh well together, you enjoy spending time together when you're not having sex. Like, these are all very important things. So it's like, you can have your cake and then, in my case, eat it too, which is still not, still be able to be upfront with that girl and say, I like everything about you. I'm just not in a phase where I want a girlfriend right now. So if you want to end things here, I totally understand it, and there's no hard feelings. If I were you, I'd probably do the same thing. Yeah. But if that girl still wants to see me, then it's created this amazing dating life for myself. Yeah. And so it's just an interesting topic, interesting question.
Yeah, and I think that the way that you frame it and the words that you're using, like, whether people want to accept it or not, like relationships, seduction, dating, it does all come back to sales, right? You make sales when you're not attached to the sale. It's like you being able to lead with full authenticity and being like, hey, listen, this is what I would like to happen. If you're not cool with it, I understand. If I was you, I wouldn't buy either. Like that's an incredibly compelling offer, because it's like you're already handling the objection before it's even come your way, and it just radiates abundance. It's like, if you're not cool with this at any point, feel free to just leave. And it's like that is the healthiest relationship that you'll ever create. Most relationships are based off of scarcity. Most loyalty is based off of scarcity. Most people get into relationships not because they want her, but because they just want someone. So like, if you can be that differentiated person who can be like, listen, I really enjoy spending time with you. If at any point you don't enjoy this ride anymore, then you can get off, and I'm not going to criticize you. I'm not going to be angry. I'm not going to be sad. Maybe you will. Maybe a part of you will be sad. I think that's human nature. But like, you're giving her full permission to leave. And I think like that is the greatest gift you can give to any human being, whether it's in a sales relationship or romantic relationship. It's, if at any point this service no longer benefits you, let me know and I'll cancel the subscription ASAP. It takes guys decades to ever come to that realization, and most never even get to actualize it. So to have got to that stage at such a young age, to be like, and just have like the emotional intelligence that it actually takes to be able to give people like the full ability to make a decision which benefit. Like, I think if people actually understand that proposition, it will transform the way that they actually enter relationships. Because it's, when oftentimes people be like, I want you, but I don't need you, right? But what does that actually mean? It means that you're okay to live your life if she's no longer in your life. And like, to actually be able to offer that and verbalize it and then deliver it, like I say to people, it's not what you say, it's not how you say it, it's who you are when you say it. And now you've got to that stage in your life where you're the version of yourself who can actually deliver those words, and you actually mean it. And that's the difference between somebody who's just a part-timer with this and someone who's gone all in with it. I think a lot of guys, they just want to have a casual relationship with cold approach. That doesn't work. You did 30 days. You did 30 days with me. And like, that's why you're able to develop the skill. Most guys are like, oh, I'll go out for a weekend. 8 months later, I went out for one weekend. I'm not getting any results. I've got a 0% fucking result rate. You can't have a casual relationship with cold approach. You know, if you actually want to learn this skill, you have to go all in with it. And then I think like a person like you, the Shannon, is an example of what happens when you go through and you go all in with it. So I think that's really cool. I think now that you're in that position where you can actually provide that proposition and like literally be okay without these people, I think that's a great place to be.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one thing while we're still on this topic, which is you broke that down so perfectly. Yeah, it is. I want to remind guys that that whole story that I just talked about, it is directly as a result of being able to walk over to the girl. That is the only reason that I can say that sentence to a woman. And I'll break down exactly why that is, yeah? The girl that I'm talking to, I'm telling her, oh, look, I like you. No worries if you don't like this situation. I completely understand if you want a boyfriend. In fact, it sounds like you kind of do want a boyfriend. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to provide. Like, this entire conversation that I've had with different women at this point, this is all as a result of my ability to walk over to the girl. Because if I know that I can generate other dates elsewhere, then like Kristian just mentioned, I'm no longer attached to this one girl. Even though she's so hot, even though she's just my type, I know that there are 7, 8, 10 other ones down the street. Yeah, it's I don't mean that in an insulting way. It's just the reality. There are a lot of beautiful women in the world, in San Francisco, a big city like San Francisco. So my problem used to be that I could recognize there are a lot of cute girls, but I couldn't do anything about that, right? So when I was finally able to, oh my God, this one likes me. Wow, I was finally able to corner one into liking me, sad as that sounds, then I didn't want to give her up in any circumstance. So even though I wanted to still explore my other options, I wanted to make sure that she was still secure and still wanting to see me and only me, because I was worried, well, if she goes and sees another guy, she might like him better than me. Meanwhile, I'm going to be left high and dry because I'm not sure how to go and make any of these other dates happen, but I'm still going to try, right? And that was just such a pathetic place to be in life, where I'm lying by omission to the girl that I like, to the one girl that actually likes me, because I'm so worried about relinquishing my other options, even though at the time there weren't even other options. But now I'm in a position in life where I can look at that same girl and go, God, like you know, you're everything that I want, but I just don't want a girlfriend right now, you know. And it's not even, there's nothing that you can change about yourself or should want to change that would change my mind. It's just a phase in life that I'm in. But what am I really saying to that girl when I say that? It's just, you know what, I really do like you, but I'm not willing to give up all of these other dates that I still want to go on, all of these other experiences that I still want to have, in order to give you the full boyfriend experience. But I recognize that you're a great person and you deserve the full boyfriend experience. So if I can't give that to you, I think that you should find that somewhere else. And the last thing to add here is, it's been the weirdest shift, because now that I am able to tell girls that they are just free to go whenever they want, they stay longer than ever now. And it's just the most backwards thing ever, where now they seem more, like, just 10 times more attracted to me when I could just lay it all out like that. And it's so funny, because what I was afraid of before happening when I said this is I was afraid that if I was just this transparent with the girl, she would say yes immediately and just go find her boyfriend. And now that I'm actually encouraging her to do that, it's like, no, she wants to stick around nowadays. So yeah, what an interesting shift that happened. It's definitely teaching me a lot.
Well, you've almost become a relationship coach for her. Like, if you actually think about it, it's like you're giving her dating advice, which is actually really, like, quite a cool concept. It's like, hey, listen, if I was in your position, here's what I would do. Maybe you send the Google Doc over. Maybe you send her a link to your Calendly so she can book in a free consultation. Like, you're essentially giving her relationship advice, which I think allows you to detach from the sale completely. Because it's like, you're just able to give her a very emotionally detached perspective, and you're like, listen, if you want to continue doing this, here's what the deal's going to be. If you want to get off the horse at any point, then that's okay as well. Here's the benefits, here's the negative. Like, so I think that's really cool. Like, the fact that the women that you're in a relationship with now, you essentially function as like a recurring crossover character in their lives, but you also offer them very succinct, practical dating advice. And none of them can ever come back at you and claim that you presented yourself in a way that you didn't. It's like, you're just transparent from the start. And I actually think that is one of the best ways to just unfuck your dating life completely, is just being transparent from the start. Like, this is me. This is what I want. I don't want a capital G girlfriend right now. I'm looking more for whatever you're looking for. If you can just be transparent from the beginning, then it just saves you so much hassle and so much emotional energy. I think the problem that guys face is they just don't know what it is that they actually want. Then they're not transparent about their intentions. They pretend that they're going to be a boyfriend to this woman, and then they, like, do whatever, and then they're like, oh no, it was like no strings attached, and she's like, yeah, but you were just never honest with me from the get-go. It's like, the fact now, because of the abundance mentality you've developed from cold approach, you know that at any given moment, if the relationship turns to dust, you can go outside, you can meet new people, you've got your phone book flooded with more girls who want to go on a date with you. That gives you the abundance, and now it gives you the ability to choose. You know, it's like you are the selector rather than the selected, even though you're the one going over to them in the first place. I actually think that's quite an important, like, maybe conversation to have, because I think, like, you know, there's pockets of guys who think that walking over to a girl, approaching her and giving her a compliment is in some way low value, right? In some way, it puts that girl on a pedestal, and now, like, you almost appear beneath her. But, like, I think if you approach in the right way, it's one of the most masculine acts that you can actually take. But I just wondered if you'd put any thought into that, because I actually understand that argument. And I think for a lot of guys who try and learn this stuff on their own, it does come across as a low value, supplicating activity, because usually the compliment is coming from the wrong place. It's usually like, I'm going to say this thing in the hopes that you like me, rather than, hey,
I already feel great in myself. Just saw you look amazing, and just by giving you that compliment, it already makes me feel good. I don't need anything else from you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes total sense. And I'd say in order to blow this entire argument apart, because I think it's really silly, I would say that I would completely own both of them, which is I think I've done both approaches. I think I still to this day do both approaches, where if I see a girl that still to this day, I see her and I get nervous and I think, whoa, this girl's out of my league. This girl's hotter than any girl I've ever been on a date with. Then I do feel as though when I walk over, it's less of a there is a bit less confidence because the nerves are turned a bit up more, the confidence is turned a bit down more, and so I'm in front of the girl. It probably does come out a bit needy. I probably do. My voice goes up, the inflection, and maybe as she's walking past, I'm going, "No, you're walking away." And somebody sees that from the third person, they would look at me and go, "Oh, this guy's low value." Yeah. But at the end of the day, it's really hard for me to care about these guys' labels because I found so much success with this, right? Like the exact opposite is just as true, which is I've walked over to a number of women in the most confident manner possible. In fact, some of these women being women that I still thought, whoa, this girl's out of my league. But there was something about me that day. Maybe I'd done 5 approaches already. Maybe I was out with my boys and they were next to me while I was doing the approaches. Or maybe I'd crushed a gym session and I was able to walk over to the girl that I thought was out of my league, get a date with her. And that same act from the same guy would now be considered, high value because I was able to do it in a very non-needy way. So at the end of the day, I think I say fair play to any guy who is able to pick up his nuts and walk over to the girl. And I claim that I think the guys that are claiming to think that this is quote low value are still just using this as an excuse instead of just telling us, hey, I'm scared to do it. Yeah, because it's like, even if it was quote low value, who says we can't do low value activities in order to line up our dates? Whatever that term even means. Yeah, like what does that even mean? In theory, I'm the most low value guy ever. I was just unemployed for 9 months. Yeah, 2 months ago, I had a 9-month dry streak of employment. I am Mr. Low Value. I'm still in credit card debt. Yet my dating life is 10x these guys, right? Mr. Low Value right here. So it's like, guys can throw around these labels as much as they want. The point is, if I see a guy that's willing to walk over to the girl in public, he gets my respect. It doesn't matter if the world would look at him as Mr. Low Value. In fact, even if that was the case, if this guy was, quote, Mr. Low Value and he was still walking over to the girl, I would look at GigaChad and I'd go, what the fuck are you doing? Like, what is your excuse now? If Mr. Low Value is doing it, then what is your excuse? Yeah, so, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I suppose it all comes down to like the actual result at the end of the day, because I guess it's like it's low value until it actually works, and then it's like you're crazy until it works, and then you consider the genius. So yeah, I think this is actually a massive sticking point for a lot of guys. It's just the fear of what other people are going to think of them. Like low value in whose eyes. So I think as if you actually have the audacity to go after what you want and you don't care about the opinion of strangers and you're not taking the opinion of the girl who you're approaching too seriously, I think that's another thing as well. Like, I think a lot of guys, whether they're approaching a girl or they're dating a girl, oftentimes I think that we're all guilty of taking the girl too seriously. It's like we almost think that she is like the spokeswoman for all women worldwide. And like, if we go over and we approach and she gives us a funny look, or we're on a date with a girl, maybe it's just a lack of compatibility, whatever it is. I think it's just easy for a lot of guys to pin their entire sense of self-worth on the opinion of one woman, when if you actually understand that it is called game for a reason. It's the same way that entrepreneurs approach the game of business. It's like, this is fun. This is a game. Like the guy who coached me in business, like, he's on I don't know what he's doing. He's like $370,000 a month at the moment from like his online education company. A lot of people would look at this guy and think like, oh, this guy's greedy. This guy, like, why do you need to keep making more money? Now I just understand it. Like he's obsessed with the game of business. It's a game. It's like you see the number go up and it makes you feel better in yourself, and that's nice. So it's like, if I think if guys can just view this as a game, I think it just stops them like just getting too emotionally affected by anything that happens. And then you can just start to play the game rationally. Because I find that with the guys that I work with, a lot of them,
they're just way too emotional. It's like coaching women sometimes. I'm like, dude, right, cool. Like that relationship didn't work out. Get over it. It's fine. You've got this skill now. You can go out. You can talk to more girls. And as I'm saying that, I guess there's a caveat in my mind. Maybe this is a question for you. Is like, what about when you do just meet a girl who blows you away? You know, like what's going to happen when you do meet a girl and it's like, oh my God, you actually start to develop feelings for this person. Do you think that the abundance mentality that you now have will be transferred to her, if that makes sense?
Yeah, this is an interesting one. I guess we'll have to wait and see, because once that girl does come along, I could say how I think I'd react. But emotions are a different thing. So I imagine if I found a girl that just ticks every box, and it's a girl that I'm like, whoa, like I thought this girl would be way out of my league, and it turns out she actually likes me more than any of the other girls. I imagine I'd react in a different way than if I go on a date with a girl where I'm like, yeah, she's cute. Yeah, I'd probably sleep with her, right? Like that's a completely different feeling, a completely different energy. So, and we'll have to see, because I've never claimed to be attached to this lifestyle either. This is just where I am right now at 24. Yeah, and to be fair, this is me at 24, where the first 22 years of my life was the opposite of this, right? So it's like I can barely get through enough fun in 2 years, right? I probably got a few more years of this, but point being, like, I don't even think there's a right or a wrong way to like for example, you've got a girlfriend right now, right? And I wouldn't be at all against that. It's like, I don't think there's a right or a wrong way with any of this, but I think the key is that you give us the ability to now make that decision. Like that is it. Whatever we want, we want to be the guy that gets all the girlfriends. We want to be the guy with one really hot girlfriend, whatever it is. The point is not like now we're capable. Now we have the tools to actually make that happen. Before, it didn't really matter what I wanted. I couldn't meet the girl you're talking about anyways before having worked with you, right? Whereas now it's just like we talk about it, and we talked about this a year ago in live streams. Every day is filled with hope and with wonder and with anticipation now. Yeah, and it's not to say I spring out of bed, I'm like, what girl am I going to meet today? But it's just knowing that every time I go outside, there's a chance I'm going to pass a hot girl, and there's a chance she's going to like me, and there's a chance we're going to go on a date. There's a chance she might be back here in my studio next week. And it's like, that was never my reality. It's just so crazy to even talk about on camera right now. Yeah. So, but yeah, just to wrap up your question, I'm just as curious as you to know what this would look like, because I haven't been in an official relationship where this is my capital G girlfriend since I lived with a girl back in 2021. And I've done so much personal growth. I've had so much personal growth since then that I think I'd show up completely differently in a relationship. And to be fair, I've never been in a official relationship where I was completely satisfied prior to getting into the relationship. So what we're describing here is a girl that I'm completely satisfied with prior to even making her my girlfriend. So I mean, I think that would change a lot for me. But we'll see. Time will tell. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I think you're still early in your overall development. Yeah, I mean, how just like final question for me, like how do you think you've actually changed? Because I remember that first call that we had. It was weird. It's one of those things that just stays in my mind. Like I remember you booked in the call, you sent me your fucking LinkedIn profile. I was like, wow, this guy's trying really hard, man. This guy's trying really hard. Like this guy thinks I'm way more high value than I am. And I'm like, oh yeah, it was just funny. It reminds me when George first applied to work with me, he sent me an email on a Sunday. This was back when I had like 98 subscribers, and he's like, hey bro, sorry to message you on a Sunday. I'm sure you're busy. I'm like, in my head, I'm like, I'm not busy, dude. I'm not busy. I've got nothing going on. This is the first email I've had in 6 months. But yeah, I'm just if you could like go back to that time when you first reached out, to actually work with me, what was going through your mind, and what was it that you actually wanted, if that makes sense?
Yeah. Okay. So when I reached out to you, what I thought that I wanted was dates and a bunch of girlfriends. Just like every immature 23-year-old guy thinks that he wants the Dan Blazerian lifestyle. and thinks that he can sustain that lifestyle. Yeah, like it's funny. Now just going on a few dates helps me understand testosterone and like the need for it to replenish, right? Versus like before that, because I didn't have all these dates I was going on. I just thought, oh yeah, I'm gonna be seeing this girl on Tuesday, then that girl on Wednesday, and then that and then reality sets in. You get a skill set like this and you try something like that and you're like, this is actually unpleasant. This is actually like worse than not going on a date today. So yeah, that's funny. Yeah, law of diminishing return right there. But I thought that's what I wanted. I thought I wanted the Dan Bilzerian NBA player lifestyle where I'm just running through all these girls. And I thought that I wanted the highest belt notch count ever because that would make me more of a man and that would make me cooler in everybody's eyes. And that's what I thought that I wanted. And now I look back and I just wanted somebody to hug me back. Yeah, I wanted somebody to love me back. That's it. I just wanted the girls that I liked to like me back. And then when we went on dates and we got intimate, I wanted them to want to be intimate with me just as much as I wanted to be intimate with them. And after the date, right, next day, I wanted them to want to see me again just as much as I wanted to see them again. And yeah, it's just like I just wanted it reciprocated. I wanted it. I just wanted that love we talk about, that love, that validation. It's something I wouldn't have wanted to admit to myself before, but it's because it was lacking before, right? So it's always harder to admit. Versus like, for example, the rich guy has nothing to prove when it comes to money. He's already got it all, right? So it's the poor people that need to flash the nice designer clothes and the flashy watch. So same thing applies here. It's the it's the romantically ignored people, or the romantically scarce people that need to pretend to have all this romantic abundance and have all these women around. Same thing I was doing with my roommates and my friends at the time. We'd all talk about, oh, we got girls around. Oh, we could have these rotation of women if we really wanted to. But let's just take another bong rip and play video games tonight. Yeah, we're cool. We can get all the girls we want, but let's just do this tonight. Yeah, or we'd go out to a bar or a club and we're like, yeah, we could go up to that girl, but she's actually not that cute. Let's just do our own thing tonight. And it's just all these lies, these fabricated lies. Same thing. That guy wants the same thing that I wanted. We couldn't admit it to ourselves. And now I can, right? Now I've actually got the romantic abundance. Now I've already been validated just far too many times to count. So now it's just like, yeah, that's what I wanted all along. I wanted a girl to like me back and love me and just have this intimate experience with them and be able to do this consistently. Most importantly, not have this be a one-time thing where this happened one time in July of 2023, but to have this happen consistently throughout my life now. And so you imagine you unlock a skill set like this, and it's hard to foresee not having a romantically abundant dating life in the future. Yeah, like I'm wondering at what age this will taper off for me. And it would have to be like either a very traumatic event happens where I lose a limb or something, or a brain injury, or I just get 80 years old and I look like dust. I don't know when it would taper off, but it seems like it's only getting better. Yeah, each and every week that turns over, I've got a new video or a new live stream, and it just keeps getting better and better. So yeah, I forgot your initial question though.
No, you answered it. I think that's I think that was a great answer. It's interesting actually. I was at the Muay Thai gym today, and before I do my one-to-one classes, there's like a group coaching class, and there was this American guy speaking to this guy from the UK. And the American guy, maybe he was about 45 years old, and they were actually talking about the topic of dating. So I was just kind of like, I had one ear listening to their conversation, the other ear I was like listening to one of my coaches. But like, long story short, he was saying how difficult he found the dating in Bangkok. And like in my mind, I'm like, dude, like if you're struggling in Bangkok, something has seriously gone wrong. And I was like, what is going wrong with men today? And then the more we talked, I realized he was so negative. Like, he just wanted to talk about the news and how difficult, how difficult things were. And I'm like, you can't see, like, you don't know what you don't know. And a part of me wanted to go over to him and start coaching him and be like, listen, dude, it's not the environment, it's not the location, you're the problem. It doesn't matter how much money you've got, it doesn't matter this, and this. You are currently a negative motherfucker. That's why no one wants to date you, right? Again, it's not what you say, it's not how you say it, it's who you are when you say it. But then it just made me think, like, however many billions of people there are on this planet, say 7 billion people, maybe like 4.5 billion people, like whatever, maybe those are men. I don't know the actual statistics, but it just made me realize how many people are actually in need of something like this. And a lot of people are completely unaware that they actually need this. Like when I was 18 years old, I knew about daytime cold approach. I knew about the pickup space, right? But I always really hated it. I always hated the idea of being like some weird brain dead pickup artist. Like there was just something like some stigma about it. I didn't like it. But like just like listening to that guy's conversation, I'm like, there just must be so many men who are suffering in silence, who don't know what they don't know. And it's like, it just made me realize more and more that what we're doing right now, it has such a meteoric impact for so many people. And I think that's why it's so important to just have a long-term perspective with the content that we make, the approaches that we do, the conversations that we have. Like this is like for me where so many guys are struggling in their lives when it comes to dating, because like the dating thing, it's like the way you do anything is the way you do everything. So it's like it holds a mirror up to who you are and where you're at as an individual. I was just like, fucking hell, there's so many people who are in need of what it is that we teach, but they don't know it yet. And it's like I almost view it now as like I'm making content for the people who might not know what they need, but a future version of themselves will find this stuff and they'll find it at the right time, if that makes sense.
You know, I mean, this entire story that you just gave explains why I decided to hop on board with the mission, why I decided to create my own content and stand beside you on the front lines as we pave a way. It's because you're exactly right. I mean, it's just access. The guys that need this the most, they don't even know that it exists, and it's so unfortunate. Yeah, if they simply had access to this information, it would change their entire life. And I think a few months ago, Joseph, he put it in a great way, which is everything can be sorted in your life. Sure, money, sure, fitness, sure, fashion, sure, your looks maxed and your gym maxed. But, and I'll just put it very bluntly, if you're not getting laid consistently, if you're not getting laid at the cadence at which you would prefer, then you're still going to be dissatisfied in your life. And I remember I never thought too deep into why that was. Like, why does this area seem to hold way more weight than literally any other area of life? And it makes sense when you look at it from a biological perspective. And I remember this is what Joseph broke down in one of his videos a few months back, where he talked about like reproductive rights and the ability for like guys seem to want to be able to mate with the hottest girl, for example, just as is, just by virtue of being placed on this earth. And here I am, now I want the hottest girl, without having done anything, without having put any work into themselves, without having become the type of guy that is worthy of attracting that girl. Yeah. And yeah, it's just so interesting. It totally makes sense why this area feels as though it weighs so much more. Yeah, it's because it's literally biological. It's because if I can't get a girl to mate with me, then that means my genes are they're going to cease to exist. And this will be the last generation, right? And so it's like it makes sense why, like I guess here's a good way to put it. And I'm a breathing example of this, right? So I'm a guy who has his dating life sorted, where his other areas of life are not fully sorted. Finance, for example, right? Financially, I'm still in the hole, but my dating life is amazing. And I'm here to tell you that my life overall is fucking amazing. And I've been in a position where I've had less money, where I've had a lot more money. And this is the best life I've ever been living, even though I have very little money. Yeah. Even though I don't have the biggest muscle mass index. This is by far my favorite years of my life so far that I've ever lived was this past year. And it's because of the romantic abundance this newfound romantic abundance that I'm experiencing. It's just so amazing. And so now let's compare this to the guy that has every area of life sorted, but he has a shit dating life. I've also been in that position where, let's say, financially, I was a programmer making 6 figures at 22 years old, fresh out of a window washing job. And I was also working remotely. Yeah. So I wasn't even have to report into the office. And that was actually one of the most miserable times of my life, because half the time I was even able to muster up the courage to shoot my shot is because I was either on the way to work or I was near the office on my lunch break. Now I was working remotely. So that took away all of those opportunities to meet women, even though I was barely capitalizing on them back then anyways, before working with Kristian. And then I was making a bunch of money where guys were saying, once you make 6 figures, the girls are going to start sprinting at you, right? And then I had found this look with this cool beard, and I got the nose ring, and I'm going, all right, so technically I look good, I'm making good money, but my dating life is still shit, yeah? And so life sucked then, even though I had maybe more areas of life sorted, for example, than I do right now, because I was missing this area, because I was lacking in this area of my life. Life was miserable, in all honesty. Yeah, it didn't matter I was making 115K. What does it matter if I don't have anybody to share that experience with? What does it even matter, right? So yeah, I just wanted to add that in there. Is it now is very clear to me why this area of life seems to hold so much more weight than other areas. And that's exactly why I wanted to jump on this mission, is because sure, I was a programmer. Sure, people would look at me and go, oh my God, you could have had a career as a pro, and still maybe I plan on getting back into the industry. But the point is, the impacts that I was making by writing a few lines of code for some software. Yeah, at the time, I think it was like healthcare software. It was like it was like Zoom for healthcare or something. And then before that, it was like employee tracking analytics. Whatever fucking impact I would have had by being on a team of 7 engineers and creating this technology, it's not nearly the impact that I'm going to have by just plastering my face on the internet as a poster child of a guy that had a shit dating life and now has a better one, and just laying out the steps how I got here. I think that that's just way more valuable. I feel as though I've already touched way more lives in this last year and a half of putting out content that I have in my entire life. Whatever job I was doing, washing windows, serving at a restaurant, right? So yeah, it's just been a pleasure to be a part of this mission, mate. And this is something you all started, or something you started. So yeah, excited to see where this goes.
Yeah, me too. And for the people who are curious, where can they find you? Where can they learn more about who you are and what you do?
Yeah, so I run this documentary channel. It's called Pull University. It's a channel where I just pick up a camera and I film my life. Started out, I was making videos more so tailored to like topics, and now at this point, I just, here, cousin, hold this camera, let's go. And we walk around downtown doing socially free activities such as speaking loudly in public, something that I'm sure the majority of the viewers that are watching right now are too afraid to do. Recording myself in public, and then most importantly, walking over to girls that I find attractive in public on camera. I did it yesterday with a fucking cane in my hand. Yeah, I ended up spraining my knee, so I had a cane. And I was walking up to girls with a cane. Yeah, guys are talking about, oh, I'm bald, I'm too short. Like, I'm just going to try to knock out these limiting beliefs one at a time. Yeah, maybe I'll just get extreme and shave my head one of these days. We'll see. But yeah, you can find me over there, Pull University. You can just follow along my journey. And then the second place you can find me, once doors reopen, we've got this underground community, this underground legendary space that we call the Entourage. It's for super high achievers that want to get good at cold approach, pretty much. Super high achievers, they want to max out their life in every area. And then the common thread among us all is that we all have the balls to walk over to the girl that we like. And right now we've only got like 50 members. So in theory, there's only 50 of us in the world right now, which is pretty damn cool. So yeah, doors are closed right now. We've already hit our capacity, but as soon as Kristian decides to reopen his doors and accept applications, then I recommend that you apply. So
No, that sounds good. Yeah, I'll link your stuff in the title and in the description, so people can click on that and they can cross-pollinate and go over. They can watch your stuff, they can subscribe, they can like, they can comment, all that good YouTubey stuff. I know that you've got to move your car very soon, so yeah, I just wanted to say just a really big thank you, because you show up to these live streams with me pretty much weekly at this point. You don't need to do it, but you do it, and yeah, I just really appreciate it. It's one of the strongest friendships that have formed since we did our whole Warsaw expedition. And I thought that I was going to get into cold approach because I wanted to meet women. And honestly, the friendships that I've formed along the way have actually been way more meaningful and memorable, which has actually been weird for me, because I didn't grow up with any friends. I didn't grow up with any romantic option. Like, it's just nice, now for me to actually have these conversations, work with people, inspire people. And now you're going on your way and you're doing your own thing. I just think that's fucking cool. So yeah, we'll do more of these in the future. But yeah, hopefully the guys like what you've got to say and they go over and they watch your stuff, because I think it's really fucking cool.
Yeah, wow, thank you, mate. It's all a testament to what you're able to teach me. So I really appreciate it. We'll do many more of these live streams. Certainly, stay sexy.
All right, stay sexy. Change is uncomfortable. If you could be making the money you want to be making, if you could be dating the women you want to be dating, if you could be living the life you want to be living, you would already be doing all of these things. But you're not. In order for us to accelerate and get to the next level, we have to metaphorically crucify this current version of us and become the version of us who can actually achieve these things. So rather than being like, oh, I want to attract this absolute 10 of a woman, right? It's like, oh, who do I need to become in order to be able to attract that woman? Like, who do I need to become to make this amount of money a month, a year? Who do I need to become in order to feel super confident in myself? So rather than chasing these materialistic goals, we chase an identity. I think when we chase an identity, it makes it more doable, because it's like, oh, I can take the actions of the person who already does these things.
I like the idea of guys working towards greatness and putting in that hard work and effort into doing that. So I've kind of got this idea of at least breaking that down into 3 areas that I can kind of pick your brain on. Those 3 areas are mindset, because I feel like if you've got that inner game or that shadow work sorted, whatever people want to call it, if you've got that down, then that definitely is like most of the battle already essentially achieved. Lifestyle, because I think, you know, when you think about a guy who is at the top of his game in his life, he's traveling, he's on top of his fitness, nutrition and stuff, so it'd be cool to kind of pick your brain on things that you do, as well as maybe what you recommend to other guys to kind of do with that. Last one, of course, is dating. How can you be an absolute legend in the field of dating as well? So I'll kind of give you the choice. We can do them in any kind of order, or we can do them in literally that order that I've just said. So mindset, lifestyle, and then dating.
We'll start with mindset.
Mindset. Okay, so in your opinion, what can guys do to become an absolute fucking legend with their mindset?
Yeah, that's a big...
It's a very
big question.
Philosophical question, isn't it?
Big question.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think for me the biggest shift came when I understood that perception was reality. Okay. So the way that I viewed the world, or the way that I perceived the world, was the way that the world started to respond to me. So if I left the house thinking that everybody was going to be against me, every approach was going to go terrible, all of the women were going to be really frosty, no one was going to be receptive, then usually I became what I thought, and my perception of the world around me definitely translated into my overall reality there. So understanding that perception is definitely reality, and I do think that as somebody who has done a lot of the external work, like when I first started making my videos 4 years ago, I was definitely, I mean, I just come out the fucking gulags. Like, I wasn't in a cheery position whatsoever. And definitely with all the guys who I work with, guys who should be absolutely crushing it on paper with women who look really good, what I've noticed is they still feel like the ugly duckling inside, like the internal hasn't caught up with the external. And the analogy that I always use is it's like working your bollocks off to buy a Lamborghini and then being too scared to drive it. So I actually do think, and this has changed from when I first started, but I do think that success with women, with business, with fitness, whatever it is that you actually want to become successful with, I do think it's about 93% in a game. Like, if somebody brainwashed me right now, like if somebody like inserted an SD card or sprayed me with like some like really like clever cologne and brainwashed me into believing that I was just like the most fuckable man on the planet, somebody like brainwashed me into believing that I was like God's gift to women, I was the greatest entrepreneur alive, like if someone actually brainwashed me into believing that, then I would act in accordance with that affirmation. My actions would match my ambitions. And
like I've met a lot of guys, and the guys who are in my network, they're like, yeah, I've traveled to Colombia, I've gone to this place and this place, and it's like always the guys who are doing the best, especially when it comes to women. They might not be the best looking, they might not be the most in shape, they might not even be making the most money, but like they outscore everybody on, I think, the metric that matters the most, and is a metric that I think has the biggest purchasing power in the sexual marketplace, which is belief. Like, if you genuinely do believe in yourself, and I think it's got almost like diluted in cliches that you might see in Instagram posts, like believe in yourself, you know, all this stuff, but like it's actually the ultimate aphrodisiac. I think if you actually do genuinely believe fully in yourself, which is like believing in your product, believing that you are the best thing on this earth, because there's no rules to any of this stuff, we get to decide. I do think that is going to be a massive game changer for a lot of people. Getting to that place is definitely a different story, so I don't know if you want to like go into how to actually develop that core belief in yourself.
Oh, absolutely. You know, and in fact, on some of the things that you said there, definitely, I mean, self-affirmation is an element of what people need to be doing. They need to actually say to themselves, like, oh, I am actually good at something. People are too quick to knock themselves, and if they haven't yet had some kind of good experience for whatever reason, then I think it's very difficult for them to actually try and give themselves those affirmations and actually tell themselves they are capable of getting good results in something, or actually they are a good human being, or they are good at doing something. Have you ever, with your clients, ever dealt with someone who's, you know, their negativity was just very overwhelming for them, and that was like literally the one thing that was just preventing them from getting good results, until you finally knocked it out of them, and it was like, oh, they've stepped out of their own way here, and now they're actually getting good results because they believe in themselves for doing it?
Yeah, so for me, I actually something that I give to people for free before they even consider actually working with me. It's a free course that I give out to people, and in that free course there's something called the Personal Renaissance document. So I think that people actually get affirmations wrong. Whenever people make affirmations, they're always like, I'm confident, I'm great with women, I make lots of money, whatever.
Very simple, isn't it? It's
actually the pronoun which is the problem. So most people refer to themselves as I, but what I found to be true over the years is affirmations are actually more powerful when you refer to yourself in the third person, as if somebody else is saying it. Because if somebody else is saying something about you, that actually allows the affirmation to carry greater emotional weight. So rather than saying to myself, I am the most fuckable man on the planet, I can attract any woman I want into my life, it's actually more powerful if I replace I with Kristian. So instead of being like I replace I with Kristian. So Kristian is the most fuckable man on the planet. Oh, Kristian can attract any woman who he wants into his life. Oh, Kristian is making £100,000 per month with his multi-international coaching business. Why is that funny?
just how you said it with such a deadpan voice throughout that.
Yeah, but like that's all in my Personal Renaissance document. So I've already created mine, and I share it with the guys who are in my network.
Also, you actually you've written something down as like
mine is Chris. Okay, so mine is Kristian Kasanova is a 7-figure entrepreneur. He makes £100,000 per month from his multi-international coaching empire. The reason why Kristian's clients are desperate to work with him is because he's the #1 cold approach coach on the planet, yada yada yada.
So you've got a vision board?
Yeah, it's Personal Renaissance document. Yeah. So it's not a vision board, because most vision boards are stupid, because most vision boards...
Yeah, but it's more picture based.
Yeah, but like most people refer to themselves in the first person, but for me, it makes more sense if you refer to yourself in the third person, as if somebody else is saying it, and you talk about yourself as if it's already happened. So rather than like, I want to make
it's Kristian is making, right? And then by tapping into that frequency, you feel as though what it would feel like to be that version of you. That's step one. And then step two is actually to act as if you already are that person. So like, what would that £100,000 per month version of me look like? What would he move like? How would he operate, right? It's like, he's got that abundance mentality. So whatever he spends, he'll make back. Yeah, if he sees the most attractive woman in the venue, okay, then that version of me would go over, he would talk to her. He wouldn't worry about money or finances because he's got that abundance mentality. So it's crafting your character strategically and then referring to yourself in the third person as though you've already achieved those things. Like, that's what I did 4 years ago before I'd actually started any of this stuff. I already referred to myself as the #1 cold approach coach on the planet. I'd already met myself in the future, who I wanted to be, and then I reverse engineered it. And now 4 years later, I've become what I practiced, I've become what I had in my mind, because it doesn't happen by luck, it happens by design. So I always used to be one of those people who was like, oh, that's really abstract, that's really woo-woo. Like, it's just kind of, I'm a practical person and I like practical solutions. But then once I actually understood that everything that's ever been created in this world it's all started off with a thought. It's like, oh, a skyscraper, a yacht, like a fucking coffee table. It's all started because somebody imagined that it could be possible to create it. And it's the same with identity as well. Like, if you can imagine it, you can become it. We become what we practice. So you create your personal renaissance document, you refer to yourself in the third person, and then you act as if you already are that person. And then every action that you take, you're investing into the identity of the person who you want to embody. So that's how change happens fast. And again, that's like a free thing I give away on my channel. It's my most fuckable man course. If you go into any one of my YouTube videos, the descriptions are all the same. You can access it for free. I'll walk you through the step-by-step process of actually concocting your own document. And most of the people who actually join the network, that's the reason why they actually joined. They were like, I did the personal renaissance document, I really enjoyed that, and then I wanted to connect with you on a deeper level. So yeah, that's cool. So if you've not done that, then I would say you should do it.
Well, what I like actually with what you've said there is when you're speaking of it, you're almost speaking about yourself then in past tense with the affirmation. So it's as if the change has already happened and you are now that better man. You are that person that you want to be. And in a way, it's kind of then you're actually allowing yourself to just sort of, I don't know if like stepping into your footsteps is probably the right term for it, or at least that's how I'm like envisioning it, that, you know, if that's the person that you want to be, why not just say, I'm already that person, I'm already doing it. And then when you go and take action, it's a matter of you essentially already embodying this new person that you want to be. Does that make sense? Have I kind of made that? Right?
Yeah, it's like, acting as if, like, the way that I operate my life is like, I'm already a millionaire, I just don't have the money in my pocket yet. It's like, I'm already the most famous man on the planet, I'm just waiting for the rest of the world to catch up. So it's like, the way that I perceive myself now is like before I started everything 4 years ago, my perception of myself was very dire, it was very dismal, it was very self-deprecating. Whenever I had like a positive intention or any sort of thing that positive pops into my mind, I would immediately like try to like quash it, be like, yeah, stay in your lane, who do you think you are? Like, you're never going to be able to do any of these things. I just came from like conditioning from childhood, and I think that's why doing all of this stuff, like, people label it as woo-woo, because the whole point of the ego is self-preservation. It's like, it wants to keep you static, it wants to keep you safe. But by doing these exercises, actually referring to yourself in the third person, acting as if you already are that person, it will feel a little bit weird at first, but that like change is uncomfortable. I think in order to reach that next level, because the way that I always frame it to people is like, if you could be making the money you want to be making, if you could be dating the women you want to be dating, if you could be living the life you want to be living, you would already be doing all of these things. but you're not, right? So in order for us to accelerate and get to the next level, we have to metaphorically crucify this current version of us and become the version of us who can actually achieve these things. So rather than chasing goals, we chase an identity. So rather than being like, oh, I want to attract this absolute 10 of a woman, right? It's like, oh, who do I need to become in order to be able to attract that woman? Like, who do I need to become to make this amount of money a month, a year? Who do I need to become in order to feel super confident in myself? So rather than chasing these materialistic goals, we chase an identity. I think when we chase an identity, it makes it more doable, because it's like, oh, I can take the actions of the person who already does these things. So it's like, you know, like fucking looking after yourself, training, sleeping well, like eating good food, approaching women each day, like looking after people in your family. So I think it's better to chase an identity rather than it is to chase a goal, if that makes sense.
Yeah, and as you kind of worked on yourself over the last 4 years, I mean, even when I remember when you started, yeah, there's certainly a shift in mindset from then until now. The things that you mentioned, is that what you kind of did early on in your sort of like approaching journey, that you'd kind of embodied all these mindset shifts, and that's what took place, or what was the how did things start for you, and then at what point did you start incorporating these changes and then notice those changes?
Yeah, so I've always seen cold approach as a catalyst for the rest of my life. Like, I never got into cold approach because I wanted to cold approach purely to cold approach. Like, I always saw cold approach as a way of leveling myself up across the board. So I was like, okay, if I can do this really scary thing that 99% of guys are never going to do in their lives, it's going to allow me to, it's almost a cheat code into becoming that top 1% guy, which I think a lot of guys who watch these sort of videos, that's what they're striving to become. They want to separate themselves from the herd. They're probably in a place in their life where they feel disgusted with the person that they become. They want to reject ordinary. They're like, fuck mediocrity, I want to become something more. So that's what cold approach was for me. I think a lot of the guys who watch my stuff, I think unfortunately they get confused by the content that I create. They have this image in their mind where they think that I'm parading around the pavements for 8 hours a day just like chasing women, or they think that I think cold approach is this like holy grail of meeting women. Like, I think once you've mastered it, it's an incredibly efficient way, but it's more about the person that you become through this process, and then how you utilize the skill set and apply it to the rest of your life. Like, I don't teach cold approach because I want my guys to stay on the streets. Like, the streets are the dojo. The streets are like the training ground. You will learn everything you ever need to about seduction, about sales, which are basically the same thing. You'll learn everything that you need on the streets. But for me, you don't want to get stuck on the streets. It's like, okay, you've learned how to approach, how to converse, how to close. You've learned how to connect with your most authentic self. You've learned the skill set on the streets. But then it's like, how do I apply that as I go about my entire life? So it's like, right, at a party, at a bar, at a festival. So I like to view cold approach as this ultimate self-improvement exercise. Once you've mastered the skill set of cold approach, I do believe the world is yours, because that's what it's been for me anyway. I used to think I was confident before I got started with cold approach because I spent a decade as a magician. And then I realised I just had situational confidence. Take away a pack of cards from my hands and I just was very scared. But now I've developed that core confidence through cold approach, where I just believe that no matter what, I can handle it. There's a really great quote which is, throw me in hell, I'll find a way to enjoy it. So that's what cold approach is for me. It's not like just cold approaching, oh, I'll approach today, I'll do like 10 sets and then I'll message my, I just think that's just like a fucking retarded way of cold approaching. I think that's like where most of these losers get stuck, because that's like a decade out of date. Like, yeah, like we both know, you can meet incredible women just on the streets. Like she's coming out of Zara, you can meet the love of your life just zipping past you. But for me, it's more holistic than that. It's who do we become through this process, and that's the way that I've always viewed it. It's like, for me to meet my wife-worthy woman, it's about me becoming the version of me who's ready to receive her. So that's how cold approach has played out for me.
And I agree with you that, you know, every approach that you're doing is essentially training you up to be the person that you want to be, who is going to be that right kind of guy for that perfect girl out there that they want to have a relationship with or get married to and have kids with as well. No, very interesting. So I think, I mean, again, I always love the practical side of things. What can guys new to the idea of trying to work on their mindset to this legendary status, what kind of action steps can they take to work on that inner confidence?
Yeah, so I think that becoming a fucking legend is actually easier now than it's ever been before, because most people are sheep, most people are static spectators rather than active players, right? So most people just glued to a screen all day fucking scrolling TikTok. So your competition is actually not that fierce. But I would say, super practical terms, I think any guy who is serious about transforming, especially guys who are clicking on this type of content, it's like, you already know in yourself there's action that needs to be taken, right? You're not ordinary. You're not ordinary if you're watching this type of content, because it means that you've already got a call to action inside of you. So you're ready to create something special. Do 100 direct cold approaches ASAP. That's the formula that I give to everybody. 100 direct cold approaches, which literally means you finding 100 women who you find attractive, going over to them, being like, hi, excuse me, you look amazing, have a good day. You just do that 100 times. If you can do that 100 times, you're going to operate on a completely different frequency to 99% of guys. The reason why I say 100 is because, in my experience, that's what it takes to actually develop proficiency. If you just do one approach, it doesn't really make that much difference. Like, you might feel on like a little bit of a high for like a couple of days, but then it'll subside. 10, meh. Once you've done 100 direct cold approaches, you're going to be operating on what I call godly frequency, because you're going to be like, whoa, I've done 100 right now. It will start to feel as effortless as drinking water after you've done 100 direct cold approaches. And that would be the main thing that I would give to anybody. Like, a guaranteed way of developing that rock star confidence. Do 100 direct cold approaches as soon as possible. View the rep itself as the reward. Be action focused rather than outcome dependent. So you're not approaching these women to get phone numbers, to get dates, to get happy endings. You're viewing it like going to the gym, right? You're lifting the barbell, not necessarily because you want to get a bigger chest, but to prove to yourself that you've got the strength to do the thing. So once you've done that 100 times, you will feel like a completely new man. And this is what I suggest to guys before they even consider working with me, joining my network, traveling the world with me. It's like, go outside, do 100 direct cold approaches, and get yourself to that level where you go from 0 to 1. Yeah, because once you've gone from 0 to 1, just being at that place where you've already got 100 direct cold approaches under your belt, it doesn't even matter. You could be 21, you could be 31, you could be fucking 71. Get 100 direct cold approaches done as soon as possible. You'll start to feel like a fucking legend. Because when I was first learning magic, like at 13 years old, I had severe social anxiety. I used to break out into these sweating fits at school when I got put on the spot to answer questions. I understood that belief follows action, right? I can't think my way into this fucking legendary state. I need to take difficult action. I need to dive bomb into discomfort. I need to use resistance as my compass. And every time you're able to just jump into something that scares you, you just start to develop more of that belief. But for me, anyway, in my experience, belief follows action.
No, I think that's a great way to put it. So as long as guys are at least taking action, approaching women, also perceiving this sort of new version of themselves, and rather than saying I will be that person, say that they are already that person. And in fact, rather than saying I, swap it with their own name to make it as an even clearer and bolder statement, which I think it then, by the sounds of it, they'll relate to it even more. It sinks in more because they're having their name thrown in there. It's a bit like if someone tells you off, if they don't use your name, it doesn't quite hit hard. But I think when someone says like Daniel, how can you use it? Then it's like, okay, right, yep, you've caught my attention loud and clear here. So interesting. No, I like that there's very simple changes and tweaks that people can make, and also just creating. I suppose I know you don't like terming it as a vision board. In my mind, I'm gonna kind of perceive it as a vision board. So
document.
You've got the text version. I've got the image version in my mind. But it sounds like as well that just having also something to be aiming towards or working towards can just help to. I don't know if lubricate the process is probably the right term for it, but it just gets the ball rolling. And I think even just respecting the fact that you're not going to just be an overnight success with your mindset. You're not just going to suddenly wake up the next day and be like, you know what, I am an absolute fucking legend. You have to work at it, and you have to give yourself. Would you say you have to kind of give yourself like a window of time, or it's just I'm aiming forward, and it is happening. Not it will happen. It is happening.
Yeah. So for me, the unfortunate reality is you need to share the document with people. Like if you just keep it to yourself, the high likelihood is nothing will actually change.
We're talking about accountability now, yeah.
Yeah, so the affirmations need to be met with accountability. The problem with most people today is they don't want to share their dreams with the world because they're worried what other people are going to think of them. But this is castrating you of your confidence. Like, this is the reason why I get the guys who are in my network to share their Renaissance document with the rest of the people in the group, because it feels uncomfortable. Nobody wants to share their innermost desires with other people, but it's only by sharing them that you actually give yourself permission to achieve them. Because once you've shared them, it holds you accountable, yeah, but it's like you actually just start to develop this zero fucks given attitude. It's like, this is me, this is who I want, this is what I want. It's like you're just like putting your stake in the ground. It's like, yeah, this is what I want, and you've got full transparency of desire. Then I think that the biggest problem that guys make whenever they're trying to go on this journey of personal renaissance is they keep everything to themselves. Yeah, they don't have people, like they've not found their tribe. They don't have their brothers around them who they can actually like lean on to hold them accountable. So once that secret is out there, it actually, for me anyway, and for the guys who I work with, it actually makes it seem more likely, because now it's like, oh, the rest of the world knows. It's not this like closet secret anymore. So yeah, in terms of setting a timeline, I don't think it's that important. I think what's more important is actually you have the emotional bravery to share it with people who actually understand it. I think that's the most important point. And that's the reason why I put my network together, because it's this echo chamber of empathy. There's nothing that my guys can't share with each other that they're just going to get flooded with support. Even if a guy's like, hey guys, I'm struggling at the moment. I'm struggling with addictions. Like I'm really in a bad place. It's like, boom, flooded with support. Like I've had conversations with people who I've worked with that they've never had conversations like that before, because they know that they can trust me. So I think just find your tribe of people, attract your people, repel the rest, make sure you've got your document, and then actually have the emotional bravery to share it. I think that's the most important thing.
Which kind of leads on to, I think, the next section, which is creating that lifestyle of a legend. Because I quite like that, even with the community side of things, like being able to work with one of your clients here in Amsterdam, and I know obviously you're going to have another client tomorrow. I think it's been brilliant that your reach has become international, that you are working with clients all over the place, and you've also created for yourself this like international man of mystery lifestyle that has allowed you to travel with work, which certainly makes it, I think, even more attractive to the women that you're meeting when you're going out and about, especially in the conversations that I've sort of filmed you and heard you have with people. So what can guys do to also now work on this area of their life, their lifestyle? What can they do to become a legend in the lifestyle area? I know it's an even broader title, but I suppose we'll kind of limit it to things like health or fitness, nutrition, traveling, social circle, community, those sort of things. And maybe if there's anything else even outside of that, those bubbles. But yeah, in general, as a lifestyle, what can guys do?
Yeah, so I think this is an important aspect, because I think good game can't make up for a shitty location. So I think you need to really make sure that you go where you're valued, you go where you're appreciated, you go where you find the women attractive, you enjoy the weather, yada yada yada. So just for context, when I started everything in 2020, I had £24.82 of universal credit in my bank account, right? So I was completely broke at that point in my life. I was 23 years old. I was actually borrowing money from my mum in order for me to pay for things. Like when we first filmed together, like that was money that some money came through from Magic, other money I had to just borrow from like family members, because I just didn't have the money in my bank account to facilitate any of this stuff. But I just knew that I knew who I wanted to be, because it started off with the personal renaissance document. I knew that I wanted to be the best in the world.
Was it also called the personal renaissance document for you?
No, at the time, no.
Did it have more of a quirky name?
No, it was just like a fucking PDF that I wrote. It was just like who I want to be.
Kristian's dream job.
Vision, yeah, exactly, yeah. And then when I got in contact with you, and I was like, hey, I've heard you're the guy to do the filming side of things for me, and like it didn't even matter what figure you said to me. Like it didn't matter how much it was going to cost. I knew I was going to do whatever it took to get that money together. Like I was going to pay for the train ticket, it doesn't matter. And like I think this is the biggest problem that I see with guys today. They are, quite frankly, just little bitches. They don't have what it takes. They don't have this killer mindset where it's like, right, I've got this vision, I know who I want to be, I'm going to do whatever it takes to achieve this thing. It's like, oh yeah, you know, like maybe I'll do it next year. Oh, I need to talk to my dog about it.
Yeah, they kind of give up and create excuses.
It's complete bullshit. You're never gonna get anywhere. So, like the point being, when I started, I had no money, right? No money whatsoever. 14 months later, I was living internationally, right? 14 months later, I had my first European jaunt to Krakow in Poland. So I left my 9-to-5 job like 14 months after starting with nothing, like literally nothing. I got money from the fucking government. Like 14 months after starting, I then had £3,000 in my bank account, which is still next to nothing, but that £3,000 demonstrated to me that I had a safety net that I could optimize to actually make something of this coaching business. So 14 months after I started, I left my 9-to-5. I was working in the Railway Museum in York. I was a public speaker, and I left that job like 14 months after I started filming with you, and then I started living internationally, like started to live this international lifestyle. But for me, realistically, if you want to do the whole international lifestyle, I believe just to get started, you only actually need £2,000 a month of recurring revenue to actually be able to go anywhere you want in the world. I had a conversation with one of the guys in my network, Joseph, who's been living internationally for the past decade, and we both agreed on this figure. If you can find a way, this is just at the start. Like I don't want anybody to think that you should have aspirations of just making £2,000 a month, like recurring. But to get started, that's actually a solid number. Like if you can make £2,000 a month recurring, so maybe you can do e-commerce, you can do drop shipping, you can do affiliate marketing, you could be a high ticket remote closer, so you do like sales and like sell other people's products. £2,000 per month recurring, you can pretty much live anywhere you want in the world. Like, are you going to be able to live in a penthouse in Dubai? No, but you can still get an Airbnb in Dubai if you really wanted to go to Dubai. But like
you can go to Southeast Asia and live like an absolute king. You actually don't need as much money as you think. Once you've started to accrue that money by doing whatever you're doing, for me it was building a personal brand on YouTube, so creating videos, giving value for free, and then once people know, like, and trust me, putting an offer in front of them. So, but I actually wouldn't recommend that to most people, because building a brand on social media is going to take a crazy amount of time and energy and commitment. Like we both know, like doing YouTube, it's a lot of work, and unless you actually feel as though it speaks to your soul on an energetic level, I actually think you're better off doing something else. So like fucking sales, e-commerce, drop shipping. Just find a vehicle that suits your personality. You don't need to be a multi-millionaire to have a multi-millionaire-esque lifestyle. And I think what it was for me, once I got that first taste, like I lived in Krakow in 2022. My Airbnb cost £296 for the month. Like £296 for the month. In Leeds, the city that I was living, it cost me about £1,200 for all of my expenses. And I could live via Airbnb in Krakow, £296 all in. Didn't have to pay for water, council tax, Wi-Fi, electricity. It was all in that price. So once you found your vehicle to actually make money, honestly, I do believe the world's your oyster. But I think that going from that 0 to 1, I think that's the biggest step for most people. But I think that a lot of people don't realise how doable the whole international lifestyle is. I think for a lot of people, it's the fear of the unknown, right? Comfort is the biggest enemy. It's like, oh, well, you know, I've got my comfortable job. I'm working at the fucking Four Seasons Hotel. I make X amount. It's like, you could be doing a lot more than you're currently doing. It's just about taking that leap of faith.
Absolutely, the picture with the lifestyle element of becoming a legend. And I suppose the other half of it is really like, what did you do for like your health, fitness and nutrition? Because I mean, I must admit, I love your eating habit. I think even after all these years, I still find it kind of funny. But I mean, share with guys, what do you do to take care of yourself? Because I know you get comments on your videos. I've seen your comments on your videos of how hilarious it is, where guys are saying like, oh, he's such a good looking dude. He's always managed to just impress women with his physique and stuff. But people don't really consider how hard you've worked for it. And I know, at least in the 4 years that I've known you, the level of fitness you've done with going to the gym and doing like your barbell and dumbbell weights and things, and then the random eating times that you've got, especially when you were going through your porridge phase as well. But yeah, I mean, share with guys, what kind of things have you done to work on your physique that potentially guys at home can mimic and have a go at themselves?
Yeah, definitely. I think that whenever I see these comments like, oh, it's easy for this guy, he's got X, Y, Z. Oh, it's like, again, most of these people online are genuinely retarded, because when I first started making videos 4 years ago, the narrative was very different. It was always, this guy's ugly, this guy's physically disadvantaged, this guy's a 4 out of 10 at best.
Yeah, I remember that they just knock you for literally everything.
So people want to see you do well, they don't want to see you do better than them. And I've noticed that once I've started to surpass people, the narrative has shifted significantly. Now it's like, oh, this guy gets results because of the way that he looks. Well, hang on a minute, 4 years ago, it was a case of I couldn't get anywhere because of the way that I looked, right? So the way you start is not the way that you finish, right? I'm a perfect example of that, and that's why I've used this channel on my YouTube to document the entire process, right? I started off in the absolute mud, and now I'm in a position in my life where people are actually criticizing me because of the vanity metrics that I've accumulated. The only people who will ever criticize you are people who hate themselves, right? People who hate themselves. You'll never find a successful person who hates on other people, right? Because they're successful, they don't need to. So it's always the low-life losers who've got something to say, right? So that needs to be kept in mind. Whenever you get criticized, whenever someone says something like nasty about you, it's always a reflection on that person. They are deeply unhappy with where their life is. And it would have been very easy of me to go down that route as well. Like, I could have ventured towards that, like, black pill, bitter, or all this fucking nonsense. But, like, ultimately what I learned is no one else is coming to save you. No one gives a flying fuck about you, right? If you want to wallow, if you want to cry, you want to complain, I've got to a point now where I just don't have time for those people. There's a guy who commented on one of my videos the other day who just like fucking complain or whatever. I'm like, yeah, cool, dating's over for you. Go fucking lie in a ditch somewhere, because I don't really care anymore. It's like, if I've been able to make something of myself from where I started to where I'm at now, if you don't want to put the effort in, then honestly, fuck you, because like it just demonstrates like who you actually are as a person. Like, why would a woman want to date you if you can't even, like, you wouldn't even want to date yourself anyway? So to answer your question, my eating habits, yeah, so I think like I've been doing intermittent fasting for a really long time, so I basically don't eat for 24 hours, and that allows me to feel mentally sharp. I feel more mentally cognizant. I can reiterate my thoughts better. But I think once you start living internationally, you're going to find a lot of discomfort. You're going to be out of a routine. So the thing that's always helped me is just doing like sprints. So wherever I go in the world, I find a really steep hill, and I'll sprint up that hill, like, you know, sprint up, jog back, sprint up, jog back. That's just been a really great way to just sort of live that sort of like legendary lifestyle. Like doing those sprints really puts you into a different sort of frequency. When I was living,
that's what you do for fitness wise, when you're traveling around, especially if you haven't been able to get like a gym membership somewhere, or is that you still get a gym membership and you go and find a hill and go running?
Usually I'll just find a hill and go running. Yeah, it's just like, I just find it's just a better high than any sort of like weightlifting. So I find like if I'm doing any sort of weightlifting, I always find I'm very static. I'm sat down on like weight, whatever. So I just like those like short bursts of intensity where I go hard, get it done within 30 minutes, and it's like, by doing that at the start of my day, it's like I've front loaded, and everything else that I do that day feels a lot easier. So like when I was living in Cyprus at the start of this year, myself and Efrem, who's a member of the entourage, is we did sprints at the start of our day, and then we went back, we had a cold shower, and then we did our approaching sessions together, and we just found that the approaches were just so much more seamless, because we'd already done the most difficult thing at the start of the day. Once we did the sprints, like, approaching women felt completely effortless. So yeah, I mean, my routine's pretty simple. I just try not to eat like really shit food. I sprint. I just like sprint my absolute bollocks off, and then I get cold showers, and I then will cold approach women who I find attractive, and that makes me feel nice.
Okay, and I suppose really like final question, just to give guys a bit of a structure with how they can attempt to do that themselves as well. What kind of frequency, or how frequently I should probably say, are you doing workouts a week? How do you spread that out? How long are you doing them for? And then as for eating habits as well, what does that kind of look like, and what are your meals typically when you're doing that? Because of course all these things will help shape your physique, and it sounds like even with how you think about stuff and articulate things, it also seems to make a difference. And I know in all the years I've known you, you've been very good at being able to articulate stuff, far better than me anyway. So yeah, just how frequently would you do all these things, and yeah, what sort of things would you eat?
Yeah, so you literally sprint 3 times a week. That's all you need to do. Like 30 minutes. That's it. You only need 30 minutes. And before anyone's like, oh, I work a 9-to-5 job. Oh, I live in the UK. No one gives a flying fuck. Like, I was doing these sprints when I was working. Like, before I started work at the Railway Museum, I would set an alarm for 5 a.m. And this was like during December in the UK, in Leeds. I would walk out my apartment. I would do sprints. And I would go back, I'd get a cold shower when it was like -2 outside. Then I would do my job at the Railway Museum. Whilst I went to the Railway Museum, I'd be editing my videos in the fucking library during my lunch break. And then I would come back and do whatever. But like, so just the point that I'm making is,
there's always going to be an excuse that you can make, right? But it just comes down to how much you actually want it. Like, if you actually want to live like a fucking legend, if you actually want to live a life that most men don't live, you have to be prepared to do what most men aren't prepared to do. So there really is no reason why you can't do these things. It literally takes 30 minutes a day, well, not even a day, like 3 times a week. So like 30 minutes 3 times a week, you can do your hill sprints or just fucking sprints, just sprint. And I just eat once a day. Like, I usually eat at like 6 p.m. I don't really have any structure anymore, really, in terms of like counting calories, counting macros, like tracking my protein. Like, I went through that phase, and I kind of feel like it's a bit autistic now. I'm like, I'm not trying to compete to be Mr. Olympia. I'm not trying to compete with fucking Chris Bumstead. Like, I'm not trying to be Alex Hormozy. Like, I'm not trying to be one of the fitness guys. Like, that's not my realm. Do you know what I mean? It's like I'm not trying to out-compete the fitness guys, because there's just far too many guys in the world who've got better bodies than me. So like, I'm not trying to compete with the fitness people. I'm just doing it because I enjoy doing it. So it's like, I think that's the best way to do all of these things. It's like, just do it because you enjoy it. It's like, be excited about who you are, even more excited about who you're becoming. Like, there's always going to be somebody who's got a fucking better body than you, who's making more money than you, who's got a fucking better colour Bugatti than you.
So final area then, which you, in a way, we've kind of sort of touched on it a lot, and you've actually given some good examples, but how can guys now work on the dating element? How can they be a legend in dating? And for some guys that might be having like multiple dates and seeing lots of women, whereas others it could be the idea that they get so confident with talking to women that they desensitize themselves with approaching. And like with what you mentioned before, that, you know, that they are building themselves up to be the person that they want to be, so when they meet that ideal woman, they are ready for them, and they'll be kind of embraced by them as well. So what kind of action steps can guys do to work on their dating and, I suppose, be a legend in that as well?
Yeah, I think first of all, for me, it all depends on what you actually want. Yeah, so one of my good friends, Joseph, said to me once that you actually only need one woman to think that you're a fucking legend. That's all you actually need. Like, all of this, like, oh, be a high value man, have like multiple women on the go, have this rotation of 50,000 fucking women in your fucking harem. Like, yeah, cool, that might sell on social media. If you're a bald guy, you've got fucking sunglasses on, you've got like a fucking high net worth, then people will probably gobble that shit up, like, what colour's your fucking Bugatti? But I think for most guys, like, genuinely what they actually want, like we spoke about, is they just want to be wanted. That's all they fucking want. Like, if you could just find one amazingly awesome woman the next time you left her house, she just thought that you were the dog's bollocks, she loved you, she worshipped you, she absolutely adored you, you've just cracked dating. Congratulations. And you can actually just do that in like 1 week, which is a mad thing. Like, I've worked with guys, and before they came to me, they were in a dire state when it came to women, because they'd been brainwashed by the brain dead into wanting to want which other people had told them that they should want to want. Oh, I need all of these women, I need to be doing that. It's like, just cut the bullshit. Like, what do you actually want? And for the majority of guys, like you've explained to me, they just want to have a best friend who they can have sex with. that's what most guys want. If you could wake up tomorrow and just imagine that you had this woman, this beautiful woman who just wanted you. She liked you for who you were rather than what you had. I think that's what actually most guys want. I think this is why, for me, cold approach is the most effective way, because we're not cold approaching to get through a fucking gazillion amount of women, right? We're cold approaching to become that version of us who's ready to receive that woman who I believe we've been put on this earth for. So I think dating actually becomes very simple when you view it through this lens. Rather than going out there trying to be everything to everybody, you're just trying to be a somebody for the right somebody. And for me, that just makes dating so much easier. And it makes it so much more manageable in the minds of guys. So, like I said before, do 100 direct call approaches, get skin in the game, learn how to get rejected, learn how to develop emotional resilience, understand that you're not going to be every woman's type, but just because you don't get some doesn't mean that you won't get any. And the more you level up your life across the board, your fitness, your fashion, your finances, actually get to a point of self-adoration rather than self-deprecation, that woman is going to enter your life at some point. But I think it's by doing these cold approaches, by taking the difficult action, that is the moment when you see that woman from across the room, at the bar, at the festival, because you've taken all of these actions. Those approaches that you've done have compounded over time, and now you've become the version of you who's actually ready to approach that woman. So I just view all approaches that anybody does as preparation for their potential partner. So, like, I think becoming a fucking legend in dating is actually very simple. You do your 100 direct cold approaches. You're not cold approaching just to cold approach. You're not becoming a fucking pickup artist. It's not this bollocks. Oh, parade around the pavement 8 hours a day, London day game ball. You look French. When I think about fucking France, think about you with a baguette under your arm. Like, no one gives a flying fuck about any of this shit. Like, you sound like C-3PO. Like, it's not doing any of these shit. It's just understanding why you're actually going out there, right? You're investing into the identity of the person who you're ready to embody. Dating becomes so much more simple when you understand that you only need one woman. You only need one woman to think that you are a fucking legend. I think that's what most guys actually want. Like, when I've sat down with the guys who I've worked with, and we cut away the bullshit, we just remove the filtered facade, the airbrushed images. Like, what do you actually want? Honestly, Kristian, I just want to be wanted. I just want to find a best friend who I can do life with. That would be great for me. Right, that makes it fucking simple, because now we just need one, right? It's like if you're running a business and you're like, oh, I want to make $1 million a month, all right? Well, you're currently making $0 a month, so that's going to take a little bit of time. But it's like, you know, why do you need so much? Like, why do you need so much in there? Instead, it's like, well, you know, I'd be really happy right now with 1,000. Great, we can get there. So it's like, I think just identifying what you actually want, not what other people want, but like what you actually want, and then reverse engineering from there. But I think just recognizing that you actually only need one woman. I think that's why most guys get into this. It's like, oh yeah, cool, I want to sleep around. Well, that gets old pretty fucking quickly. It's just like all these like fucking, you know, empty experiences. I think most guys just want one. I think you only actually need one great woman to support you, who complements your lifestyle. And I think once you find the right woman, I heard somebody say, most men are frustrated because they currently lack love from the feminine. And I think that's the biggest tragedy in our world today. You've got social media, we've got dating apps, we've got, you know, fucking Instagram DMs, but I think people are more disconnected than they've ever been before, especially women. Like, they've got all these options, like they've got selection paralysis, you give them the menu, it's like, I don't know what to pick here. I think we're just crying out for connection. And for me, cold approach, like organic attraction, face to face, no bullshit, no dating apps, no fucking hanging around grotty nightclubs until 3 a.m, DMing women, just whatever. Just going over to women, declaring your desire in a non-needy way. Right, you only need one. And like, your future wife, she could be the next woman who you approach, like, in person. I've always found that quite a nice thing about like daytime cold approach. It's like, fucking hell, like, I could just meet the mother of my children the next time I leave the house. And I think that's quite a nice thing. If you want to connect with me personally, then I run a private network. It's like a private community. It's called The Entourage. That's where all my high-level guys hang out. We've got 6- and 7-figure entrepreneurs, business owners, digital nomads, just high-level guys who are crushing it. It's got a specific interest in cold approach, right? So if you're a guy, if you're an entrepreneur, if you're a business owner, if you're a high achiever and you want to connect with other like-minded guys who actually get it, like, enter a safe space where you can associate yourself with other guys who are out there in the field, and also guys you can have a pint with, guys you can talk about fucking football with, business, philosophy, whatever. That's why I built this community, because I think the most important areas of life are relationships and community, and that's what I want to give to people. You've got great community, you got great relationships, you're probably going to be in a good fucking place.